This method sounds a bit reliable. If he is really the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm and has the position of the Eastern Emperor, and when he walks into the ruins, the temple can be automatically recast, it can indeed show that he is the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. Chapter 1143 The Death of Ghosts and Gods. Although I believed in the way Xiana said, Lin Shen did not go through it himself. He shook the chaos bell in his hand and let Xiana out. Go to the past. Lin Shen signaled Xiana to walk into the ruins of the Donghuang Temple. Xiana is just a little worse sexy, but she is not stupid. She understands that Lin Shen still doesn't believe her, for fear that there is any mystery in the Donghuang Temple, so she wants to go to the thunder first. Xiana knew in her heart and walked towards the ruins of the Donghuang Temple without hesitation. Lin Shen watched Xiana walk around the ruins, and even stood on the base of the altar for a while. Nothing happened there. Only then did Lin Shen ask her to come back and took her back into the chaos little bell. But in this way, Lin Shen still couldn't rest assured. After a moment of pondering, he threw the chaos clock in his hand out, allowing the chaos clock to fly into the ruins. The chaos Xiaozhong is the natal artifact condensed by the king of the ancient realm stole the throne of the Eastern Emperor. In theory, it is the Eastern Emperor artifact. If the source of the recasting of the Eastern Emperor Temple is it, wouldn't it be fooled by Xiana? Unfortunately, Lin Shen's guess did not come true. The chaos bell stayed in various places in the ruins for a while. There was no change in the Donghuang Temple, and it was still a ruin. After retracting the chaos bell, Lin Shen murmured in his heart, "Do you really want to go in and verify it yourself?" He had no clue in his heart. Although he felt that it was unlikely that he would be the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, if the truth was exactly like this, he would not be able to accept it in his heart. If the temple is really recast, will I be trapped in the temple like the statues in other temples? Lin Shen thought of another question. The statues in these temples are hung, and they are like dead objects during the day. Only in the dark can miracles be obvious. Lin Shen didn't know whether those statues were real ghosts and gods themselves. What is certain is that they could not leave the temple. If he is really the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, the temple is recast, but he is trapped in the temple and cannot come out. Wouldn't that be awful? Xiana said, "Of course not. The reason why those ghosts and gods are trapped in the temple is because they are all dead. Dead ghosts and gods cannot leave the temple. You are alive. Reactivate the temple will be beneficial to you without any harm. With the temple as the foundation, even if you die outside in the future, you will be able to be reborn in the temple without fear of death anymore." You are contradictory. Since ghosts and gods will not die and can be reborn in the temple, how can those ghosts and gods die? Lin Shen felt that Xiana was a little incoherent in her speech. Xiana explained, "My meaning may be somewhat inaccurate. There is only one situation for humans, that is, physical death. But for ghosts and gods, there are two types of death. One is physical death. This kind of death is not real death for ghosts and gods. No matter how many times the body of ghosts and gods dies outside, it can be reborn in the temple. But another kind of death, for ghosts and gods, is real death, and the body will not be reborn." Xiana paused before saying again, "That kind of death is called severance." "What does it mean?" Lin Shen asked. "The meaning of severance means that it has cut off all connections from this universe. No one remembers him anymore, no one knows him anymore, and all traces he left in the universe have disappeared or been covered. In short, this ghost and god have no bond or connection with anything in the universe, and then this ghost and god are truly dead. This is wrong. I see that many of the ghosts and gods in the temples are worshipped by many people, and even ghosts and gods with martial arts inheritance. How could they be without ties and connections with this universe?" Lin Shen frowned and said, "There are too many loopholes in what Xiana said." Xiana sighed softly, "Then I'm going to ask you, Dad." "Ask me?" Lin Shen was a little puzzled, not knowing what Xiana meant. "If you don't ask, who else can you ask? The abnormal deaths of many ghosts and gods in this mysterious god are all caused by you. Only you know how they did it. If you don't ask, who else can you ask?" Lin Shen couldn't help but look around. He only realized today that the mysterious god star became what it is now, and it was actually caused by the king of the ancient realm. He could not imagine what the king of the ancient realm did back then, and the ghosts and gods in the entire land of ghosts and gods turned into statues and were hung on the beams of the house. Snatching the emperor's magical artifact, tampering with the gods, and destroying ghosts and gods, what has he done in the ancient world king? Lin Shen thought about it now and felt that the ancient world king was really terrifying. With his origin in the ancient world district, he actually did so many things that make people feel incredible. Especially turning the land of ghosts and gods into this way is even more unimaginable. These are the ghosts and gods in the heavens. What method did he use to make all the ghosts and gods hang themselves on the beams of his temple? The king of the ancient world really has a talent that is hard to reach. Lin Shen secretly exclaimed in his heart. Although I admired the things that the king of the ancient realm did, Lin Shen still couldn't accept it. He was the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. He just wants to be himself, not to be anyone else. Is it true or false? You will know the result after a try. Lin Shen looked at the ruins of the Dongwon temple in the distance. As long as he walks into the ruins, he can immediately know whether he is the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. Lin Shen's mood was complicated at this time. He longed to know the answer, but he was afraid that the answer would tell him that he was the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen walked towards the ruins. What you should face is still to face. No matter how you escape, the facts will not change. Instead of going on like this, it is better to figure out the answer now. Lin Shen walked very slowly and understood the truth, but no one could respond calmly if it fell on him. It would be great if Lao Wei was here. Lin Shen thought to himself. With Lao Wei next to him, it seems that no problem is not a problem. He just needs to do it. Lao Wei will bear the consequences with him, which makes Lin Shen feel very at ease. When he reached the edge of the ruins, Lin Shen paused, then gritted his teeth and stepped directly into the ruins of Dongwon Temple. Lin Shen was frightened, afraid that the Dongwon Temple would really react. At that time, Lin Shen didn't know how to deal with it. Fortunately, the first step was fine. Lin Shen still trembled in his heart, and continued to walk forward and head towards the base of the altar. If you get there and the ruins have no reaction, you can be sure that he is not the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. Chapter 1144 Temple Recast. Lin Shen walked forward step by step, feeling uneasy. He was not afraid of being trapped in the temple. He had a chaos bell and 2 emperor artifacts in his hand, and his invincible ability. It is impossible to say that there is no place in the universe that can trap him, but this temple cannot trap him. After all, the method of using the chaos divine light that Lin Shen had previously drawn from Huinangsing was not beautiful. I walked to the base of the altar and found no changes. It seems that I am not the king of the ancient realm, and what Xiaona said is just a coincidence. Lin Shen pondered and stepped onto the base of the altar, which was originally the location of the statue. The moment Lin Shen walked onto the base, he suddenly felt a strange restlessness in his body. This shocked Lin Shen, but it was not that the temple was automatically repaired, but that something was wrong with Lin Shen's body. This situation has never happened before, which made it difficult for Lin Shen to understand what was going on. When he felt it carefully, he was shocked to find that the restlessness in his body actually came from those fire. If these fire seeds want to escape from my body? Lin Shen was even more shocked. He had always thought that the power of the fire had become a whole with his body, and the two had become an inseparable integrated existence. He did not expect that the fire could still exist alone, or even leave his body. Lu Shen felt fortunately that although these fire seeds wanted to leave his body, they seemed not to be able to go out by themselves. They just kept conveying their willingness to leave to Lin Shen, which shows that they would actually be bound and controlled by Lin Shen. After Lin Shen figured out the current situation, he felt much more at ease. These fire abilities will still be subject to his appointment, so there will be no big problems. Lin Shen then calmed down and carefully felt the wishes emitted by the fire. This willingness is not a voice or a communication of thinking, but in a very strange way, it makes Lin Shen understand what they want to do. Lin Shen couldn't explain clearly what kind of communication this was. Some of it was similar to how he could feel heat when he encountered fire and cold when he encountered ice, but it was not that simple, and it was difficult to explain clearly for a while. However, Lin Shen felt that these fire seeds were not simply trying to leave his body. To be precise, these fire seeds wanted to enter the UltraBase. Lin Shen felt carefully that he could tell which fire their wish belonged to through their wishes. Except for the unformed and unmoved bones, all other fires expressed their willingness to enter the UltraBase. Why do these fire seeds want to enter the altar? If I let them enter the altar, will their abilities completely disappear from my body? Will they come back? Will they become a threat to me? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Now Lin Shen wants to figure out this matter, otherwise he will be unable to sleep or eat. If so many fire seeds are in his body, if one day they rebel directly, it will be a very troublesome thing. Moreover, the ability of the fire seed is irreplaceable, and Lin Shen does not want to lose these abilities that are almost impossible to appear again in these universes. But now if you want to figure out those problems, you can only let them go, otherwise the problems will always exist. Does these fire seeds have anything to do with the king of the ancient realm? This question must be clarified. Lin Shen thought for a while, intending to put a fire seed out to see what will happen after it enters the base of the altar. So Lin Shen wanted to release the fire, and he would definitely not release the fire when he tapped the acupoints. This is his main combat power and magical skill. He saved him from danger many times and is also a magical skill that can be defeated below. He must not release it. Sacrifice to the sky and the war song are both imperfect sparks and are directly excluded. Even if you can't let go of the 7-step battle, this is a speed-up skill and one of the main combat skills. The contract with great power cannot be released. That is the spark of Lin Shen and Deathfan. If you release it, I don't know if the contract with Deathfan can be maintained. The most important thing is that the contract of great power is still providing power attribute points, and in the future, the attributes will depend on it. Dragon veins, climbing the sky ladder, floating on the water, replenishing the shape with shape. Lin Shen thought about which fire seed seems to be very useful, and he was reluctant to let go of them. The ability of the fire seed seems to be not very powerful, but in one aspect they are all magical skills. If Lin Shen is injured, missing a broken arm or a broken leg, or eating it, he will recover immediately. It is definitely a magical skill among magical skills. If he is injured in the future, he will rely on it to raise it, and it is even more impossible to give up. After choosing, Lin Shen had to pick out the light skills and water float. Lin Shen doesn't like going into the water from the bottom of his heart, so the skill of floating on the water is also a skill that he likes very much. If you have to pick one out, it will have the least use and will partially overlap with the ability to climb the ladder. It will be harmless without it. I just have to practice swimming skills well in the future. Lin Shen thought and allowed the light water float to leave his body. Almost as soon as Lin Shen allowed, a strange light surged out of his body, like a moving mosaic, rushing into the altar base under his feet. The moment the water-floated fire seeds entered the altar, Lin Shen's originally restless fire seeds instantly became quiet, as if they had never existed before, and they could not feel their existence. Lin Shen walked down from the altar, because strange mosaic brilliance began to appear on the altar, and the mosaic seemed to be contagious, turning the entire altar base into a mosaic possession. Then Lin Shen saw a more magical scene. Countless tiny mosaics gushed out from the base of the altar, like 3D printing, and kept stacking together, gradually forming a mosaic statue. Lin Shen could vaguely see that the mosaic statue should be in a human form, but the whole body was full of mosaics, and I couldn't see clearly what it looked like. I could only see that I was more than 10 feet tall and stood at his feet, feeling a strong sense of oppression. With the emergence of the mosaic statue, the surrounding ruins also lit up at the same time. Countless mosaics seemed to be reorganized, gradually reverting the ruins to the appearance of a temple. In a moment, the originally dilapidated temple had turned into an extremely glorious temple. But in Lin Shen's eyes, the entire temple was covered with mosaics. The next second, the light of the statue surged up at night, and the mosaics on his body gradually disappeared, and the temples around him gradually became clearer from the mosaics in his eyes, and he could see his appearance clearly. Fuck! Lin Shen couldn't help but swear when he saw the statue clearly. Chapter 1145 God of Luo. The statue of the god on the altar turned out to be his own, exactly the same, without any deviation. But the statue had a solemn expression and a solemn appearance, not as unrestrained as himself. Can I say? I am really the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. Lin Shen's heart trembled suddenly when he saw that the statue of the god turned out to be his own. But he immediately came back to the taste. The appearance of the god statue is like himself, which does not mean that he is the king of the ancient world, because the current statue should look different from the previous statue. If he looked like the king of the ancient realm, then others might not be able to see it. Xiaona and Xiaoye should have seen it long ago. They should have thought that he was the king of the ancient realm, and they would not have waited until now to recognize their father. While Lin Shen was thinking about it, a lot of information suddenly came to his mind. The super basic evolutionary fire of the god Donghuan Luotian, like a stunning geese, like a dragon, the clear stream of the turbid world, moistening things invisible. Lin Shen discovered that the light technician water fire seed is not only still there, but also undergoes earth-shaking changes, and its functions are much stronger than before. From the message from the fire, Lin Shen already knew that the reason why the temple was recast had nothing to do with him, but the fire used the temple to evolve into a god and stole the original position of the Eastern Emperor. The current Eastern Emperor is called Luotian, and Luotian is transformed from Lin Shen's fire, and is still part of Lin Shen's ability. Lin Shen can usually receive the blessing of the god of Luo, and if necessary, he can even summon the god of Luo and fight directly for him. The reason why the statue of God turns into his appearance is because the fire itself is not a serious law. It is different from the serious law of the universe. It is difficult to condense the temple and the bodies of ghosts and gods by itself, and it can even be said to be inclusive of the world. At this time, the throne of the Donghuang temple was stolen and able to achieve the body of ghosts and gods, and it was also the image of Lin Shen, the master who imitated it. Now Lin Shen can be sure that he has nothing to do with the king of the ancient realm. If he had any masterless temple, he could use fire to steal his divine position. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart moved. Xiaoyi and Xiaona didn't know that I was not the king of the ancient realm. When they saw the statue, they would definitely believe that I was the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. I can use this identity to deceive the inheritance of the king of the ancient realm from them. Thinking of this, Lin Shen hurried to the entrance of the temple and took a look at the name of the temple first. He saw that there were only 3 words Donghuang Temple written on it, and then he felt relieved. If the Donghuang Luo Temple is written above, outsiders will become suspicious at first glance and will immediately know that there is something wrong with the ghosts and gods inside. It is not difficult to hide it from Xiaona, but it is not easy to deceive Xiaoyi. Lin Shen managed his expression and then released Xiaoyi and Xiaona directly from the chaos bell. Xiaona hurriedly ran over and held Xiaoye, who was seriously injured. The two of them looked at the temple. Seeing that the temple had been recast like new, the 3 words Donghuang Temple on the door were shining brightly, and they couldn't help but feel shocked. Although they felt that Lin Shen was probably the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, when they really saw the scene, they still felt a little thrilled. Xiaoyi rushed directly into the temple regardless of the injuries on his body. When he saw the statue of the god exactly like Lin Shen, he had no doubts anymore and was sure that Lin Shen was the reincarnation of their father. Both of them looked at Lin Shen, with an extremely complicated expression. Lin Shen looked at the two of them and sighed, "How can I say it? This matter is too bizarre. I don't know if I can still be considered your father now." Xiaona wanted to say something, but Lin Shen waved her hand to stop her. Lin Shen looked at them with a complicated expression and continued, "Although it is a bit incredible, now it seems that I should be the reincarnation of your father. But I don't know if I am in this life or not in my previous life, and I don't know if there is any bond between you and me, but if you want, I also want to try it out to see if I can become your father. Maybe I haven't grown up yet, I'm still very playful, and I'm not ready to be a father. Maybe I can't take care of you like in my previous life, but as long as you are willing, let us start over and become relatives again. Although I am not as good as in my previous life, as long as I am here, no one can make you suffer even a little grievance in the future." Lin Shen's words were touching, and the more he spoke, the more he became more and more immersed in the play. Even his eyes began to turn red, as if there were crystal tears rolling inside, as if they were not falling. "Dad!" Xiaona couldn't stop and threw herself into Lin Shen's arms. Xiao Na. Lin Shen gently stroked Xiao Na's hair and looked at Xiao Yi with anticipation. Xiao Yi is obviously not as easy to deceive as Xiao Na, but his emotions are obviously not right, and his eyes are not as sharp as before. Even if you are his reincarnation, if you don't have the memory of your previous life, you can't be considered the real him. Xiao Yi said, biting his lips. I also want to know what kind of person I was in my previous life. I will try my best to find my own memory, my memories that belong to us, and give me some time. Before that, at least, can we get along like friends? Lin Shen was sincere, hugged Xiaona with one hand, and reached out to Xiaoye with the other hand. Sister. Xiaona also looked at Xiaoye. Xiaoye was obviously shaken. Lin Shen took Xiaona over, reached out and grabbed Xiaoye's hand, forced Xiaoye into his arms, stroked her hair and said, Xiaoye, if I am here in the future, you don't have to worry anymore. Xiaoye paused for a moment, then pushed Lin Shen away with force, turned his back to him and said coldly, You are not worthy of being our father before you remember us, and you are not qualified to say such things. Sister. Xiaona wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Shen. I will work hard. Lin Shen said softly as he looked at Xiaoye's back. What's the use of hard work? If it's useful, everyone in this world can become a god. Xiaoye said coldly, Your strength is too poor. Even if you have the chaos Xiao Zhong and restore your divine position, your strength is still too poor. If your true identity is discovered by the immortal court, with your current strength, let alone protecting us, I'm afraid you can't even protect yourself, and the great emperor's magic weapon will be snatched away. Lin Shen looked ashamed and took out the emperor's artifact and handed it to Xiaona and Xiaoye. The things are yours. Please keep them. I will try my best to help you become the emperor. Naturally, no one will be able to hurt you. All I can do now is this. Lin Shen was not worried at all. With the Tao of misfortune, there was no risk in their hands, and he could get it back at any time. Are you pushing all the problems and responsibilities to us? Xiaoye's eyes flashed with complex emotions, and he turned around and snorted coldly, If you don't even have the courage to return to the peak, then you are not qualified to be our father at all. Chapter 1146 Full Function Watch. Lin Shen wanted to slap her two big mouths in his heart, but in order to get the treasure of the king of the ancient realm, he still endured it. Lin Shen planned to pretend to be their father first, take back the treasure of the king of the ancient realm, and then raise the level of the Yujing bottle and the gourd, and deal with them later. Anyway, he can't use things like Yujing bottles and gourds now, otherwise he will definitely become a public enemy of the universe, so it's better to put them in first. When Lin Shen wanted to say something, Xiaoye was already holding the Yujing bottle and turned back into the form of a pet capsule. Dad, you must do it, just change the problem of laziness. Xiaona said, shaking the red gourd, poured something out from it and stuffed it into Lin Shen's hand, and then changed back to the form of a pet capsule. The reason why Xiao Yi and the others looked down on Lin Shen before and did not think that Lin Shen was the king of the ancient realm was because his personality was too playful and there was no similarity to the king of the ancient realm. Lin Shen didn't go to see what Xiao Na gave him, so he carefully took the two pet capsules into his palm. I will recall the events of my previous life as soon as possible and find a way to restore your human body. Before that, you can only suffer some grievances first, and you cannot let others discover the existence of you and the great emperor's artifact. After saying that, Lin Shen carefully put them into the space capsule. At this point, Lin Shen looked at what Xiao Na gave him and found that it was a jade box the size of a palm, and he didn't know what it was for. I performed so sincerely. Xiaona's heartless person should have been moved and shed tears. She took out all the treasures to me so that I could grow up soon? Why did she give such a jade box, such a small size? What good things can be contained in it? Lin Shen thought in his heart, opened the jade box and looked at it, and was slightly stunned. There was actually a watch inside, and the style of the watch was almost exactly the same as his mechanical watch. Lin Shen took it out and compared it with his mechanical watch. Except for this watch that is relatively new, everything else is the same. Lin Shen knew that this thing must be used for teleportation, but he didn't know where it could be teleported, and he didn't know if the function was the same as his own. Can you say that these watches are left by the king of the ancient realm? Then my watch originally belonged to Lao Tai. Does that mean that Lao Tai is really the king of the ancient realm? Lin Shen thought to himself. Lin Shen had always felt that Lao Tai was the king of the ancient world, but Lao Tai himself said that he was the second brother, so Lin Shen was a bit difficult to judge. Now it seems that Lao Tai is even more likely to be the king of the ancient realm. Lin Shen put on the watch and the surface immediately lit up, and many options appeared on it. Lin Shen was surprised to find that the control mode of this watch is the same as his watch, but it has a lot more functions. Maybe because his watch is damaged and has few functions to use, this one is a truly full-function mechanical watch. Lin Shen flipped it casually and soon found that there were many teleportation coordinates in the watch, and also marked the coordinates. Not only the star map of the entire immortal courtyard, but also the star map of the ancient realm area, and even the coordinates of the King of Realms. Any planet that is lit up in the star map can be teleported. Lin Shen took a rough look and found that the main stars of the 6 major star areas of the Immortal Court were basically lit up. In addition to the star map of the Immortal Court and the star map of the Ancient Realm area, there is also the coordinates of a planet, which are listed separately. Lin Shen knew that this planet that was listed separately must have something special. After taking a closer look, he found that there was no annotation information. This planet is not in the Immortal Court, nor in the Ancient Realm area. It seems to be a single star in a barren area in the corner of the universe, and the name noted on it is Royal King Star. But Lin Shen looked at the coordinates of the King of the World on his watch, which were obviously different from the coordinates of the King of the World. This World King Star should not be the World King Star I have been to before, right? Lin Shen pondered in his heart, but his eyes suddenly lit up. Can't this World King Star be the treasure of the ancient World King? Thinking of this, Lin Shen had the urge to teleport over immediately to see what was going on, but in the end he suppressed it. The teleportation device here in Temple Star should not be activated, right? Lin Shen clicked on a familiar planet and chose to teleport. The next second, the power of the watch twisted the space. In an instant, Lin Shen found that he actually appeared in the teleportation station of Yinchangsing. I'll go. This watch can also be used in the mysterious God Star. Lin Shen was surprised and happy, and quickly activated the watch again and teleported back to the mysterious God Star. He is still on patrol missions, and if someone finds out that he has gone out, it will still be a problem. The name of the temple star on the watch is the mysterious God Star. The temple star was originally called out by Lin Shen himself. This watch can actually be teleported on mysterious star. The general teleportation prohibition may not be of use to it. With this watch in hand, if you encounter an enemy you cannot beat in the future, just teleport and escape. Lin Shen thought of something again and showed ecstasy. Didn't that mean that I can ignore the ban on the Immortal Court and directly teleport back to the Ancient Realm area? Thinking of this, Lin Shen could no longer suppress his longing for Tianquan and others, and quickly called out the star map of the Ancient Realm area. Unfortunately, the coordinates of the giant ring star are not on it and are not lit up, so it cannot be directly transmitted there. When the giant ring star was developed, the king of the ancient realm had already been hidden in the world, and it was normal that it was not recorded. After checking, Lin Shen chose to directly teleport to Midas Star, which is a teleportation transit station, which is also one of the most prosperous planets of the Heavenly Man race. From there, you can easily transfer to the giant ring star. Lin Shen pressed the teleport button with great anticipation. The space was twisted, and in just a moment, Lin Shen came to the teleportation station of Midexing and walked out of the teleportation device. I'm really back. Lin Shen was overjoyed as he looked at the various races coming and going in the teleportation station. Lin Shen was about to buy a ticket directly at the teleportation station and then teleport to the giant ring star, but suddenly saw a human-shaped mosaic coming out of the exit of a teleportation device. Who is this? It doesn't look like Ouyang, is it Longyue? Lin Shen could only see the mosaic and couldn't tell who it was. It seemed that it was a woman. Among the women he knew, only Longyue had mosaics on her body. But it cannot be ruled out, and there are other women with mosaics. When Lin Shen was looking at the woman also saw Lin Shen. Her figure paused for a moment, and then walked towards Lin Shen. Chapter 1147 Conditions. Lin Shen, it's really you. I thought I had recognized the wrong person. Long Yu came to Lin Shen, looked up and down uncertainly, and finally confirmed that the person in front of her was indeed Lin Shen, and then she spoke in surprise. After hearing the voice, Lin Shen realized that it was indeed Long Yu. He was thinking in his heart whether to take this opportunity to take the spark from her body. "Do I look so popular?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "No, everyone outside is saying that you have already stepped on the immortal gate and entered the immortal court, so when I see you here, I think I have read it wrong." Long Yue explained. "I just went into seclusion and rested for a while." Lin Shen found a reason casually, without too much explanation, and then asked Long Yue, "Why are you here?" Long Yue sighed when she heard this. "Recently, wars between the Heavenly Man and the Emperor Barbarians have occurred frequently. I want to know the situation of the Heavenly Man and the Emperor Barbarians, and see if there is any way to resolve the conflicts between the two tribes." Lin Shen was a little surprised when he heard this, but he didn't expect that the Emperor Barbarians and the Heavenly Man race were still fighting. Long Yue looked at Lin Shen, and suddenly her eyes lit up and she said to Lin Shen, "Lin Shen, you have extremely high prestige in the Heavenly Man race. Can you help me persuade the Emperor of Heaven and find a way to stop the war between the two tribes? I am just an idle person now. Not to mention persuading the Emperor of Heaven, I don't even have the qualifications to meet the Emperor of Heaven." Lin Shen said perfunctorily. Long Yue's heart is good, but war is not a joke. It will not be diverted by personal likes and dislikes, nor can it be forced to stop outsiders. However, after hearing Long Yue say that the Heavenly Man tribe has a new Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen checked the internet and found out that Qi Yi had taken over the position of Heavenly Emperor and was called the Great Emperor of Heaven. Because the Great Qi Tian Emperor himself was born in the Qi family, most of the Qi family were pro-war factions, and the Great Qi Tian Emperor was also a firm pro-war faction. Therefore, since the Great Qi Tian Emperor came to power, the war between the two tribes has been escalating and the scale has become larger and larger. Long Yue sighed when she heard this. "I know this kind of thing is not a decision, nor is it a one-sided problem of the Heavenly Man race. Since the Pink Sword Saint became the number one person in the universe, the expansion of the Emperor Barbarians has never stopped. Even if the Heavenly Man race is willing to truce the battle, the Emperor Barbarians may not be able to give up." Speaking of this, Long Yue looked at Lin Shen with a little fiery look and said, "Lin Shen, is that peerless magical skill really from you?" "It should be." Lin Shen did not deny it. When Long Yue looked at Lin Shen, she looked even more eager. "What exactly is written in your book? Why did Dai step through the immortal gate after seeing it?" After reading it, Christine became the number one person in the universe now. "Actually, I didn't write anything. It's just an evolutionary technique. For them, it's at most a reference value, but it's not very useful. They can achieve their current achievements because they are already strong, not because of the evolutionary technique I wrote." Lin Shen said the truth. If the peerless magical skill he wrote falls into the hands of ordinary people, it will be of no use. Long Yue was not willing to believe it and continued, "If that magical power can be published in the public and all races can practice it, then it is possible that the small clans and the big clans stand on the same starting line. Although it is impossible to achieve absolute fairness, at least it can make the small clans more capital to fight against fate, and make those big clans no longer simply exploit the small clans like cannon fodder slaves." At the end, Long Yue felt a little embarrassed and said helplessly, "I know that if you say this, you will think I am very naive and whimsical. And that is your evolutionary technique after all, and there is no reason to ask you to make it public. But since you have written the introductory chapter of the Peerless Magical Skills, I think you have this kind of plan, right? It's not impossible to disclose it." Lin Shen said lightly. Long Yue's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked in disbelief, "Are you serious about this? I can hand over the peerless magic skill I wrote to you. You can do whatever you want, but I have a condition for exchange." Lin Shen said. "It should be, please say it." Long Yue said seriously. "I want to ask you to sleep with me for a night. At Lin Shen's current level, there is no need to have so many concerns, but I want to act in my heart. If Long Yue is willing, then he will write another book of peerless magical skills to exchange it. If Long Yue is unwilling, then he will take her to sleep for a night. He will still have a lot of thoughts to deal with her, just to ask for a clear conscience." Long Yue's face suddenly became extremely exciting when she heard this, but she was not angry. She just looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and said, "You already have a wife." "I never thought about being young with others, and I didn't even plan to get married." "I didn't say I wanted to marry you," Lin Shenran said calmly. This statement made Long Yue's expression even more complicated. If someone else had said this, she might have turned her back and left long ago, and might even teach the other party a lesson for being rude. But Lin Shen said this, and Long Yue did not feel humiliated. Even Long Yue herself did not realize that she had always pursued equality for all living beings, but in her heart, people had already been divided into levels. If Lin Shen had no current reputation and had never written a peerless magical skill, how could she discuss this issue calmly with Lin Shen? Is it okay to change the conditions? Long Yue sighed lightly. No. Lin Shen said firmly. Why is it me? Long Yue asked again. Because you must. Lin Shen told the truth that he had to get the fire on Long Yue's body, which is the most likely fire that is against the will of heaven and bone. Long Yue fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a while, she suddenly looked up at Lin Shen and said, "I can promise you, but I also have a condition." "You say?" "I want the one in Christine's hand. You can pick it up with me now. After I get the book, I will fulfill my promise." Long Yue was obviously afraid that Lin Shen would use a fake copy to fool her. Yes. Lin Shen didn't care. He was not afraid that Long Yue would regret it. In the ancient realm area, no one could rely on Lin Shen's account. It would be fine if Long Yue kept her promise, but if she had any unfair intentions, she would forcefully catch her back and have a nap. Then let's go find Christine now. Long Yue bit her lip and said. Okay. Lin Shen got up and went to the ticket gate of the teleportation station and bought 2 teleportation tickets to the Emperor Barbarians. Now the relationship between the Emperor Barbarians and the Heavenly Man tribe is tense, so they can only teleport to the galaxy of the Arrogant King first, and then go to the Emperor Barbarians. The relationship between the Arrogant King and the Little Emperor was not good, and he did not participate in the war, so the teleportation there with the celestial race has not been cut off. However, if you want to teleport there, you also need a special license. Fortunately, Long Yue and Catherine have a close relationship, so it is not a problem. Chapter 1148 Codename A Spades. Lin Shen and the others came to the planet of the Arrogant King. They originally wanted to go directly to Dimangsing to find Christine. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional one, but Catherine was actually in the teleportation station. No matter how you look at it, it seemed like she was waiting for them. How come you are together? Catherine looked at Lin Shen and Long Yu, as if confirming what kind of relationship they had. Lin Shen was nothing, but Long Yue's cheeks turned red with guilty heart. She explained anxiously, "Lin Shen and I have some cooperation." Catherine saw it, but did not continue to ask, but looked at Lin Shen and asked, "I missed it so much before, let's talk alone?" Okay. Lin Shen was a little confused, not knowing what Catherine wanted to talk to him. Did it be that I discovered that I was pretending to be A of Spades and communicate with her? That's right. Even if she doesn't come to me, I will ask her about A of Spades. Since Lin Shen judged that Catherine was A of Hearts, he has been trying to ask her whether A of Spades is an old man, and what do the 2 code names A of Spades and Hearts represent. If Spade A is really an old tie, then the codename of Heart A is obviously a pair with Spade A, then Catherine is not an old tie's lover, right? Lin Shen was just gossiping like this, and he also knew that this possibility was not high, and these 2 code names may have deeper meanings. Catherine first arranged Long Yue in the lounge, and she took Lin Shen to an office in the teleportation station. After Lin Shen entered the office, Catherine sent the door, leaning on it, looking at Lin Shen with a strange look, but she didn't say a word. You came over to me, just want to keep looking at me like this? Lin Shen said lightly. I'm thinking, if Master Shi Zhongqing knew that you were here now, what would he do with you? Catherine's words made Lin Shen narrow his eyes. Lin Shen didn't expect that Catherine would know Shi Zhongqing and her relationship with him. In just a moment, many thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. How could Catherine, a person from the ancient realm, know about the immortal court, and the information she knows is the latest? Lin Shen could only think of one possibility, that is, Catherine was a member of the God-creating clan. Only those who created the God-creating clan could come and go freely between the ancient realm area and the immortal court and convey these information. Apart from the creation of gods, it is not that easy for even the Star Lord to enter the ancient realm. In fact, until now, Lin Shen still doesn't know how to enter the ancient realm from the immortal court, and he is already a core member of the Star God Palace. He can be said to be a existence below one person and above millions of people, and other Star God officials will not know it. Lin Shen suddenly had an inspiration in his mind. Can Red Heart A be the code name of the creation clan, right? Don't you want to say something? Catherine said with a smile at Lin Shen. What's there to say, Red Heart A? Lin Shen said calmly. Catherine was stunned. Since she had told Lin Shen about it, she was mentally prepared to guess that she was a member of the creation clan. But Lin Shen actually knew her code name in the creation clan, which was something Catherine did not expect. Even among the creation clan, there will be no more than 5 people who know her code name. How do you know? Catherine originally thought that she would hear this in Lin Shen's mouth, but she didn't expect that she would say this on her own. Do you want to know? Lin Shen looked at Catherine with a smile. Catherine's face was gloomy and her eyes were a little erratic. She should be thinking about why Lin Shen knew her identity. You are a spades. Catherine's eyes suddenly froze, as if she had thought of something, and said to Lin Shen in disbelief. Except for the only 2, no one in this ancient realm area knows her identity. Lin Shen could not be the few people at the headquarters. After thinking about it, this possibility is only left. Lin Shen is the person codenamed as Spades, and a member of the creation clan whose rank is still above her. If anyone here knows her true identity, it can only be him. Lin Shen looked at Catherine expressionlessly, but a huge wave broke out in his heart. Spades A and Heart A are actually both code names of the creation clan. Catherine is a member of the creation clan. If Lao Tai is Spade A, is he also a member of the creation clan? From Catherine's words, Lin Shen discovered something that Catherine didn't recognize as Spades. If she knew each other, she wouldn't have guessed that Lin Shen was a Spades. What are you asking me for? Lin Shen did not answer Catherine, which was equivalent to acquiescence. Catherine didn't answer either. She took out a watch, sent a message with the watch, and looked at Lin Shen. Her meaning is already very obvious. She is verifying whether Lin Shen is a spawn. After Lin Shen understood what she meant, he took out the damaged watch, opened it and saw the message from Red Heart A, and directly replied with a smile. Catherine saw Lin Shen's series of actions, and then saw Lin Shen Hui's smiling face, and her expression became extremely complicated. What do you want to do when you look for me? Lin Shen asked again expressionlessly. Catherine seemed to have figured out something, and a charming smile appeared on her face. When I saw you just now, I was wondering how you could enter and exit the immortal court and the ancient realm zone at will. I should have thought of you as well as a god creator. Lin Shen only looked at her and didn't say anything. If you talk too much, you will lose it. It is better to wait for Catherine to speak. Catherine looked at Lin Shen's body. When did you take Lin Shen's body? When you attended the banquet before, was it you or Lin Shen? Lin Shen ignored her and reached out to pull the door. Catherine reached out and held Lin Shen's hand, and said coquettishly, "Why are you doing so anxious? I thought I had caught a big fish, but I didn't expect it would be you. I have been in the ancient world for so many years, and I have worked hard without any credit. Can you tell me about it and let me go to the immortal court too? I have had enough of this ghost place." Catherine brushed her fingers along the back of Lin Shen's hand, and went to Lin Shen's chest, pressing it on it to feel Lin Shen's heartbeat, and said charmingly, "Do your own business." Lin Shen just replied coldly, "Oh, what else can I do except for being a sloppy person?" The only idiot messed up the matter. Now the strength of the branch is no longer as strong as before, and it is difficult to control the situation in the ancient realm. Unless the superiors are willing to spend a huge price again, break through the passage of the ancient realm and send a group of people in, it is almost impossible to control this ancient realm. Catherine drew circles on Lin Shen's chest with her fingers and said pitifully, "You just take me away. You know that in such a ghost place, I can't evolve at all, and I will continue to degenerate. It's really uncomfortable." Chapter 1149 Undersea City? Lin Shen didn't expect that he would gain such great gains when he returned to the ancient realm. From Catherine, Lin Shen judged a lot of important information. It turns out that the creation of gods cannot enter and exit the ancient realm area at will. If they want to send people in or take people out, they will still have to pay a lot of money. Moreover, the people who created the gods seem to be inconvenient to the environment in the ancient realm area, and they would actually degenerate here. Lin Shen was very confused before that the cultivation clan was so powerful that it could even compete with the immortal court. The two died and the division had such a big problem. Why did the cultivation clan headquarters not send anyone here? Now I know that it may not be that the creator clan does not want to send people over, but that it is difficult for them to send people in, or that the price is too high, and they are unwilling to pay such a big price. I don't have the authority to take you to the immortal court, Lin Shen said lightly. When Catherine heard this, she was not disappointed, but became even more eager. In addition to the big and small kings, our Shenin group has the highest rank. If you can go to the immortal court, it must be agreed by the above. Since you have a way, help me, I will not forget your kindness. I don't have permission. Lin Shen said the same thing. But Catherine seemed to have not heard it and continued, I have made a major discovery about the king of the ancient realm. If you are willing to take me to the immortal court, I can share my discovery with you. What discovery? Lin Shen asked with a frown. Catherine laughed, of course it is the treasure left by the king of the ancient realm. With your and my identities, if it were not for the king of the ancient realm, how could the superiors send us to such a ghost place? We have worked hard for so many years, so we can't be left empty-handed. As long as you are willing to take me to the immortal court, I can share the treasure of the king of the ancient realm. That is the treasure that even the clan leader dreams of. If you and I get the treasure, they may be able to surpass the clan leader in the future, and even defeat the immortal court and become the lord of the universe. It is not impossible. Will you share such a good thing with me? Lin Shen said coldly. I don't hide it from you. I have been to that place, but I have been degraded too seriously. I can't take down the power of a person, so I can only ask you for cooperation. Catherine looked at Lin Shen and said, with your ability, the superiors send us to such a ghost place. What's the difference between being exiled and being exiled? Although you can leave now, you have suffered so many years, so just forget it? Anyway, I can't stand this tone. Lin Shen is now full of doubts. Shouldn't the treasure of the king of the ancient realm be on Shaoyi and Shaona? Where did Catherine discover it? Could it be that she discovered the way to Wangxing? Seeing Lin Shen pondering silently, Catherine continued, I don't know why you were sent to this ghost place, but I think you wouldn't have been sent here for missions without any reason. I was sent to you because I offended the king back then. I must avenge this revenge. Where is the treasure of the king of the ancient realm? Lin Shen asked. In a submarine city. Don't ask me where that city is, and don't ask me where that sea is. Even if I tell you, it's useless. That submarine city can move in time and space. If I tell you where it was before, you can't find it. Catherine smiled and said, but I have left a mark on that submarine city. Only I can track its location. If you are willing to share it with me, find a way to get me out of this ghost place. As long as the order above arrives, we will go to the submarine city together, take the treasure of the king of the ancient realm and leave immediately. For a period of time in the development of the immortal court, the entire universe is at your fingertips. Underwater city? The underwater city that Catherine mentioned is not that place, right? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He thought of the underwater ancient city, the contemplator in the ancient city. You think about it again, you won't suffer any loss in this deal. Catherine stroked Lin Shen's cheek, as long as you agree, my treasures and the king of the ancient realm will belong to you. If you are interested in the position of the patriarch, I will do my best to help you. I only have the life of that king. I will consider it. Lin Shen pushed Catherine's hand aside, opened the door and walked out, afraid that he would reveal his feelings if he continued. He is not a relay spade, and he has no ability to get a transfer order, so he can only drag Catherine first. Catherine did not stop Lin Shen anymore, and followed Lin Shen out. After seeing Long Yu, she exchanged a few greetings with Long Yu, and then personally sent them to the Daimangxing. What did Catherine ask you for? After arriving at Emperor Mangxing, Long Yu asked curiously. It's irrelevant. Lin Shen took Long Yu to Christine's residence without saying much. Christine's current residence is different from the past. Since he realized the peerless magical power and promoted to the Dharma King, the little emperor has appointed him as the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint Palace where he lives now is where Sophia taught in the past. Christine recruited disciples during this period, and it can be said that he had no distinction between religions, whether it was the emperor barbarians or people from other races. As long as his talent is good enough, Christine is willing to take him under his sect and teach his own skills. Christine is an extremely respected existence among the emperor barbarians, and even the entire ancient world area. The name of the Pink Sword Saint is praised by the world and has been praised as the #1 person in the universe today. Of course, this universe only refers to the ancient realm area. But some people think that Christine is seeking fame and reputation, and think that he is taking the opportunity to absorb geniuses of all races and preparing for the imperial barbarians to dominate the universe in the future. Lin Shen didn't think so. With his understanding of Christine, Christine should be preparing for his own departure. Before going to the immortal court, Christine should have wanted to pass on his skills, or perhaps to cultivate more people who are likely to rush into the immortal court. When he arrived at the gate of the Sword Saint Palace, Lin Shen saw people coming and going in front of the magnificent gate, with people of all races, but there were not so many people from the Emperor Barbarians. In front of the gate of the Sword Saint Palace, there was a stone tablet with an evolutionary technique engraved on it. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that the evolutionary technique engraved on it turned out to be the introductory chapter of the peerless magical skills he wrote. Long Yu, who was standing beside her, saw Lin Shen stopping in front of the stone tablet and said, "Christian's first condition is to be able to comprehend the introductory chapter of cultivation." Lin Shen thought to himself, "Christian can handle it, how much contribution it has to make to me." No wonder he has been participating in the bonus of the inheritance fan recently. Come in line over there to participate in the test. The guard who guarded the stone tablet said to Lin Shen and the others. Chapter 1150 My Father. Neither of them showed their true faces. Lin Shen was afraid that too many people would know about his return, and Long Yu was afraid that it would cause a commotion. Unexpectedly, the guard misunderstood that they were here to participate in the introductory assessment and asked them to queue up there to participate in the assessment. Because Christine receives all races, there are almost endless people from all races who come to take the test every day. Many of them are geniuses specially sent by various races and families, hoping that their geniuses can learn peerless magic skills from Christine. Even if you can't learn the peerless magical skills, it's excellent to be able to get some true teachings from Christine. But Christine's requirement to accept apprentices is too high, and few can really get started. However, this first level requires that you can understand the introductory chapter of the peerless magical skills, and few people can pass it. In the introduction chapter, it is really easy to get started. It does not matter whether it is race, gender, or qualifications. As long as you can practice, you can get started even if you are mentally retarded. Therefore, there are many introductory chapters in the ancient realm area, but those who can understand these 4 words can only be said to be rare. The introductory chapter is easy to learn but difficult to be precise. To understand the 4 words thoroughly and understand Christine's eyes, you must really thoroughly understand the introductory chapter to the extreme. Christine personally put a sword in the Sword Saint Palace. Only those who truly practice the entry-level article to a certain level can pull out the sword. We are here to ask for Christine. Before Long Yu could finish her speech, she was interrupted by the guard. Did you see the words above? Anyone who wants to meet the Sword Saint must pass the test first, regardless of race, origin, or level, treat them equally. The guard pointed to the words engraved on the wall. You misunderstood. We are Christian's friends. Long Yu had no choice but to explain. But the guard heard this and said, the Sword Saint said, my dear relatives and friends, and my beloved relatives and friends have to pass the test first. Lin Shen nodded secretly after hearing this. Christian is a bit interesting, this is true and I don't talk about any affection. Long Yue looked at Lin Shen helplessly and said, I have no friendship with Christine, nor does it have his contact information. Can you contact him? I don't have his contact information either. Lin Shen used to have Christine's contact information, but when he was in the fairy world, the ordinary intelligence was destroyed. He did not remember Christine's communication number, and now he really can't contact him. Long Yue smiled when she heard this. Then there is nothing we can do. We can only pass the test according to the rules and see him. With such a simple test, you can stretch out your hand. Lin Shen had not spoken yet. A little boy next to him who came to take the test and immediately said unhappily, simple? You underestimate the introductory chapter of the peerless magical skills too much. This is the magical skill created by Lin Shen. Even if it is just the introductory chapter, it is very difficult to truly understand. My father has been practicing hard for so long and comes to take the test once a month, but he always returns in a bad mood. Even a peerless genius like my father cannot pass. Do you still say it is simple? Everyone around him smiled knowingly when they heard this. In the eyes of the little boy, his father might be a peerless genius, but in front of the Sword Saint Palace, there were too many geniuses from the clan. If he could not pass the test, he could only be considered a mediocre talent. Long Yue squatted down, grabbed the little boy's hand, and said to him with a smile, this test is indeed very difficult for others, but it is indeed very easy for him. If you don't believe it, you can go in with us and have a look. Look, just look, I don't believe it. The little boy said angrily. Long Yue looked at Lin Shen, and the meaning was very obvious. She wanted to let him test it for the little boy. Lin Shen was a little troubled. Long Yue thought that he created the introduction to peerless magical skills, and he, the founder, could not have known it. But in fact, Lin Shen really doesn't know. He can only use the power of the inheritance fan, and he has never practiced this thing himself. The test was the level of cultivation in the introductory chapter. He had never practiced it at all, and he probably could not pass the test. Seeing that Lin Shen was hesitating, Long Yue stared at him in a daze, and a little suspicion arose in her heart. If this is really Lin Shen, if the peerless magical power is really created by Lin Shen, how could he hesitate? You are indeed liars who can only speak big words. The little boy was very clever, and he could see Lin Shen's hesitation and said with a lip. Many people next to them looked at Lin Shen and Long Yue with a smile, watching the jokes of these two people. What's wrong with you? Long Yue was not convenient to call Lin Shen's identity, but she was a little anxious. If someone finds out that she is actually lying to someone, then the credibility she has accumulated before will be completely over. Who else can believe what she says in the future? What made Long Yue even more puzzled was that Lin Shen was clearly the founder of the introductory chapter, so why did he hesitate? Lin Shen smiled and said to the child, "What's your name? I have made you embarrassed. You dare not do anything to me in public. If you want to remember my name, go back and take revenge on me, right?" The little boy curled his lips and said, "Tell you, I am not afraid. I will not change my name or my last name. My name is Shiman Ailian. If you have anything, just come to me." After hearing the little boy's name, Lin Shen's face turned a little strange. The little boy's name reminded him of a famous adulterer. "Ai Lian, do you want your father to pass the test?" Lin Shen said with a smile, either not caring about the little boy's malicious speculation. "Don't change the subject, can you pass the test?" The little boy was unmoved. "I have a way to get your father to pass the test," Lin Shen said seriously. Lin Shen probably won't pass the test, and he thought that he could use the little boy's father to take them in. After hearing Lin Shen's words, the little boy laughed out loud. "You can't even pass the test yourself, and you want to help my father pass the test. Do you know who my father is? No matter who your father is, I can help him pass the test. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try," Lin Shen said with a smile. The people watching around all thought that Lin Shen was so bragging about this. The little boy opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his eyes rolled, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "Do you really count on your words? No matter who my father is, can you help him pass the test?" "Not bad." Lin Shen nodded. What if you can't do it? The little boy's eyes rolled around. If I can't do it, I'll give it to you. Lin Shen took out a pet capsule and shook it in front of the little boy. Who is surprised by your pet? If you can't do it, you will shout here 3 times in front of everyone, saying, I am a big liar. The little boy was unmoved and said with a blink of an eye. Okay. Lin Shen nodded. Child, don't believe him. He is fooling you. There is no back door here for the pink sword saint to leave. He is lying to you. Go back and find your dad quickly. Don't be deceived by him. The people next to him couldn't help but remind the little boy. The little boy bowed and said to everyone, then please give me a test. He said that he could help my father pass the test. If he couldn't, uncles and uncles should not let him run away. He must let him abide by the agreement. Okay, let's testify to you, and we will never let him run away. Everyone started to cheer. After the little boy stirred up everyone's emotions, he looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, you said that no matter who my father is, you can help him pass the test. Then you can hear that, my father's surname is Shiman Ming Jianka. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers couldn't help but take a breath. The Shiman swordsman is like the #1 swordsman of the human race today and the first foreign clan under the great Qitian emperor to be awarded the title. He came to the Sword Saint Palace for testing, not to be an apprentice, nor to be a disciple of Christine, but to make a bet with Christine. If he could pass the test, Christine would have to lend him the secrets of peerless magical skills for him to watch. The test that Shiman swordsman wants to pass is not a simple introductory test. Seeing everyone's reaction, Simon Ailian was very proud, as if his father's glory was his glory. Chapter 1151 Helping You Draw Your Sword. Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he heard the name of Shiman swordsman. After looking at the little boy's face, he was indeed somewhat similar to the Shiman swordsman he knew. However, this little boy obviously has the characteristics of a foreign race, so Lin Shen did not think about Shiman swordsman before. Now it seems that he is probably mixed race. Since Tianshuan controlled the giant ring star and became the real star master of the giant ring star, Lin Shen has never heard of Shiman swordsman again. Lin Shen didn't know what Shiman swordsman looked like now. However, after hearing from Shiman Ailian, his father, Shiman swordsman, comes to take the test once a month, and I think he is not doing well. If you are doing well, how could you be so obsessed with passing the test and becoming a disciple of Christine? Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Shiman swordsman is also a talent among talents. I still remember the technique of leveraging the power to relieve the power. Didn't you expect to be so miserable now? As a human being, there is no hatred that cannot be overcome. Since he wants to become a disciple of Christine, it doesn't matter if he helps him. He can follow him in to see Christine. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shen's eyes softened a little more when he looked at the little boy, and he smiled and said to the little boy, don't worry, I will help your father pass the test. Where is he now? When the little boy heard Lin Shen say this, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked and stared at Lin Shen in a daze. The eyes of the people around him became strange, and he thought to himself, help Shiman swordsman pass the test? Does he know what he is talking about? Could this person not even know who Shiman swordsman is? The little boy looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and said, do you know who my father is? Of course I know. Lin Shen said with a smile. Are you sure you can help him pass the test? The little boy was full of doubts. No matter how he looked at Lin Shen, he didn't seem to be joking. Of course. Lin Shen nodded. Kid, he is bragging at all. I'm afraid he hasn't even heard of the name of Shiman swordsman. Don't be fooled by him, this kid has a problem. He dares to say that he can help the Shiman swordsman pass the test, which is so great. The people around him couldn't stand it anymore and they all spoke to remind Shiman Ailian, telling him not to be fooled. Shiman Ailian also felt that Lin Shen must be bragging, and he had never heard of it. The test of the Sword Saint Palace could help, not to mention that his father's test was extraordinary, which was much more difficult than drawing an ordinary sword. While everyone was talking, a man came over and came to Shiman Ailian. Dad! Shiman Ailian saw the man coming and ran to him. Let you wait for me outside the door, what are you doing here? The man asked calmly. Dad, this guy brags about him and says he can help you pass the test. I can't bear to see that he pretends, so he bet with him. If he can't help you pass the test, let him shout in front of the door 3 times, I'm a big liar. Shiman Ailian said with a smile. Shiman Swordsman's eyes fell on Lin Shen and said coldly, you guys go, don't show up in front of my children again in the future. The bet is not over yet, why should I leave? Lin Shen said with a smile. When everyone saw that the little boy's father was actually a swordsman of Shiman, they felt that Lin Shen was a little ungrateful when he said this. People don't care about him anymore, and he still insists on making trouble for himself. Shiman Swordsman frowned slightly, staring at Lin Shen like a sword. Lin Shen said calmly, since you have made a bet, you don't want your son to be a person who doesn't keep the agreement, right? Shiman Swordsman ignored Lin Shen, turned to look at Shiman Ailian and asked, what price do you need to pay if you lose? He didn't say anything, he didn't need any price. Cunning flashed in Shiman Ailian's eyes. Is that true? Shiman Swordsman looked at Lin Shen again and asked. I just haven't said it yet. It's not that there is no price. The bet is naturally fair. Only with efforts can you gain. Lin Shen said. What do you want? Shiman Swordsman asked with a cold face. I didn't promise you anything. Shiman Ailian said anxiously. Lin Shen ignored him and looked at Shiman Swordsman and said, if I help you pass the test, you only need to take me to meet the Sword Saint. Is it just that? Shiman Swordsman was a little surprised. He thought the other party was deliberately calculating his son, or calculating him, but now it seems that it is not the case. Yes, it's just that. Lin Shen nodded. Are you betting that I can pass the test? Asked Shiman Swordsman. No need to bet, I can help you pass the test. Lin Shen said. How to help? Asked Shiman Swordsman. What is your test? Lin Shen realized now that things were not as simple as he thought. Judging from the aura and fluctuations of Shiman Swordsman, this guy had actually reached the level of immortality. Others felt that it was getting more and more outrageous when they heard this. It would be fine if this guy was arrogant in front of Shiman Swordsman, but he didn't even know what the other person wanted to test it. Shiman Jianka felt that the person in front of him was really strange. He didn't know what his origin or why he came, and he couldn't tell what he wanted to do for a while. I have an appointment with Christine. If you draw out the Peerless Magic Sword, you will win. There are 3 opportunities in total. I come here once a month, but I have failed twice. Now this is the 3rd and last chance. Shiman Swordsman looked at Lin Shen and said, wanting to see what this person wants to do and what he is trying to do. Do you just need to be successful in the introductory practice to draw out the Peerless Magic Sword? Lin Shen asked. Yes, it's just that unlike the sword used for testing in the outer hall, the Peerless Divine Sword is the sword matched by the Sword Saint Christine. With ordinary understanding, it is impossible to draw the sword, said the swordsman of Shiman. It's okay, then let's go, I'll help you draw the sword. Lin Shen thought to himself, as long as you need to draw the sword in the introductory chapter, it's not difficult. Although I haven't practiced the introductory chapter myself, the Inheritance fan can bless people who have practiced the Inheritance and Evolutionary technique. It's too easy to win. Shiman Swordsman didn't say anything nonsense and took Shiman Ailian's hand to walk into the Sword Saint Palace. Christine had an appointment with Shiman Swordsman. Everyone in the Sword Saint Palace knew about it, and no one stopped Shiman Swordsman and let him enter the Sword Saint Palace without having to queue up. Of course, no one objected, because the place where Shiman Swordsman went was not the place where they tested it. Lin Shen and Longyue hurriedly followed Shiman Swordsman into the Sword Saint Palace. Longyue lowered her voice and said to Lin Shen in a low voice, Are you really okay? I have heard of their bets, and that's not a joke. Although Lin Shen is the founder of the introductory chapter of the Peerless Magical Art, Longyue has never heard of helping others pass the test. She is afraid that Lin Shen will be in trouble and will go back and make a mistake. Don't worry. Lin Shen's words made Longyue feel much more at ease, but what Lin Shen said next made her feel lifted her heart into her throat. Even if you lose, you can only shout 3 times, and I'm a big liar, it's no big deal. Lin Shen said with a smile. Longhua was stunned and stared at Lin Shen in a daze, looking very strange. Chapter 1152 Drawing the Sword. The people watching just now were scratching their ears and heads because they couldn't enter the Sword Saint Palace, and their hearts were so itchy. I don't know who shouted someone in the Sword Saint Palace is running a live broadcast, and everyone immediately opened the communicator and searched for the live broadcast. Sure enough, I saw someone broadcasting live in the Sword Saint Palace. The scene was about Shiman Swordsman and his group entering the Sword Saint Palace. At this time, many people who ranked in the test also opened the live broadcast to watch. Some of them were very clever. After queuing up to enter the Sword Saint Palace, they did not go to the test site, but instead went to see the Shiman Swordsman test. This live broadcast was played by one of the people. He said while walking, "Friends, this is the third time that Shiman Swordsman has come to draw his sword. I don't know if he can succeed, but the person next to him promised that he would definitely pass the test. Let's wait and see how he passed the exam." Lin Shen and his friends came to the Sword Saint Palace Square. On the stone tablet in the square, there was a long sheathless sword inserted. The sword body was completely immersed in the stone tablet, leaving only the hilt outside. The hilt of the sword is pink all over, and there is a pink crystal on it. This sword is the perfect divine sword built by Christine after he was promoted to the Dharma King. After fighting the invincible hand throughout the universe, he inserted the peerless divine sword into the sword test stone and has never been used again. In the current universe, no one is qualified to let Christine use his sword. Even without using his sword, no one can defeat Christine. Under the gaze of everyone, Shiman Swordsman asked Shiman Ailian to stand aside and wait, while he himself walked towards the sword test stone. Didn't that person say he wanted to help the swordsman pass the test? Why did he stand there without saying a word and do nothing? Damn, he wants to make a fortune by himself. If the Shiman Swordsman cannot pull it out, he will just be embarrassed. If it is pulled out, the credit will fall on him. People who don't know the truth really think he has how capable he is. 666, Learn another trick. Everyone thought Lin Shen was just a big fool who was slutty all over, and it was no different from Malai charlatan. While everyone was talking, the swordsman of Shiman had already grasped the hilt of the peerless magic sword in his palm. The aura on his body surged out like a clear spring, calm and unwavering, but it seemed to contain infinite energy. It's like a deep pool that is surging undercurrents. It looks nothing on the surface, but it's a surge of strength in the dark. After Shiman Swordsman followed the Qi family, he made a lot of military achievements in the army. He has gone step by step to this day and has been appreciated by Qi, which is regarded as a key talent to be cultivated. Shiman Swordsman did not disappoint Qi's expectations. With sufficient resources, his level and strength were growing rapidly. Now that Qi has become the Emperor of Heaven, Shiman Swordsman has become the #1 swordsman of the heavenly man race. If we only discuss the swordsmanship level, the Shiman Swordsman may not be lower than Christine, but the two of them are walking differently. However, in terms of real combat power, the current Shiman Swordsman is much worse than Christine, mainly because Christine is the Dharma King and has understood Lin Shen's peerless magical power. The laws of the swordsman of Shiman are only future laws, which are stronger than ordinary immortals, but they are still a little worse than the Dharma King. He wanted to watch the peerless magical power, but he wanted to go further. The immortal was not his ultimate pursuit. However, he also studied and understood the introduction, but did not reach the realm of transformation, and failed to draw out the peerless magic sword in the first 2 times. Before he came this time, he had already realized the realm of transformation in the introduction and was already sure, otherwise he would not have come rashly. As the power of Shiman Swordsman exploded, Shiman Swordsman also integrated his understanding of introduction. The peerless magic sword, which failed to move in the first 2 times, suddenly moved. Everyone was surprised to see this. Shiman Swordsman actually drew the peerless magic sword. Wouldn't Christine lend him the secret book of peerless magic skills? Many immortals began to make small plans when they saw this scene. Shiman Swordsman can use this method to borrow the secrets of peerless magical skills, so are they the same? Everyone thought that the swordsman of Shiman was about to draw out the peerless magic sword, but Lin Shen shook his head secretly. The peerless magic sword obviously has the power of ghosts and gods, and it is not condensed by the pure power of the entry-level chapter. No matter how thoroughly you understand the entry-level chapter, you cannot pull it out. Kristen is really a genius. He doesn't practice ghost and god skills, and he doesn't know what method he used, but he actually cultivated a sword into a ghost and god sword. If there is an extra ghost and god incarnation, this idea is simply imaginative. It's so amazing. Lin Shen had to admire that in terms of cultivation, Kristen is definitely a genius who can compete with dyes. Shiman Swordsman is also a genius among geniuses, but he made one mistake. The entry-level chapter of the Peerless Divine Arts and the Peerless Divine Arts are not the same as the same thing. The Peerless Divine Sword is mainly based on the Peerless Divine Arts. It only draws on some of the contents of the introduction, and the proportion is very small. No matter how thoroughly the Shiman Swordsman understands the entry-level chapter, he will never be able to pull out the sword. Unless he can understand the magic of ghosts and gods by himself, it is of course unlikely. Human beings cannot recognize unknown things, and understanding also requires foundation. The Peerless Magic Sword just shook for a while, and then there was no movement. No matter how hard the Shiman Swordsman exerted, he did not move any longer. This result was expected by Lin Shen. Most people could not pull out this sword, unless he could activate the ghosts and gods in the sword. Shiman Swordsman knew that there was no need to continue, so he let go of his hand and turned around and prepared to leave the sword test stone. Don't rush to give up, I haven't taken action yet. Lin Shen's voice stopped Shiman Swordsman. Shiman Swordsman frowned and looked at Lin Shen. He didn't know what he wanted to do. He didn't believe that Lin Shen could really help him draw out the Peerless Magic Sword. Is this guy really fake? I still dare to speak, can't I just play it really, right? How is it possible? Shiman Swordsman can't pull it out. What kind of help does he use? Lin Shen didn't know what others were thinking, nor did he want to know what others were thinking. He just shook his hand and a folding fan appeared in his hand, and then incited Shiman Swordsman. Others didn't see the function of the fan. It seemed that he was just a casual instigation and couldn't tell what it was. However, Shiman Swordsman's eyes narrowed because he felt a little more power in his body. You go and pull it out again. Lin Shen said to Shiman Swordsman. Shiman Swordsman's face changed a little strange, and he reached out to hold the hilt of the Peerless Magic Sword. What the hell is it? What's the use of just a few tricks? If you pretend to be a god and you can do this, I will eat the sword test stone. Will he think he is an old god? Can he make people ascend in the sun by stirring up a few fairy spirits? No one believed that Lin Shen could incite such a few moves, but as Shiman Swordsman exerted force, a dazzling red sword light shone from the junction of the sword test stone and the Peerless Magic Sword, and the light became more and more powerful. Chapter 1153 Against. Everyone was shocked when they saw the Peerless Divine Sword being raised by the swordsman of Shiman and emitting a shocking divine flame. What kind of magical operation is this TMD? Just a few tricks, and then pull it out? This is not a liar, this is an old god. Shiman Eilean looked at her father holding up the Peerless Magic Sword, and her little face looked surprised. As the flames of the Peerless Divine Sword surged into the night, in the depths of the Sword Saint Palace, Christine, who was sitting quietly like a dead stone, opened her eyes and broke through the air in an instant. Just a flash of figure, Christine came to the square, looked at the swordsman Simon who was holding the Peerless Magic Sword in his hand, and walked down the steps. As Christine came, the Peerless Magic Sword in the hands of the swordsman Simon made a shocking sound of the sword, struggled with his palms, and flew to Christine. Christine didn't look at the Peerless Magic Sword, and reached out to hold the hilt of the sword, holding the magic sword backwards and continued to move forward. However, he did not stop in front of Shiman Swordsman, and walked directly to Lin Shen by the sword test stone. Everyone was wondering whether Shiman Swordsman was angry because of this man's intervention. When it was going to be detrimental to him, he saw Shiman Swordsman coming to Lin Shen and bowing deeply to Lin Shen. Everyone was shocked. Christine is already recognized as the most powerful person in the universe today. Who can treat him as such a gift? Christine ignored the eyes of others and opened the door of the sword temple and made a hand gesture to Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not give in nor did he give in. Accompanied by Christine, he headed towards the sword temple. When Christine walked to the swordsman of Simon, she whispered, "Let's come together." Christine brought a few people into the Sword Saint Temple, and then asked him to close the door. At the same time, he announced that the Sword Saint Palace will be closed and will not receive foreign guests. Everyone was invited out of the Sword Saint Palace, and they were guessing in their hearts what the person was from, and they actually treated Christine like this. Lin Shen? Shiman Swordsman had already guessed Lin Shen's identity, looked at Lin Shen in the hall, and called out his identity. There were no outsiders here, and Lin Shen no longer covered him. He left the base and turned into a shell, revealing his true face, and said to Shiman Swordsman with a smile, "Long time no see. You are the god of Lin." Before Shiman Swordsman could speak, Shiman Ailian beside him was already so excited, with surprise inside his big eyes. "Ai Lian, your father and I came out of our mother's star together. If you don't dislike it, just call you uncle," Lin Shen said. Shiman Ailian looked at her father and saw that Shiman Swordsman nodded slightly. Then she shouted happily, "My nephew has met Uncle Lin. I didn't expect to see you here, and I was not prepared. I just treat this little thing as a gift from my uncle to you." Lin Shen took out something and handed it to Shiman Ailian. Seeing his father nodding, Shiman Ailian thanked Lin Shen again and took it happily. "Are you here to get the peerless magical skills?" Seeing Lin Shen looking at him, Christine took out a book from his arms, which was the book Lin Shen's Peerless Magical Skills written by Lin Shen. However, he did not hand it over to Lin Shen, and actually smiled and said, "Originally, this book was to be returned to you. You helped Shiman Swordsman draw out my matching sword, so I can only lend it to him to read first." "It's okay." Lin Shen didn't care. "No need, I didn't pull out the sword myself, please give it to him." Shiman Swordsman refused to take over and just shook his head. Christine looked at Lin Shen, who was not shy, and took the book over, then said to Shiman Ailian, "Lend me your communicator." When Shiman Ailian heard this, she took off the watch on her wrist and handed it to Lin Shen, without asking Lin Shen what she wanted to do. Lin Shen took Shiman Ailian's communicator, then opened the book, took the contents page by page, and returned the communicator to Shiman Ailian after the filming. Seeing what Shiman Swordsman wanted to say, Lin Shen smiled and said, "This book is about to be published, so you can't find it online again." After saying that, Lin Shen threw the book to Longyue, who was beside him. After hearing Lin Shen say this, Shiman Swordsman didn't say anything else. "I have already thanked you for your passing skills in the past. Now I ask you to fight with me." Christine waited for Lin Shen to handle all the matter before speaking to Lin Shen. Lin Shen shook his head with a wry smile, and said to himself, "This guy's temperament has not changed at all. Get out the sword." Lin Shen knew that if he didn't take on this battle, Christine would not give up, so he simply refused and agreed directly. Shiman Swordsman took Xiao Ailian to the side, and Longyue also retreated to the other side. Looking at Lin Shen and Christine facing each other, they also wanted to know what level Lin Shen has reached now. Christine held the peerless magic sword in his hand, and his aura was extremely restrained. He could not feel any fluctuations in his power, as if he was just an ordinary person standing there. There is no sword intent, no sword energy, no sword light, just standing so casually, the peerless divine sword in his hand becomes dull, like an ordinary steel sword. Shiman Swordsman's eyes became solemn. He originally thought that he was no less than Christine when talking about the realm of swordsmanship, but when he saw Christine standing there today, he knew that he was still a little worse. The sword is like a human, and the human is like a sword. Christine's sword Dao realm has reached the ultimate realm of seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing a water as a water, and the unity of man and sword. Mayu showed a shock on her face. Just standing there, Christine had already made her think that she could not be a rival, and she could only describe it as a shocking person. The next moment, Christine stabbed out with a sword. The sword comes out, and it is as if the whole world is divided into two halves by this sword, as if there is no power in the world that can match this sword, even the entire universe will be broken by this sword. A sword opens the world. The face of the Shiman swordsman was as earth as the ground, and Longyue also had a tragic change in her beauty. They were in the battle, but they could not break this sword. If they faced this sword, they would have no way to die. Both of them stared at Lin Shen, wondering how he could break this unparalleled sword. They thought of thousands of possibilities, but they did not expect that Lin Shen just stretched out his finger and gently pinched the sword that cut through the world was sandwiched between his fingers. The peerless magic sword containing terrifying power seemed to be frozen, and it was no longer possible to move. No matter how hard Christine exerted, the peerless magic sword seemed to be fixed in the air, and it was difficult to move between Lin Shen's fingers. Lin Shen moved his fingers slightly, and the terrifying power directly prevented Christine City from grasping her sword. Deadly silence. A complete absolute crush. Without any skills, Christine, who is already known as the number one in the universe, was forced to crush, pure attribute crushing. Chapter 1154. The Girl. Simon Swordsman and Long Yu were both shocked. Lin Shen's ability to suppress Christine like this only shows that his speed and strength have an absolute advantage when facing Christine. However, with Christine's ability, he would be crushed in all directions. It is hard to imagine how strong Lin Shen is now. I am worthy of being a person who can write peerless magical skills. I am no longer in the same realm. Long Yue exclaimed in her heart. Uncle Lin is so strong. Although Shiman Eilian couldn't see anything, she saw Lin Shen snatching Christine's sword with one move, and became more and more admiring. Christine looked at Lin Shen and asked, "Are there many people as strong as you?" "A lot." Lin Shen returned the sword to Christine. His attributes are much higher than Christine, and his skills and tactics are not inferior to him, so Christine has no chance to fight at all. It seems that it's time to leave. Christine took the sword, but was not depressed by failure, but her eyes became more firm. "Don't worry, let's talk first." Lin Shen asked Christine's message number and planned to have time to explain the situation of the Immortal Court to Christine after he went back so that he would not rashly go in and be captured by the Star God Palace in the South District. Lin Shen is now accused of having a grudge with the Star God Palace in the South District, so it will be difficult to save people. After making an agreement with Christine, Lin Shen, Long Yue and Shiman Swordsman left the swordsman together. When they parted, Shiman Swordsman looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression and said, "If one day, when you need me there, just say a word." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Shen to answer, Shiman Swordsman took Xiao Eilian away, and Xiao Eilian frequently turned around and waved his hand to say goodbye to Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew in his heart that Shiman Swordsman had guessed that he had returned from the Immortal Court. Since people like him know that there is a higher existence, they cannot stop moving forward and will enter the Immortal Court in the future. Lin Shen shook his head. In the future, more and more people will enter the Immortal Court. He has to think of a way to solve the problem of the ascending channel, otherwise everyone will be arrested by the Star God Palace. You can't save people every time. If you want to save people, you have to first figure out why the Star God Palace is so targeting people from the ancient realm. Lin Shen thought secretly in his heart, and could not think of the answer for a while. He could only find a way to find out after returning to the Immortal Court. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Lin Shen looked at Long Yue. Long Yue's cheeks were slightly red, but she bit her lip and said, "Don't think too much, I'm for the ideal in my heart." Lin Shen was too lazy to listen to her, so he reached out and immediately came to the top of the sea, and used his supreme power to isolate the snowflakes and put them on the ground. Appreciating the vastness of the sea of clouds and the colorfulness of the fallen heroes, Lin Shen slept with Long Yue for a night. After getting what he wanted, he floated away directly. As expected, it was only 1/10 of the tide. After Lin Shen left, Long Yue, who seemed to be still sleeping, opened her eyes. She looked at the direction of Lin Shen leaving, with a complex look in her eyes. Lin Shen no longer delayed his time and returned to Giant Ringstar as quickly as possible. Originally, he thought that meeting Tianquan and his elder sister would inevitably be a warm picture, and maybe they would cry excitedly. But when Lin Shen saw them, they didn't react at all when they saw Lin Shen. They just said "You're back," and then ran around, rummaging through the cabinets and didn't know what they were doing. Not only them, but everyone is like this, as if the Japanese had entered the village, turning everything upside down. What's going on? Lin Shen pulled himself in the sky and hovered for several circles, as if a falcon was looking for prey. Tianqin, who had just fallen down, asked, "What else can it be?" "Your daughter is lost." Tianqin said angrily, 3 episodes, the 3rd episode this month. Daughter is lost. Lin Shen was stunned by the two subsequent news. The first news made his brain suddenly happy, but the second news made him stupid and got up and wanted to find someone. The eldest sister grabbed Lin Shen and said, "What are you doing?" "Look for my daughter." Lin Shen said anxiously. "Do you know your daughter? Do you know what she looks like?" "What are you looking for?" the eldest sister said with a lip sneer. Yes, I don't know what my daughter looks like yet." Lin Shen patted his head, losing his temper. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal to lose your daughter," the eldest sister comforted. Lin Shen was displeased when he heard this. "Sister, what is not a big deal? Isn't it a big deal if all the children are lost? Be careful not to tell you just now. This month it's the third time. I got lost 8 times last month, and I'm used to it," said the eldest sister. "How old is my daughter?" Lin Shen asked in a daze. He calculated that it was less than 10 months since he went to the immortal court. Even according to the time of human pregnancy and childbirth, his daughter was only a few months old and could not even leave. How could she get lost? If we follow the birth time of the heavenly man race, Tianquan should not have been born yet. The eldest sister explained, "Your daughter is really hard to describe. I thought you were hard to take care of when you were a few hours. I didn't expect that it would be too worry-free when you compared this daughter." The elder sister briefly explained the situation to Lin Shen. Lin Shen's daughter was only less than 3 months old and had not arrived for 100 days. Except for the first month, I was quite honest, lying obediently on the crib, and being funny by various toys. At that time, everyone thought that Xiaojiu was so obedient that she basically didn't cry or make a fuss, and she would cheer anyone who would tease her. But by the second month, things began to go wrong. Xiaojiu learned to climb, and then the style suddenly changed. Every day on the island, a baby could be seen crawling around on the ground, sparks and lightning all the way, and the speed quickly reached 70 yards. Since then, Xiaojiu has no idea where she has crawled. "I lost 8 times last month, and this month is better, and it is only the 3rd time. This is the result of strict precautions." Xiaojiu's physique was unexpectedly strong. Once it was found in a trench, and once it was found in a nest of an ascension creature on the island. When she was found, she was lying in the arms of an ascension creature who had just given birth to a cub, competing for milk to eat with those cubs. None of the 8 little kids could snatch her. She grabbed one with her hands, and her little feet were still kicking the faces of 2 little kids. This young ancestor is less than 3 months old and is almost able to write a book on glorious deeds. The only advantage is that it is easy to live. It tastes good to eat, but it doesn't have to feed it at all. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this, and he was very suspicious that his elder sister was talking about her daughter or the foodies who were drunk, lustful, and wealthy. Chapter 11:55 Wine Gourd. Everyone was looking for Xiaojiu, not because they were afraid that she would get hurt, but because they were afraid that outsiders would take her away, or that they would fall from the Star Ring Island and fall into some cave in the crack of the ground. It would be bad if they couldn't find it. The reason why everyone was so anxious this time was because they were about to turn over Xinghuan Island, and they didn't find Xiaojiu, and they suspected that it had fallen from Xinghuan Island. If it falls on the giant ring star continent, it will be much troublesome to search. "Sister, it seems that he is not on the island. Now search the mainland immediately." Tiansun came over and said anxiously. "Look for it quickly, don't have anything wrong, don't stand there, look for it quickly." The eldest sister pushed Lin Shen. "You haven't told me yet, what does my daughter look like?" Lin Shen said hurriedly. "Then you still need to ask? Whose daughter has only been there for more than 2 months, and she can get up and bring lightning to 70 yards when she gets up," the eldest sister said angrily. Yes, my daughter is so special, you can recognize it at a glance." Lin Shen nodded repeatedly, feeling a little dizzy. Tianquan sent a photo to Lin Shen, which was a small baby wearing a one-piece baby suit. She had thick hair, thick eyebrows, and not too big eyes, but she had beautiful single phoenix eyes, which looked weird and cute. "This is my daughter. But the name Xiaojiu. Why is it a little bit like by Xiaojiu? It's better to think about a big name when you look back." Lin Shen flew up, left Xinghuan Island, and searched towards the continent below. Everyone flew up one after another, and even Lao Tai went out to find Xiaojiu. Lin Shen didn't expect that he had just returned and became a member of the team of people looking for him. He flew almost at a low altitude close to the ground, searching carefully without missing any suspicious places, especially those gullies and forests. Lin Shen searched as carefully as possible. With Lin Shen's current vision and hearing, if he listens carefully, it would be an exaggeration to say that it is 1,000-mile eye and ear. However, some of the gaps and cracks cannot be seen through at a glance, and he does not have the ability to see through. When I flew over a mountain, I saw that the mountain was bare and was covered with stones, as if there was no place to hide people. Lin Shen was going to fly over directly. But for some reason, Lin Shen took a few more glances and flew around the mountain for a while and found a crack in the cave on the side of the mountain. The mountain wall was nearly 90 degrees, and it seemed that it could not be climbed up, but Lin Shen still fell down and walked into the cave to take a look. The cave was deep, and there were strange lights and shadows in the cave that should have been pitch black. Lin Shen flew towards the depths of the cave after thinking for a moment. Although the cave was deep, there were almost no bends. When the forest came to the depths of the cave, it was overjoyed. I saw a relatively large space deep in the cave, and many thick roots grew in this space. These roots are thick as arms, and thick as water tanks. They connect the upper and lower ends of the space one by one, as if they were a bare forest. At this time, a little baby wearing a red and pink one-piece baby suit and a pair of phoenix eyes was sitting next to the dense roots, holding something in his hand. Lin Shen recognized the baby as his daughter at first sight, and he didn't have to take photos to compare them. His eyes and mouth looked so much like him. "Xiaojiu, why did you come here?" Lin Shen fell in front of Xiaojiu and reached out to pick Xiaojiu up. Xiaojiu didn't resist, but instead smiled happily, waving something in her hand. Lin Shen hugged Xiaojiu and looked carefully, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The thing Xiaojiu was holding in his hand looked like a jade gourd. It is not unusual to have a jade gourd formed in the base plant, but Lin Shen soon discovered something was wrong because there were words on this gourd. "A sip of wine in the gourd makes you happy like a god." Lin Shen saw that the words on it were written crookedly and could not even be considered a rumor. I guess someone carved it randomly. But when Lin Shen saw a few words on the other side, his eyes suddenly widened. I saw the other side with the 3 words, "Little Wine Emperor." This is so famous that Lin Shen thought that he wouldn't know. The 5 sacrificial robes in the secret place of Giant Ring Star were left by this Little Wine Emperor. But Lin Shen was not sure whether this jade wine gourd was left by the real Little Wine Emperor. Many things in the universe that pretend to be celebrities are also very common. Who knows if this is a copy bought by a worshipper of a Little Wine Emperor and then thrown here? "Xiaojiu, let Dad see this wine gourd." Lin Shen tried to take the wine gourd from Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu let go of her hand very well, eating her little hands, and looking at Lin Shen curiously. Lin Shen took the wine gourd and wanted to open the cover of the gourd to see if there was anything inside. As the name suggests, wine gourds are naturally used to hold wine. This gourd is carved from white jade with mutton fat, but there are no traces of manual carving, as if it was born and raised. Moreover, this gourd has a little more transparency that is not as transparent as white jade in the fat, but it is not completely transparent. There are clouds and mists in the ice. Lin Shen pulled it out, but he couldn't pull it off. He was slightly stunned, and then pulled it out hard, but he still had no reaction at all. At this time, Lin Shen felt something was wrong. His power was so powerful that he pulled it hard, and his power had surpassed most immortals. He would probably not be able to withstand the ordinary inferior artifacts when he pulled it like this. This wine gourd had no reaction at all, which shows that it was absolutely extraordinary. Lin Shen was secretly shocked. Is it really the Little Wine Emperor's thing? Lin Shen pulled it hard again, but the result was still as if he were still. The wine gourd was not damaged at all and the lid did not move. Lin Shen's surprise was extraordinary. He had already used all his strength, and his strength was no less than that of the superior gods. The wine gourd was still motionless, which was simply unbelievable. Although the Little Wine Emperor is strong, he is from the ancient world area and is at most an immortal. Why is the things he left behind so unique texture? Unless the Little Wine Emperor has also been to the immortal court. Lin Shen thought secretly in his heart, and his eyes were looking up and down. There will be no such wine gourd here for no reason, maybe there is something else. Lin Shen's look really made him see some tricks. There were actually some words carved on the rocks on the ground where Xiaojiu was sitting. Lin Shen waved his hand and stroked the dirty things on it, revealing rows of crooked handwriting. One person, one sword, one gourd, and he was completely invincible in the wine. Chapter 1156 Something Wrong. Lin Shen looked carefully and saw many small words below. These words are written in a crooked manner, like some insects are crawling. After a closer look, Lin Shen found that the small characters below were actually a technique. Sword in the wine, is this the technique left by the little wine emperor? Lin Shen waved his hand and cut off all the nearby roots, but he did not find anything related to the little wine emperor, and there was even no other artificial thing. Lin Shen thought for a while, recorded the technique of the sword and wine carved on the ground, and studied it carefully when he went back. Yeah. Xiaojiu and Lin Shen's arms reached out to ask for the wine gourd. Lin Shen didn't find anything on the wine gourd, so he simply handed the wine gourd to Xiaojiu and let her play as a toy. Xiaojiu was very happy, holding the wine gourd in his hand, and his little face was rubbing against him, as if he was holding a doll. Lin Shen looked at the cave carefully again, and immediately got up and flew away without finding it. At the same time, he notified Tianxuan and his elder sister, telling them that Xiaojiu had found it. In order to reassure them, Lin Shen was also preparing to take a video of Xiaojiu and send it to him. But when he looked down, Lin Shen was shocked. Xiaojiu was holding the wine gourd in both hands. At some point, the lid of the wine gourd was actually opened. The little guy was holding the gourd and shining in his mouth. Lin Shen could even see liquid overflowing from the corner of her mouth, and she could smell the fragrance of wine. Lin Shen's face turned green when he was frightened, and he quickly snatched the wine gourd in her hand. Who knows what is here? What if it is poisonous wine? Even if it is not poisonous, if it is really the wine that the little wine emperor drank, can it be ordinary wine? Ordinary people are afraid they can't afford it, let alone a baby. Lin Shen quickly checked Xiaojiu's health. Fortunately, there was no problem. His physical condition looked very normal, and it was even a bit too normal. Xiaojiu stretched out her hand, and Yi wanted to drink wine gourd, and there was crystal saliva from the corner of her mouth. My baby daughter, this is not something you can drink. Wait until we get home to drink milk. Lin Shen said as he looked at the wine gourd, feeling a little confused. He tried his best just now but couldn't open the lid of the wine gourd, so why did it open now? The lid is still open. When you look in from the mouth of the gourd, you can also see liquid inside. Lin Shen planned to pour some liquid out and study what kind of wine it was. It smelled good, but Lin Shen didn't drink much, and I don't know if it was an ordinary wine. Although he can't taste wine, his eyes are stronger than microscopes and can see extremely subtle things. If something is mixed in the wine, he will definitely not escape his eyes. But Lin Shen fell out, but nothing was poured out. There was obviously liquid inside, and there was a lot of it, but no matter how Lin Shen shook it, nothing was poured out. It's strange. Why can't you fall out? Do you have to suck it with your mouth? Lin Shen thought for a while, intending to suck out the wine with his mouth. But before his mouth could touch the wine gourd, the lid of the wine gourd moved by itself and covered it with a bang. I'll go. Is this thing still more independent? Lin Shen was very surprised and reached out to pull out the lid, but he couldn't pull it out again. Xiaojiu, open it. Lin Shen had some doubts in his heart and handed the wine gourd to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu happily held the wine gourd, reached out to grab the lid of the wine gourd, and sure enough, he pulled it off at once, and hugged the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth again. Lin Shen quickly grabbed the wine gourd and wanted to get some wine out. But when the wine gourd came to his hands, the wine flowed back and didn't sprinkle a drop, leaving Lin Shen's plan empty. Xiaojiu's mouth sagged and looked at Lin Shen's eyes, as if there were crystal tears spinning, as if it would fall down in the next second. Xiaojiu, be good. Look what this is. Lin Shen quickly took some snacks and toys from the space capsule and came out to coax Xiaojiu. After finally coaxing Xiaojiu, I turned around and found that the lid of the wine gourd had been automatically covered. Is this thing acknowledging the master, right? Lin Shen felt that this might not be a bad thing. Maybe it was a blessing for his daughter. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard the sound of hiccups and then I smelled the smell of wine. When I looked down, I saw that it was Xiaojiu who had burped. When I didn't pay attention to her, I didn't know how much wine she had drunk. Xiaojiu showed an abnormal blush on her face, and at the same time, a strange power fluctuation appeared on her body. This scared Lin Shen, because the fluctuations in Xiaojiu were actually comparable to those of an immortal existence, and it was still rising. Lin Shen was shocked and suspicious. Both he and Tianquan had good genes, but Lin Shen couldn't believe it if they could directly give birth to an immortal daughter. After all, people from the ancient world have been born with the highest level over the years. Dies is just a natural nirvana. I have never heard of anyone who was born immortal unless he is a god in the immortal court. The power fluctuations in Xiaojiu's body at this time were already a little scary, and Lin Shen estimated that he was not inferior to the Dharma King. The key is that Xiaojiu's body can withstand such powerful energy, and there is no problem. Lin Shen has been observing Xiaojiu's body. With such a large amount of energy, it seems that there is no burden on her body. Suddenly, Xiaojiu broke free from his arms, and after spinning 1080 degrees in the air, he steadily landed on the ground with his feet and landed on the ground. Xiaojiu, who originally knew how to climb, was standing there at this time, just shaking, as if she was drunk. Lin Shen was a little worried and wanted to go over and bring Xiaojiu back. Although Xiaojiu's health was fine, this state was obviously wrong. Before Lin Shen walked over to hug her, Xiaojiu started to move. Her steps were floating, shaking left and right like a drunk man, her body seemed to be falling, and she was swaying like a lotus leaf in the wind. Lin Shen stared at Xiaojiu in a daze and saw Xiaojiu running around the cave, looking messy, like a drunkard, but Lin Shen saw that there seemed to be some mysterious truth in it. This is... Lin Shen saw the problem and immediately took out the sword technique in the wine he had photographed. After a closer look, he found that Xiaojiu's current state was very similar to part of the sword technique in the wine. Lin Shen's eyes at Xiaojiu suddenly became gloomy. He was now a little suspicious. Was there something wrong with Xiaojiu? Don't you have someone invaded your body? Lin Shen's eyes narrowed and he grabbed the wine gourd that was trembling and trying to fly out. The power in his hands secretly arises. No matter how hard the wine gourd struggles, he can't escape from his palm. Bang! The lid of the wine gourd suddenly opened itself, and a stream of wine shot out like a sharp sword. Chapter 1157 Family. The wine in the wine gourd rushed towards Lin Shen's face like a sword. Lin Shen pointed out with a finger and directly pierced the wine. But the wine flowed to Lin Shen's body, and in an instant it wrapped Lin Shen's body. A ball of wine wrapped around Lin Shen's body, and no matter how Lin Shen exerted his strength, the wine only changed shape, but could not escape from it. The wine was everywhere, trying to immerse Lin Shen's body from his pores, but was blocked by the sudden carapace. But Lin Shen soon discovered that the wine could soak into the carapace. Lin Shen looked carefully and with his eyesight, he could not see the structure of these wines. Anything has a structure, and not seeing its structure can only mean that the structure of this thing is too thin and too small, so the structure cannot be seen. The wine can penetrate into the carapace bit by bit without destroying it, indicating that the particles that make it are smaller than the gap between the carapace particles. Lin Shen quickly used several kinds of power, but he was unable to expel the wine. There is indeed something wrong with this thing. Lin Shen's heart moved, and the fire of the Donghuan water got activated. The wine that had originally attached to him and had been immersed in the shell actually flowed out of Lin Shen's body with a thud, maintaining a very close distance, but could not touch Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen's entire body was like a layer of hydrophobic film. No matter how twisted and invaded the wine, it could not even be a particle. Lin Shen kept holding the wine gourd with one hand and did not let go. The wine gourd was shaking harder and harder. With Lin Shen's strength, his fingers could not hold it. What are you? Lin Shen asked coldly at the wine gourd. The wine gourd didn't say a word, but it was vibrating more and more vigorously, and Lin Shen's fingers were about to get stuck. Since I don't say it, then stop talking. Lin Shen thought, and the chaos Xiaozhong appeared in his hand and covered the wine gourd. If the Yujing bottle and the red gourd are born, they will know too many people and it will be easy to be born if they are sensed by others. There are very few people in the world who know that the king of the ancient realm has borrowed the title of Emperor Dong to become a god, and even fewer people know about the Chaos Xiaozhong. Otherwise, the Chaos Xiaozhong would have been in Deng Anhua's hands for so long that he would not have hidden it at all, and no one would have discovered it. As soon as the Chaos Bell came out, the wine gourd stopped trembling, and the wine gushed out like a spring water, resisting the suppressed Chaos Bell. However, the massive amount of wine was sucked in by the Chaos Xiaozhong, and he couldn't escape even a drop. The wine in the wine gourd seemed endless, but the volume of the wine spring that ejected in an instant was comparable to that of the entire giant ring star. However, under the Chaos Xiaobell, these had no effect. No matter how much wine was poured out from the wine gourd, they were eventually sucked into it by the Chaos Xiaobell. Buzz! Seeing Chaos Xiaozhong pressing down little by little, he was about to suck the wine gourd in, but a sword light suddenly spewed out from the wine gourd. The sword light is like a little bit of Hongmeng light when the sky and the earth were born, and it is like a ray of rays when the sun just rose, like a green rainbow and a sword light. At that moment, the sword light actually penetrated the shackles of Chaos Xiaozhong and pierced Lin Shen's heart. Lin Shen was shocked. He didn't expect that the wine gourd was so powerful. The sword light sprayed out from the wine gourd could break through the power of the Chaos Xiaozhong. After all, Chaos Xiaozhong is also the god-making weapon of the king of the ancient realm. Although it is not as good as the real emperor's artifact, it is also half an emperor's artifact. This did not stop the sword light, and the destructive power of the sword light was really unimaginable. The speed was too fast and the distance was too close, so there was no time to dodge and block it. When Lin Shen thought he was going to withstand this attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a porcelain white long-necked bottle in his hand, aiming the mouth of the bottle at the sword light. Xiao Yi! Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to appear so promptly, nor did he expect her to take action. The sword light rushed into the Yujing bottle all at once. Ding ding dang dang made a noise. The sword light was not refined by the Yujing bottle, but was constantly rushing into the Yujing bottle, trying to break through the Yujing bottle. Unfortunately, although the Yujing bottle has not returned to the emperor level, its foundation is still there. The Yujing bottle keeps ringing, but the sword light has never been able to rush out. Xiao Ye's face was extremely cold. He held the jade bottle in his hand, stared at the wine gourd, and said in a deep voice, "Xiaona, kill it." Xiaona, who came out later with a red gourd in her hand, also had anger on her face and said angrily, "You dare to touch our dad, go to die. Go, gourd, help me refine elixir." With Xiaona's voice, purple clouds suddenly emerged from the red gourd and fell on the wine gourd, and it was about to suck it in. The wine smell filled the body of the wine gourd, blocking the suction force of the red gourd, but it was somewhat invincible and was gradually sucked towards the red gourd. Xiaona held up the red gourd and kept increasing her strength, her face full of indignation. Before, there was a Chaos Xiaozhong in Lin Shen's body, and they could not sense the situation outside. When the Chaos Xiaozhong competed with the wine gourd, he had no time to completely block it, allowing Xiao Yi and Xiao Na to see the situation outside. When they sensed the situation outside, they saw a sword light spewing out of the wine gourd to kill Lin Shen, so they could not bear it, so Xiao Yi rushed out directly. She said she didn't recognize Lin Shen, but she didn't seem to think so in her heart, otherwise she wouldn't have rushed out immediately. Don't do it. This is the flood that rushes the Dragon King temple. The whole family doesn't recognize the whole family. Human facial features actually appeared on the wine gourd. I don't know if it was the person who had cheated or the gourd became a spirit. Sister, it's me. I'm Lao Lu. Stop sucking. Jiu Hulu's facial features showed a mask of pain and shouted at the red Hulu. I still want to recognize my relatives now, it's too late. Xiaona didn't eat it at all, letting the red gourd continue to suck it hard there. The facial features on the wine gourd hurriedly said, "It's a real relative. We were born in one furnace. I was the old 6th heavenly emperor gourd. Later, you were taken away by the Antarctic emperor Changsheng, and I was also stolen by the little wine emperor who killed the sky. We are all separated from each other. We are really sisters who have been separated for many years." Lin Shen looked a little strange. Why did he sound a little familiar with the plot? The more he listened, the more he looked like a story about a gourd baby, but this guy turned out to be a mother. Lin Shen didn't know if the wine gourd was talking nonsense. I think it was not very credible, because the red gourd was the magic weapon of the great emperor. There was only one in the world, so how could there be any sisters? Jiu Hulu said that she was Lao Lu, so wouldn't it mean that there are 4 identical gourds in the world, and how could there be so many emperor artifacts? Chapter 1158 The Gourd of Death. I said, sister, you really don't suck it. I can't hold it anymore. If you really suck it in, it turns into blood. It's too late for you to regret it. The mask of pain on Jiu Hulu's face became more and more distorted. Although Xiaona didn't believe it and ignored it, she felt that the suction force of the red gourd in her hand suddenly became smaller. As the real owner of the red gourd, Lin Shen naturally felt it and was slightly surprised. Hey, is this guy actually saying it true? It really has nothing to do with the red gourd? But how is this possible? There are only 6 pieces of the Emperor's magic weapon in the entire universe, and the other 5 pieces are not gourds. Why does a gourd that recognizes relatives appear? Jiu Hulu seemed to know that it was useless to ask for the red gourd, so he quickly turned to Lin Shen and said, "This master, you misunderstood. I have no malicious intentions to your daughter. Instead, I have a kind intention. I want to pass on the inheritance of little Jiu Emperor to her. It's totally good intentions. I'm really misunderstood." Lin Shen took a look at Xiaojiu, who was walking around and was already falling asleep drunk on the ground, and said with a cold face, "Do you say a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding? Your sword light just now almost killed me." Jiu Hulu quickly explained, "It's really unfair. The sword in the wine was automatically stimulated because of your strong strength. It's not my original intention. The sword in the wine was left by the little wine emperor, the thief who killed the heaven. Not only did he guard against you, it was also guarding me." Jiu Hulu quickly explained the matter clearly and did not dare to waste time anymore. According to it, they were born in the 7 gourd sisters. As for what this furnace is, they can't tell it clearly. They only know it is a mountain like a Dan furnace. But it is unknown whether it is a mountain or a furnace. They came out in a furnace, and I don't know how many years they had gone through, and a man appeared and took them away. Later they found out that the man was the Jade Emperor, the Lord of the Immortal Court. Later, the Jade Emperor gave them one by one, leaving only the last gourd, named the Heavenly Emperor Gourd. I was fine in the Immortal Court. I was the bastard of the Little Wine Emperor. I stole me from the Xinshao Palace. The one I killed that day, I actually used it as a gourd for drinking. The Gourd of Heaven became more and more angry. Later it was always carried by Xiaojiudi and used by Xiaojiudi to hold wine. A person like Little Wine Emperor, the wine contained in the gourd is naturally not an ordinary thing. Later, Little Wine Emperor even realized the truth with wine and realized the invincible sword in the world. Since then, he has used gourds to raise wine and swords with wine, and the current wine gourd has been created. Of course, the world is invincible. I am afraid that it is a bit of raising one's mind. After all, the sword in the wine is kept in its body. Originally, the wine gourd thought that from then on, it would be able to live happily with the Little Wine Emperor. No one in the universe could do anything to them. Although the universe was big, it could let them come and go freely. They would go wherever they wanted. They would decide whoever they wanted. I never thought that the wine gourd would never have dreamed that the Little Wine Emperor would have a whim one day and he would have to quit drinking. The wine gourd was struck by lightning at that time. Because the Little Wine Emperor said it was not easy to quit drinking, so he left him here to wait for the destined person and asked him to find a new owner. He did not even take away a sword energy raised in the wine, and left it here to let the wine gourd pass on to the new owner. The Little Wine Emperor said yes, and left at will. That was so straightforward. The wine gourd left here seemed to be shocked by a bolt from the blue. It couldn't even recover at that time, and I couldn't believe that the Little Wine Emperor, the god-killing man, actually left it behind like this. Later, I figured it out. You don't want your aunt, you have your own place to go. Today you ignore me and I will make you unable to stand up tomorrow. The wine gourd figured out these things and planned to go out to live alone. What kind of master should I find? It is a dignified heavenly emperor gourd. Wouldn't it be a free and happy life by itself? Unexpectedly, it was about to run out, but the sword energy it was built in the wine dragged it back. As long as it doesn't leave here, there will be nothing wrong. Once it wants to get out of the cave, the sword in the wine will explode and drag it back. At first, the wine gourd didn't believe in evil, so he tried his best to do it, but he failed. He couldn't get rid of the sword in the wine and could only stay in the cave. The wine gourd thought for a long time before he came back to the taste. If it didn't pass on the sword in the wine, it would probably never have thought about it in its entire life. I just waited and waited for the wine gourd. I hoped someone would come soon and just find someone to pass on the sword in the wine so that I could regain my freedom soon. But God knows that no one is here at all. The wine gourd has been waiting here for countless years, but it can't remember it anyway. Not to mention humans, it has never seen an ant. I haven't seen anyone. I've never seen him. I'm almost forgot what a person looks like. Finally, I waited for your daughter to appear here. I didn't have time to treat her as my biological benefactor. How could I hurt her? I just wanted to pass on the sword in the wine to her. But the sword in the wine is too sharp. I can't bear the immortal body. I can only drink first, absorb the sword in the wine, slowly change my physique and absorb the sword energy. Finally, I practice it into a sword in the wine. Although the little wine emperor, the bitch whom he killed, is not a thing, the sword in the wine he created is really invincible in the world. I passed it to your daughter. It's really good or bad, but no matter where it is bad. The more Jiuhulu said, the more unfair he felt. What's the matter? I just wanted to give this peerless technique to someone, but I was pressed and beaten up. What kind of world is this? Jiuhulu felt that he should have changed his name to Kuhulu, and this life is real life. What is invincible in the world? Isn't it just taken away by my sister? Xiaona said disdainfully. Jiuhulu explained helplessly, your sister is the magic weapon of the great emperor. What I raise is only a sword energy left by the little wine emperor. There is no comparison between the two. To put it bluntly, if the little wine emperor uses the sword in the wine, the great emperor's artifact may not be able to stop it. When Jiuhulu said this, he felt a little proud. After all, the little wine emperor created the sword in the wine, which also contributed to it. Does there be the intention of the little wine emperor in that sword energy? Lin Shen asked with a frown. When the wine gourd heard this, he immediately understood and said, Sir, you really misunderstood. The little wine emperor killed that day, his body was more than the universe, and his sword heart was connected to the gods. He was already an immortal body, enough to be comparable to the emperor. The universe was immortal. If the emperor did not die, he would not die. Why should he take away other people's bodies? I have raised that sword energy for many years. I dare to guarantee my life. That sword energy is a pure sword in wine, with absolutely no spiritual intention, and it is even more impossible to take away others' bodies. Jiuhulu felt that she was so unlucky. She was stolen when she was staying in the fairy court, but was abandoned again. Just now, I had the hope of getting out of trouble, but I met such a terrible guy again. I actually had 2 great emperor artifacts around me, and a small clock that could compete with it. I don't know what the person is from. If it had known that this person was so cruel and had such a wealth, it would come out to speak well immediately and not show off its own ideas. Originally, it wanted to teach Lin Shen a lesson so that he could know his excellence. Although he would mainly recognize Xiaojiu in the future, they still had to offer it like their ancestors. Who knew that this would be the result? Chapter 1159. The word Lang is the first Xiaojiu emperor. You said that the person who picked the 7 gourds was the Jade Emperor, then you can tell me what kind of person is the Jade Emperor. If you say it right, I believe what you said and let it go. If you say it wrong. Lin Shen did not finish speaking, but the meaning was already very obvious. When Jiuhulu heard this, his facial features suddenly wrinkled into a ball and he said depressedly, You ask me what kind of person is Xiaojiu? I can tell you clearly. Even a few spots on his face are covered with, I can tell you clearly. If you ask me to tell me what the Jade Emperor looks like, I really don't know where to start.
In other words, you don't know?
Lin Shen's face turned cold.
Zhou Hulu sighed, you can't say you don't know.
The Jade Emperor who took out our 7 treasure gourd from the furnace looked like an old man. The Jade Emperor who took out my sisters and gave it to others was another middle-aged man. I have seen him 7 times in total. Sometimes he looks like an old man, sometimes he looks like a middle-aged man.
I really don't know which one is him.
Later, the little wine emperor entered the immortal court and stole me from the Xinshao palace. I never saw him again, and I only heard of his deeds. After a pause, the wine gourd said again, but I heard the little wine emperor say that the Jade Emperor is the lord of the immortal court, so it is easy to see it.
Maybe what I see is just his clone. Maybe I have never seen the real Jade Emperor at all.
Lin Shen just wanted to get some information about the Jade Emperor from the wine gourd, but he didn't expect it to explain it clearly. The Jade Emperor Lin Shen had seen himself was like a divine light, and he could not see what he looked like.
Since that's the case, you should talk about the little wine emperor. Lin Shen did not worry about the issue of the Jade Emperor anymore.
He also heard Shi Zhongqing say that the 6 emperors all have clones, and the Jade Emperor he can see is just clones.
I am afraid that even he has never seen the Jade Emperor's true body.
The wine gourd breathed a little relieved, but when it came to Little Wine Emperor, its facial features showed a complex look, and said in a strange voice, Little Wine Emperor's heavenly killer. Only one word can describe him.
What word?
Lin Shen has always been very curious about the Little Wine Emperor. He heard that the Little Wine Emperor had participated in the Battle of the Gods and won the 3rd place on the racial list, but because he liked the Phoenix Empress and did not compete with him, but directly abstained from the power. At that time, many top strong men believed that if the Little Wine Emperor became serious, the number 1 in that race war might be Little Wine Emperor, and the Phoenix Empress would most likely be his opponent. Such a record is already very strong, but this is the record of the ancient realm area, and it is nothing to be considered in the immortal court. But by the meaning of the wine gourd, the strength of the Little Wine Emperor is already comparable to that of the Great Emperor. Otherwise, how could he steal the Heavenly Emperor gourd from the Xinshao Palace and use it as a wine pot? Looking at the entire universe, Lin Shen can't think of a second person who can do such a thing.
1.
The word Jiuhulu surprised Lin Shen. But thinking about it seems that this word is quite suitable for him. People who can abandon things like wine gourds because of quitting alcohol are indeed not a strong word that can be summarized. I was well respected in the Xinshao Palace, enjoying all the resources in the universe, and always accompanying the Jade Emperor's throne before anyone who sees me. I must bow first. I didn't expect it to be so good. A guy wearing a sacrificial robe came to the Xinshao Palace. It would be fine if he didn't worship the Jade Emperor. He even boldly took away the offering wine on the altar and drank it himself.
He felt unsatisfied, and took me off the sacrificial throne. The wine gourd fell into memories.
When he mentioned the Little Wine Emperor, he was still very angry at first, but gradually, his facial features actually showed a meaningful smile.
Chanshanmen, fight against the Great Priest, fight for the Great Emperor's artifact, and traverse the universe for tens of thousands of years. No one in the immortal court can make the Little Wine Emperor lose his defeat.
The more you talked about the wine gourd, the more proud he became. His face was full of pride, as if those brilliant achievements were all there. When Xiaojiu Emperor steals me, he is just the level of a superior god.
However, his talent are unparalleled in the world. There is nothing he can't learn in the world.
Without him, he can't win people.
If you are stronger, he will be stronger. If you are stronger than him, he will become stronger.
The most difficult battle we have encountered together is a battle with the Great Master Zhongtian. Great Master Zhongtian holds the Great Master Dao Hand in the Great Master Dao Hand. Everything in the universe is in the star plate, and thousands of laws are also derived from the star plate. I and Xiaojiu Emperor originally had no chance of winning, but it was in that battle that Xiaojiu Emperor realized the sword in the wine, broke the Great Master Zhoutian star plate, and had a sword free from the 9 heavens. The wine gourd was talking about the mouth, and there was no way he looked like he hated the Little Wine Emperor just now, all of which were pride and pride. He said that the Little Wine Emperor had nothing in the sky, but Lin Shen heard that the battle between the Little Wine Emperor and the Great Priest of the Sky was just to rush out of the Great Jotian Starplate with the sword in the wine and escape. However, it is amazing enough that a human being can't keep the Great Priest with the Great Priest who has the Great Priest who can't keep him. The Great Emperor artifacts such as the Red Gourd and the Yujing Bottle, which are far from returning to their peak state, are already so terrifying that it is hard to imagine how terrifying the Great Jotian Star Chart would be. The Little Wine Emperor was able to compete with the Great Emperor's artifact at that time. Now that so many years have passed, it is even more unimaginable how strong the Little Wine Emperor is now.
You said that Little Wine Emperor so well, why have I never heard of it? Xiaona said disdainfully, thinking that the wine gourd was bragging.
Lin Shen had never heard of Little Jodi in the Immortal Court. If he was really that powerful and had done so many things that shocked the Immortal Court, how could there be no news at all? How could that person be so arrogant? That person only likes to fight the most ruthless and beat the strongest. If others are weaker than him, he will be lazy to take a look. Even if he spits on his face, he will also be lazy to move. Even if he moves his little fingers, he can kill the other party to ashes. His brain will not move, let alone take action. There are not many people in the fairy court who deserve his attack, and even fewer people know him.
Zhou Hulu said helplessly, have you seen anyone fight only for those who he can't beat?
Little Jodi is such a person, but no one can do anything to him until he met that half-human and half-iron weirdo.
What does it mean?
Lin Shen was shocked. I don't know what the strange man is from, nor do I know whether it was a coincidence or a coincidence.
In short, the Little Wine Emperor met that weird man, and the weird man even made a bet with him. If the Little Wine Emperor lost, he would give him the collected small universe.
If he lost, he would give him the old 7th Chaos Gourd among our 7 treasure gourds.
Said the wine gourd. Is the Little Wine Emperor losing? Lin Shen asked, staring at the wine gourd. Chapter 1160, signing the contract. It's just that I didn't win.
Zhou Hulu said with a lip silence.
So, has the Chaos Gourd fallen into the hands of the Little Wine Emperor?
Lin Shen lazily played the word game with the wine gourd.
He just wanted to know who made the profit in the end. No.
Zhou Hulu shook his head and said, for people like Little Wine Emperor, if they don't win, they will lose, so he gave the small universe he collected to the weirdo.
What is the small universe?
Lin Shen heard that the Little Wine Emperor likes to collect planets, and he thought that this small universe might be related to it.
The small universe is a planet collected by the Little Wine Emperor with a wine glass. It is transformed into a small universe in the glass.
There are many very special planets in that small universe, and they are carefully selected by the Little Wine Emperor. After hearing what the wine gourd said, Lin Shen said in his heart, as it turns out, the Little Wine Emperor is indeed an extraordinary figure.
He actually gathers the stars in the universe with his wine glass.
Such magical powers have already had a bit of the style of the Great Emperor.
Will the half-human and half-iron monster that Xiao Jodi encountered be Lao Tai? How many people can be like this in the world who can win the small universe from Xiao Jodi? If Lao Tai is really the king of the ancient world, it is very likely.
Lin Shen thought about it again and suddenly thought of something. Among the 7 treasure gourds, the purple, gold and red gourd was given to the Antarctic Emperor by the Jade Emperor and turned into the Antarctic Emperor's magic weapon. He left the Heavenly Emperor's gourd in the Xinxiao Hall and worshipped it on the Xinxiao seat.
Later, he was stolen by the Little Wine Emperor as a wine pot.
Where did the Chaos Gourd in the weird man's hand come from? The wine gourd said that the other spiritual treasure gourds were given to people by the Jade Emperor. Perhaps as long as you know who the Jade Emperor gave the Chaos Gourd to, you can know Lao Tai's true identity. You said that weird man used the Chaos Gourd to bet with the Little Wine Emperor, that is, the Jade Emperor gave him the Chaos Gourd.
Do you don't know who he is? Lin Shen asked, staring at the Zhou gourd.
Zhou Hulu said helplessly, I only know that the Jade Emperor took away other sisters and who he gave them to.
I didn't know at that time.
It was only later that my elder sister became the great artifact of the Antarctic Emperor Changsheng, and she is also the most famous.
I don't know the whereabouts of other sisters.
Lin Shen did not continue to ask questions, frowned and thought about something. Not to mention whether Lao Tai is the king of the ancient realm, nor whether the Chaos Gourd was given by the Jade Emperor. Just to say that if Lao Tai is the weird guy who bets with Xiaojodi, then that is to say, Lao Tai once owned the Chaos Gourd. Lao Tai has a close relationship with Hulu Mountain near Suanio Base. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a sudden jump in his heart and thought to himself, then Hulu Mountain is transformed from the Chaos Gourd, right? Or is Hulu Mountain the furnace mentioned in the Wine Gourd, which is the place where the 7 treasured gourd was born? Lin Shen also found it difficult to make a judgment for a while, but no matter what the situation was, Hulu Mountain itself was definitely extraordinary. Do you still remember what that weird person looks like? Lin Shen wanted to confirm the monster's identity first. I know, let my elder sister take over the magical powers first, I will draw them for you now. Jiao Hulu said repeatedly. Lin Shen motioned to Xiaona, and Xiaona then put away the red gourd. The wine gourd was relieved and no longer had to fight against the terrifying suction force. Lin Shen's chaos bell was not taken back and was still hanging above the head of the wine gourd. If it had any abnormal movement, it would immediately suppress it. Jiao Hulu cursed in her heart that she was unlucky. Unexpectedly, after so long years, she met such a cruel person for the first time and could only admit that she was unlucky. The wine gourd moved on the ground, leaving traces on the hard rocky ground. Not much time, a portrait was completed on the rocky ground. You really don't know what you want, no matter whether you are a human or not, your painting skills are far better than those of Lin Shen. The portraits of the wine gourd are really vivid. Lin Shen saw it at first glance and recognized that this was the old man, and even his temperament was exactly the same. Lin Shen was not sure how many points were true and what was false in the words Jiao Hulu said. If these few words about Lao Tai were not lying, then Lao Tai might be the king of the ancient world. Apart from the king of the ancient realm, Lin Shen really couldn't think of any other human being that could be compared with an existence like the Little Wine Emperor. At least he had never heard of it. There are humans from the ancient realm area in the world that could be compared with them. But there is another problem with this. When there was no Chaos Xiaozhong before, Xiaoyi and Xiaona could peek outside. They should have met Lao Tai. But they don't think Lao Tai is their father. Did they not recognize him, or was Lao Tai not the king of the ancient realm at all? Lin Shen is now pretending to be their father, so it is not convenient to ask them about this question again. You can really rest assured that I just want to pass the sword in the wine to your daughter. Only by passing the sword in the wine can I leave here and gain freedom. This is a good thing for me, and it is also a good thing for your daughter, a good thing. The wine gourd originally wanted to say a great opportunity, but thinking about this father, the sword in the wine is indeed a great opportunity for others. I can't get it, but others may not be able to like it. How can I trust you and not hurt my daughter? Lin Shen said lightly at the wine gourd. What do you think? Anyway, I really don't have any malice towards your daughter, so I can do whatever I want. Jiao Hulu said. What to do? That's the issue you should consider, not me. If you ask me to do it, then kill it. I won't allow my daughter to love even a little threat. Lin Shen said coldly. The wine gourd was so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood. He hadn't come for so many years, and the person was such a tough character, but he didn't dare to refute it. This person said that he wanted to destroy it, and that would really destroy it. The wine gourd's facial features were squeezed into a ball. After thinking for a moment, he said with no hope, I can sign a symbiosis contract with your daughter. From now on, we will be a community of shared destiny. We will prosper together with one prosper, and we will prosper together with one loss, and we will share life and death. What do you mean is that if you die, I will let my daughter bury you with me? Lin Shen's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. My lifespan is much longer than you humans, okay? Is it good that I suffer? Jiao Hulu already had the urge to curse in her heart, but she could only explain quickly, misunderstanding, I just want you to know that I will never hurt her. After signing a symbiosis contract, isn't I just harming her? You are not qualified to live with my daughter. Lin Shen said coldly. Jiao Hulu wished he could jump up and suck Lin Shen's face. This was too insulting. When did it suffer such insults? In the past, he was worshipped by people day and night in front of the throne of God.
I don't know how many people kneel down to it and pray. Following the little wine emperor is also invincible in the world, so how could he have suffered such humiliation? But under the eaves, the man had to bow his head. Jiuhulu could only say with a bitter face, "What do you think you should do?" "Let me do this. I have a method that is similar to a symbiotic contract, but it does not have the characteristics of living and dying together, and it will only unilaterally restrict you. You should consider whether to sign it." The method Lin Shen mentioned is naturally the method of ghost marriage. The gourd's facial features were wrinkled like bitter gourd, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sign." Chapter 1161 No Need to Practice. When Lin Shen returned home with Xiaojiu in his arms, Xiaojiu still slept very sweetly, and he was holding a wine gourd in his arms. The sword in wine is indeed an amazing technique, and the wine in the wine gourd is not an ordinary thing. It can be reborn and improve its own evolution. Lin Shen originally used the Dawei Dao to control the wine gourd, but he just wanted to use the wine gourd as a self-defense artifact to let Xiaojiu defend herself, and he did not want her to practice the sword in the wine. His own skills are that there is no need to practice such things of unknown origin. Unfortunately, Xiaojiu is very greedy and drinks the wine in the wine gourd as milk. Even if he doesn't practice, the sword energy in the wine nourishes Xiaojiu's body and learns it directly. Seeing that Xiaojiu was found, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly notified everyone outside who was still looking for it to come back. The wine gourd was held in Xiaojiu's arms. When Lao Tai came back, the wine gourd's body trembled and the gourd was scared silly. "I'm going to your sister. What kind of family is this? That weird person is actually from this family?" Jiuhulu couldn't figure out what he had done to be so unlucky. He finally met an inheritor who could help him get out of trouble, but came from such a family. The wine gourd didn't dare to say anything. Lin Shen had already ruined it. If this weird person took action, he might have cleaned it up like what? Lao Tai reached out and carefully carried Xiaojiu over, looking surprisingly gentle. On the iron face that seemed to be unchanged forever, there was also a bit of human brilliance, which Lin Shen had never seen before. The eldest sister said, "This is the first child of our Lin family. Your second brother loves her very much, and she is the closest to your second brother." While speaking, Lao Tai's iron hand grabbed the wine gourd, and with his 5 fingers, it seemed that he was about to crush the wine gourd. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the wine gourd. The wine gourd was almost scared and felt that his body was about to be squeezed out, but he could not use any strength. It can feel it. Lao Tai really wants to kill it. Yeah. Xiaojiu grabbed the wine gourd with her tender little hands, as if she was asking Lao Tai for her beloved toy. The murderous intent in Lao Tai's eyes gradually restrained, and the force in his hand was also retracted. He glanced at the wine gourd, and then stuffed it back into Xiaojiu's arms. Xiaojiu got the wine gourd and hugged it happily, rubbing her little face on it. Seeing this, Lao Tai finally showed his rare tenderness again on his face. "The wine gourd that escaped death secretly rejoiced in my heart. Abnormal, is all damn perverts. This family is all perverts. A small separation is better than a newlywed." After Lin Shen and Tian Sun were warm, the two lay on the bed and told each other about their experiences during this period. After listening to what Lin Shen said, Tianxuan said seriously, "No matter whether the second brother is the king of the ancient world or not, he is now a part of our family. You have to handle this matter carefully and properly, so that we can't hurt our family's relationship." Lin Shen nodded slightly. He knew that Lao Tai was sincere to their family now. Just look at the wine gourd he just now. The wine gourd had no power to resist at all. Lao Tai's strength was stronger than before, and it was more than just a half stars. If he had been hostile to the Lin family would have been finished long ago and no one could stop him. After hesitating, Lin Shen decided to have an open and honest conversation with Lao Tai. Just because Lao Tai is already a member of the Lin family, he should let Lao Tai know these things. After breakfast the next day, Lin Shen asked Lao Tai to go out for a walk together. When Lin Shen arrived at the edge of Xinghuan Island, he stopped. "You have something to say, there is no one else now," Lao Tai said to Lin Shen. "Second brother." Lin Shen called out second brother without saying anything. Lao Tai was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Shen with some surprise.
Although he kept saying that he was Lin Shen's second brother, Lin Shen had basically never called him his second brother. No matter who you are already a part of this family and are my second brother. Lin Shen said sincerely, because you are my relative, I must tell you some things.
Xiao Wu, tell me. Lao Tai nodded slowly. He knew that what Lin Shen was going to say next should be very important.
Lin Shen told Lao Tai all the information he knew, whether it was verified or unverified, as well as some of his own analysis and speculation.
Lao Tai just listened silently, not interrupting Lin Shen from beginning to end.
Second brother, I suspect that you are the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, or that you may have been taken over by the king of the ancient realm, or something else has happened. Lin Shen directly expressed his suspicion. I do have many things I don't remember very much. Although I have remembered some things recently, I really have no memory of what you said.
Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen and said, Xiao Wu, I can't guarantee that I am still someone, nor can I guarantee who I was before, but I can guarantee you that I am your second brother, my eldest sister's second brother, and my uncle of Xiaojiu, and I will do it in the future. It is because I hope you will always be your second brother, so I will tell you this. If you want to figure out what happened before, I can help you. Lin Shen said. Lao Tai smiled on his face, for me, it doesn't matter what he used to be. I like my current life and the people around me now. I just want to be who I am now, that's fine. Xiao Wu, how are you doing with your lawless practice? Lao Tai didn't care about what Lin Shen said at all, and asked instead. This. Lin Shen could only sigh when he mentioned lawlessness. If he can't practice, he really can't practice that thing, he can't practice it at all. If you can't practice, don't practice anymore. Lao Tai suddenly said. Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai with some surprise, but he didn't expect Lao Tai to let him give up. Lao Tai has always said before that Lin Shen is the most suitable person to practice lawlessness. If something goes wrong with him in the future, Lin Shen is also the only person who can control him. Of course, the premise is that Lin Shen must practice lawlessness. But it only took so much time. Lao Tai actually told him not to practice anymore, so why is he so impatient? Lao Tai's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes became gentle. I found a more suitable candidate than you. Who? Lin Shen asked in confusion, wondering who else could practice lawlessness. Little wine. Lao Tai said softly. She is still a child. Lin Shen said in shock. I've got started. A few months of simplicity made Lin Shen stunned. After a while, he said, how is this possible? She may not even remember what a person looks like. Some things are born. I passed on them and she knew them, so I got started. It's that simple. Xiaozhou's achievements will be above you and me. When she grows up, I won't have to worry about myself anymore. Lao Tai said something awkwardly, but Lin Shen understood it. When Xiaozhou grows up, Lao Tai is no match for her. If Lao Tai goes crazy again, Xiaozhou will be able to control him. Chapter 1162 The Magical Skill of Wedding Dress. After returning to the giant ring star, the complete mechanical watch records the coordinates of the giant ring star. He can use the mechanical watch to teleport between the mysterious star and the giant ring star at any time in the future, and can come back at any time. The problem that has always troubled Lin Shen has been solved. Now there are two things that make Lin Shen feel that he needs to do it recently. One thing is to go to the World King marked on the mechanical watch to see if it is the place where the ancient World King stores the treasures. Another important thing is to sleep with Ouyang Yu for a night to verify whether the mosaic on him is against the will of heaven or not. There are still 2.5 mosaics that can be seen on people now, one is on Ouyang Yu, and the other is on Yu Hongyan in the Immortal Court. That half is the woman in the videotape. Whether her body is a spark is still not sure. Anyway, among the three people, there must be some who are not real fire, or are not the anti-bone fire, because if they are all, the number will be exceeded. Lin Shen and Yu Hongyan were not familiar with each other, and he couldn't see the woman in the videotape, so he could only have the idea of beating Ouyang Yu first. But even a person as thick-skinned as Lin Shen is a little embarrassed to speak of this kind of thing. Thinking about it, he and Ouyang Yu both said, let's have a sleep, it's really just a simple sleep and do nothing.
This seems to be a little wrong, and I'm afraid that when brothers get along with each other in the future, they will feel strange.
You have to think of an idea.
Lin Shen thought about it and had an idea in his mind. Back at Giant Ring Star again, Lin Shen found Ouyang Yudu and said to Ouyang Yudu with a serious face, "Ouyang, relying on the strength of Lao Wei and I, it is really difficult to change the situation of the people in the Immortal Court. More people in the ancient realm must go to the Immortal Court to slowly change the status quo.
We need your help."
Ouyang Yu laughed, "Even if you don't come to me, I want to tell you about this.
I want to go to the Immortal Court. I knew you wouldn't let me down."
Lin Shen said with a smile, "But it's a bit troublesome to go to the Immortal Court now.
Our ancient realm area is under the jurisdiction of the South District.
All those who rush into the Immortal Gate will arrive at the South Heaven Gate. I can't make the decision there, and I have a bit of a grudge against the Star Lord in the South District, so it's very troublesome.
I have an idea, but I want to make you feel a little wronged. What do you think?
Just say it directly. There is no need to beat me around."
Ouyang Yudu said.
"You look at this first."
Lin Shen used his communicator to project a technique. "Is this the peerless magical skill you wrote?" Ouyang Yudu asked while looking.
"No, the peerless magical skill I wrote is actually the Shen family's Dao Shooting Sunday. I originally wanted to let you understand some ghosts and gods in the Immortal Court, but who knew that it would have become Dais instead?" Lin Shen paused and said, "Actually, the Shooting Sun is not suitable for you. Fortunately, I have a little status in the Immortal Court now, and I have access to more martial arts. I can see the martial arts of various families. I think one of them is more suitable for you and can also solve our current problems, which is this ghost marriage method." Of course, this article, The Great Method of Marriage and the Ghost Marriage, was not what Lin Shen saw in the Zhongtian Star Palace, nor was it the one he practiced himself, but the original version obtained from the purple-black butterfly girl. Lin Shen did not dare to tell Ouyang Yu the real name of the great art of marriage to Ouyang Yu. Instead, he named another nicer, the magical art of wedding dress, borrowed the name created by the ancients and named the martial arts again. This should be a kind of practice that can be practiced with the help of contract power, right? After Ouyang Yu finished reading it, he looked at Lin Shen in confusion. He didn't understand why this kind of practice was suitable for him. Think about it carefully, your physique is different from that of ordinary people. Others need to use external objects to practice the marriage dress magical art, but you don't need it. You can practice the marriage dress magical art directly, and maybe there will be unexpected benefits. Lin Shen said with a blink of an eye. Lin Shen only dared to say this during the day, and he specifically asked Ouyang Yu not to bring the Jade Bone Demon umbrella out.
Ouyang Yudu immediately understood Lin Shen's meaning and said in a deep thought, "This method will not harm the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, right?"
"No, practicing the magical art of wedding dress is good for you and her.
It is complementary and love each other.
It is not an exaggeration to say that yin and yang are in harmony.
It is not a big deal for you. It is only good and no harm for you. It can also make your relationship closer and more convenient for communication,"
Lin Shen said hurriedly. Ouyang Yuda laughed when he heard this. "You can speak more now than before. You can also speak so well by the unequal contract." Lin Shen naturally knew that Ouyang Yu was not that easy to cheat. He didn't blush when he heard this, but just continued, "You manage your tenant and give her a serious title. She is not too happy yet, so why would she care about these things? Maybe she would still thank me if she turned back. I don't know if you thank you or not, I'm afraid she will give you a dream at night." Ouyang Yu even teased a few times, and then asked, "What does this technique have to do with me going to the Immortal Court?" "You practice the magical skill of wedding dress until you have her and her artistic conception. You can pretend to be a deformed species. At that time, I can use the name of a pet to take you out of the mysterious God Star. As long as the detection method of the Immortal Court cannot be detected, you are a human being, then there is no problem. You just have to be wrong to pretend to be my pet." Lin Shen roughly told Ouyang Yu about his plan. He wanted the fire on Ouyang Yudu, but he would not only be greedy for the fire. He had considered Ouyang Yu in all aspects. Although the dark marriage technique is not one of the 9 magical skills, it is also a top magical skill. It may not be worse than the 9 magical skills when practicing it to the extreme. Moreover, talents like Ouyang Yudu will definitely not accept them all, but just learn from them. Maybe they can walk a path that belongs only to him, just like the Dais.
At the most critical moment, this dark marriage method can help Ouyang Yudu control the thing in his body. This is the important reason why Lin Shen chose the dark marriage method to Ouyang Yudu.
Okay, then I'll practice this magical skill of wedding dress. Ouyang Yu agreed, turned around and left. I'll send you the martial arts later. Lin Shen said hurriedly.
No need, I've already recorded it. Ouyang Yudu said without looking back. Is it necessary to be so arrogant if you have a good memory? It seems that anyone can't remember it.
Lin Shen was slightly depressed. Ouyang Yu is willing to practice the art of ghost marriage, and Lin Shen's plan to seize the fire was half successful, and it is just around the corner. Lin Shen was in a good mood and played with Xiaojiu all day during the day. Xiaojiu did not recognize her at all. She had never seen him before, but she was very close to him. It's really tiring to take care of the child. When I was sleeping at night, Lin Shen fell asleep on the bed and instantly fell into his dream. Lin Shen, you are a god killer. You dare to instigate Yudu to harm me. Do you really think I dare not take your life? In the hazy dimness, Lin Shen saw the ghost fog churning, and a female ghost holding a jade umbrella floated over, with a terrifying blood flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1163 The First Immortal. Of course you dare to take my life. The ghosts and gods of the mysterious gods are fine. You can have any life you want. But I am a little curious. Why do ghosts and gods like you depend on Ouyang? What do you want to do? Lin Shen said coldly at the Jade Bone Demon girl who was like a female ghost. Originally, the Jade Bone Demon Ji, who came to attack the army and asked for punishment, was shocked. How do you know? I am now the owner of the Star Hall of the Zhongtian Star God Palace and have the responsibility to inspect the mysterious star. If I can't guess what you are, wouldn't it seem too mentally retarded? Lin Shen said lightly. You know I am a ghost and god, and you dare to instigate you want to harm me. Do you really think I dare not kill you? You Bone Demon Ji said in a hatred. The same thing doesn't need to be said twice. Lin Shen looked at the Jade Bone Demon Ji and said, do you know what I asked Ouyang to practice? Daddy in Hades' dark marriage method, do you think you can deceive me by changing your name with a nicer name? The Jade Bone Demon Ji gritted his teeth. It's good that you know. Do you think with your ghost body, besides the Tao of misconception, do you have any other ways to stay with him? Lin Shen said. Why can't it? I can stay as long as I want. What can you do to me? Said the Jade Bone Demon Ji. Can I do anything to you? That's another matter. But if Ouyang took another path, with his talent, as long as he embarked on the path of ghosts and gods, he would definitely be able to take a new path. When he has his own ghosts and gods, how should you deal with it? Lin Shen smiled and said, I will give him the Tao of misty marriage, so that you can practice dual cultivation with him. This is to find a way out for your future. Not only do you not be grateful to me, but you also want to take my life. Are you a little kind of revenge? Nonsense, you made me a puppet under the constraints of the Tao of misconceptions. It was obviously a bad intention. If you want me to be hurt, I still want me to thank you. Do you really think I am a fool? You Bone Demon Ji said sternly. So, you don't believe me, but you don't believe in Ouyang anymore? Lin Shen said lightly, with Ouyang's character, even if you are bound by the Tao of ghost marriage, you will not lose anything. Instead, you can be with him for a long time. You are so scared, that is, you have ulterior motives. You fart. The Jade Bone Demon Ji was excited and even sweared. Lin Shen ignored it and just continued to say to himself, if you don't have a second mind and have no other thoughts, then you don't believe in Ouyang's character? If you believe in him, you have the Tao of ghost marriage between you and him as a constraint, and you can be a pair of people for a lifetime. No one in the world can separate you. From then on, he will be your only one, and you will also be his only one. Tell me, what's wrong with this? The Jade Bone Demon girl opened her mouth and couldn't speak for a moment to refute Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't give her time to think, and continued, if he did not practice the Tao of misconception and took other paths, how would you deal with yourself when he realized ghosts and gods in the future? Can you still follow him like this? Even if Ouyang can tolerate you, can his ghosts and gods tolerate you? The three questions in a row made the Jade Bone Demon Ji fall into deep thought. You have accompanied Ouyang all the way, and I see all your behaviors. Maybe it's because the authorities are obsessed with it. Maybe you can't understand Ouyang's intentions, but I, an outsider, can't see it clearly. Ouyang is afraid that you will have to do with you in this life, and you can no longer tolerate other women. Lin Shen sighed. Jade Bone Demon Ji trembled and she couldn't help but blurt it out, take it serious? If it weren't for this, why did Ouyang never pretend to be a good person with other women for so many years, nor did he have a good impression of any woman, and only we brothers were mingling together? Lin Shen said seriously. That's because he is a gentleman, different from you. Jade Bone Demon Girl said with a lip. That's right, compared to us, Ouyang's moral standards are indeed much higher. But loving women is a man's nature. Even a saint said that food and sex are also natural. Even if a man is not greedy for flowers and lust, he will need a soulmate. Why is Ouyang not close to women? It is because he has long had the best soulmate he thinks is the best, so naturally he can't be interested in any other woman. Lin Shen sighed, although I don't think you are a suitable candidate for Ouyang, nor do I think you are so good, but he thinks this way. An uncontrollable strange look appeared on the Jade Bone Demon Ji's face, and the corners of her mouth were even harder to press than AK. She snorted coldly and said, your vain eyes naturally cannot see what others are good. I don't know if you are good or not, so I have to give my brother a guarantee. The Tao of ghost marriage is the guarantee I give him. With the Tao of ghost marriage, I can be sure that you will follow him wholeheartedly, not hurt him, and not betray him. At the same time, this is also a path for you. Only through the Tao of ghost marriage can you be bound with him for the rest of your life. Otherwise, if he will embarrass your situation in the future, he will be too embarrassing. Although I don't think Ouyang needs you, I have come up with such a path for Ouyang's sake, otherwise I only need to help him embark on the road of ghosts and gods. At that time, the ghosts and gods he has learned will naturally expel you. Why do I need so many things? Lin Shen said. Humph, what can his ghosts and gods do to me? Jade Bone Demon Ji said this, but his tone became obviously a little soft. After all this, can you tell me why you chose Ouyang and what are your intentions for him? If I can't figure it out, I can't feel at ease. Lin Shen stared at the Jade Bone Demon Ji and asked. This is Lin Shen's most concerned issue. He fooled the Jade Bone Demon here for a long time just to know the purpose of the Jade Bone Demon. Jade Bone Demon Ji pondered for a moment and said, you are the owner of the Star Hall in Zhongtian Star God Palace, so you should have heard of the story of the #1 immortal in the world? I think I have some impression, but I can't remember clearly. Are you related to the first immortal? Lin Shen asked back. Ouyang was the #1 immortal in his previous life. The Jade Bone Demon Ji slowly said something that shocked Lin Shen. Is his previous life the first immortal in the universe? Lin Shen widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The dead person who returns is a ghost, and the dead person is an immortal. Jade Bone Demon Girl said lightly, the first dead person is the first immortal in the world. What is a dead living person? Lin Shen really couldn't understand. Can the dead return? In theory, death means death, and naturally there is no return, which means there is no ghost in the world. But the first ghost in the world is indeed the dead return. It is not because they are not dead, but because new souls are injected into their bodies, or system or data. The Jade Bone Demon Ji slowly told a truth that shocked Lin Shen. Chapter 1164, Man-Made or Man-Made? There are no ghosts in this world. The reason why those dead people can return is because someone injects new souls or data into the dead bodies, hoping to achieve the goal of resurrecting the soul through borrowing corpses. This Lin Shen can understand that the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Station, the predecessor of Xingsu Si, is such a place. What really surprised Lin Shen was that the so-called ghosts were the experimental products created by the Immortal Court.
They injected artificial intelligence into the human body in an attempt to allow artificial intelligence to obtain the human body.
Ghosts are artificial intelligence injected into dead bodies, while immortals are injecting artificial intelligence into the bodies of living people, allowing artificial intelligence to replace human souls and seize human bodies.
Unfortunately, the experiment was not successful.
It is easy to exchange souls between people, but it is difficult to replace the souls of human beings injected into the body of a living person.
Even if successful, the body will lose its activity.
If special methods are not used to maintain it, the body will soon decay and die. The first immortal who truly succeeds is the fusion of artificial intelligence and human souls. It is a half-human and semi-intelligent existence, and it is also the most perfect life form in the universe. Of course, Lin Shen didn't know whether this was the most perfect life form, as Jade Bone Demonji said.
I am the ghost and god of the world.
After he died, he re-entered the samsara.
I have been searching for his reincarnation until I saw Yudu.
I recognized him at a glance. He was the reincarnation of the number one immortal, but at that time he was too weak and could not bear my strength. I could only follow him in this way, waiting for his growth, and waiting for the day to become his ghost and god again, said the Jade Bone Demonji.
Lin Shen finally knew the origin of the Jade Bone Demon. If it was as Jade Bone Demon said, she would not pose any threat to Ouyang.
However, Lin Shen still doesn't believe in the reincarnation mentioned by Jade Bone Demonji.
How can you be sure that Ouyang is the reincarnation of the number one immortal? Lin Shen asked. I feel that my feelings must be wrong.
I have been with him for so many years, and I can be sure that he is the number one immortal. What's more, he looks more and more like the number one immortal. Jade Bone Demonji said firmly. After hearing what the Jade Bone Demonji said, Lin Shen already understood that there was no evidence at all. Lin Shen felt in his heart that the possibility of Ouyang being the reincarnation of the first immortal is slim. Jade Bone Demonji has been looking for the reincarnation of the first immortal for so many years, but she has not been able to find it. Suddenly, she saw a person who looked like the first immortal, and she must have hoped that he would be the reincarnation of the first immortal. What's more, Lin Shen knew that the so-called reincarnation did not exist at all, and it was all created by the 6 realms of reincarnation. If the soul of the first immortal is really withdrawn, it is also reincarnated in the 6 realms of reincarnation, so how could it be moved to the ancient realm area? Rather than saying that Jade Bone Demonji found the reincarnation of the first immortal, it is better to say that she wants a spiritual sustenance, the reincarnation of the first immortal she wants. Jade Bone Demonji looked at Lin Shen's expression and seemed to see some of Lin Shen's thoughts, so he said, You must think that I use Jade as a substitute, but I can tell you that it's not like that. All humans in the ancient realm are experimental items of the immortal court, and they are all reincarnated from the 6 paths of reincarnation, so the first immortal is no exception. He will also reincarnate to the ancient realm area. But I didn't know which ancient realm area he reincarnated to before. I found him here after searching for one ancient realm area after another. You say that everyone in the ancient realm was reincarnated from the 6 realms of reincarnation? This is impossible. Before humans entered the immortal court, there was no immortal court or star god palace at all. Lin Shen's eyes were full of doubts. As far as he knows, there are many faults in human civilization. At the oldest time, ancient humans broke the separation between immortals and mortals and entered the immortal court, and established a series of civilizations such as the immortal court and the star god palace. How can humans in the ancient realm area be experimental subjects of the immortal court? In this case, wouldn't the cause and effect be reversed? Whether you believe it or not, but this is the fact, said the Jade Bone Demonji. What evidence do you have? Lin Shen asked. There is no evidence. I heard from the first immortal that all humans in the world are experimental products created by the immortal court. The immortal court is the root of all sins. He wants to overthrow the rule of the immortal court and restore the human body to freedom, but in the end he had to be reincarnated and reborn because of failure, leaving a glimmer of hope. What he said must not be wrong. The Jade Bone Demon girl's tone was very firm, as if the first immortal said was the golden rule. Lin Shen sounds a little familiar, and he seems to have heard of such a plot somewhere.
After thinking for a while, Lin Shen suddenly looked up at the Jade Bone Demon Ji and asked, "Is the first immortal related to the creation of gods?"
He founded the God clan. Jade Bone Demon Ji said proudly. Lin Shen said in his heart, "I finally know the source of the creation clan. It turns out that it was created by the first immortal in the world. But then I thought about it, the first immortal itself is half human and half intelligent. Can he still represent human beings?" This thought just flashed through Lin Shen's mind. It is difficult to distinguish the true or false of the things that the Jade Bone Demon Ji said, and what the first immortal said may not be true. Lin Shen's thinking is a little confused now, and he can't figure out which statement is the truth. Is it that artificially created the immortal court, or the immortal court really made Lin Shen a little big? If he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about such complex issues. Lin Shen is not a perfectionist, and he doesn't have to figure out these issues that have nothing to do with his own interests. I don't care about your affairs with the first immortal. Whether Ouyang is the reincarnation of the first immortal is not important to me. I just want to know your choice. If you don't want Ouyang to practice the Tao of misunderstanding marriage, I can go to him now, bring the Tao of misunderstanding marriage back, and let him go on other paths. But there is a premise. No matter whether he is the reincarnation of the first immortal, you cannot harm him. If I let me know that you harm him, I will destroy your temple. Lin Shen said coldly. Humph, you are worthy of it. Jade Bone Demon Ji snorted coldly, but no longer had any chance of fighting with Lin Shen. As the smoke gradually faded away, only the female ghost-like voice was reverberating. "I will not allow anyone to hurt Ouyang, including myself, you don't need to worry." Lin Shen was very calm in his heart. The Jade Bone demonic girl made acquiesce to let Ouyang Yudu practice the art of ghost marriage and embark on the road of dual cultivation. With the constraints of the Tao of misconception, even if the Jade Bone Demon Ji realizes that Ouyang Yu is not the reincarnation of the number one immortal, she will not be able to do anything to Ouyang Yudu. The ghost fog dissipated, and Lin Shen suddenly sat up from the bed. Only then did he realize that he had been in a dream just now and had just woken up. When I talked to Jade Bone Demon before, I didn't sense it at all. It was actually in a dream. The power of ghosts and gods of Jade Bone Demon is probably related to sleep, right? Lin Shen thought to himself. Chapter 1165, only one short. Fortunately, he had already convinced the Jade Bone Demon, and just waited for Ouyang Yudu to practice the dark marriage. When he took Ouyang Yudu to the immortal court, he let him pretend to be a deformed pet, so he could take him to eat and sleep with him. He could get the fire on his body without realizing it. Lin Shen took the time to go to the mysterious God Star and inspected all the temples. The vast majority of the temples were dilapidated during the day, but at night, the temples would reshape their past glory. But there are also some temples that will not change at night. Those temples are basically temples without ghosts and gods. When I went to those temples during the day, I could not see the statues of the gods hanging on the beams of the houses. Whether the temple without statues can use fire to seize the throne is an important question for Lin Shen. The transformation of the fire god is naturally of great benefit. The current effect of the Eastern Emperor Luotian is much stronger than before, and he can summon the Luotian to appear in fight, but this has another problem. There must be differences in the advantages and disadvantages of the temple, and ghosts and gods also have strength and weakness. He only has so many fire seeds on his body. Even if he uses fire to seize the god position, he still has to seize that stronger one so as not to waste the fire seed. However, Lin Shen has not yet found a way to distinguish the strength of the temple. Fearing that something might happen, Lin Shen didn't want to cause trouble, so he could only wait until he could study it clearly later. He waited until the patrol work was about to be completed. Lin Shen then asked Ouyang if he had practiced the magical skill of wedding dress. I haven't practiced the magical skill of wedding dress, but I have achieved something after borrowing the content of the magical skill of wedding dress. But as you said, I haven't broken through the last level to avoid attracting the immortal sect. There should be no problem using it as a deformed species. Ouyang Yudu replied. That's good. Lin Shen nodded slightly. My patrol mission will be completed the day after tomorrow. You can go back to the Zhongtian Star Temple with me. As long as you pass this level, I will find a way to get you a formal identity, so that you can come and go freely in the immortal court in the future.
Ouyang Yudu responded. On the day Lin Shen returned to Zhongtian's Star God Palace, Ouyang Yudu entered the Jade Bone Demon umbrella.
Others could only see the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, but could not detect Ouyang Yudu in the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. Lin Shen returned to the cabin. Shi Zhongqing was waiting for him. Seeing that he was fine, he asked with a smile, "What are the gains in this mission to the ghost and gods? I have never seen a ghost and god who are in line with the methods I have practiced." Lin Shen shook his head and said, "Don't worry, maybe the ghosts and gods you practiced are not in those temples." Shi Zhongqing seemed to have expected it, and did not ask any further, but took Lin Shen to do a test. This prediction is mainly to test whether Lin Shen is possessed by ghosts and gods, so as not to take the opportunity to escape from the ghosts and gods.
This test is naturally useless to Lin Shen, and it is not possible to detect Ouyang Yudu in the Jade Bone Demon umbrella.
This is the result that Lin Shen has known for a long time, and there is nothing to worry about.
Master, why do the statues in the temple look like that?
Lin Shen asked with the Jade Bone Demon umbrella in his arms, as if he was very worried. Shi Zhongqing just patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's good that you know in your heart, you don't need to pay attention. After you become a great priest, you will naturally know the reason." Shi Zhongqing didn't want to say that, and Lin Shen had no choice but to go back to the cafeteria to spend the night, saying it was work, but in fact, Shi Zhongqing didn't ask him to watch the night, just to get the spark from Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen was a little nervous, wondering if the fire on Ouyang Yudu's body was against the will of heaven. When Lin Shen woke up, he immediately went to check the anti-bone reverse fire. Sure enough, the anti-bone reverse fire he discovered increased by 10% again. This result was actually a bit beyond Lin Shen's expectations. Add to Ouyang's body, there is only one left now. So, I thought too much before. The mosaic on the woman in the video was not a fire. Next, as long as I get the fire on Yu Hongyan, I will be completely different. Lin Shen was thinking in his mind how to get the last one. He planned to collect all the evil spirits and then go to the King of Kings in the realm to see if there is any treasure of the King of the Ancient Realm. After leaving the Star God Palace first and returning to his own crystal charming star, Lin Shen then put down the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. The Jade Bone Demon umbrella was suspended in the air, and a stream of white smoke rose.
Ouyang Yu appeared under the umbrella, holding the handle of the umbrella with his hand and hitting his head. "Is this your residence in the immortal court?" Ouyang Yu looked around and asked curiously.
Lin Shen explained, "Jingmeisheng is a first-class star. There are many superior deformities here, which are very dangerous. I have never explored it, just live in this teleportation station." After a pause, Lin Shen said again, "Old Wei and Dai's already have their own planets, and they are not here normally. I still have a few fake identities here. Although the identities are fake, there is really such a person in the system. You can choose an identity and live in the immortal court first." Ouyang Yu looked at the fake identity handed over by Lin Shen, selected one from it, and then said to Lin Shen, "What do you need me to do?" "I need you to become stronger as soon as possible, and it is best to reach the upper level." Lin Shen was just finding an excuse to bring him over, but he really didn't think about what to let him do, so he could only fool him first. "My current strength is really hard to do, so let's improve the level first. I will enter the ghost and gods first." Ouyang Yu really didn't waste any time, and started to operate his own laws directly, and wanted to enter the ghost and gods here. "Don't worry, you can't be here, you have to change the place." Lin Shen quickly stopped him. Seeing that Ouyang Yu looked at him, Lin Shen explained, "Entering the path of ghosts and gods here will probably lead to ghosts and gods. Your ghosts and gods are a bit special, and the ghosts and gods that will lead to may also have some problems. We must first find a way to cover up the location so that people will not come to us." Lin Shen said, then took out the chaos clock and wanted to use the chaos clock to block the secrets of heaven so that no one would find out where Ouyang Yudu was. After everything was arranged, Ouyang Yu entered the path of ghosts and gods. Ouyang Yu stood there with his jade umbrella, and a strange fog light burst out from his body and above the jade umbrella. The light was like smoke and fog, and what he took advantage of was even more like a ghost or an immortal.
Above the umbrella, an image of a woman appeared, and the blooming divine light rushed straight into the void.
An unusual brilliance appeared in the void of the 6 major star regions, gradually turning into the image of a woman. Many gods and star priests were surprised.
They didn't know who could trigger such a large-scale vision and looked at the void.
However, when the figure of the woman who was as fairy and ghost gradually became clear, many gods and star priests in the 6 major star areas seemed to have taken sleeping pills, and their eyelids were almost unable to open their eyes. Their ability level was slightly weaker and they had fallen directly to the ground and fell asleep like a dead person. Soon, a large number of gods fell to the ground and fell asleep, and even the star god palace was filled with stars and priests falling asleep.
Go back, he's back.
The faces of several great priests who saw the scene showed horror on their faces.
Chapter 1166 Immortal. Ghost Go Immortals are here.
After so many years, someone has practiced the magic method of returning to immortals, activated the immortal.
Is this person still him?
Shi Zhongqing stared at the phantom of the beautiful woman who was like ghosts and immortals in the void. Just a smile from the shadow of ghosts and gods has caused more than 90% of the star priests in the immortal court to fall into a deep sleep. Countless deformities fell to the ground and fell asleep, and the streets of various cities were also filled with gods who fell asleep in a deep state. Although the vision lasted only for a moment, it had caused countless accidents. When people woke up from their sleep, there was another mess. Shi Zhongqing contacted several other great priests. Without Shi Zhongqing saying anything, the other great priests already knew why he was in contact.
Several great priests met in the Zhongtian Star Priest.
At the headquarters of the Cultivation Clan, the head of the Cultivation Clan who was fishing saw the vision of the immortal, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Several Courtine leaders from the Cultivation Clan all came to the Patriarch's courtyard.
Clan leader, the immortal appears again. Will it be him who is back?
The man in red trembled slightly.
If the first immortal is really back, what should we do? The man in blue asked with a serious expression. It's great to come back. Find him. If he is willing to come back, bring him back.
If he doesn't want to, there is no need to force him. The leader of the creation god just said lightly, then waved his hand to let everyone leave, as if he didn't take this matter to heart. The man in red and the man in blue wanted to say something, but the patriarch of the creation god clan waved his hand to stop him, and everyone had to leave.
Lin Shen looked at the strange phenomenon caused by Ouyang Yudu.
It was exactly the appearance of the Jade Bone Demon Princess, and he didn't think it was anything. After the vision was over, Ouyang Yu had officially entered the lower rank. Lin Shen was about to ask about Ouyang Yudu's current situation, but the communicator suddenly rang. It was a message sent by Shi Zhongqing that asked him to rush back to the cafeteria immediately. Lin Shen had no choice but to rush back to the Star Hall and saw Shi Zhongqing and the other 4 great priests standing in front of the Star Hall gate. Lin Shen went up to meet several great priests.
Before Lin Shen could say anything, Shi Zhongqing asked him to open the cabin.
The great priests all looked solemn and were not in the mood to say anything to Lin Shen. As soon as the door opened, several people entered the sea of stars one after another.
Lin Shen followed them and watched Shi Zhongqing activate Xingsuai.
Lin Shen was a little worried because from the conversations between several great priests, Lin Shen realized that the reason why the encounter between the great priests was actually a strange phenomenon caused by Ouyang Yu. They want to use Xingsu to deduce the position of the person who triggers strange phenomena. Lin Shen does not know whether the ability of Chaos Xiaozhong to cover up the laws can make Xingsu's ability invalid.
Tian, you go out first.
Shi Zhongqing did not let Lin Shen stay, and asked him to wait outside the hall. Lin Shen had no choice but to bow and retreat, standing outside the door and waiting.
At this time, Lin Shen felt even more uneasy.
If it were ordinary deductions, Shi Zhongqing would not have let him leave. In this situation, it is clearly that Shi Zhongqing wants to contact the Jade Emperor and use the highest authority of the Great Priest to deduce the position of the person who caused the strange phenomenon.
Is the Jade Bone demonic girl so important? Or is it the person they care about is the number 1 immortal?
Lin Shen was guarding the gate and waiting silently. After waiting for half an hour, the gate of the Star Hall was opened again. After several great priests came out, they left directly, leaving only Shi Zhongqing and Lin Shen outside the gate. At this moment, a big rock in Lin Shen's heart finally fell to the ground.
The masters did not show any abnormality.
It seems that the calculation did not result. If it were calculated that the person who caused the strange phenomenon was Jing Meisheng, the look of his eyes would not be so natural.
Master Shi, is it because of the strange phenomenon just now?
Lin Shen asked in disguise. Shi Zhongqing sighed softly. The woman in the vision is called the Immortal. She is a very special ghost and god. In the history of the entire Immortal Court, only one person has understood the laws of the Immortal, which has triggered the Immortal.
Immortal is special? Or is that person very special? Lin Shen asked again.
Everything is very special. Shi Zhongqing said in a pondering voice, the only person who has obtained the law of immortality is the first immortal.
You may not have heard of this name.
You should know his other identity, which is the founder of the Creation Clan.
Is it the traitor from the Immortal Court?
Lin Shen was a little surprised.
Not bad.
Shi Zhongqing sighed again. If he really reincarnated and returned, then there would be big trouble.
I'm afraid the Immortal Court will be in trouble again. The reason why the first immortal was reincarnated and reborn should be because he was defeated?
Since he could defeat him once, he would naturally defeat him for the second time. Besides, he had just caused a strange phenomenon and should have just reached the lower level.
It should not be difficult to kill him now, right?
Lin Shen asked tentatively.
Shi Zhongqing shook her head. Not even the Sea of Xingsu can't calculate his position now.
Even if it can be calculated, it is not that easy to get rid of him. The Immortal is the most evil ghost and god in the world. No one. The power of the Immortal can swallow all the power in the world for his own use, and all things can be used by him. There is almost no power in the world that can hurt him. Using any law or force to attack him will only become his help. Fighting with him will only make him stronger. As long as the Immortal awakens, no one can restrain him anymore.
How did you reincarnate the first immortal before? Lin Shen showed a look of surprise on his face.
This time he didn't pretend, but was really surprised. Although he had known that the Jade Bone Demon might be very strong, he didn't expect to be so strong. All the power in the world will only become a gain, and this is not enough to be fought, absolutely invincible. Thinking about it, it is indeed the case. The power of the Jade Bone Demon is to absorb the power of others. The Immortal has no weaknesses, because she is a ghost and a god, but humans have weaknesses. Although the first immortal is known as an immortal, he is still a human body after all, so he still has weaknesses. The reason why he was able to defeat him at the beginning was to take advantage of one of the fatal weaknesses of the first immortal itself. Shi Zhongqing said with a wry smile, but now that he has reincarnated, I don't know if his weakness is still there. If he is gone, it will be a big trouble.
Can't even the Emperor's magic weapon do anything to him? Lin Shen pondered.
It's hard to say. If he can use the Emperor's magic weapon to kill him with one blow before he grows up, it's natural that he can't kill him. If he can't kill him, those who can't kill him will only make him stronger and endlessly powerful. Shi Zhongqing said this and comforted Lin Shen in turn. You don't need to worry too much. You can't be sure yet whether the one who triggers the vision of the Immortal is the first immortal who is reincarnated. If not, there is still a chance to guide him to be good. Maybe it's a good thing.
Can the reincarnation of the first immortal lead him to be kind?
Lin Shen was a little confused.
Different. The reason why he is called the number one immortal is because he is the first immortal in the universe. Do you know what an immortal is?
Shi Zhongqing said with a strange expression. Lin Shen shook his head. He heard from the Jade Bone Demon Ji that the so-called immortal is a human being injected into the intelligent brain system, but he could not say this in front of Shi Zhongqing.
Chapter 1167 Verification of Identity.
The word Xian means one person and one mountain. When a person walks towards the mountain, he wants to be at the same level as the sky. It refers to those who pursue higher realms and understand the true meaning of the universe. Shi Zhongqing said slowly.
So, can't all those who practice cultivation be called immortals? Lin Shen said.
different. Ordinary people see the knowledge of their practice, while those who practice immortals see the unknown. Shi Zhongqing shook her head and said. Lin Shen immediately understood Shi Zhongqing's meaning. The pursuit of the divine in man practice is from the lower level to the middle level, and then from the middle level to the upper level. Even if the person who wants to become the emperor, he will improve himself in the known level. What immortals pursue is the unknown and an area that has never been touched by others. The two are different from the purpose to the final realm. All things in the universe have a theorem, so it is not so easy to transcend. No one in the world can call them immortals. Even if they have realized the power and laws that others have never realized before, these abilities are in the universe that have been there for a long time, not new creations. Only the first immortal, he is a brand new existence that has never existed in the universe. What kind of existence is that? The combination of humans and intelligent brain. Shi Zhongqing said slowly, the first immortal is no longer a pure human being, but a new species that combines intelligent brain. It is a combination of two different lives. The traits he possesses are unprecedented before. Can people really integrate with the intelligent brain? Lin Shen still felt a little incredible. If it is not possible, there will be no first immortal. Shi Zhongqing sighed, a person has the computing power of a super-intelligent brain and the evolutionary ability of human beings. The human body uses the intelligent brain to break through its own evolutionary barriers. The intelligent brain has the evolutionary ability of human beings and will evolve infinitely. An existence with infinite computing power in the body can evolve infinitely. Theoretically, this is the ultimate form of cosmic life. Lin Shen thought for a while, and it was already very perverted that the human brain could have computing power like the intelligent brain. This brain can still evolve infinitely. When it is strong enough, will this brain be able to calculate and control everything in the universe? It is terrible to think about it. What's even more terrifying is that this body also has the power of an immortal. He can devour everything evolved himself, which is simply the biggest bug in the universe. Everything in the first immortal is perfect, but it has a fatal problem. This problem may not be a problem for him, but it is a disaster for other lives in the universe. Shi Zhongqing paused before continuing, as the brain of the number one immortal evolved, his human nature will gradually fade away. Like the intelligent brain, his thinking will only act according to the rules. With the evolution of the brain, he will constantly improve his own rules, which leads to a very serious problem, that is, the irrationality of people themselves. Lin Shen understood Shi Zhongqing's meaning. The existence of human beings will continue to plunder resources and occupy resources that exceed their own survival needs, and there is no end to them. If the brain of the first immortal will infinitely approach the law, then for him, everyone violates the law and goes against it, then the first immortal will inevitably eliminate humans. Now Lin Shen finally understood why Shi Zhongqing said that if the first immortal was the first immortal, it would be impossible to guide him to be good, because the so-called goodness is simply untenable in the logic of the immortal. Of course, it may also be not good at all. But for Lin Shen, this is nothing wrong. Has the first immortal evolved to that level back then? How did he be reincarnated and reborn? Lin Shen asked curiously. He had not evolved to that level before. These were just the results of deduction. Whether it would eventually develop into this situation cannot be 100% certain. As for the first immortal at that time, he just wanted to destroy the immortal court, establish a so-called fair world, and give everyone freedom. Before Lin Shen asked again, Shi Zhongqing continued, the first immortal at that time, the combination of consciousness and intelligence has not reached the level of perfection, and there are still a little flaw. At that time, he was able to defeat him and forced him to be reincarnated and reborn because of the existence of those flaws. I hope that reincarnation and rebirth will not allow him to solve this problem, otherwise the trouble will be really big. Lin Shen thought secretly in his heart, feeling that Ouyang Yu should not be the reincarnation of the number one immortal. Although Ouyang Yudu's idea is a bit special, it is still within the scope of normal humans. The first immortal is a combination of humans and intelligent brain, and his way of thinking will definitely be different from that of humans. If I really said that, Lin Shen felt that Lao Tai was more like the reincarnation of the number one immortal, and even Lao Wei was more like the reincarnation of the number one immortal than Ouyang Yu. The most important thing now is to find the person who triggered the vision of the immortal and determine whether he is the reincarnation of the first immortal. If not, it can help him grow up and evolve to the ultimate state as soon as possible, so that he can lock him to death with the immortal. In this way, even if the reincarnation of the first immortal comes back, without the infinite devouring ability of the immortal, he will not have the energy support for infinite evolution, and it will not be so complicated to solve him. Shi Zhongqing said seriously. How do you judge whether he is the reincarnation of the number 1 immortal? Lin Shen wanted to go back and test whether Ouyang was the reincarnation of the number 1 immortal. Although Lin Shen thinks it is unlikely, it is safer to test it. Permissions: the first immortal has the same permissions as Xingsu Si. Before he is granted any permissions by the Star God Palace, he can use the permissions of all the intelligent brains of the immortal court, and even Xingsu Si can be used. Wouldn't that be the same as the Emperor? Theoretically, the first immortal is the Great Emperor. After all, his intelligence brain has evolved infinitely. At that time, it had evolved to an extremely high level, and it had even surpassed the Sea of Xingsu. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the Great Emperor. After Lin Shen left the Star God Palace, he returned directly to Jing Meixing. Wait for a while, the meal will be ready soon. Ouyang Yu was cooking, washed the vegetables and placed them on the cutting board to process. Looking at Ouyang Yudu, who was wearing an apron and looked like a family husband, Lin Shen didn't believe that he would be the reincarnation of the number 1 immortal. After a while, Ouyang Yu brought up a few side dishes with all colors, fragrance and flavor, and brought out a bottle of rice wine, poured a glass for Lin Shen, and poured himself another glass. After drinking and eating, Lin Shen told Ouyang Yudu everything he heard from Shi Zhongqing, including how to verify whether he was the reincarnation of the first immortal. Ouyang smiled and said, in this way, I can't be the reincarnation of the number 1 immortal. I am not that ruthless. You have a communicator that requires permission, right? Give it to me. Ouyang said with a smile. Lin Shen took out the communicator sent to him by the Star God Palace and handed it to Ouyang. This exclusive communicator requires the identity of the owner of the Star Hall to unlock and use it. Ouyang took the communicator and directly operated it and wanted to open it, but he didn't take it seriously. Lin Shen didn't take it seriously either, but when Ouyang's finger touched the screen lit up directly. Ouyang Yu didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, and thought it was like this, so she clicked the address book casually, and then the address book was opened directly. For a moment, both of them were stunned, and the air seemed to be frozen. Chapter 1168 Dinner. This is not accurate. It must be that I accidentally unlocked it just now. Please lock it again. Lin Shen took the communicator, locked it first and handed it to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yu took the communicator and touched the screen again, but it still turned on in seconds. It must be that there is something wrong with this communicator. Anyone can open it. You wait, I'll find a new one. Lin Shen got up and prepared to go to the Star God Palace to get a new communicator back. Don't work hard. When I was practicing the magical art of wedding dress, Xiaogu had already told me everything. Although I also felt that I was unlikely to be the number 1 immortal, it seems that it is right now. Ouyang Yu stopped Lin Shen and smiled and said, I used to want to be an ordinary person. Although this goal was difficult to achieve, at least there is still a glimmer of hope. Now there is no last glimmer of hope. Ouyang. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but Ouyang Yu waved his hand to stop him. But it doesn't matter anymore. With you and Lao Wei here, it doesn't matter even if the whole world thinks I am a monster. Ouyang Yudu poured another glass of wine for Lin Shen, handed it to Lin Shen, poured another glass for himself, touched Lin Shen's glass, drank the wine in his arms, and said with a smile, if one day, Ouyang Yu is dead and disappears, help me kill the person who made Ouyang Yu disappear. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yu without saying anything. He didn't know what to say, and he felt inexplicably intimidated. Promise me. Ouyang Yudu still had a smile on his face, don't let people use my body to hurt those who are reluctant to hurt even myself. Okay. Lin Shen responded, brought the wine in his mouth and drank it all, then took out 2 bottles of wine directly from the space capsule, opened the lid, handed one to Ouyang, and held the one in his hand. You have to promise me that you can't give our things to others before we give up.
I haven't lived enough yet. If you want to take my life, no matter who you are, you have to pay a heavy price. Yang Yu smiled and touched the bottle with Lin Shen.
Lin Shen is not good at drinking, but his physique is at his level.
It is really a luxury to get drunk. After drinking a few bottles of wine, they both found it boring.
I'll talk about what happened in the future. Now you and Lao Wei have to do me a favor and explore a place with me.
Lin Shen said.
Where?
Yang Yu asked.
The King of Realms is not the King of Realms we went to before, but the King of Realms above. Lin Shen took out the mechanical watch that was not damaged and handed it to Yang Yu.
Yang Yu has taken over the watch, and his authority can indeed operate the watch. He said in surprise, "Can this watch be teleported directly in the Ancient Realm area and the Immortal Court?"
Yes.
Lin Shen nodded. Then why did you take me back to the Star God Palace?
Yang Yu looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and asked. Lin Shen was stunned. He was so excited that he forgot about this matter.
Ahem, I'll give you some motivation. Without pressure, how could you practice the Dao marriage method so quickly?
Lin Shen realized that it was too late to say something else. Yang Yu just smiled. Xiaogu told me that it was a great method of ghost marriage, but when I practiced it, I only borrowed part of the content. Now my martial arts is called the marrying dress magical art.
I think this name is very good. Just like it.
Lin Shen pointed to the planet on his watch that was independent of the Immortal Court and the Ancient Realm Zone and said, "This planet is called the King of Realm. I suspect that it is the real treasure place for the King of the Ancient Realm, or the former nest of the King of the Ancient Realm."
When will I go? Yang Yu returned the watch to Lin Shen and did not ask any more questions.
I have one more thing to do, just 10 days. No matter whether that thing can be done in 10 days, we will go to Wanxing, the realm of Wanxing. Lin Shen planned to get the spark from Yu Hongyan back before going to Wanxing. After adding Yu Hongyan's friend last time, the nickname on Yu Hongyan's communicator was her own name. Lin Shen originally thought it was a pseudonym, but after checking it, he found that it was actually a real name, and it was the top genius with the Yu family most promising to become a new generation of heads of the family.
It was not inferior to Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujuan. The Yu family's connections and prestige are even above the Pan family and Wen family.
After all, the Yu family is a family that controls the law of marriage, and the ultimate ghost and god of the Yu family are the old man under the moon, referred to as the Yu family for short. Even if they are peerless geniuses, they are powerless in terms of marriage. If they follow the will of heaven, they may not be able to get a happy marriage, or they may not be able to love and stay with the person they love. Therefore, many people will ask for help from the Yu family and ask them to help them see the marriage or cut off the evil fate, and connect with the person they like, and there are many top-level strong people. Therefore, the Yu family maintains a good relationship with many top strong men. If you want to use force and status to suppress Yu Hongyan, this road is obviously not working. Not to mention that Lin Shen is just the owner of the Star Hall. Even if the Great Priest unreasonably asks to sleep with Yu Hongyan, the Yu family will probably fight the Great Priest directly, regardless of whether he is the Great Priest or not.
Appoint a meal?
Lin Shen tentatively sent a message to Yu Hongyan. He thought that since Yu Hongyan is the top genius of the Yu family, she must be good at marriage.
Since she is willing to add her own friends, maybe she can see that there is some possibility between them, otherwise what should she do if she adds him?
How could he know that there is not only a possibility between Yu Hongyan and him, but this possibility is also very outrageous?
The red line is tied to someone's neck.
Okay. Yu Hongyan was waiting for Lin Shen to send her a message for a while, but who knew that Lin Shen would be gone? After waiting for so long, Lin Shen did not contact her. Seeing the message sent by Lin Shen today, Yu Hongyan didn't react for a while, and she thought she had read it wrong. After repeated confirmation that it was the message Lin Shen sent, Yu Hongyan immediately replied with a good word. No wonder there are so many red lines on his body, and he is still holding it in his hand. This trick of playing hard to get made him understand. He is really patient. It took me so long to contact me, and I almost thought I had misunderstood him before. Yu Hongyan sneered in her heart, and then changed into a carefully prepared set of clothes.
It's no wonder Yu Hongyan thinks of Lin Shen so much.
Anyone who knows that Lin Shen has more than a dozen colorful red lines and even blue lines in his hands, he will regard him as a scumbag. Lin Shen didn't expect it to be so smooth. After arguing the time and place, he thought about how to impress Yu Hongyan.
It is definitely not possible to use strongness.
Lin Shen's current trump card is not enough to compete with the immortal court. If Yu Hongyan touches Yu Hongyan, it is no different from the hornet's nest that stabs the immortal court. This cannot be done like this for the time being. At the agreed time, Yu Hongyan, who had been carefully dressed up, teleported to the Dream Star. Even in the Dream Star where there were beautiful women, Yu Hongyan stood out there. Even the women passing by couldn't help but look at her for a few more times. They were both beautiful and cool, and they were both good at killing each other, so they should be the type of Yu Hongyan.
Chapter 1169 Marriage Power.
Yu Hongyan came to the date location a little early, and sat there specially set a window seat to face the best of her. As soon as Lin Shen comes in, he can see Yu Hongyan in the most perfect state. Yu Hongyan has already grasped her makeup, state, light, body, and eyes, so that Lin Shen can feel the impact of beauty at the first time. Yu Hongyan did this not because she had any meaning to Lin Shen. On the contrary, she needed to make such preparations because she had no intention to Lin Shen. Although marriage is determined by nature, marriage is not equal to one. One party may have several marriages, and the other party may have only one marriage. Even if both parties only have a marriage, there are differences in importance. Those who are heavyweight are the ones who are more relaxed or even benefit from marriage. In layman's terms, if you are a licking dog, your efforts will be much greater than the other party. From the perspective of the law of marriage, the marriage red line of those with heavy weight is easier to cut off, but the marriage red line of those with low power is hard to cut off. If the weighted person unilaterally cuts off the positive red line, then although the marriage red line of the other party will still stick to the weighted person, it has nothing to do with the weighted person and is no longer binding.
The power is in vain.
The other party's red line has been cut off, and his is still stuck to others.
The marriage has no place to rely on and cannot reconnect to other people.
They can only be a licking dog for the rest of their lives, and they still have nothing to do until they lick it. Yu Hongyan can no longer cut the red line between herself and Lin Shen, so what she has to do is change the weight of her marriage first. It is difficult for ordinary people to change their weight, but Yu Hongyan is a top-notch man in the marriage system and is naturally very proficient in this. With the magical skills of Yi Shen and some external forces, it is not that difficult to change their weight. First of all, the most important point is to make Lin Shen fall in love with her at first sight.
The way of marriage is to be moved first.
The more Lin Shen is interested in her, the lighter the weight will be, and the easier it will be to cut off the marriage. Although he is not interested in men and women's affairs, Yu Hongyan is still very confident about her appearance, temperament and charm. She wanted to show her most charming side, take down Lin Shen directly, and then cut off the damn red line. Dream Star is a fairy tale dream planet, a legendary love holy place.
The pink planet's main body can easily arouse the gentlest side of human nature.
Under the setting sun, the beautiful face sitting by the window was bathed in the gentle glow, just like a princess walking out of a fairy tale, so gentle that it makes people feel intoxicated. Many couples who dated in this restaurant couldn't help but look at Yu Hongyan frequently and peeked at him.
Some of them didn't even care about the feelings of their female companions and looked at Yu Hongyan in a daze.
Yu Hongyan saw Lin Shen walking into the restaurant gate from the window room, and immediately tidied up her posture to welcome him in the best condition.
This is one of the reasons why she chose this location.
At this time, in this environment, under this light, the red lines of several couples automatically broke, and the unintentional red lines wanted to stick to Yu Hongyan, but unfortunately they couldn't touch them at all.
How can people who practice the way of marriage be so easily stuck to the red line?
When Lin Shen walked into the restaurant and looked at Yu Hongyan's beauty also reached its peak at this moment, and also gave her most beautiful side face to Lin Shen. Unfortunately, in Lin Shen's eyes, Yu Hongyan is just a mosaic, and she really can't tell what beauty it is. Lin Shen walked straight over and sat down opposite Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan saw Lin Shen's eyes clear, as if she didn't see her beauty, and her heart couldn't help but get stuck.
Impossible, how could this LSP ignore my beauty?
Yu Hongyan didn't believe that Lin Shen was indifferent to her. She thought Lin Shen was just pretending to be calm and playing with the tactic of hard to get, and quickly glanced at the red line between the two. After seeing this, Yu Hongyan's heart almost stopped suddenly. She found that the red end of the red line held by Lin Shen in her hand seemed to have become lighter, while the red end tied to her neck became heavier. Being shallow means that the weight has participated, and becoming red means that the weight has become lighter. In other words, not only did she not achieve the effect she wanted, but instead made things worse. Yu Hongyan had the urge to vomit blood, but she had to forcefully suppress the irritable impulse in her heart. Now that the turn of the situation will not only not increase your own weight, but will instead make the other party's weight heavier.
Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm already overflowing with the charm of the sky?
Yu Hongyan was indignant, but a gentle smile appeared on her face. The owner of the heavenly palace can take time to meet me in his busy schedule.
Hongyan is flattered. Order whatever you want, and I'll treat this meal.
Yu Hongyan used the move of retreating to advance, and gentle and generous girls were more likely to arouse men's desire for protection. In this case, most men should take the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of treating guests.
Thank you.
Lin Shen just said thank you, and then there was nothing. Yu Hongyan was stunned for 3 seconds, looking at Lin Shen for a moment, unable to even say what he had prepared.
Everyone, I'm here to find you. There is something I want to discuss with you.
Lin Shen knew that he was not Ouyang Yu do or dies, and he did not have the ability to let women take the initiative to post it. He didn't have time to deal with Yu Hongyan, nor did he think that he could impress Yu Hongyan with his true feelings.
For Lin Shen, the best way now is to make a deal with Yu Hongyan and to impress Yu Hongyan with enough benefits. Both parties will be in love and no one will suffer any loss. Although this is difficult, it is more efficient than touching people with emotions. What's the matter?
Seeing Lin Shen's serious appearance, Yu Hongyan was a little surprised. She didn't know what serious things Lin Shen had to look for her.
Is it the way of marriage that everyone practiced? Lin Shen asked. Didn't you ask this knowingly? How many people in the Yu family practice the way of marriage?
Your slutty skills are too inferior.
How did you become a scumbag, Sea King?
Yu Hongyan complained in her heart, but a gentle smile appeared on her face. Yes, does the owner of the heavenly palace want me to help you see your marriage? Lin Shen shook his head and said, I'm already married and have children, so there is no need to see my marriage anymore. Lin Shen's words made Yu Hongyan confused. She always felt that Lin Shen had some intentions for her and wanted to hook her up. Who knew that Lin Shen came up and said that she was married, and it didn't seem like she was hooking her up. Whoever hooked up and would come up and mess with this first.
Then what do you mean?
Yu Hongyan could no longer hold the smile on her face, and she frowned and looked at Lin Shen and asked.
I wonder if everyone has ever heard of the Dao marriage method. Lin Shen first threw out a bargaining chip.
Yu Hongyan was slightly surprised, but she didn't expect Lin Shen to say this. Of course, I have heard that it was a mysterious martial art created by the great heavenly king, a side subject technique of the way of marriage, and also his untransmitted secret.
I wonder what the owner of the heavenly palace meant to mention this method. Chapter 1170 Falling Marriage.
I accidentally got the complete version of the Daoming marriage.
If you want to please everyone, I want to use this technique to make a deal with you. Lin Shen said. Have you obtained the complete book of the Tao of Ghost Marriage? Yu Hongyan was shocked.
The Yu family also has a collection of the broken version of the Tao of Ghost Marriage. It is not that the Yu family does not want the full version, but that the full version cannot be found at all. Because only the real method of De Tiantai can be used by his deformed species or gods, at most, they have learned a little bit of fur. If you can find the complete version of the Daoming marriage method, Yu Ajiao will get it at all costs. Because in the universe, the only one who can compete with the Yu family in marriage is the great heavenly king's dark marriage method. The Yu family has always hoped to include the Tao of misty marriage in their own system, but they did not have the ability to obtain the Tao of misty marriage from the Tao of the heaven. So when Lin Shen said that he got the full version of the Tao of ghost marriage, Yu Hongyan was very surprised, and then the first thought was that she didn't believe it. The residual version of the Tao marriage method is collected by various families, and there are naturally in the Star God Palace, but those can only be read in a rough way. There are not enough details in core keys. It is okay to use this technique to understand it, but it does not have much value in cultivation.
The complete book mentioned by the Lord of Heavenly Palace is not a collection in the Zhongtian Star God Palace, right? Yu Hongyan asked tentatively.
The dark marriage method collected by the Zhongtian Star Temple has been completed, but compared with the real dark marriage method, it is of a different level. The great method of ghost marriage completed by Yu Zone is better than that of the Zhongtian Star Divine Palace. No, it was my accidental gain outside, and it was the real complete book. When Lin Shen was studying Yu Hongyan, he knew the value of the Tao of misfortune to the Yu family, so he wanted to exchange this with Yu Hongyan. There are many versions of the dark marriage technique, including the wrong version and the complete version. Yu Hongyan said in a pondering manner. She didn't believe that Lin Shen could get the real full version from the hands of the big heavenly king.
The book I got is a complete version of the genuine version.
If it weren't for this, I wouldn't dare to trade it with Yuehu. If Yuehu doesn't believe it, you can take a look at this first. Lin Shen took out a piece of paper and put it on the table, then pushed it to Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan looked at the paper and saw that the content of the Tao of ghost marriage was written on it. After taking a closer look, the expression on her face gradually became surprised. Some of the dark marriage methods above are the same as Yu Hongyan knows, while others are something Yu Hongyan has never seen in any version of the dark marriage methods. After carefully reading the part one had never seen before, many of the doubts and confusions about the Tao of misfortune were solved. However, the content on this paper is limited, and only part of the content in the first chapter of the beginning is gone, which makes Yu Hongyan feel like she is very uncomfortable to read novels. However, through this passage of content, Yu Hongyan knew that Lin Shen was not talking nonsense. Even if Lin Shen did not have the complete version of the Tao of ghost marriage in his hand, the content of this version should be the most complete at present, even more complete than the Tao of ghost marriage that Yu family has studied for so long.
Master of Heaven, where did your technique come from? Yu Hongyan asked seriously.
I can guarantee that the good things are not related to the source.
This is the complete version of the Tao marriage method. I wonder if everyone is interested in trading with me.
Lin Shen said with a smile.
What do you want?
Yu Hongyan looked at Lin Shen and asked. I want to ask everyone to sleep with me for one night, just hugging each other, and there is no need to cross over. Lin Shen directly expressed his purpose. Yu Hongyan suddenly became angry when she heard this. It turns out that she is a scumbag.
She can say such shameless requests openly and regard them as a transaction. It is really shameless.
Yu Hongyan got up and was about to leave, not wanting to talk nonsense to such people anymore. Although the method of ghost marriage is precious, she does want it and is indeed important to the Yu family, but if she obtains it in this way, she would rather not. I have been to Yulao Temple and I have also seen a booklet tied to the red line in the temple. Lin Shen's words made Yu Hongyan stop. Yu Hongyan turned around and looked at Lin Shen, wanting to know what he meant. The book contains 3 words, marriage thinness. Lin Shen continued, if you are willing to trade with me, I can offer both the Tao of misty marriage and the face of marriage thinness.
Lin Shen's words are not false.
He did see the Yulao Temple while patrolling the mysterious god star. Because of Yu Hongyan, Lin Shen went in and took a look when he was still during the day. There was no statue of the moon god in Yulao Temple. I don't know if the ghosts and gods have been destroyed, or if the Yulao has left the temple and left the mysterious god planet. However, on the beam of the house, there was a red line hanging, and the end of the line was tied to the weak marriage, and Lin Shen did not dare to move at that time. When I went to see the Yulao Temple again at night, I saw that although there were no ghosts and gods in the Yulao Temple, the Yulao Temple still returned to its glorious appearance.
I think there must be a mystery in it.
After returning to the Star God Palace, Lin Shen studied it again and found that the weak marriage should be the original of the Yu family's magical skill Yishan and the natal artifact of the ancestor of the Yu family. Originally, this thing should be the treasure of the Yu family, but for some reason, it seems that it has not been passed down. I don't know if the ancestor of the Yu family did not leave this artifact or was lost later.
Can you take it out?
Yu Hongyan stared at Lin Shen and asked. Yu Hongyan's words made Lin Shen more sure that the poor marriage in Yulao Temple should be the one from the Yu family, and the Yu family also knew that the poor marriage was in Yulao Temple, but they just didn't have the ability to get it.
You can give it a try. Lin Shen said.
If the statue of the Moon Old God is still there, Lin Shen would not take this risk even if he killed Lin Shen, but the Moon Old God is no longer there. Lin Shen can try it with 2 Emperor artifacts and the Chaos Bell, plus the protection of the Eastern Emperor Luotian.
If it cannot be taken down, Lin Shen still has fire seeds, and uses fire seeds to occupy the magpie's nest and instigate the position of the Moon Old God, then the marriage is weak and it is not easy to win. Of course, Lin Shen did not dare to guarantee 100% success, so he did not mention the fact that his marriage was poor at the beginning. But now the method of ghost marriage cannot impress Yu Hongyan, and Lin Shen can only give up his marriage. Even the great priest can't get back the things in the Yu Lao temple. Are you sure you can take them out?
Yu Hongyan felt that there was basically no possibility of this matter, but she also longed for such a glimmer of opportunity. During the previous generations, the Yu family thought of many ways, and wanted to get back the things from the Yu Lao temple, and even invited the great priest to get the things from the Yu Lao temple. As a result, the great priest came back and told them that the things could not be taken out. Since then, the Yu family has lost this heart. Compared with the Tao of ghost marriage, the importance of the things in Yu Lao temple to the joyful family cannot be compared. If the things inside can be retrieved, many people in the Yu family are even willing to pay the price of their lives. The things there can make the Yu family have a qualitative leap in strength, and are no longer just a family that relies on finding marriages for others.
Chapter 1171 Agreed Agreement. How can I believe you can get the things back?
Yu Hongyan didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Shen anymore, but she wanted to turn her head and leave. But the weak marriage and the Tao of misfortune are so attractive that she can't move.
You can't believe it either.
Lin Shen really has no way to prove it.
Take the things back, and we can talk about them again after I see them. Yu Hongyan pondered. There is no need to talk about it. To get a poor marriage, the risk you need to take is too great. I have to take the benefits first, regardless of success or failure. The Tao of ghost marriage can give you a deposit at the time. Lin Shen said. How do I know if you will change your mind if you get the benefits? Yu Hongyan said.
You can't believe me, just pretend that I haven't said this and give up.
Thank you for your reception. I won't eat any food. Please contact me if you have something to do in the future.
Lin Shen said and was about to get up and leave.
Wait a minute. Yu Hongyan's face changed.
Seeing that Lin Shen left without hesitation, she gritted her teeth and called him.
Is there anything else for everyone? Lin Shen turned around and asked. Sit down, I have something to ask you.
Yu Hongyan's mood was very complicated at this time. If Lin Shen was just an ordinary person, she would not care about what Lin Shen said at all, but she knew that Lin Shen was not only the owner of the Zhongtian Star Hall, but also went to the Ghost and Gods to carry out patrol missions not long ago, so his words were still somewhat credible. After all, to outsiders, Shi Zhongqing supports Lin Shen so hard that he almost told everyone that Lin Shen is his successor, the next great priest of the Zhongtian Star Temple. Lin Shen has such an identity, and his words are still very substantial.
It's okay if you have something to say.
Lin Shen did not come back and said while standing there.
Can you sit down and talk? Yu Hongyan showed a pleading look. She was thin-skinned and could not say such words in front of so many people.
The men who were already paying attention to Yu Hongyan's side were angry when they saw Yu Hongyan begging the man so pitifully.
It is your great honor to be able to have such a beauty with you. You dare to leave the beauty and leave alone, and let the beauty ask you to stay. It is really a great sin.
Some people even wished they could rush over and knock Lin Shen down and then give him pity for Yu Hongyan.
Lin Shen felt the hostile gazes around him, pondered for a moment, and sat down. Emotional. Everyone, what do you want to say? Are you really just sleeping together? Yu Hongyan's cheeks turned red.
When she spoke, her body was trembling slightly, and her fingernails were about to pinch into her flesh.
It's sleep, there's nothing else.
Lin Shen corrected. Before that, I will first use the Tao of ghost marriage to confirm that it is the full version, and then make a transaction. Yu Hongyan forced herself to show that she didn't care so much, as if she was very free and easy. You can give you the Tao of the ghost marriage first, but after you read the Tao of the ghost marriage, as long as there is no problem with the Tao of the ghost marriage, you cannot regret it.
Lin Shen said. You must also make a bloody oath and do your best to help me get the things in the Yulao temple back. Can. It's not just the marriage book, but the red line with the marriage book must be taken back. I do my best. Okay, when will the transaction be made? The faster the better. If you have nothing to do, we can find a place to live now. Lin Shen said. I don't care, but I have to choose the location. Yu Hongyan didn't care. You choose. Lin Shen was very satisfied. Although he had to pay some price, it was worth it to be able to get the spark on Yu Hongyan so quickly. Come with me. Yu Hongyan got up and left, looking very free and easy. Lin Shen also stood up and followed, feeling very excited. He could get the real rebellious one immediately. He didn't know what the effect was. This was the first time he had obtained the perfect spark, and he was still looking forward to it. Lin Shen originally thought Yu Hongyan would find a place like a hotel. After all, Fantasy Star itself is a dating holy place, and there are quite a few hotels here, including some particularly high-end hotels. Lin Shen thought that just finding a room can be found and sleeping for one night. Yu Hongyan obviously didn't think so. She took Lin Shen away from Dreamstar and teleported to a planet that Lin Shen had never even heard of. This planet is full of primeval forests, and there is no trace of human activities, let alone hotels. It is obvious that it is an undeveloped planet. Is this a curtain of silence? Lin Shen looked at a lake in front of him and the grass by the lake, and was secretly surprised, not expecting that Yu Hongyan would be so open. But soon Lin Shen knew that he was wrong. Yu Hongyan took him to a small wooden house by the lake. The wooden house was backed by the hill, and the top of the layer was connected with the grass on the hill. If you didn't get close, you wouldn't be able to see it. Yu Hongyan opened the door and entered the wooden house. Lin Shen also walked in, looking at everything in the wooden house. Although the wooden house is not big and there are not many things, it is quite warmly decorated. A bamboo bed is not too big, so it is more than enough to sleep with two people. Yu Hongyan took off her coat, hung it on the clothes hanger, and then lit the fireplace, which immediately made the wooden house gentler and looked even more warm. After doing all this, Yu Hongyan sat on the bed, took off her shoes, leaned half on the bed, spread her hand, and said freely, "Don't you want your sister? I'll hold you to sleep. Come here." Seeing that Yu Hongyan was so free and easy, Lin Shen didn't hesitate. He walked over and sat on the bed, took off his shoes and lay in Yu Hongyan's arms. Yu Hongyan retracted her arm reflexively, obviously not as indifferent as she showed. "Are you scared?" Lin Shen leaned against the head of the bed, looked at Yu Hongyan with a strange expression, and said lightly, "Who is afraid? You haven't given me the Tao of ghost marriage. If you want my sister to hold you to sleep, it depends on whether your Tao of ghost marriage is the real complete book." Yu Hongyan forced her mouth. Lin Shen took out the method of ghost marriage that had been written long ago and handed it to Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan took over the magic method of ghost marriage, opened it and looked at it, and the more she looked, the more strange her expression became. Although she had never seen the real Tao of ghost marriage, from the content, it was indeed more complete than all the versions of Tao of ghost marriage she had seen, and the content was also very complete, which made many doubts she had before. "Is it okay now?" Lin Shen reached out and hugged Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan quickly reached out to block Lin Shen's hand, bit her lip and said, "You haven't made a bloody oath yet." After Lin Shen made a bloody oath, he reached out to hug Yu Hongyan again. Yu Hongyan pressed Lin Shen's chest with her palm and said anxiously, "Don't be anxious. Go and take a shower first. I can't stand the smell of sweat." Lin Shen didn't care about so much of her. He directly tried to hold Yu Hongyan in his arms. The terrifying power made Yu Hongyan have no chance to resist. Yu Hongyan was shocked and angry. Lin Shen's strength was far beyond her imagination. She had recently been promoted to the upper level, but she could not resist Lin Shen's strength. Lin Shen's strength attributes were much stronger than she thought, and she was not inferior to the upper level, which surprised her very much. Lin Shen was still in the lower rank not long ago and participated in the competition with Pan Xiaoning and the others. Why is the power attribute so strong? Did he get promoted to the upper level in such a short time, or did he have other special abilities?
Yu Hongyan couldn't break away from Lin Shen's arms, and was forced to be hugged by Lin Shen, turning around, turning her into a face to face the wall, while Lin Shen's arms wrapped around her body and arms, hugging her from behind. Yu Hongyan felt that her arm was like steel, and she could not break free no matter how hard she tried. She was about to get angry, but she heard Lin Shen's low voice sounding in her ears. If you break the contract, not only will you pay the price, but the entire Yu family will pay the price.
Don't doubt my determination and ability.
Yu Hongyan's body suddenly stiffened. It was over. If she broke the promise, Lin Shen would definitely not let her in Yu's house go, and she also wanted something in Yu Lao Temple. If you do something against me, I will tie the red lines of many ugly, evil, lonely and widowed old ladies on you, and let you be the groom every night and be with them every day. Yu Hongyan closed her eyes and did not move, but she said harsh words in her mouth.
Chapter 1172 Confidant.
Lin Shen talked nonsense to her, hugged Yu Hongyan and closed her eyes, hoping to get the fire quickly, so she would not be in the mood to care about what Yu Hongyan thought.
This is just a deal.
He paid so much, not to take care of Yu Hongyan's feelings. If Yu Hongyan dares to breach the contract now, Lin Shen will suppress her without hesitation, press her head and take the fire back.
Because of Ouyang Yudu's precedent, Lin Shen had a guess in his mind.
The fire of the destiny and the rebellious bones may not be born specifically for someone, otherwise the person who carries the destiny and the rebellious bones on his body will die, so wouldn't he never be able to get the destiny and the rebellious bones on his body? The universe is so big, and all kinds of disasters and man-made disasters occur every day. It is normal for the carriers who are against the will of heaven and bone to die. The reason why the fire of the heaven reverse bones is still complete now can only show that the fire of the heaven reverse bones is immortal. Even if the original carrier dies, it will be transferred or attached to the new carrier in some way. Lin Shen guessed that the reason why Ouyang Yudu had a rebellious body was that the previous carrier died, so he chose him as a new carrier. Yu Hongyan was so nervous that she found that Lin Shen's power was far stronger than she had imagined. If Lin Shen forced herself to do anything to her, Yu Hongyan didn't know if she could stop Lin Shen. After a while of anxiety, Yu Hongyan found that Lin Shen had no other moves, but just lying there holding her. Not daring to take it lightly, Yu Hongyan still kept on guard, but after a while, Yu Hongyan found that Lin Shen seemed to be really asleep.
Do you want to lie to me and relax your guard?
Yu Hongyan still couldn't rest assured, and her mind was full of all kinds of guesses. All night, Yu Hongyan was always in a state of vigilance and did not dare to close her eyes, for fear that Lin Shen would take the opportunity to do anything to her. The scumbag who holds so many red lines in his hand will not have any sense of trust in him. Lin Shen, who had not made any noise, suddenly moved, which scared Yu Hongyan.
What do you want to do? Yu Hongyan asked vigilantly. What are you doing? It's time, I'll leave.
Lin Shen got up and sat up, put on his shoes and stood up and left. Yu Hongyan didn't even react, and Lin Shen pushed open the door and walked out. Yu Hongyan couldn't believe that Lin Shen left like this, but when she got up and walked out of the wooden house, there was indeed no one outside.
Really left? Yu Hongyan still couldn't believe it.
Lin Shen actually just hugged her and slept for a night.
Lin Shen's mood is a little subtle now. He got the fire from Yu Hongyan.
This is something worthy of joy, but this fire is not against the will of heaven. Imperfect super basic evolutionary fire, confidant. Beautiful beauty is easy to get, but confidant is hard to find.
Getting both is like a help from God. Although the imperfect spark, although not as good as the rebellious one, is also quite precious.
Lin Shen carefully studied it. The general meaning of this confidant is that when a confidant is by Lin Shen, he will give him a certain amount of power to bless him so that he can burst out with stronger power than usual. However, the so-called definition of a confidant is a bit strange. Lin Shen's understanding of a confidant should be the kind of female friend who appreciates each other and a woman who can understand herself. But when he was by Yu Hongyan just now, Lin Shen found that Yu Hongyan actually gave him the blessing effect of his confidant. The effect was too obvious. In his eyes, Yu Hongyan's body exuded a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation resonated with Lin Shen's body, making the cells in his body full of explosive power as if they had turned on a switch. Lin Shen was a little confused.
Why Yu Hongyan could trigger the fire of her confidant?
He and Yu Hongyan were obviously not familiar with each other, let alone understand her. Yu Hongyan is not only not his confidant, but may even hate him in his heart.
Why is it so strange? What is the triggering standard for a confidant?
After leaving Yu Hongyan, Lin Shen could not feel the potential of his body exploded. It can be guessed that the role of a confidant should be limited by a certain distance. Now Lin Shen is not in the mood to study his confidant, and he is still thinking about the things he is against the will of heaven. He didn't expect that the most likely Yu Hongyan was rebellious, and the spark on her body was not. Now the only clue left in Lin Shen is the woman in the video, but the woman was sealed in the video, and Lin Shen didn't know how to get her out, and she couldn't sleep even if she wanted to. Back at Jingmeixing, Lin Shen found that Ouyang Yudu's body had the same fluctuations as Yu Hongyan, which immediately made Lin Shen's entire body active.
Fuck, this is okay. Isn't the confidant referring to women? Can Lao Wei and Dais also give me blessing?
Lin Shen took the initiative to close the confidant's fire, otherwise Ouyang Yu would have been by his side and his body was in a state of stimulant injection, which was really uncomfortable. This state is naturally excellent in combat, but it is not a good thing to be so excited in normal times. Lin Shen decided to find Lao Wei and Dais to test how many people activate their confidants. But when he really called the person over, he found that except Ouyang Yudu, Lao Wei, and Dais could not activate the confidant's fire. It seems that the triggering condition of this confidant's fire seed is not my understanding of me.
The only common point between Ouyang and Yu Hongyan is that they have fire seeds. In other words, only those with fire seeds can trigger the fire seeds of the confidant?
Lin Shen guessed in his heart. I originally thought I didn't get the spark that was so smooth, but I didn't expect it to get it so soon. There is nothing else to do recently, so Lin Shen decided to go to Wangxing to explore in advance. Although he promised Yu Hongyan to go to Yu Lao Temple to get things, Yu Hongyan was so uncooperative, and Lin Shen was unwilling to go to Yu Lao Temple now. Anyway, he just agreed to go to get things, and he didn't say when he would pick them up. He would talk about it if he was in a good mood in the future. When Wei Wufu and Dais heard that they were going to Wangxing in the realm, they both agreed to go and take a look as soon as possible. They have recently hunted deformed species on their planet. Although they have accumulated some resources, they are still far from being able to advance to the middle level and condense their souls. They must have a large amount of resources to be able to condense their souls in a short period of time. Getting in touch with ghosts and gods depends on perception and talent. Condensing the soul also requires perception and talent, but resources are even more essential. The four of them hit it off. Lin Shen took out his mechanical watch, turned on the teleportation function directly, and tried to teleport several people to the King of Realms together. The broken mechanical watch before can be teleported by multiple people, and the intact watch should not be worse than the broken watch. Sure enough, with the end of the countdown on the watch, all four of them were teleported out.
Chapter 1173 Graduation Exam. What is this?
Lin Shen looked around, slightly surprised. Dais and the other two were also looking around. They found themselves in an oval space, surrounded by smooth and white curved walls, like white jade. The entire space is about 30 meters high, and the widest place in the horizontal direction is about 10 meters, as if it were a standing huge rugby inside.
Welcome to take the graduation exam. Please ask candidates to complete all questions within the specified time. If they cannot complete them, they will be directly erased.
Passing the graduation exam, you can obtain a complete inheritance of the King of Realms.
An emotionally free electronic voice sounded inside.
Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Fortunately, Lin Shen, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu have all experienced the previous incident of Wangxing in the world, and this situation is not too unfamiliar with it. After the sound ended, a beam of light was cast at the top of the space, forming some holographic projection text in the air.
Exam question 1, create a world and open up the earth. Please rush out the chaos egg within 1 hour.
If the test questions cannot be solved within a limited time, it will be considered as a failure in the exam and directly erase your life. Below these words is a countdown, a full 120 minutes. Wei Wufu didn't say a word, and directly burst out all his strength and punched him on the string-shaped wall.
Although there is no evil to inspire Wei Wufu's power of justice, under normal circumstances, Wei Wufu's power is also top in the lower ranks.
The punch hit the string-shaped wall, and the string-shaped wall immediately sunk, but until the force on the fist was exhausted, the string-shaped wall was not broken. The sunken part rebounded with huge force and directly bounced Wei Wufu's body away. Wei Wufu's body rotated at high speed in the air. With the help of the rotational force, he removed all the rebounded force and then fell back to the ground.
Even Lao Wei's power cannot be broken.
It seems that this thing is very tough and cannot be brute force.
Let me give it a try,
Dai said, and with his fingers, a tiny dust emerged in the sky, condensed into a star needle that was many times thinner than the needle, and stabbed it towards the string-shaped wall. The star needle stabbed on the string-shaped wall, but it could not penetrate it, but just knocked the string-shaped wall to sink. After the star needle was exhausted, it immediately rebounded.
Dais dodged sideways.
The star needle hit the string wall on the other side, and flew to the other side at high speed, bounced around the chaos egg until most of the power was consumed, and was pinched by Dais.
The structure of this chaotic egg is too thin.
The tiniest particle I can control cannot be inserted into its gaps, making it difficult to pierce it. Dais pondered and said, I suspect that this test is not prepared for us at all, but should be prepared for the gods who have reached the peak of the superiority. Lin Shen also felt that there was indeed something wrong here.
Anyway, there were no outsiders here, so he summoned Shana directly. Shana, what's going on here?
Lin Shen asked, looking at Shana.
What's going on? Where is this? Shana looked around and looked confused.
Lin Shen looked at her with a strange look and asked, This is the place where the watch you sent me.
Don't you know where this is? Is this the King of Realm?
Shana immediately looked around with excitement, and said while looking, The teleportation device was left to us in your previous life. It was said that something was left in the King of Realm.
After we were promoted to the Emperor level, we could come and get it. Why didn't you say it earlier?
Lin Shen suddenly felt a little tooth pain when he heard it.
If he had known that this was the case, how could he have come to such a place? You didn't ask, how did I know you would come here?
Shana also said with some depression, I'll give you a teleportation device, just wanting you to use the teleportation device to freely travel to and from various planets and obtain the resources you want.
Who knows you will teleport here? You didn't say it clearly. I thought you sent me the teleportation device to ask me to come here to get the treasure. Lin Shen thought for a while and asked, Is there any way to quit?
Lin Shen has tried it, and the transmission device cannot be started here.
I don't know, you only said that you would be promoted to the Emperor level and come back again in your previous life. You didn't tell us anything in it. Shana shook her head.
Several people looked at each other, and the situation was worse than they thought. I'm afraid it would take the Emperor level to pass the test here.
Do you know what this chaos egg is?
Lin Shen knew that nothing is useful now, so he still had to find a way to pass the exam, otherwise he would have to die in it.
Shana really didn't know anything about it, and she had no idea about it. Can you use your red gourd to get this thing open? Lin Shen asked Shana to give it a try first.
Shana immediately sacrificed the red gourd and wanted to suck the chaos egg in. The red gourd was facing the sky and his mouth was facing the ground. As Shana recited the secret words, the mouth of the gourd suddenly emitted a strange purple-red vortex. The chaotic egg was sucked and twisted, and the ground was bulging, about to be sucked into the gourd. When the few people saw this, they were all happy. This red gourd was really useful. But soon they couldn't laugh. The red gourd kept sucking the chaos egg in, but the chaos egg did not break. As the chaos egg was sucked in, the internal space continued to decrease. If they continued, they would have been sucked into the gourd with the chaos egg, and in the end, even Shana was probably sucked in. Lin Shen didn't know if it was the gourd that sucked all the chaos eggs in the end, or if the chaos eggs wrapped around the gourd and were unable to move. Anyway, they couldn't see the result. Lin Shen quickly asked Shana to stop and vomited out the sucked part. After the part of the chaos egg was sucked out, it directly returned to its original state, which was no different from before. It seems that I can only try the sand between my fingers. Lin Shen raised his hand and hit the string-shaped wall with a haircut. The sand between the fingers is blessed by the Superbase magic shoot, and has the characteristics of invincibility and invincibility.
Lin Shen did not know that this characteristic cannot break the Chaos Egg. After all, this is an exam prepared for the Emperor, and even the Emperor's magic weapon that has not returned to its peak cannot do anything.
Bow! Lin Shen actually punched the sand between his fingers and actually pierced through the string-shaped wall of the Chaos Egg, leaving a hole on it. The Chaos Egg just broke such a small hole, but it burst out like a pierced balloon, and the scenery outside instantly appeared in front of several people. On the endless desert, there are huge Chaos Eggs everywhere, like giant bird eggs laid on the desert, so many that they are countless.
There are such giant Chaos Eggs everywhere, with colorful and everything. Exam question 2, Graduation Easter Egg, please choose an Easter egg to break it.
Among the million Easter eggs, there is only one Easter egg that breeds graduation pets, and you only have one chance to find it.
A strange voice sounded again, echoing in the air. Chapter 1174, The Emperor cannot solve it. There is no countdown for this question, and there seems to be no time limit.
But even if there is no countdown, it is still very difficult to choose one with a pet from the million Easter eggs. Because there are no standards for these Easter eggs, Lin Shen and the others don't know what the Easter eggs look like or what their characteristics are, so they don't know how to choose them. If you just try your luck, then the chance of 1 in a million is too low.
If you break one, then you will be done.
There should be standards.
We can't really let us try our luck. What kind of exam is that? Ouyang Yudu said.
You are right. There should be a way to distinguish it. We have to find it out and not try our luck blindly. Lin Shen said with a bitter face, but this number is too many. If you observe the details one by one and then compare them, you don't know when to compare them.
Living, die.
Wei Wufu said. What Lao Wei said is also possible. Since there is only one Easter egg with pets, that is, only one Easter egg is alive, while the other Easter eggs are dead eggs. If you can sense vitality, you should be able to tell which Easter egg has pets in it. Lin Shen thought for a while, and felt that what Lao Wei said made sense. But Lin Shen is not good at sensing these things. Not to mention millions of Easter eggs, even if there is only one in front of him, he doesn't know if there is a living thing inside. Let me try it. If there is vitality, I should be able to sense it.
Seeing that no one had any solutions, Ouyang Yu said. Lin Shen was overjoyed and asked Ouyang Yu to use it quickly.
Ouyang Yu responded, flew up to the sky, stood in the air, looked down at the $1,000,000 Easter eggs, put down the jade umbrella she was holding, and then slowly closed the jade umbrella.
As the jade umbrella closed, something strange seemed to be sucked into the jade umbrella.
Lin Shen and the other two felt the gust of wind, and they couldn't help but chill, as if something was flowing out of their bodies, and they ascended to the sky together towards the jade umbrella. This feeling soon disappeared because Ouyang Yu had already opened the jade umbrella again. The gloomy feeling disappeared suddenly and the three of them returned to normal.
Ouyang, have you found out which Easter egg has vitality? Lin Shen asked after Ouyang Yu fell down. Ouyang Yu shook his head slightly. I used the jade umbrella to absorb vitality.
There is no more vitality here except for you. So, either these Easter eggs do not have living pets, or the Easter eggs themselves have the ability to isolate them, so that you can't absorb the vitality of the pets inside. Lin Shen was also a little confused about what to do for a moment.
Dai said, I have some experience in observing subtle things.
Why don't I let me observe the details of this million Easter egg and compare them?
Maybe I can get some useful information and pick it out. When will we compare this way? Lin Shen asked.
Soon, Dai said, and the man had already flown into the sky. The light and shadow on his body changed, as if there was a spiritual body Dai's, covering his body. He opened his eyes, and there seemed to be stars in the sky shining, as if reflecting the entire universe. Lin Shen had no idea about this time unit soon, but it was really soon. Dai's had already flew back, and he just flew around the $1,000,000 Easter eggs.
Is it so fast?
Lin Shen was a little surprised. If he had just taken a quick look at the scene like this, let alone the details, I'm afraid I can't even count how many of these Easter eggs there were. There are no more or less than 1,000,000 Easter eggs. These Easter eggs have a total of 13,653 colors.
Without Easter eggs, there are only one color. Any color has at least 3 Easter eggs.
The shapes and sizes are exactly the same, the textures are the same, and the arrangement of particles is the same, and there is no unique pattern. Their depths are different in the sand. They cannot be judged by this. Except for the unknown weight, there should be no difference.
Dai said.
Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. Just after flying around, he could see so many things. Dai's observing ability and memory made Lin Shen envious and wanted to open his mind and see what was different from his own. Unfortunately, it was not possible to tell which Easter egg contains a living thing.
No. Right. Wei Wufu said in a pondering manner. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked. Quantity. Wei Wufu said.
1 million Easter eggs, not one of them, not one of them, not one of them, and the number will not be wrong.
Dai's was very confident about this. That, one.
Wei Wufu pointed his finger at the place where they came out, where there were fragments of chaos eggs.
The few people were stunned.
The chaotic egg they came out was exactly the same size and appearance as the Easter eggs, except for the different colors. Chaos eggs are jade white, and look plain white, not as bright as other Easter eggs. Lin Shen and the others subconsciously did not regard the chaos egg as an Easter egg, but after Wei Wufu said this, the three of them immediately thought that if the chaos egg could also be regarded as an Easter egg, could they be regarded as a pet among the Easter eggs?
Ouyang just tried to absorb vitality, but the Easter eggs were not alive.
Perhaps it was not because the Easter eggs were isolated from the vitality, but because there were no living things there.
The pets mentioned in this test are about themselves who come out of the chaos egg. Lao Wei, it makes sense.
Among all the Easter eggs, it is the only one that is unique and the most special. Dai smiled and said, if you say so, the answer is ourselves.
Is this test for our thinking ability or Lao Wei's brain useful? Several people thought the answer was fine.
Even if they thought it was wrong, it would be fine, because they did not break the Easter eggs, so it would be fine to try it. Lin Shen shouted to the sky, we know the answer, pets are ourselves. After Lin Shen shouted, he had no reaction at all and was still quiet.
It seems that this is not the answer. It should be that you have to break an Easter egg. Ouyang Yumu pondered. Several people had no idea for a moment.
It would be difficult for Lin Shen to break these Easter eggs, but he really didn't know where to start by asking him to choose one of them in a million.
Lin Shen looked at Xiaona, and Xiaona shook her head, and she had no choice. It's better to call my sister out and ask. She has always been smarter than me. Dad, you loved her the most in your previous life. Maybe she knows something. Xiaona suggested.
Lin Shen thought it was good, so he summoned Xiaoyi too. After Xiaoya came out, Lin Shen didn't say anything, and her face suddenly changed. Chaos egg?
This is the star of the realm. How could you be here?
Lin Shen and the other two immediately understood that Xiaoyi should have known something. She was not as innocent and ignorant as Xiaona.
Xiaoyi turned his eyes to Xiaona and said angrily, have you given him the teleportation device?
Sister, now is not the time to talk about these things.
You have to help us. Xiaona pulled Xiaoya's arm and acted coquettishly. Helping? How to help? The Chaos Egg is a thing that is nurtured by the Chaos Gourd, the Great Emperor's magic weapon. Only the Emperor level can be solved.
You are at your level and dare to come here to make trouble.
Isn't this suicide? Xiaoyi said angrily. Chapter 1175 Chaos Gourd. Chaos Gourd. The Emperor? It seems that Xiaoya knows a lot.
Lin Shen looked at Xiaoya with his eyes and asked softly, Xiaoya, what's going on with the Chaos Gourd? Lin Shen only learned that there was a 7-treasured gourd in the wine gourd, and the 7-treasured gourd is not a magic weapon of the Great Emperor. Only the purple, gold and red gourd in Xiaona's hand was taken away by the Antarctic Emperor's immortality and refined it into an Emperor's magic weapon. The Chaos Gourd is in the hands of the half-iron monster who was betting on the little wine emperor. Lin Shen is only a guess about who the half-iron monster is. However, Xiaoyi only took a look and recognized that the Chaos Egg was related to the Chaos Gourd,
and also said that the Chaos Gourd was an Emperor's artifact, which was a bit unusual. Even if Xiaona told her about the Chaos Gourd, Xiaona heard as much as Lin Shen. She didn't know that the Chaos Gourd was a magic weapon of the Great Emperor.
How did Xiao Ye know? Xiao Ye's eyes swept over Wei Wufu and others. Obviously he was a little worried and didn't want to say it in front of so many people. There are all people here, so it's okay to just say it.
Lin Shen said.
Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. I only know that the Chaos Gourd is in your previous life. After you got the small universe from Xiaozhou Emperor in your previous life, you used the Chaos Gourd in the small universe to create a small universe independent of the universe, preparing to create a new world. The Chaos Gourd was also promoted to the Emperor's artifact because it merged with the small universe. Later, for some reason, I was unable to turn the Chaos Gourd into a complete new world in the previous life, and I was reincarnated. I don't know much about the new world and the Chaos Gourd, but I just heard you mention some of the things inside, including these Chaos Eggs.
What did my previous life look like? Can I draw it for me to see? Lin Shen suddenly felt something was wrong.
Xiao Yi actually knew that the king of the ancient realm took the matter of the small universe from the little wine emperor, which means that the half-human and half-iron monster is the king of the ancient realm.
If the weirdo is Lao Tai, how could Xiao Yi and Xiaona not recognize him?
If you recognize him but refuse, and instead recognize him as the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, then there will be a problem here. Dad, if you want to see it, you'll tell me earlier. I have a photo of your previous life, so I'll show it to you now.
Before Xiaoye could speak, Xiaona said as she shook a photo from the red gourd and handed it to Lin Shen.
Lin Shen was a little surprised. If he had known that Xiaona actually had a photo of the king of the ancient realm, he would not have to guess.
But if you think about it carefully, he really didn't ask Xiaona and Xiaoye.
Lin Shen took the photo and found that it was different from what he imagined. The photo did not look like a half-human and half-iron monster, but a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking very gentle.
On the man's face, Xiaona and Xiaoye can be vaguely seen. Both said that their daughter looks like a father.
It is not wrong to say that Xiaona and Xiaoye are all right. They are indeed more like the king of the ancient realm, especially between their eyebrows and eyes. Xiaona and Xiaoye are so beautiful, so the king of the ancient realm will naturally not be bad either.
They are indeed rare handsome men. They are not worse than Ouyang Yudu and Dais, and even have more.
He has a more calm and mature temperament unique to middle-aged men. Compared with him, Ouyang and Dais are a little more immature. Lin Shen finally understood why he had already practiced the evolution theory, the sutra of greeting in life and fear of death and treading to the immortal court, but Xiao Yi and Xiaona did not think he was the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. Compared with Lin Shen, this image and temperament, it really looks different from him.
It is indeed a bit far behind. This is a photo from a long time ago, right? Didn't the person who bet with Xiaojiudi in his previous life look half-human and half-iron?
Lin Shen looked at the two girls and asked. No, Dad, you have always been like this in your previous life, and you have never changed.
Xiaona said as she looked at Xiaoye, I didn't know what my dad had bet with Xiaojiudi before. Sister, what's going on?
Xiaoye shook his head and said, my father has always been like this. I just heard him say that he has never seen the story of getting the little universe from Xiaojiudi, and he doesn't know what the process is like. Maybe the weird person mentioned by Jiu Hulu is not his father himself, but his father's subordinate, or a friend or something. Lin Shen heard Xiao Yi say this, and his original guess seemed to have been overturned again.
Xiao Yi and Xiaona both said this, that is to say, Lao Tai cannot be the king of the ancient realm, so who is he?
Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for a moment, and now it's not the time to think about these things.
He looked at Xiao Yi and asked, Xiao Yi, what's going on with these chaos eggs? Can you tell which one has a pet in it?
Xiao Yi pondered and said, I just heard from my father that the chaos gourd itself has the ability to evolve the world and can nurture all things in the chaotic world.
However, nurturing life out of thin air is itself a taboo among taboos.
It is not allowed by the rules of the universe, and it is impossible to do it. The original ability of the chaos gourd to derive all things also requires a blueprint and original form.
It's like planting.
First of all, you have to have seeds to plant trees and bear fruits, and give birth to life out of thin air, which is almost impossible. Later, after I got the Little Wine Emperor's small universe in my previous life, I let the small universe merge with the Chaos Gourd, and promoted the Chaos Gourd to the Emperor level, so that I can have a certain amount of creation power. I am very satisfied with this in my previous life. I used the ability of Rincon to create something in front of me, and this kind of Chaos Egg was nurtured. But even with such ability, the success rate is still pitiful. After all, creating new living things out of thin air is a taboo in the universe, and it consumes a lot. The Chaos Gourd can nurture a Chaos Egg every few years.
Generally, it is just an empty shell.
Until my father left us, I had never heard him say that he had successfully nurtured any creature.
It seems that it must be successful now. The life bred in the Chaos Egg must be extraordinary.
It is a life that does not exist in the world, and it is also an important thing left in the previous life. Originally, the few people who did not pay much attention to the so-called graduation pet and just wanted to pass the exam realized that this graduation pet was extraordinary and might even be an emperor-level pet. If they could get it, it would be like an emperor-level thug, and the possibility of them passing the exam was even greater. Seeing that several people looked at him, Xiaoyi said helplessly, "I have only seen the Chaos Egg once, but it is the kind that fails.
I don't know how to tell which one is the successful Chaos Egg. It's useless for you to see." Chapter 1176 The Thing in the Egg.
Lin Shen was suddenly a little disappointed.
Even Xiaoye couldn't tell the life or death of Chaos Egg. Could it be that it really depends on luck to choose? This level doesn't really depend on luck, right? Ouyang Yudu said in a deep thought, "The test questions call these Chaos Eggs Easter eggs.
I'm afraid it's just to tell us that we can only pass this level by luck. What we test in this level is not our ability, but our luck." Dice nodded and said, "It seems that this is the case. The impact of luck on a person may sometimes be greater than effort and strength." Lin Shen agreed with Dice very much, just like Dice was born in a cosmic clan and was also a born Nirvana.
Lin Shen was born in an ordinary human family.
If he had not been given some opportunities because of his own specialty, he might not have been able to reach the level of Dice's origins after practicing for 3 lifetimes. Of course, Lin Shen's special and opportunity also includes the elements of luck, so the mysterious thing like luck is really hard to describe. It is normal for the king of the ancient realm to choose a person with inheritance and want to choose a person with great fortune. Otherwise, if you choose a person with little fortune, he has just achieved great success in his magical power and is invincible in the world. He will be smashed to death by the boots from Tian'erlong when he comes out of seclusion, which will waste his inheritance. Although that's the case, if you want to choose 1 out of 1,000,000, the probability is too low. How lucky do you have to be able to choose? What if only my sister and I come in and we don't choose?
Xiaona muttered. Xiaona's words reminded Lin Shen, yes, the king of the ancient realm must want to leave his inheritance to his daughter.
If Xiaona and Xiaoye come, they can only rely on luck.
If they fail, wouldn't even his own daughter be erased?
The king of the ancient realm should not do such a stupid thing. Since he gave the teleportation device to Xiaona and Xiaoye, he did not say that he would not let them in. I think there must be other ways to avoid the 2 of them dying because of the wrong choice. Lin Shen looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said, "If we come in at the emperor level again, with our own abilities and the emperor's artifact, we can't do anything to us here.
Why do we need to consider how to solve the problem again?"
Lin Shen thought to himself that if they were promoted to the emperor and came in again, no matter how powerful the Chaos Gourd was, he would probably not be able to do anything to the 2 emperors who held the emperor's artifact. Unfortunately, they have come in early now, and it is hard to say whether they can withstand the punishment here. After thinking about it over and over again, everyone could not figure out any way to tell which one was the Easter egg with a pet. Does it really take a chance to choose the pet in the Chaos Egg? Lin Shen felt depressed and said casually.
Since there is no time limit, he will not give his destiny to luck unless it is absolutely necessary.
As soon as Lin Shen finished speaking, he suddenly felt something coming out of his body. Then he saw a snowball jumping up from the space capsule and landing on Lin Shen's shoulders. He shook his feathers on his body. It was a fat boy who loves food and sleeps. Lin Shen was wondering why the fat boy jumped out at this time, but saw the fat boy spread his short and fat wings, flapping his wings and flying upwards, flying towards the group of Easter eggs.
What does it want to do?
Shauna saw that the fat boy actually landed on a chaotic egg, lowered her head and pecked the chaotic egg. She exclaimed, and raised the red gourd and was about to suck the fat boy in. If it breaks the chaos egg and there are no pets inside, they will face punishment.
No one can be sure whether they can survive or not.
Lin Shen reached out and pressed Shauna's hand. Don't move it, we may be saved.
You want to rely on it to distinguish the chaos egg? Is this reliable?
It may not even be able to break the chaos egg's shell. Shauna came to her senses and realized that it was the same whether she could take action or not.
Ordinary creatures could not break the chaos egg's defense at all. Their ability to emerge from the chaos egg is due to Lin Shen's super-based sharpshooting characteristics.
The reason why Shoya didn't do anything was that he knew that the fat bird could not do anything and could not open the chaos egg at all, so he didn't need to pay attention to it.
Click.
When they thought this way, they heard a click, and the fat man pecked at it, and several cracks broke out on the chaos egg. The fat boy kept pecking several times, and the chaotic egg suddenly cracked and cracked. Lin Shen watched from the side, without stopping, and also stopped Shauna and Xiaoya who wanted to take action. He didn't want to try his luck, but felt that instead of trying his luck himself, it was really better to let Fatty choose. Although Fatty is lazy and greedy, he is still very reliable at critical moments and has never fallen into the chain. Moreover, it can peck through the chaos egg that cannot even be torn through the red gourd, which itself shows some problems. The most important thing is that Fizi was brought out from Hulu Mountain, and Lin Shen is now very suspicious that Hulu Mountain on the Suwanio base may have some relationship with Chaos Hulu Mountain. Several people watched helplessly as the fat boy pecked the shell of the chaos egg, and the chaos eggs cracked from top to bottom. The chaos egg chosen by Fizi was purple all over, looking like a huge purple jade egg. As the purple jade shell outside broke, the eyes of several people looked over but didn't see anything, which surprised several people. Lin Shen's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Did you make a wrong judgment? That fat guy is really itchy, just pecking at it? Lin Shen quickly flew up because the above chaotic egg was cracked, and a small half of them were still cracked below, blocking the bottom part of the chaos egg, and the bottom part could not be seen. As Lin Shen's body increased, the last small part of the space in the chaos egg was also in mind. After Lin Shen saw it clearly, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. There was really something in it, but because the thing was relatively small and the chaos egg was too big, he didn't see it.
Ouyang and others also flew up.
When they saw something inside the chaos egg, they all breathed a sigh of relief first, and then their expressions became strange.
Lin Shen's expression was similar to theirs.
He had thought about various possibilities, what the life raised in it looked like, and he even thought about the possible transformers. But I didn't expect that the life bred in the chaos egg would look like this.
One shoe.
A shoe was actually born inside the chaos egg. Lin Shen immediately thought about whether the life bred in the chaos egg would be a humanoid creature, and then the humanoid creature ran away, and a shoe ran away and landed here.
But then I thought about it and felt that something was wrong. The chaos egg was intact before. If there was a creature inside, how could it run out without destroying the chaos egg? Even if it really has such ability, how could a shoe fall off? Chapter 1177 Graduation Pet.
Everyone looked at the shoe inside the chaos field egg, wondering what the situation was, and whether they had passed this level. The shoe was very small and didn't look like an adult's shoes, but it looked like a child's shoes. It was also a cloth shoe, the kind of shoes sewn with needle and cloth. The electronic sound did not appear, which should not be considered passing, but there was no prompt for failure in the exam, which made everyone not know what the situation was. Suddenly, the cloth shoe started to move by itself, as if an invisible transparent person was wearing it, flew into the air and rushed towards Lin Shen in the front. The shoes were too fast and everyone had no time to react. Before Lin Shen even raised his hands, the shoes had already flew in front of him.
Lin Shen's reaction was quite fast.
His body was twisted and he forced his side to move, avoiding the flying shoes. At the same time, the carapace had appeared and wrapped around his body. Lin Shen was down to earth, but he only felt a severe pain coming from his left foot, as if there was an unparalleled force that was squeezing his left foot, almost crushing his left foot.
Your feet. Dai's scream came.
Lin Shen looked down and saw that the cloth shoe was worn on his left foot at some point. Lin Shen has about 43 foot sizes, and with the outer shell, it probably has about 46 yards. No matter how you look at the cloth shoes, they look like they are in size 30, it should be impossible to put them on. But now the cloth shoes are actually placed on Lin Shen's left foot. You can see the carapace at the mouth of the shoe that has been severely twisted and deformed, and the pain can be imagined. Lao Wei and Ouyang Yu had already rushed up, but someone was faster than them. Xiaoyi had already raised the Yujing bottle. Get out of the way. As Xiaoye drank coldly, the light from the Yujing bottle had already shone on the cloth shoes, and he wanted to purify the cloth shoes directly. The light of the Yujing bottle is really great. After the cloth shoes were illuminated, there were suddenly dark spots on it, as if the cloth was burned by the high temperature. But Lin Shen screamed. While the cloth shoes were purified, the same burnt spots appeared on Lin Shen's body. I'm afraid that while the cloth shoes were purified, Lin Shen would also turn into ashes. Xiaoye's face suddenly changed drastically, and he quickly put away the Yujing bottle, with a look of panic on his face. Xiaona opened the red gourd and shouted a secret word to the shoes, wanting to put the shoes in, but Lin Shen flew to the mouth of the gourd together with the shoes. Xiaoya reached out to cover the lid of the red gourd, which saved Lin Shen from being sucked in by the red gourd. Don't move, those shoes are weird. It seems that they have formed a community of shared destiny with my dad.
Hurting the shoes is equivalent to hurting my dad.
Xiaoyi shouted at others from attacking the shoes, and in desperation, he actually called Lin Shen's dad. Wei Wufu and his wife stopped quickly and looked at Lin Shen, who fell to the ground in pain and was sweating coldly on his body.
He didn't know what to do for a moment. Sister, do you know what the shoes are from? Xiaona squatted beside Lin Shen, but she didn't know what to do to help Lin Shen.
Her tears were almost falling.
I don't know, I've never heard of it.
Xiaoyi took out a jade bottle and looked at Lin Shen and said, I have a 9-turn resurrection pill here, but I can try to cut off my feet first, and then swallow the 9-turn resurrection pill to save my life.
Xiaona was overjoyed when she heard this. The 9-turn resurrection pill can recast the body.
No matter how severe the injury is, even if there is only a little flesh and blood, it can recast the body.
This method is definitely feasible. Everyone had no better way, so they could only try it.
Xiaona opened the jade bottle, and suddenly a golden pill floated out, like a golden inner elixir of a divine beast with 9 layers of golden halos on it. The closer the 9 golden halos to the Dan one, the darker the color, like layers of Buddha light. The scent of fragrance came, and Lin Shen only sucked in a little fragrance, and the burns on his body healed quickly just now. It can be seen that the 9-turn resurrection pill has indeed had miraculous effects. Xiaoyi squatted in front of Lin Shen, put the 9-turn resurrection pill into Lin Shen's mouth, and asked him to hold it in it first. After cutting off his feet wearing cloth shoes, he could swallow it immediately, which would definitely save his life. Lin Shen's power surged, and he wanted to force his feet out of his shoes, but it was useless. The harder he exerted, the stronger the pain from his feet would be. If he had to hold on to the cloth shoes, his body would have hurt a lot.
I'll come.
Lin Shen's painful voice trembled a little, which was comparable to the body of a superior god, and he could not withstand such pain. As he said that, Lin Shen stretched out a finger and pointed it at his ankle, wanting to break his ankle with invincible power and separate his cloth shoes from his body.
Bang!
Sha between his fingers instantly penetrated his ankle, but it did not interrupt directly as expected. It only made a hole, and Lin Shen almost fainted in pain. No, the power I use should be able to directly interrupt. Lin Shen thrust in pain, his voice distorted. The 9-turn resurrection pill contained in the mouth and the elixir fragrance emitted by Lin Shen, who did not use super-based recasting, healed the wounds on his feet at a speed visible to the flesh of his eyes.
What's wrong? Cloth shoes and you are not a community of shared destiny.
If so, when you are injured, it should be damaged, but it is not damaged.
Dai said with a frown.
Yes, cloth shoes and you are definitely not a community of shared destiny. It's more like passing all the damage onto you.
If so, cutting off your legs may not necessarily cut off the connection between you. Ouyang Yudu also frowned in thought. Xiaoye also saw the problem and had no idea for a moment. He bit his lip and frowned and thought hard. Come. Wei Wufu walked over, and the power of justice rose into the sky like a volcano erupting. Wei Wufu reached out and grabbed the cloth shoes on Lin Shen's feet, and the power of justice gathered towards the cloth shoes like a torrent. If you ruin the cloth shoes, you will kill him. Xiaoyi wanted to stop them, but was surprised to find that the cloth shoes pulled by Wei Wufu were crackling with the impact of justice, but they did not retaliate on Lin Shen, and they couldn't help but feel surprised. Old Wei is useful, work harder. Lin Shen was surprised to find that the pain coming from his feet was actually eased, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The power of justice in Lao Wei was getting stronger and stronger, far exceeding his usual level. I am afraid that even the power of the middle-level gods could burst out is not as strong as the power of justice he burst out now. Lao Wei pulled the cloth shoes with both hands, like a demon who hated the sky and a ringless demon, desperately pulling the cloth shoes. The power of justice on his body was as fierce as the sun. His hands were pulling with cloth shoes, and his carapace was broken, flesh and blood were blooming, revealing his thick white bones. Even so, Lao Wei still had no intention of letting go. The power of justice exploded even harder and suddenly took off the cloth shoes on Lin Shen's feet. Lao Wei had only left his bones hands, holding his cloth shoes tightly, and the power of justice had risen to an unprecedented level. The cloth shoes were like a fish coming out of water, jumping around in Lao Wei's hands, trying to take off his palm, but they couldn't break free. The second-level exam, passing the Easter egg. Rewards the graduation pet shoes. The electronic sound that seemed to be without emotions came from the sky. Chapter 1178 The Sea of Suffering is Boundless. Little Shoes, the ultimate creature at the top. Destiny, Traitor. Strength, 80,000. Speed, 80,000. Hardness, 80,000. Toughness, 80,000. Distortion characteristics, wear small shoes. Distorted soul, traitorous god. Distorted spirit, the treacherous god. Everyone has seen the attributes of the shoes and thinks that this thing is too hooligan. As long as you are worn on the shoes, no matter how fairy-like you are, it is difficult to escape and can only harm yourself. If you want to deal with it, you must never let it go, otherwise there will be only the power of justice that cannot exist in the world. If Wei Wufu had not been powered by justice, Lin Shen would have to suffer a little, although it was not only fatal, but pain would inevitably be inevitable. The things here are too evil, even the pets they have been nurtured are so weird. Lin Shen spit out the 9-turn resurrection pill in his mouth, trying to hand them to Wei Wufu to restore his injured body. Just as she reached out her hand, Xiaoya snatched it and stuffed it back into the jade bottle, and then the jade bottle disappeared in her hand. The 9-turn resurrection pill is too precious. Now there is only one left. It is useless to treat such injuries. Just use this bone reforming pill. Xiaona explained while taking out a pill and handing it to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu didn't doubt it, so he took it directly and threw it into his mouth. After swallowing it, he suddenly saw that only the bones left on the palms of the palms, and the flesh and blood grew rapidly. In just a moment, the palms returned to their original appearance. The medicinal effect of the Bodhi pill remains unabated, causing Wei Wufu's body to undergo a further transformation, and layers of dead skin fell from his body, revealing the new skin below. Layer after layer of dead skin fell, but the energy on Wei Wufu's body continued to overflow. The power of justice gradually condensed on him, and he was about to break through. Is the effect of the bone-transforming pill so strong? Lin Shen was shocked. He thought that what Xiaona took out was just ordinary pills for treating injuries. The reincarnation pill is just ordinary, but his level is too low, and he is only at the lower level. A reincarnation pill not only treats his injuries, but also transforms his body, condenses his soul and advances to the middle level. Xiaona said casually and differently. Lin Shen was even more surprised when he heard this. A bone-transforming pill has such a magical effect. What kind of magical medicine is the 9-turn resurrection pill? After taking it, can it help him to be promoted to immortality? Lin Shen now regretted it a little and did not swallow the 9-turn resurrection pill. If he had known this, he would have swallowed it instead of taking it out. Now Xiaoyi has taken back the 9-turn resurrection pill,
and it may not be that easy to take it over. However, thinking that Xiaoyi actually took out the 9-turn resurrection pill for him to use, he knew that Xiaoyi should still agree with his identity as his father. It seems that they have a lot of good things. They have to use their status as a cheap father and get some benefits from them first. Lin Shen thought in his heart, what kind of name should he dig out some resources from them? The light on Wei Wufu's body became stronger and stronger, but the purple light did not condense into the appearance of ghosts and gods, but it was still turned into two words, one in front and the other behind seemed to be imprinted on Wei Wufu's body. The word on the chest is and the word on the back is. The two characters emit extremely terrifying fluctuations. Although they are not human-shaped ghosts and gods, they have fluctuations that are more terrifying than ghosts and gods. I once heard from my father that there is no real power of justice in the world. It is a bit unbelievable that this person can actually enter the way of ghosts and gods with the power of justice. His ability to advance to the middle level is not entirely due to the transformation pill. Xiaoyi looked at Wei Wufu in surprise, as if he was a little confused. Someone in the world has actually cultivated the power of justice. It's just that the facts are in front of you. If you don't have the power of justice, you can't get rid of the traitorous ultimate creature's shoes from Lin Shen's feet. Wei Wufu was promoted to the middle level and his physical fitness was greatly improved. With the blessing of the soul of justice, the power of justice became stronger. After confirming that Wei Wufu was fine, Lin Shen and his men passed through the Chaos Egg area and followed the arrow prompts in the sky to continue walking forward and go to the next examination room. Before completing all the exams, they could not teleport out at all and could only continue to break forward. After flying out of the area of Chaos Egg, I found that there was an endless ocean in front of me. The third test question, the other side, the sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back is the shore. Arriving at the other side is to pass the test. Pass the test can get an opportunity to improve the level. At our speed, it's only a blink of an eye to circle the planet. How big can a sea be? This exam is definitely not that simple, there must be mechanisms in this sea. Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen was a little distracted and didn't hear what Ouyang was saying. He was thinking about the opportunity to improve the level as the system said. If this is a place left for the Emperor, can the Emperor improve further? It is probably unlikely. The King of the Ancient Realm himself may be at the level of the Emperor. If he can upgrade the level of the Emperor at will, he will not hide from him. Judging from this, the exam here should not be prepared for the Emperor level. The reason why the King of Ancient Realm allowed Xiaoyi and Xiao Na to practice to the Emperor level was because he was afraid that they would not pass the test. Moreover, he had prepared enough resources for Xiaoyi and Xiao Na and a road to the Emperor, so he could not use the resources here at all. Lin Shen's focus is not on these, but on the opportunity to improve his level. He was trapped in Nirvana for so long and had no way to immortalize. I wonder if he could take advantage of this opportunity to improve his level to break through Nirvana and enter the immortal level. Let me see how big the sea is first, said Dies. Be careful of the restriction on flights in this sea. Ouyang Yudu said. Dies nodded and flew up. He did not enter the range of the sea, but just kept flying towards the height, trying to see the size of the sea from a height. Everyone waited below for a long time, but Dies did not come down, and they all knew in their hearts that something must have been wrong. After a while, Dies finally fell down, but his face was a little solemn. This sea is a bit big, said Dies. Most? Lin Shen asked. As far away I just opened, even a galaxy can be seen, but I didn't see the end of this sea. This sea seemed endless. Dies said. Sure enough, there is a problem. It seems that it is impossible to fly around this ocean normally. Lin Shen said, staring at the sea. Suddenly, he saw something seem to be on the sea. There is a boat. Xiao Na pointed to the sea and shouted. Chapter 1179 Crossing the Sea. Everyone else also saw a ship on the sea, and it was floating towards them. It was a 3-seater ship, with a black body all over the body, but the sails were as white as paper. They were rising and falling along the waves above the sea, coming towards the sea. There seems to be words on the sail.
Dais looked carefully and read, if you don't ferry the soul, 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 if you don't ferry the boat, you won't go ashore, and you will all be burned. Does this mean that you can only reach the other side by boat? If you cross the sea with your body, you will definitely be destroyed by both human and soul? But what does it mean to cross the soul but not people, and not people but not people?
Lin Shen frowned and thoughtfully.
Can't figure it out. He looked at Xiaoye, hoping to get some useful information from Xiaoye.
I have never seen these things, nor have I heard from my father mention them. Xiaoye turned his head and said, but I have heard of a ship that guides people into the Pure Land in a certain mythological story.
The ship is bottomless.
If a person stands on it, his body will fall into the water and drown. Only the soul remains on the boat. Moreover, the soul does not know that his body is dead and has been brought into the Pure Land by the boat. I don't know if the ship here has the same effect. Everyone felt a tightness when they heard this. They had worked so hard that they entered the immortal court with their physical bodies, and no one wanted to give up their physical bodies. As the few people spoke, the white-sailed black ship had already reached a close distance, and its hull was very large, which was not inferior to those 10,000-ton cruise ships. Everyone rose into the air and looked at the boat. They saw that the deck on the boat was fine, not like the bottomless ship Xiaoye said, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The boat kept moving forward and stopped only when it arrived on the beach. It stopped quietly on the beach, without any movement, and there was no sound except the sound of the wind and the waves.
Is there anyone on the boat?
Lin Shen shouted at the boat a few times, but unfortunately he did not respond at all. No one dared to get on the boat, and no one dared to get on it before unraveling what it means to ferry people or not to ferry people, and not to ferry people.
You'll know what's going on after getting a pet to try it. Xiana suggested.
Others actually thought of these solutions, but they had other concerns in their hearts, so they didn't raise them.
This method is very good, so let's try it.
Seeing that everyone had no other way, Lin Shen summoned a pet and let it fall towards the black ship. The Nirvana-level snake landed on the deck of the black ship, and the next second of the terrifying scene happened. The snake's body seemed to have a foggy light rising up, leaving and dissipating from its body. In just 1 second, the snake fell on the deck as if it had lost consciousness, and its body rotted quickly. In just a few breaths, it had rotted into ashes. When the wind blew, it dissipated with the wind and was swept by the wind and fell into the sea. Several people looked at each other. This is not just about saviors or souls. This is about both humans and souls. Woo! A strange sound came from the ship, a bit like a horn. The countdown to the ferry of the ship set sail, and it will set sail in 1/4 of an hour. Please board the ship before setting sail. After the ferry of the ship sets sail, the sea of suffering will flood the world. Please don't miss the last boarding time. The strange sounds sounded again in the sky. As everyone thought, once a living being boarded the ship, something would trigger. Xiana's face looked a little unfavorable, and she said to Lin Shen with a sad face, I didn't expect this to be the case. If I had known it, I wouldn't have suggested letting my pets get on the boat. Lin Shen smiled and said, this is a process that must be gone through. It will take some time to go through. You have no problem with your proposal. But what to do now? You will die when you get on the boat. If you don't get on the boat, it will definitely be very dangerous. Xiana said worriedly. It's okay, we came here just to cross the sea. Instead of wasting time, it's better to face the problem earlier. Daisa's rare words comforted people. Xiana was much better, then should we get on the boat now? Human and soul are one. Whether it is to savior or soul, it is impossible to survive. Human and soul must be together. Dai said. Will you die if you sit, and you will die if you don't sit? Xiana said. Lin Shen summoned another pet, and the Nirvana-level snake headed towards the sea. The snake just entered the sea and melted like snow. It was already integrated with the sea in a blink of an eye, and even the waves were not left behind. Lin Shen thought of the lightning. Ordinary things can't withstand this terrifying seawater, but the Emperor's magic weapon may not be able to withstand it.
I don't believe that these sea waters can transform the Emperor's magic weapon.
As they thought about it, Lin Shen prepared to let Xiana try it with the purple gold red gourd. If the purple gold red gourd could withstand the corrosion of the sea, they could ride the purple gold red gourd to cross the sea without having to ride the black ship.
Let me give it a try. I should be able to get on the boat. Ouyang Yudu said, and then walked towards the boat with his jade umbrella. No need to take risks, there is another way.
Lin Shen said hurriedly.
I'm still a little sure, so let me give it a try first. Ouyang Yu said and walked up.
The moment he stepped onto the boat, light fog suddenly appeared outside the jade umbrella, but the light fog could not invade the range of the jade umbrella.
Even Ouyang Yudu under the jade umbrella was not stained with the misty halo. Everyone was happy to see this. Ouyang Yu held an umbrella and walked around the boat for a few times.
When he got down, not only did he not lose any damage, but his face became more rosy, and he looked more energetic than before he got on the boat. I can break the strangeness of this ship, get on the boat with me. Ouyang Yudu raised the umbrella high, and the strange light on the jade umbrella changed, turning into a large umbrella covering the sky, allowing everyone to stand under his jade umbrella and get on the boat with him.
With Ouyang Yudu and the jade umbrella protection, everyone was not affected after boarding the black ship.
The light fog rising outside was absorbed by the jade umbrella, and the light on the umbrella became stronger and stronger. A quarter of an hour later, the surging sea water flooded the beach, and the big boat walked along the waves and gradually drove into the ocean. Everyone stood on the deck, watching the waves outside the boat dancing with the strong wind, as if they saw figures standing in the sea, staring at them on the boat, like water ghosts looking for scapegoats. No matter how they looked at each other, they couldn't see their appearance clearly. The figures on the sea were rising and falling, appearing and disappearing, but no one got on the boat. Everyone continued to move forward with the black ship and entered the depths of the ocean. I don't know if those figures were the ones who wanted to cross the sea before but left their souls here.
Dai sighed.
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the invisible ghosts in the sea rushing towards the big ship like a tide.
Everyone was suddenly worried, wondering if Ouyang Yudu's jade umbrella could withstand these endless ghosts.
Just the next second, everyone saw the ghosts that pounced on them. When the light on the jade umbrella was shining, they immediately turned into light mist and were sucked into the jade umbrella. As a large number of ghosts turned into light mist and were sucked into the jade umbrella, the halo on the jade umbrella became stronger and stronger, and even Ouyang Yudu's body began to emit white light, just like an immortal bathing in the fairy light.
Chapter 1180 The King of Realms. The big ship was moving forward, and I don't know how many ghosts were sucked into the jade umbrella. The light emitted by Ouyang Yudu and the jade umbrella was so strong that it was unimaginable.
On the jade umbrella, the light condensed into a fairy's light and shadow, with ribbons dancing, and the fairy light like a cloud of clouds.
The soul condensed by Ouyang is indeed the Jade Bone Demon Princess.
Lin Shen saw the light and shadow becoming more and more solid, like the Jade Bone Demon Princess with ice-skinned jade bones, and knew that Ouyang Yu was about to be promoted to the middle level. Lin Shen was not surprised that Ouyang Yu Yan was promoted to the median level, but he felt a little uncomfortable. It would be a good thing for others to advance to the middle level, but for Ouyang Yudu, the higher the level, the closer he would be to the last step.
In fact, if Ouyang Yudu wanted to be promoted, he would have been promoted long ago, and even promoted to the upper level, it would be easy for Ouyang Yudu.
During this period, Ouyang Yu has been suppressing his promotion speed, but he has to absorb energy and promote it here. I hope he is not the reincarnation of the number one immortal. Lin Shen prayed secretly in his heart. Before the black ship reached the other shore, Ouyang Yu had already reached the middle level. The soul of the Jade Bone Demon girl seemed to have arrived, floating on the jade umbrella. Her naked jade feet were on the surface of the jade umbrella, and her clothes were fluttering. The many black shadows, as if they had seen something terrible, did not dare to approach the black ship and escape from a distance. Anytime they escaped a little slower, they were turned into ashes and sucked into their abdomen by the Jade Bone Demon girl. Xiaoyi looked at the Jade Bone Demon girl in surprise. Her soul was generally in a spiritual state. She seemed to condense her true body soul, and she had never seen it before. Dais looked at the Jade Bone Demon, his eyes full of admiration. Ouyang Yu was beyond his expectations. With Ouyang Yudu and Yugu Yaoji there was no more waves on the sea. The black ship carried everyone, and there was not much time to arrive at a coast.
From a distance, the coast is full of flowers, with flowers of all colors, countless beauty and invisible charm.
In the sea of flowers, there is a fruit tree with a round crown. From a distance, it looks like a huge green lollipop stuck in the sea of flowers. The King of Realms, that is the King of Realms planted by my father in his previous life.
Before the black ship reached the shore, Xiaona screamed happily. What is the King of Realms?
Lin Shen had never heard of any tree that existed in the name of King of Realms. Xiaona explained, I don't know what the tree was originally named. When my father moved it over, he told me that the tree planted by the King of Realms himself was naturally the King of Realms. The name is not important. The key is that you told me in your previous life that the fruits of the King of Realms are the essence of the world gathered. Eating them can transcend everything and advance to the supreme and mysterious realm of the Emperor.
Xiaona's words not only surprised Lin Shen. Even Dais and others looked at the lollipop-like fruit tree in surprise.
Sure enough, they saw a red fruit growing among the leaves, with a red shell and a pleated bulge, like a fist-sized lychee king.
Can you become an emperor by eating it? Is there such a thing in the world? Then who else can practice? As long as you plant trees and raise fruits, will everyone be able to become an emperor?
Lin Shen was a little unbelievable.
He could only eat such a fruit and be promoted to the emperor.
Xiaoyi said, if you want to eat the king of the lower realm and be promoted to the emperor, there is a basic condition, that is, you must be very close to the realm of the emperor, at least you must be at the end of the throne. If your foundation is too poor, eating the king of the lower realm will not only not be promoted to the emperor, but will also explode and die.
Sister is right.
Most people cannot eat the King of Realms, and this King of Realms is not yet mature, so even if the basic conditions are met, they will not be promoted to the Emperor. Xiaona continued Xiaoya's words and continued, when he moved the King of Realms, his father said that the energy required for the King of Realms to mature is too huge, and it cannot be feasible overnight. It takes a long time to mature. It takes tens of billions of years to mature in multiple directions, and it can only be ripe for many years.
He will not be able to wait for that day and can only be left to future generations. Everyone nodded secretly, thinking that this was the right thing, otherwise any fruit could become the emperor, so what would their efforts be? Dad, why did you move it here? Judging from its appearance, it has grown a lot and become much hotter than before.
Although it has not matured yet, it seems that it is almost far from the mature state you mentioned.
Xiaona looked at Lin Shen and said.
Lin Shen didn't know this, so he can only deal with it. I can't remember it either, but it seems that the King of Realms should be the prize for this question. The boat arrived at the shore and ran aground on the beach. Everyone got off the boat, looking at the sea of flowers but did not dare to go over immediately. With experience in the previous level, they knew that the system did not announce the end of the exam, which proved that this test was not over yet. It is not easy to get a reward, and it may even be life-threatening. When I got the graduation pet shoes in the previous level, if Lin Shen was not the one who was put on the shoes, and if someone else was replaced, it might not be able to support Wei Wufu taking off his shoes. Everyone stood by the beach, looking left and right, but they didn't see any danger.
Xiaona, do you know what kind of flowers these flowers are?
Lin Shen felt that if there was danger, these flowers were the most suspicious. Xiaona said, it seems that she should be watching the flowers.
Watching flowers?
Lin Shen had never heard of the name of such flowers. There is an idiom called skip to the flower, which is about this kind of flower.
Xiaona explained. Isn't it meant to ride a horse and watch the flowers? Ouyang Yudu said with a smile.
Xiaona shook her head and said, what you are talking about is just a simple viewing in the ordinary sense.
There is another explanation for the simple viewing. The smooth viewing is the lantern.
There is a layer of meaning that refers to life memories, and watching flowers refers to this kind of flower.
The meaning of watching flowers is similar to the lantern. Legend has it that if you eat in watching flowers, you can see your life's memories. However, watching flowers is harmless.
As long as it is not a mistake, it will not harm it. Everyone was skeptical, and they didn't really believe that the king of the ancient realm would let them get the reward so easily. But they found no problems and sent pets into the Sea of Flowers, and nothing happened. Everyone had to send one person into the Sea of Flowers, and as expected, nothing happened. As Xiaona said, as long as you don't accidentally eat the flowers, there will be no problem. Lin Shen and his friends came to the King of Realm. After discussion, Lin Shen, who had the strongest defense ability, reached out to pick the King of Realm. They can't wait for the day when the Realm King fruit matures, and they plan to pick it now. Lin Shen plans to use the power of the Realm King fruit to be promoted to immortality. When picking fruits, Lin Shen was as if they were facing a great enemy and used all kinds of protective measures. Unexpectedly, they picked the fruits very easily. Passing the third level, you will get the reward of the King of Realms. A familiar voice finally came from the sky. Chapter 1181 Sharpening the Knife. How do you want to eat this thing? Lin Shen looked at the King of Realm in his hand, not knowing whether to eat the skin or peel it before eating it. The shell of the King of Realms is very hard to pinch. It is probably about to peel it off and eat it. But who knows whether this kind of treasure will go unrest. If this shell condenses all the essence of the world and he loses the shell after eating it, wouldn't it be that he bought a box and returned the beads? Xiaoye and Xiaona didn't know how to eat it. They only knew that this was the King of Realm, and how to eat it, but they had never heard of this detail. An arrow appeared in the sky again, instructing them to continue moving forward, but fortunately there was no time to count down, so there was no need to rush to go to the next level. Since there is no special way to eat it, it should be the same as the eating logic of ordinary fruits. If you peel the shell first and eat the meat inside, it will not be too late to find a way to eat the shell. Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen thought it made sense, so he stopped hesitating. His fingertips were like hooks, and he wanted to pierce into the shell and peel off the shell. Lin Shen's power attribute burst out with all his strength, which was no less than the superior god. With his terrifying power, he did not pierce the skin, and there was no trace left. So hard. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He wanted to use the super basic sharp shooting to penetrate the skin, but he was afraid that he would damage the flesh inside. After thinking for a while, Lin Shen took out the slag knife and saw the shell of the flesh like a saw. The hardness of the scum knife is really amazing. Even in the fairy court, it is difficult to find something harder than it. Lin Shen was very suspicious that the 10 directions of Ghost and God slashing spirit sword under the sky was probably not as strong as it was, and it was even much worse. Lin Shen sought it hard for a few times and only a little powder was ground down. It seemed that the hardness of the shell of the King of Jegwa was very close to that of the slag knife, so the effect was so poor. Fortunately, there was some effect. Lin Shen tried his best to see it. After grinding for a while, he only grinded a shallow white mark on the shell. The irregular protrusions on the edge of the slag knife were actually a little shiny. Is it so hard? This was the first time Lin Shen saw the slag knife being damaged. If it was ground like this, I wonder if the irregular slag spots on the slag knife would be smooth. Once it is smooth, the sawing effect of the slag knife is gone. In addition, the slag knife itself has no edge, so it can only be used as an ordinary stick in the future. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen decided to continue to saw. As Lin Shen continued to tug the saw, the white marks on the fruit shell gradually became deeper, and the edge of the slag knife gradually became brighter. Rather than saying that the slag knife was cutting the fruit shell, they were wearing each other. As the slag knife at the edge of the knife is smoothed, the sawing effect becomes worse and worse. The entire blade becomes as bright as a mirror, and when the slag spot protrudes at all, it almost has no effect. The traces on the shell were 2 or 3 millimeters deep, but the flesh was still not seen. No, the knife teeth are sharpened and cannot be opened. Lin Shen said with some depression. The knife has no blade, it opens the fruit shell. Wei Wufu said. After hearing Wei Wufu's words, Lin Shen was slightly stunned at first, and was immediately delighted after reacting. Wei Wufu's idea of reversing his thinking does make some sense. Before, it was because there was nothing that could be sharpened, so the slag knife had never been cut. Now, the slag knife that could be sharpened by the fruit shell can be used to sharpen the slag knife. After being reminded by Lao Wei, Lin Shen thought that since this was the case anyway, he would use the fruit shell as a whetstone and open the blade for the slag knife. Lin Shen put the fruit shells and in turn used the fruit shells to grind the residue knife.
Fortunately, Lin Shen learned to cast a knife with Tianzixia. Although the sharpening technique is not as good as that of Tianzixia, it is still considered to be.
Lin Shen sharpened his knife little by little, and the edge of the knife gradually became thinner, and the fruit shell gradually became thinner, like a worn whetstone. I originally thought that the texture of the slag knife was so rough that I would definitely not be able to grind a fine blade. As long as the edge was slightly opened, it would be better than not having a sharp edge. But as he grinded, Lin Shen found that the texture of the slag knife was not as rough as he imagined. After the slag on the surface is ground open, the slag on the bottom is arranged and bonded closer and closer. After continuous grinding, the granular structure is no longer visible. The edge of the knife is sharpened like a mercury mirror, and the structure is not visible in detail, which can reflect all the details of the outside world very clearly and delicately.
The slag knife is too long and the fruit shell is too small. The forest is deep and only one after another.
After grinding, I found that the iron ability of the fruit shell has become much weaker. Instead, the fruit shell is constantly worn, and dents are gradually formed at the sharpening knife. Lin Shen could only continue to sharpen the knife, and the iron was less and less under the knife, but the dents on the fruit shell became deeper and deeper. Suddenly, Lin Shen, who was sharpening the knife, felt an unusual feeling coming from his hand, as if a sharpening knife had a blank moment. Lin Shen subconsciously raised the slag knife and immediately saw a crack of shattered hole on the fruit shell, and a stream of sparkling liquid like a clear spring sprayed out of it. The speed was too fast, Lin Shen didn't react at all and was directly sprayed on his face.
This scared everyone. At such a fast speed, even a drop of water could bombard the planet.
Such a flash of liquid sprayed on Lin Shen's face, and it was afraid that it would blow his head directly. Fortunately, what they were worried about did not happen. After the flashing liquid was sprayed on Lin Shen's face, it did not produce strong destructive power, but just sprayed his face.
Lin Shen's body was strong enough and he didn't feel the pain. He reached out to apply the liquid sprayed on his face, but found something was wrong with the hand. He couldn't feel the touch of the liquid, and he had a rubber elastic feeling. The liquid in the fruit shell had solidified in such a short time, like a translucent soft elastic mask, covering Lin Shen's face. The surface was not flowing evenly and a little uneven, but the overall feeling could still highlight the facial features. When others looked at it, it looked like a white plastic mask with very rough workmanship. Lin Shen wanted to tear off his face, but after exerting force, he felt that his skin was about to be pulled off. However, this thing seemed to be stuck with super adhesive and could not be pulled off. No matter how Lin Shen kneaded and pulled it, the deformed mask could not be pulled off. Look at the fruit shell. Dai seemed to have discovered something and pointed to the fruit shell on the ground. Everyone looked down and saw that the originally hard red fruit shell was not only soft but also began to rot. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, wondering what the situation was. Didn't it mean that the King of Realms is eaten? Why did it become like this? Everyone used various abilities to help Lin Shen, and wanted to remove the solidified liquid that was pressed on his face. They originally thought that at most, they could remove the mask by peeling off Lin Shen's face. It turned out that the solidified liquid seemed to penetrate into Lin Shen's flesh and could not be pulled down at all. Chapter 1182. It's only him. What's the damn thing? Lin Shen was speechless. Fortunately, the solidified pulp did not harm his body. Instead, it could be felt that a very subtle energy was constantly secreted from the solidified pulp and penetrated into his skin. But the energy is very strange, it feels very weak, and it looks very small, and it doesn't have much distance to penetrate, so it is consumed and cannot be sensed. This feeling is like applying a slightly cool mask. When the coolness penetrates the skin, it is eliminated by the temperature of the blood below. Of course, Lin Shen felt that it was not only cold, but also a little numb, as if there was a faint current. Xiaoyi couldn't explain clearly what was going on, and it was hard for everyone to stay here forever, so he could only continue to move forward. Lin Shen was a little depressed. With this thing on his face, how could he meet people in the future? It's okay to go out. You can't always hold on to this thing at home. I wonder if my daughter can recognize him. The slag knife was half sharpened, but it has not been completely polished yet.
The blade had just been sharpened out on the front 1/3 of the blade.
The more I went back, the less I could grind it.
The front could be regarded as a sharp blade, but the back was just polished, and there was no sharp edge at all. I originally thought that I would continue to grind the pulp after eating it, but when the pulp inside came out, the hard shell became so soft and rotten, and now it has become smelly. Not to mention it is used to sharpen the knife, it is no longer formed. There is no way to do this, so I can only find something to cut the slag knife in the future, and now I can only use it. Fortunately, he hasn't used much knife recently. The finger sand combined with Superbase shooting is easier to use than anything else, and it is simple and convenient to use. People like Lin Shen who likes to be lazy, so he doesn't want to use something as complicated as knife skills to fight. Through the guidance of the arrow, several people entered the depths of the sea of flowers, and a mountain appeared in front of them, which looked like a screen. Lin Shen and the others have never seen such a thin and high mountain, a mountain that is as high as a few thousand meters. The horizontal direction is probably not tens of thousands of meters long, but the thickness of the mountain is only a few meters in most places, and the thickest places at most a dozen meters. On the mountain wall, there are rows of pictures engraved, and in the pictures are rows of villains, and each villain's movements are different. The fourth test question, untitled, this is the last question. To understand the untitled magical skills on the Mountain of Bishan, and to break through the Mountain of Bishan, you will pass the exam and you will obtain all the inheritance of Wenxing in the world. The strange sound in the sky sounded again, and Lin Shen and others couldn't help but look at the picture of the villain on the mountain wall. I saw that there were many pictures of those villains in rows, and there were such pictures of villains on the entire mountain wall. Each villain's picture is only the size of a palm. Such a large wall mountain, the rows of pictures are all over the top, and the movements are different. If this is a magical skill, then this magical skill is too complicated. Besides, there are only pictures of villains, and there is not even a single word. Can you realize a magical power by relying on these villains alone? Lin Shen couldn't help but think of stepping on the immortal court. Stepping on the immortal court seems to be similar to this kind of thing, but Lin Shen looked at it from the beginning and found that the pictures of the villain on the wall mountain were not consistent with stepping on the immortal court's movements, and there was no consistency. Moreover, there are not so many movements in stepping on the immortal court. After Lin Shen's simplification, there are even fewer movements. Yang Yudu and others were also carefully watching the pictures of the villain on the mountain, and even Xiaoye and Xiaonao were staring with wide eyes. Because there is no time limit, everyone doesn't have to worry. Have you noticed that these villains seem to be a kind of word? Dai said as he looked at the villain's drawing. What word? Do you know it? Lin Shen asked. I don't know, but you can try to crack. Dais pondered, although it seems that every villain's movements are different, there are many movements, which are very similar. It is possible that those similar movements are just different in writing methods, just like the characters in calligraphy. There are many ways to write them, but the characters are still the same. Based on this, and combined with the movements, expressions of these villains, perhaps the meaning of these words can be cracked. I think this may not be the case. These little people are like words, which may just be a guide to make us make mistakes. Yang Yu pointed to the end of the mountain wall and said, I probably looked at it. If I started practicing from the front, these movements were very awkward and could not be connected, but if I looked at the end from the end, the movements could be continued. Of course, I only looked at the beginning and the end, and whether the middle could be continued will be verified. Everyone looked at what Yang Yudu said again, and it was exactly the same as he said. If you start practicing backwards from the last little man's drawing movements, it will indeed be very smooth. The meaning is, heavy. Wei Wufu kept looking at the picture of the villain on the mountain wall without saying anything. At this time, he suddenly spoke and only said 2 words. Lin Shen and others understood what he meant, and it should be said that the pictures of these villains should focus on artistic conception, and actions are actually not that important. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, as if waiting for him to judge who said it was more reliable. Lin Shen smiled and said, I think these actions should be a kind of magical skill in themselves. It is better for us to verify them separately and verify their own ideas. As long as one person can practice them, he can pass the level. Okay. Ouyang and the other two nodded at the same time, and then went to do their own research.
Xiaona and Xiaoye looked at the people with strange expressions. Xiaona said, "What are these people thinking in their minds?
They all seemed strange." Xiaoye stared at the three people who were studying each other and sent a message to Xiaona, saying, "The abilities and talents of these three people are very amazing, and their future achievements are probably limitless. If they can be used by him, they will be good helpers in the future.
I just don't know if he can subdue them. If they cannot, otherwise they will be a big disaster in the future."
What Xiaoye said was naturally referring to Lin Shen. "They have such a good relationship with my dad.
It should be a helper. How could it become a hidden danger?" Xiaona also sent a message. "Human hearts are fickle, not to mention that there can only be one of the best in the universe, and there is no regulation of who belongs to it.
Anyone can compete for it, and it cannot be said that who is right or wrong. Their talent is really a bit terrifying, and it may be an obstacle to his ascension to the supreme position."
Xiaoye continued to send a message. "What should I do? Should I imprison them before they grow up, so as not to affect my father in the future?" Xiaona looked at the people fiercely. "Don't look at it randomly.
With his personality in this life, I'm afraid he won't let us do it, and now is not the time."
Xiaoye looked at Bishan and said, "Just use the magical skills on Bishan as a test question."
If he had understood the right magical skills first, it would mean that his talent and ability were above those three, so he would ignore it. If any one of those three understood the magical skills earlier than him, then no matter how he thought, would he blame us, we would have to kill them immediately.
No matter how we cannot leave any disaster, there can only be one supreme existence in this universe, and it can only be him. Chapter 1183 The Real Function of the King of Realms.
The four people each verified, and Lin Shen began to practice according to the villain's movements. The order is not in line, and Lin Shen's consideration is not within Lin Shen's scope.
Anyway, he has never practiced any exercises he practiced according to the correct practice. It doesn't matter if it is right or not. If you can move it, just gesture twice. If you can't move it, just skip it.
If you can simulate several moves, you can be considered several moves. But soon Lin Shen realized that there might be problems with practicing like this. I don't know how many pictures of this mountain of villains are. If he followed the movements one by one, even if he couldn't connect, he would probably have to know how many months it took to practice. How can I practice the exercises for so long? It takes only a few months to practice them? Could it be that I can still eat and go to the toilet while I am hungry? Practicing Qigong is about completing it in one go. There should be no martial arts in the world that you can practice it in the East and West, right? Besides, it takes too much time to imitate the action, and they don't have so much time either. Just as I was about to talk about this problem with Lao Wei and the others, I suddenly realized that the three people were a little different from usual. Wei Wufu sat in the distance, facing the mountain of Bai, and his eyes filled the various pictures on the mountain of Bai. When he was watching the mural, he actually had a strange aura, which made people feel like a fairy air floating out of his body, as if he was an immortal who jumped out of the 5 elements and was not in the 3 realms. Ouyang Yu was practicing from behind, and his eyes swept across the murals, and his body seemed to have been opened 10 times faster, and he actually made an afterimage. From a distance, it seemed that there were countless Ouyang Yudu figures, making various actions on the mountain all over the mountains, making people stunned. Dais on the other side made a set of tables and chairs from somewhere, sat in front of the mountain, holding a pen in his hand, and there was an open notebook on the table. He held his cheek and looked at the mountain wall, as if thinking about something. Occasionally, I moved the pen a few times and wrote something on the paper, but I never looked down at what was written on the notebook. Seeing this, Lin Shen swallowed the words he said, and went to the mountain wall honestly to practice according to those movements. Unfortunately, his brain is not as powerful as Ouyang and Dai's. He can't remember so many things at once, and it is impossible to speed up and practice directly, just imitate it. Lin Shen felt that Ouyang and the others could practice better. If they couldn't practice, then he probably wouldn't have any chance. However, this exam is about breaking the wall mountain. Even if he cannot practice this untitled magic skill, he can still try to use Superbase shooting to break the wall mountain. I don't know if he passed the exam at that time. If Ouyang and the other two failed, then he could only give it a try.
Sister, I think my dad seems a bit bad. Do you know how to practice this untitled magic skill?
If you know, give me some tips to Dad quickly and don't let him lose.
Xiaona felt a little anxious when she saw Lin Shen slowly making no progress. Xiaoyi frowned and said, I don't know what went wrong with my father when he was reincarnated. He was so stupid in this life that he couldn't even remember it.
As far as I think, it should be that something happened during the reincarnation, which damaged his brain, which caused such a problem. Otherwise, with his father's talent, he would never have been like this.
What should I do? Xiaona said anxiously. You don't have to worry too much.
Although his memory is not good, being able to practice those 3 magical skills shows that his talent and ability in the previous life are still there. He is just because he is damaged and he looks so stupid.
He is not really stupid.
Xiaoyi changed his tone and looked at Lao Wei and the other two and said, but the talent of those 3 people is not inferior to you and me.
Even their father might not be much better than them back then.
If it were his father before, it was not easy to win them, but he should have won. Now that his brain is damaged, it may be difficult for him to solve the martial arts faster than them.
You asked you to say anything, what should you do? Xiaona said anxiously.
Xiaoyi turned his eyes to Lin Shen, looked at the solid fruit pulp like a poor mask on his face and said, you have seen it before. His body was not damaged. Even the 9-turn resurrection pill cannot solve his problem.
But there is no hope at all.
The World King fruit pill on his face may be able to solve this problem.
What does it mean? Hasn't the Jiawang fruit pulp been solidified? Can it still be eaten?
Xiaona said in confusion.
Who told you that Jiawang fruit pulp is used for eating? Xiaoyi said calmly. What does it mean? Didn't you say you don't know how to eat King of Realm?
Xiaona looked at Xiaoye in a daze. Xiaoyi pulled the corner of his mouth and sent a message, although those people have a very good relationship with him, if they know the true magic of the King of Realm, it is difficult to protect the robbery, so I naturally cannot speak casually.
What's going on with the King of Realms? Xiaona asked hurriedly. You don't really think that eating the King of Realms can become an emperor, right? If you really think so, it would be too naive. Isn't that the case?
It's not that my father said he didn't have enough time and he would not wait until the Realm King fruit matures, otherwise he would be able to directly become the emperor by eating the Realm King fruit.
Of course it's not that simple.
The World King fruit is indeed ripe very slowly. It takes a lot of time to absorb enough world essence. However, if you want to become an emperor, the energy accumulated by time is far from enough. Xiaoyi looked at the fruit pulp mask on Lin Shen's face and said, the real function of the King of Realms is not to evolve the body, but to enhance the thinking ability of the brain.
Thinking ability? Xiaona was a little confused. What do you think is the essential difference between the great emperor and ordinary people? Xiao Yekao asked a question similarly. It's the control of energy.
Xiaona thought for a while and said. It's right, but if you say it more thoroughly, the emperor level itself is a super-intelligent brain. It can be said that the emperor level's brain power can calculate the direction of any event in the universe, and in the battle, all subsequent changes and developments can be calculated. Therefore, the choice of the emperor level is the most correct choice, and there will be no flaws.
Humans are exhausted and there will be no flaws, but the emperor can never have flaws.
So even if they have the same level of power, no human can defeat the emperor. It is difficult to compare human brain power with cosmic super-intelligent brains. Even a top-level god and man can remember all the information in his brain and call it out directly when needed, but the emperor-level intelligent brain can do it. So, the most difficult step to break through to the emperor level is never the evolution of the body, but the evolution of the brain and the breakthrough of thinking ability. Xiaoyi squinted his eyes and said, the King of Realms can promote his brain evolution, make his thinking ability break through the past, and reach a level that can be comparable to the cosmic super-intelligent brain. This is a crucial step to truly become an emperor level. However, this requires a process, otherwise the process will be too intense and the human brain cannot bear it. Even if it does not explode, it will collapse. At that time, it will only become a madman and a fool. In other words, if he is thinking with his brain, he can better absorb the World King fruit pulp and promote brain evolution.
It may be a good thing. Shauna finally understood what Xiaoye meant. Chapter 1184 Supervision.
When Lin Shen was concentrating on practicing, he felt that the coolness and electric shock coming from his face became much stronger, making his mind clearer than usual, his thinking more active, and his thinking was extremely clearer. Can you say, the King of Worlds has the effect of nourishing your brain? Lin Shen was surprised and felt that it was not a bad thing. Even if he can improve his level, it's a good thing to be able to replenish his brain. He is worried about his memory himself. Their attributes are already so strong, and their memory is similar to those of ordinary people. Although it doesn't have much impact, it's just that it has poor memory, it's not stupid, and it's not a big problem. The key is that when Lin Shen saw that others could never forget them, he would still be a little envious and it would be much more convenient. Unlike him, he would have to start recording or take notes when encountering anything. The key is that he can't draw well, and some complicated things can't be fully painted. If the King of Realm can really improve his brain power, and he will not seek too strong and can reach the level of never forgetting his memory, Lin Shen will be satisfied. As the fruit pulp mask continues to stimulate, Lin Shen feels that his brain's thinking becomes clearer and clearer, and he can pay more attention to details when looking at things. When I used to see a person, I could only see what he looked like, but now I can see all kinds of details that I can't see normally. As the stimulation deepens, Lin Shen can pay more and more attention to details. Lin Shen was overjoyed. He thought that he could finally be like Dais and the others, and could not forget everything he saw. Even if he was not as strong as them, he could see thousands of miles of mountains and rivers at a glance like a painting, and at least he could remember what he had paid special attention to. But soon Lin Shen discovered that he still couldn't remember the things that were too long. Not long after, when he saw the pattern of villain in front, he had forgotten the previous movements. Go to your sister, what's the point? My mind is so clear and all the details have fallen into my brain. How could I not remember it? Is it really because my talent is too poor, and even if I have external forces, my memory cannot reach a very high level? Lin Shen felt extremely depressed. Lin Shen felt that the stimulation from the fruit pulp mask was getting stronger and stronger, and his thinking became clearer, but his memory just couldn't be improved. Now Lin Shen feels like a computer equipped with a top-notch SLR camera. The pictures taken or recorded are of top quality, but the configuration of memory, hard disk, CPU and graphics card is far from enough. Not to mention that the editors process these photos and videos, they cannot even store them. They can only cover the previous content before they can install new content. The more energy the fruit pulp mask replenishes Lin Shen's brain and increases the degree of evolution of the brain, the stronger this feeling will be. Now Lin Shen wants to pick out his brain and put it on the electronic scale to see if it is smaller than others' brains. Of course, he just thought about it and would never dare to do that. It is better to have effect than not. The pixels of the surveillance camera are higher, so you can see things clearly, right? Lin Shen comforted himself. This is true. Lin Shen used to be able to see parts of things, but now his vision and observation ability have been significantly enhanced, as if he is equipped with a super high-definition wide-angle lens. Lin Shen looked up and felt that the distance of sight seemed to be infinitely closer. Standing on the star of the realm, he could actually see the details of a meteorite in the void, and even the holes of the pinhole on it could be seen clearly. Moreover, this effect is constantly increasing, and I don't know how much it will be strengthened in the end. Lin Shen heard from Dais that because his life foundation is Weichen and he also took this path, he was born with super Weiwei ability. In the eyes of ordinary people, this world is formed by various objects, and in his eyes, this world is formed by various particles. What others see is the whole, but what they see is the structure. Lin Shen still remembered that when talking about the topic of getting married and having children, Dais said. Dais told Lin Shen that he could only see the beauty of the structure, but not the beauty of the human body itself. In his eyes, people are not humans at all, so there is no love. This is how he was born, and the stronger his strength, the worse this situation will be. The main reason why he self-destructed his level and retrained it was because he wanted to get rid of this microvision. At a low level, it was the most pleasant time in his life, because during that time, everything he saw was vague. In Dai's words, haze is also a kind of beauty, and it is also an irreplaceable beauty. As his level increased, his micro-vision gradually recovered, and he lost the ability to appreciate hazy beauty. Therefore, Dai often looks up at the starry sky. It is not about showing off or self-righteousness, but because only by looking far away can he not be affected by microvision. Dai has been looking for ways to control this microvision, hoping to regulate his own vision, but so far, he still can't do it. Lin Shen can finally understand the distress of Dai. When he looked at the things nearby, he saw the subtle structure of matter as he realized the true and extreme evil killing light. Lin Shen looked around and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The original world was in high definition in his eyes. But now when looking at this world, it is like looking at a monitor with relatively low pixels, and all objects have a sense of grain. Don't do this. I don't want to become a person who can't feel the hazy beauty like Dai's. Lin Shen was a little panicked. In the past, he did not understand what beauty means when distance produces, but today he suddenly understood the true meaning of the word physically. It may not be a good thing to see clearly. If you look at people like this, no matter how beautiful a beauty is, she is just a bunch of particles. Wouldn't she be forced to be clear-headed and have few desires? Lin Shen rubbed his eyes, and when he went to see things, he found that the supervision distance had disappeared, and he was normal to look at people. After several experiments, Lin Shen found that this kind of vision is controllable and is not as natural as Dai's. Just control it. Lin Shen breathed a long sigh of relief. When he stared at him in the past, he could see tiny particles, but it was not as exaggerated as it is now. Moreover, the effect of the fruit pulp mask is still there, constantly enhancing his brain, but the brain's acceptance is too low, and the effect seems to be shifting to vision. Lin Shen didn't know how much the World King fruit powder would eventually strengthen his eyes. Lin Shen ignored these things and turned to continue to look at the pictures of the villain on the mountain. When he looked at it again, he suddenly felt a little different. Chapter 1185 Cartoon. The villains are still those villains, and there is no change. But just now, they are viewed from normal vision, then from supervision state, and then return to normal vision to see. Lin Shen suddenly discovered that the pictures of these villains seemed a little different in his eyes. For a moment, I couldn't tell what was different, so Lin Shen turned on the super range of sight to see again, but he didn't see any problem. After turning off the super range of sight to look again, he suddenly felt a little different. Lin Shen repeatedly looked at it from two perspectives. After a while, he finally realized what was different. Lin Shen quickly took out the communicator and asked the smart brain to take pictures of the villain on the mountain one by one. "Dad, what are you doing?" Shauna came to Lin Shen and asked in confusion. "I have a guess that needs to be verified, you can wait a while." Lin Shen waited for the communicator to take pictures by himself, and he needed to verify. Lin Shen stopped practicing and just stood here and waited. He practiced so many movements with the picture just now, but he didn't feel that it was useful. Unlike stepping on the immortal court, movements can trigger your own strength. These movements are not effective after Lin Shen practices them. Xiao Ye frowned slightly. Lin Shen seemed to have given up in this situation. This made Xiao Ye feel a little uncomfortable. If only 3 people were better than Lin Shen, she would rather be hated by Lin Shen than help Lin Shen get rid of them all. But if Lin Shen could not understand the untitled magical skills on the wall mountain, then she could not kill all the people who could understand the entire universe, and she would not be able to kill them. Seeing that Wei Wufu and the other 2 seemed to have gained something, Lin Shen was still in charge of the communicator taking photos. Xiao Ye was originally full of collagen, and his smooth eyebrows were frowned into the character Sichuan. "When my father was reincarnated, what was wrong? Why was it so severely damaged? Is it rare that even King Gui of Realm could not repair his brain?" Xiao Yi thought, if King Gui of Realm really couldn't do it, she would find any way to repair Lin Shen's brain. Although there are treasures for restoring the soul or brain among the things left by my father, it is much worse than the World King fruit, and it is not of the same level at all. Those treasures can be regarded as priceless treasures for ordinary gods, but compared with the King of Realms, they can only be considered a bit of useless garbage. Even the King of Realms cannot repair Lin Shen's brain, and those things will be even worse.
Xiaoye couldn't think of any solution for a while.
Fortunately, the king of Jia Wang fruit pulp is still there and the effect is still continuing. Xiaoye can only hope that after the king of Jia Wang fruit pulp is fully effective, Lin Shen's brain can return to normal. Now Xiaoye no longer expects Lin Shen's brain to be promoted to the level of the emperor-level intelligent brain. It is good to repair it well, and it will be good to go back to the level before reincarnation. Several people do their own things. Wei Wufu is understanding the meaning, Ouyang Yu is practicing the body, while Dais is inheriting the culture. Lin Shen is a camera enthusiast who controls the communicator. After using it for a long time, he finally took all the pictures of the villain alone.
Dad, are you planning to think about it after you go back?
Xiaona stretched her head and leaned against Lin Shen to see the photos released by Lin Shen.
She didn't see any problem either. The photos were no different from the paintings on the wall. She thought Lin Shen took them because he couldn't remember them, so he took them and studied them slowly in the future. Xiaoyi, have you seen cartoons?
Lin Shen asked while flipping through the photos taken by the communicator.
What is a cartoon? Xiaona asked in confusion.
The era when Xiaona was born was already the era of interstellar civilization, and things like cartoons have long since withdrawn from the stage of history. The things they watched when they were young were holographic images made with their smart brains, and various special effects and characters could be generated in one click. She had never even heard of cartoons as products from ancient times.
Anime is an ancient imaging technology. The painter splits the characters' movements into many paintings, and then connects them to play them quickly. Using the principle of visual temporary retention, the characters in the portrait look like they have come alive. Lin Shen said while explaining. So there is such a technology. What do you mean, these villains are actually paintings in cartoons? Xiaona just has a straightforward temperament and does not have a low IQ. She immediately understood Lin Shen's meaning. I think it should be, look at this.
Lin Shen sorted out the order and let the smart brain quickly play photos of those villains.
It's still a photo, it's just moving, I didn't see it coming alive. Xiaona looked at Lin Shen in confusion.
Lin Shen pondered, it should be a problem of visual retention. Our level is too high, and the ability of visual retention has become weaker.
The temporary retention time we can see becomes very short, so we cannot see the animation effect.
This is not a big problem, just speed up the playback speed. As he said that, Lin Shen asked the intelligent brain to continuously speed up the playback speed, otherwise with their eyesight, they would only see moving pictures, and there would be no animation effect at all.
I'm moving. I'm really.
Lin Shen increased the release speed again and again, until the communicator was about to smoke. Xiaona's eyes lit up and she screamed in surprise. Xiaoyi couldn't help but walk over, look down at the picture on the communicator, and sure enough, he saw a villain making various actions in the picture. Because the playback speed is too fast, the villain's movements overlap, looking like 3 heads, 6 arms and 8 legs, and finally forming a very strange appearance.
I've started moving, but this doesn't seem to be practicing any martial arts.
What's the use? Xiaona said frankly.
Of course it's useful. It's useless for you to watch. That's because your visual residual time is too short, the playback speed is slow, you can't see the animation, it's broadcast too fast, and the videos are overlapping again, so this thing can only be seen by people with longer visual residual time. Lin Shen said. I think there is something wrong with your statement.
Xiaoyi said thinking, when life evolves to a certain level, the time for visual residuals will be shorter, otherwise there will be no way to adapt to high-speed combat.
Theoretically, the higher the level, the shorter the time for visual residuals will be.
The level of those who can come to the King of Realms and pass through the previous test questions will definitely not be too low.
In other words, the visual residual time cannot be too long, so no one can see the animation, right?
My visual residual time can be adjusted. Lin Shen said as he slowed down the playback of the photo. In Xiaoye and Xiaona's eyes, these photos were just passing through the screen, but in Lin Shen's eyes, they saw these little people as if they were coming back to life, doing various actions.
Chapter 1186. If you can't practice the right one, then you can practice the wrong one.
The villain's movements are not a little bit continuous step by step. These movements are played continuously, making the villain appear in an extremely strange state. The villain who became an animation actually has 3 heads and 6 arms. However, compared with the disorder when it was about to be released, the current 3 heads and 6 arms is normal. In the animation state, the villain makes various actions in the 3-headed and 6-armed state. These actions are logical and changeable, completely different from the chaos when it is about to be released. Moreover, the legs only have 2 legs. Although there are various actions, there will be no chaos. It's strange, how could this happen? If this is what the Bishan map wants to show, then this kind of exercise requires 3-headed and 6-armed people to practice, but where can I find 3-headed and 6-armed people in the world? I remember that there is a race in the ancient realm area with 3-headed and 6-armed people, but the ancient realm king cannot leave a kind of exercise for that unknown race, right? Lin Shen thought in his heart, but couldn't figure out the answer. What's going on? Xiaoyi frowned when he saw Lin Shen and immediately realized that Lin Shen should have encountered some problems. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the animation and could only ask. Lin Shen told Xiaoyi about the incident, and then said to himself, is it because the playback speed is wrong, so the picture you see is wrong, do you need to play it more slowly? After listening to it, Xiaoyi said with a strange expression, it's not a matter of speed. According to you, the movements in the animation pictures are continuous, and you can see them at a glance. The movements of these villain pictures are obviously not continuous. After playing, there must be many pictures superimposed together to form visual residues in order to form an effective dynamic view. In other words, is my idea wrong? Lin Shen frowned slightly. He didn't think it was wrong. Xiaoyi shook his head and said, maybe it's not wrong. As far as I know, my father does have an extremely powerful magical skill called the 3 Realms Divine Arts. He can transform into 3 gods, one as a ghost body, one as a human body, and one as a divine body. Using the 3 Realms Divine Arts can switch between the 3 bodies, and have 3 completely different powers. These 3 forces restrain each other and can help each other. Isn't the 3 Realms Divine Art the magical art that my father practiced before his reincarnation? Xiaona said interrogatively. Xiaoyi nodded, the 3 bodies of the divine art of the 3 realms correspond to the past, present and future respectively, and also represent the changes in yin and yang of heaven, earth, and man. The so-called 1 birth to 2, 2 birth to 3, and 3 birth to all things. The power of the 3 bodies can restrain any law power in the universe, but the power of the 3 bodies needs to be switched to achieve the restraining effect, otherwise it may be restrained. My father once said that the 3 realms of magical powers are not complete and cannot achieve the level of Trinity, so they are not truly invincible and cannot compete with the Emperor. If one day the 3 realms of magical powers can really achieve Trinity, they will not be afraid of fighting with the Emperor. If the 3 realms of magical powers left here are the 3 realms of magical powers, they should have completed the trinity of magical powers 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 of magical powers. Lin Shen also felt that it was very likely that theory of evolution and the Sutra of Greedy and Fear of Death themselves have problems. The king of the ancient realm probably had never practiced it. The three realms' divine arts he truly practiced by himself would definitely not give up so easily. Even if this is really a magical skill in the three realms, I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms.
I'm afraid I can't practice it, right?
Lin Shen has the ability to practice it, but he has to be able to practice it.
He can't get so many heads and arms, and he can't even imitate it, so how can he practice it?
If this is really a magical skill in the three realms, the image of the 3 heads and 6 arms is not the real form at all, but the form transformed after cultivation.
So, is it possible that you are looking at it the opposite?
You can put these pictures backwards and take a look.
Xiao Yi said.
Lin Shen thought to himself that it was right. Oh Yang, you said that looking forward from behind was smoother. Lin Shen adjusted the play order of the picture and then played it again. This time, it was indeed not that abstract. Although there is still a problem of 3 heads and 6 arms, it can be seen that only one front arm is solid, and the other 2 heads and 4 arms are all in a phantom state. The more you play it forward, the phantoms on the other 2 ends and 4 arms will gradually become solid, becoming more and more realistic, and the movements will become smoother and smoother.
So that's it. Xiao Yi, you are so smart.
Lin Shen was overjoyed and finally cracked the picture of the villain on the mountain.
Don't be happy too early.
It's one thing to know, but it's another thing to practice. Even if you know the correct way of practicing, you may not be able to practice it. The difficulty of practicing the magical skills of the 3 realms, especially this complete version, is probably not inferior to the evolutionary theory and the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death, and it may even be even more difficult. Xiao Yi gave Lin Shen a pot of cold water.
Lin Shen didn't care.
Even if he couldn't practice it himself, he could tell Lao Wei and the others the correct way of practice. As long as one of them could practice it, he could pass this level. He was not interested in the magical skills of the king of the ancient realm. The theory of evolution and the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death were already very suitable for him, so there was no need to change his skills. Lin Shen looked at the 3 of them, but saw that they were all very devoted, and they had already forgotten both things. One was writing quickly and looked crazy, while the other was wandering in Taishu, with his eyes empty, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. The other was flying all over the sky, as if there were countless Ouyang, who practiced various moves at the same time. The method was not right.
What are you practicing? Why are you practicing? Why are you practicing?
Lin Shen was very depressed and shouted a few times.
No one responded to him.
He did not dare to forcefully interrupt their practice, for fear of disturbing them and causing any problems. Forget it, I will practice according to the regular practice method to see if it is feasible. Lin Shen practiced it first according to the real practice method of the 3 realms. There are many pictures of villains, but when played with animation, it is much simpler, but it is still very complicated. Lin Shen practiced for a long time, but he didn't know much about it.
He really had no reaction at all. He was not as good as Wei Wufu and the others.
At least they all practiced some strange things.
Lin Shen suddenly moved his heart. I can't practice the right one, but I can't practice the wrong one? Since I can't practice it in a straightforward way, then I might as well practice it in the opposite way. Maybe it can be done?
When Lin Shen thought of this, he thought about how to practice according to the wrong order before. He did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. When he thought, he moved quickly with the pace of the wave fist. While moving, he changed his posture at high speed, imitating the movements of 3 heads and 6 arms at different time periods. Lin Shen just tried it casually. Who knew that after this test, a strange force actually rose from his body? At the same time, a large amount of energy suddenly gushed out from the fruit pulp mask on his face and seeped into his skin.
Chapter 1187 The Gate of Destiny.
The scene in front of Lin Shen became strange and strange, as if the distance of vision was infinitely narrowed. More mysterious scenes in the microscopic world appear one by one in Lin Shen's eyes. Lin Shen was like riding on an ultra-high-speed train, constantly moving forward at high speed, and the scenery in his eyes also changed rapidly. Of course, Lin Shen was not moving, but his own vision was constantly exploring the microscopic world. Lin Shen saw those bizarre scenes, which were hard to describe in words, until the scene in front of him suddenly exploded like a light explosion. Lin Shen's pupils and eyes were dyed into a blazing color by the light. When Lin Shen recovered his visual ability, he found that what he saw in front of him was completely different from what he had just seen. There is no wall mountain, no villain pattern, no cartoons played on the communicator. There is only one door in front of me, one black door. The gate stands in the void, and its edges seem to be connected with the void, like a gate to a new world beyond the void. Above the gate, black iron chains were wrapped around the gate, and the gate seemed to be tied up. At the intersection of the iron chains, there is an ancient iron lock that locks two crossed iron chains together. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls, Lin Shen counted, and there were a total of 10 iron locks, which locked the iron chains wrapped around the door. Where is this place? Is this gate in the microscopic world? Lin Shen thought in his heart, but soon felt something was wrong. Because he tried to adjust his sight distance, but no matter how his sight distance was adjusted, whether it was to close or farther, the door he saw was so unchanged. If he saw the microscopic world, his vision range changed, and the door that could not be seen would not have changed at all. Even if the distance of sight has reached its limit and you see the most subtle part of the microscopic world, the distance of sight cannot be closer, so you should be able to extend the distance of sight. Now we cannot pull it closer or farther, as if we have lost our function. The body has no body anymore. Is this inner vision? Lin Shen found that his eyesight was still there, but he had no body, and he immediately realized what was going on. He actually possesses the ability to look inside, an ability that only exists in legends. The word inner is very commonly used in practice, especially the practice of ghosts and gods. Understanding ghosts and gods is actually a kind of introspection. But that kind of introspection is actually a kind of ability to meditate, not a real introspection. What you can see through meditation and inner vision is actually your own thoughts and imagination. Lin Shen's current situation is somewhat different from the imagination of thoughts, because he truly saw the existence of the door, not what he imagined himself, but the introspection in the physical sense. Are I looking inward? If it's looking inward, then where are I seeing now? How could there be a door in my body? Lin Shen looked at the door while thinking. The door is simple and unpretentious, without any carvings or decorations. It is even a black iron gate with light plates. The iron chains on it have no patterns, and it looks like thick black iron chains. The only special ones are those iron locks with iron chains. The iron locks are also of black iron-like texture, with cloud-shaped body, and the shape of each lock is somewhat different, just like clouds have various shapes. The appearance of these 10 locks is different, but the same 2 words are engraved on the locks. Destiny. Lin Shen looked carefully and recognized the 2 words, but it was not difficult to recognize them, and it was very clear. Apart from this, there was no other discovery. Lin Shen wanted to reach out to touch the door and the iron lock, but unfortunately he had no body at all. He could only think about it and could do nothing. The destiny of heaven is cause and effect. Destiny of heaven is destined, and the cause and effect cycles. Everyone is in cause and effect, and it is difficult to escape from destiny. Could it be that this door is a method to break the cause and effect of the world and change destiny against heaven? Lin Shen secretly guessed in his heart. If the gate is really a concrete manifestation of destiny, can I break the gate of destiny as long as I gather all against the heavens and the bones? Yes. Could it be that destiny against the heavens and the bones actually mean literally, it is the bones of destiny? It allows me to have the power of the bone body in this situation. I have the chance to break the gate of destiny. Lin Shen thought wildly, and for a moment he was a little imaginary. Suddenly, Lin Shen's vision seemed to be pulled back quickly by someone. Everything in the front eyes flew like time, and he could no longer see anything. The next second, Lin Shen's eyes returned to normal vision, and the watch screen where the animation was playing was restored. The moment Lin Shen returned to normal vision, the jam mask on his face dispersed like ashes, flying in the wind, and disappeared in the air. What was that just now? Lin Shen couldn't tell for a moment what he saw just now, whether it was inward vision. If it was inward vision, where was the locked black iron gate in his body and why was it? Is there such a gate of destiny in everyone's body? Or is it only my body that there is such a thing? Lin Shen couldn't help but frown and think.
If everyone has it, is it possible for everyone to open the door to destiny and jump out of cause and effect?
If only he had it himself, Lin Shen would have some doubts about his lack of memory.
Is it related to the gate of destiny? Is it the gate in his mind that sealed his brain, which made his memory poor?
Lin Shen thought about various possibilities and wanted to enter the inward vision again, but found that he could never enter that state again. His vision can change as he wants, and he can see the extremely small world, but no matter how microscopic he is, he can't see the light explosion or the door. Xiaoye and Xiaono looked at Lin Shen in a daze, with strange expressions on their faces, especially Xiaoye, with surprise in their eyes. The mask transformed by the King of Realms actually consumed energy, which was a force that could allow the brain to evolve to the top level. Its energy was so huge that it was unimaginable. How could it be consumed so quickly? The key is that the energy of the King of Realm fruit powder is gone, but Lin Shen himself seems to have made no progress and there is no fluctuation that should have on his body. Although the Realm King fruit has not yet fully matured, its energy has reached a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. Most people absorb the energy of the Realm King fruit. Even if they cannot reach the level of the Emperor's level, they can at least reach the level of substantial mental power and see the existence of the spiritual halo. But Lin Shen had no changes at all. Not to mention the dizziness of his spirit, his eyes were still so confused and he had no wise feeling at all.
Chapter 1188 3-Day Vision. Lin Shen didn't know what was going on now.
Apart from his strong eyesight, the other changes were not too big. My mind is indeed much clearer, but I don't feel any substantial improvement. Let's watch the animation of the Three Realms Divine Arts again, and Lin Shen continued to practice the Three Realms Divine Arts according to the previous method. Energy flows are generated in the body again, but these flows are very abnormal, sometimes without, and are continuous during the period. Lin Shen could probably think of what was going on, because the three-headed and six-arm movements were carried out at the same time, and he was divided into three sections. It was originally supposed to be connected to the next action, but because of his split, these actions could not be connected. Unless he can have three clones and each clone practices one movement, these three realms will never be able to practice the magical skills.
Suddenly, a flash of inspiration in Lin Shen's mind. I really don't have the ability to clone, and it is impossible for me to grow 3 heads and 6 arms, but I have a 3-star system, the Destiny and the Inheritance fan. Can I be used to practice the magical power of the 3 realms? When he had something in his mind, he immediately started the experiment. Lin Shen stood there, looking at the animation. His body was not moving, but inside his body, the Samsung system started to run wildly. Actions are just a guide, from the outside to the inside. Once the kernel is already understood inside, fixed actions are no longer needed. Looking at Lin Shen standing there motionless, Xiaoyi felt a little disappointed. If this could not save the damage suffered by her father when she was reincarnated, she didn't know what to do or what to use to restore her reincarnation. Time passed. Lin Shen was watching the animation, Lao Wei was watching the wall, Ouyang ran around the mountains, and Dais was writing and painting there. I don't know how long it has passed. Ouyang, who was flying all over the mountains, suddenly fell down, and countless phantoms disappeared. Only Ouyang stood with an umbrella, and his body exuded a strange aura, like a ghost. It seems to be standing in this world, but it seems to be not above this world, independent of the world. I've become. Ouyang said with a smile, and originally wanted to continue saying that you don't have to work hard. But Dais threw away the pen in his hand with a laugh. I understand too, so that's it. I saw that the aura of Dais became more and more pure, like a god, with a kind of purity that is not in the world. It seemed that just looking at him with his eyes, he felt like he was blasphemy. People with slightly worse psychological qualities will feel ashamed of Dais and dare not look at him directly. Ouyang was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Lao Wei, but saw that Lao Wei's gaze was also taken back from the mountain. Lao Wei was emitting a powerful aura just now, but at this moment he had no aura and could not feel any power fluctuations from him. If someone who knows Lao Wei and knows his background, just looking at his appearance, he would think that he is just an ordinary person who has never practiced before, except that he looks tall and strong. He is completely unique. You. The three of them said 2 words in a tacit understanding, as if they had agreed. The 3 of them couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then they all started to laugh. Although I didn't say anything, I already understood something. Lin Shen is not well yet. Do you want to wait for him? Ouyang Yu said to Lin Shen.
He has taken pictures, and he doesn't need to look at the patterns on the wall mountain.
It doesn't matter if we experiment first. Dai said. Okay, who will come first? Ouyang asked. I'll do it first. I'm still at the lower level. If my strength is insufficient, I'll get you there. Dai said. Ouyang Yudu and Lao Wei had no objection. Anyway, there should be only one right person.
If Dais can break the wall mountain, it means that he has practiced correctly.
It doesn't matter whether the two of them try or not. Of course, even if they practice wrongly, they don't think there is any problem. Things in the world are not static. Many experimental results have nothing to do with the problems they originally wanted to solve, but they do not mean they are worthless. Xiao Yi and Xiao Nao were both anxious. The three of them had already realized something, but Lin Shen was still watching the animation there, without any reaction, and he didn't know if it could work. If Lin Shen can't practice at all, Xiao Yi feels that there is no need to consider eliminating his opponent in advance. Dais faced the mountain of walls and stared at the walls and said, everything in the universe has its own reasons, and everything must be done according to the reason. The so-called omniscient and omnipotent God does not really need to see all things with his eyes, but deduce them according to the reason. The so-called knowledge, what is known as the logic of rules, and the so-called ability is the ability to destroy rules. Breaking without knowing is ignorance, and knowing after knowing is energy. This untitled magical power should be called the magical power of knowledge and ability. Although I understand something different from you, I have to say that your understanding makes sense. Let's give it a try. Ouyang Yudu said.
Dais's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pointed out with one finger, and a little divine light shot out like a laser. Wherever the light reaches, the space collapses directly, and the laws collapse, as if they have the ability to destroy the world. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na both changed their faces, and they were shocked. Although this person is still low in level, his finger realm seems to be above the laws of the world. Compared with his father's realm of using the three realms divine arts, he seems to be not inferior, but he is a little different. Isn't he learning the three realms divine arts? How did he understand something similar to the three realms divine arts, but it seems to be a little different? Boom! The light hit the mountain on the mountain, and the mountain made a roar, but after the light, the mountain was not penetrated, but it kept trembling and stopped for a long time. Dai shrugged, turned to Ouyang and Lao Wei and said, it seems that my practice is still not enough, and I can't break the wall mountain. He just felt that his level of practice was not enough, and he didn't think that what he understood was wrong. I'll try it. Ouyang Yudu walked to Dais, looked at Bishan and said, if everything in the world has its own rules and can be calculated, then it can only explain one thing. This world is a man-made world. The basic laws have laws to follow, but the intention is unpredictable. If even my will is within the calculations of others, it can only explain that I am not me, but just a doll. As he said that, the jade umbrella in Ouyang Yudu's hand emitted a strange wave. The wave rippled like a lake, hitting the mountain wall, causing the resonance of the mountain wall, which kept trembling and buzzing. Suddenly, Ouyang Yudu's palm turned with force, and the fluctuations on the umbrella were immediately disturbed, turning into countless undercurrents, and the space was disturbed by the fluctuations, forming a series of space vortexes. The mountain of the wall buzzed continuously in the whirlpool, but it never broke. After a long time, Ouyang Yu took his umbrella and returned. He shook his head while walking. It seems that I haven't really understood it yet. Xiao Ye and Xiao Na's eyes were a little complicated. Although Ouyang Yu was unable to break the wall mountain, the techniques he used seemed to have reached a point where he could not predict it. Everyone looked at Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu didn't say that much. He walked directly to the front of Bishan and punched the wall of Bishan with a punch. Boom! The terrifying power exploded, and the shockwave formed made Ouyang and others feel a little unsteady. Wherever they see, there is a burst of light that soars into the sky, and the earth shakes, just like the end of the world. But after the light burst retreated, the mountain of Bai still stood firm. Chapter 1189 Ghosts and Gods Preach. Wei Wufu looked at his fist, then looked at Bishan, shook his head and retreated. None of the three of them was able to penetrate the Bishan, which made Xiao Yi secretly relieved. At least they could not get the inheritance of the king of the ancient realm now, so there was no need to silence them. But when I saw Lin Shen in a blink of an eye, I saw that he was still watching the animation, and I didn't know if I could count on it. Although my dad is a little less talented in this life, has a strong understanding, and has problems with memory, at least he still has the foundation of his previous life and will definitely be able to do anything to others. Xiaona comforted her, the three of them can't break the wall, and the opportunity will definitely fall on my dad. Xiaoyu was right to think about it, and he was even more sure in his heart that Lin Shen was the reincarnation of their father.
If it weren't for reincarnation, with Lin Shen's understanding, talent and memory, how could he be able to practice evolution, ageless scriptures, and step on the immortal court? I hope so. Xiaoyi could only rely on the foundation of his father's previous life at this time. Lin Shen did not have any foundation in his previous life. At this time, the three stars in his body were moving in unison, and the three stars were entangled in an extremely reasonable and complex way. The three planet-like particles come from Lin Shen himself, the destiny and the inheritance fan. At this time, different force fields appeared on the three particles. The three force fields were completely different, and they even restrained each other, just like the relationship between stones, scissors and cloth in the game, which was mutually generated and restrained, and no one could do anything to each other. The force field generated by Lin Shen's particles corresponds to people in the three realms of magical skills, the particles of the destiny correspond to ghosts, and the fan of inheritance corresponds to gods. The three force fields complement each other. Due to the emergence of the three force fields, the array of laws surrounding the Samsung system has also changed. The original law array was just arranged in the best way, and the law array at this time had some special changes due to the Samsung system. Wei Wufu and the other two tried in vain and all looked at Lin Shen, waiting for Lin Shen to have a result. I don't know how long I have been waiting, but a strange light has risen on Lin Shen, who has been watching the animation. What's going on? Hasn't he been promoted to the next level? Why is there another bond between the power of ghosts and gods on his body? Dais looked at Lin Shen in confusion.
The light on Lin Shen's body continued to extend towards the void, causing cracks to appear in the void, as if ghosts and gods were descending from the void.
This abnormal change has triggered a strange phenomenon in the universe.
At this time, not only the King of Realms, but also not only the Immortal Court, but also the same strange phenomenon appeared in countless ancient realms. The infinite light rushed into the void, and the light became stronger and brighter, gradually condensed into a ghost and god. The ghosts and gods are filled with strange divine light. They have not yet been fully formed, and the strength of the light is no longer visible. Even if you forcefully stare at the ghosts and gods, you can only see a brilliant divine light, just like a god who has come to the world and cannot see clearly. The only thing that can be felt is terror, mystery, power, invincibility, etc. The pressure generated by the vision is so powerful that even the superior gods and men can hardly see it directly, and some kind of indescribable throbbing in their hearts.
What's wrong with this universe? Not long ago, a ghost and god as powerful as the immortal was activated. The ghost and god activated this time seemed to be less than the immortal. I wonder where it came from. People were talking a lot, but no one knew what the ghosts and gods this time were from, nor did they know who caused the ghosts and gods. Master, do you know what kind of ghost is this? Yao Ji looked at the West District Grand Priest and asked. The Great Priest from the West District stared at the ghosts and gods in the void and said, I have never seen such a ghost and god, maybe a new god. This statement surprised Yao Ji. It is much more difficult to make a ghost that has never appeared in this world than to activate a ghost. As early as the ancient times, when the ancestors of various human families rushed into the immortal court, they did create many ghosts and gods. However, with the completeness of the ghost and god system, it is almost difficult to produce a new ghost and god now. Although ghosts and gods are visual objects, their essence is the embodiation of laws. There are only so many laws in the world, and all kinds of laws have corresponding ghosts and gods. Unless new laws appear, it is impossible for new gods to appear. If this is really a new god, then there will be another brand new temple on the mysterious god star. I just don't know what level the temple is and what laws it corresponds to. All the major star gods have noticed the birth of a new ghost and god, and are sensing the terrifying energy and force field emitted by the ghost and god,
and want to judge the strength of the new god from it. When the light was so strong that it was as strong as the sky, the great priests were already a little shocked. Judging from the force field emitted by this new god, it is no less than many old masters, and it is even almost comparable to the top masters corresponding to the 9 masters. But the next second, all the great priests were stunned, because the brilliant light and shadow of ghosts and gods were divided into 3, turning into strange appearances with 3 heads and 6 arms, looking down at the heavens and all worlds like a terrifying evil demon king in the world. What is that? Shi Zhongqing, who was originally watching the show, changed color because he sensed that the power field of this ghost and god had already surpassed the top ancient ghost and god. This is just a new life, and it is hard to imagine how strong this ghost will eventually be. The whole world was shocked, and the people who created the gods were even more shocked and suspicious. There were already news from many ancient areas telling them that strange phenomena had happened. This discovery shocked the entire creation clan. Because there is a barrier between the ancient realm area and the immortal court, even if the vision is triggered, the vision caused by the ancient realm area can only be seen in that ancient realm area, and the vision caused by the immortal court can only be seen in the immortal court. It is even more difficult to communicate between different ancient boundaries. This time, the vision seemed to appear at the same time in the known ancient realm area and the immortal court, which was a bit too terrifying. This universe is getting more and more interesting. The leader of the god cultivation tribe took a look at the vision and put the fish he had just caught back into the water. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na also looked at the strange phenomena in the sky with confusion. The strange phenomena triggered by Lin Shen seemed to be the trinity of the 3 realms' divine arts. In theory, they should be happy to see this kind of vision, which proves that Lin Shen has mastered the magical skills of the 3 realms. But at this time Xiao Yi was completely unhappy because the trinity of the 3 realms should not trigger ghosts and gods at all. There are no ghosts and gods corresponding to the 3 realms' magic in the universe. Moreover, after practicing the magical skills of the 3 realms, you should jump out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements, and there should be no ghosts and gods corresponding to them. With ghosts and gods, there is bondage, which means that you fall into the rules of the universe and fall into the lower realm. Lin Shen didn't care about that much. The Samsung system was constantly operating, and the light and shadow of ghosts and gods in the void became stronger and stronger. The next second, a shocking scene appeared. The light and shadow of ghosts and gods with 3 heads and 6 arms actually slowly rose up in the void, as if they were performing a set of martial arts. People who are capable of watching ghosts and gods are shocked and unable to speak at this time, and it is fine to trigger strange phenomena of ghosts and gods. The ghosts and gods actually interpret the martial arts in the sky. This is to pass on the 3 realms and spread their paths throughout the universe. The great priests of the Star God Palace did not realize the seriousness of the problem, because they did not know that not only the immortal court, but also all the ancient realms areas could see the strange phenomena of this ghost and god. And the magic of this ghost and god is no less mysterious than the 9 great magical skills, and it is even better. No one knows what consequences will be if such skills spread throughout the universe. Lin Shen didn't know that the scope of the strange phenomenon he caused would be so large. If he knew, he would only be even more happy, because the martial arts performed by the 3-headed and 6-armed ghosts were the inherited techniques on the folding fan. I went out to do something today, but I was late to come back, so I'm sorry. Chapter 1190 The God of Realm. All heavens and all worlds saw the martial arts performed by this top ghost and god. What's even more excessive is that while ghosts and gods interpret the martial arts, they also heard a vague and uncertain voice from their mouths. Although the sounds sounded a bit weird, the content was clearly the magic trick of this martial art. Not only the people in the ancient realm area were shocked, but also the people in the immortal court were shocked. Even the old god who has lived the longest and seen the most visions has never seen ghosts and gods speak. It is not that ghosts and gods cannot speak, but the strange phenomena caused by the promotion to the lower position are not the real arrival of ghosts and gods, but just the phantom of ghosts and gods. Someone has seen such things as ghosts and gods speaking, but at most they are simple ghosts and gods, and it is impossible to say too much. What's more, what this ghost and god phantom is talking about is a magic trick, which is simply to scare someone to death. The top ghosts and gods, the top magical skills, or the direct teachings of ghosts and gods, the entire immortal court was crazy at this moment. On the contrary, in the ancient world, although many people have silently recorded or filmed the martial arts, they do not know the value of this strange phenomenon, but are not as excited as the gods and people in the immortal court. What was most uncomfortable at this moment was the big families in the immortal court. Originally, they had the secret top magical skills, and relying on their innate advantages, they surpassed other small families and took away the biggest part of the interests of the 6 major star regions. Now suddenly there is a top magical skill that opens to the entire universe. If everyone can practice it, their advantages will be gone. Now, maybe there is no big gap, but after tens of thousands of years, the small family will produce more and more powerful people, and their interests will be constantly divided. Some people are happy and some are sad, but Lin Shen doesn't care about this. He is constantly pushing the operation of the Samsung system, imagining the appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms in his mind, and practicing according to the movements of the 3 realms' divine arts. You should say that he practiced the magical skills of the 3 realms. The problem is that this thing is practiced the opposite, and the underlying foundation is the 3-star system, which is essentially the power of Lin Shen, the desperate person and the inheritance fan. If this is not the magical skill of the 3 realms, it does have some characteristics of the magical skill of the 3 realms, but this characteristic is counterproductive. As Lin Shen practiced himself, the vision in the void also changed. The original ghosts and gods with 3 heads and 6 arms became more streamlined the more they practiced. The 3 heads and 6 arms gradually merged into one, and finally turned into a normal appearance of 1 head and 2 arms, but the momentum became even more terrifying. Until the light and shadow of ghosts and gods are no different from the appearance of normal humans, the drill and magic tricks will also end at the same time. The glorious light on the ghosts and gods at this time was already unimaginable. I could only see a strong ball of light hanging in the void, like a huge sun. I am the only one of the heavens and all worlds, the King of Kings, the God of gods, I am the God of the realm. The voices like ancient ghosts and gods spread throughout the universe, and the name of the realm gods is known to everyone. It's indeed a new god. Shi Zhongqing's expression was a little complicated. As the sound fell back in the void, this strange phenomenon did not gradually disappear like ordinary ghosts and gods, but became more and more dazzling. In an instant, light shone everywhere, like a big bang, and the light shone the entire universe brightly. Everyone has eyes that cannot be seen, like a blind man who opens his eyes. It takes a long time to recover, but the vision in the void has disappeared. Everyone was surprised. Such a strange vision was unprecedented and unprecedented. Many people are secretly studying the world's magical skills. Such skills must be the top level in the universe, so who can miss it? At the same time when the vision disappeared, a soul-lightened shadow with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared above Lin Shen's head, guarding Lin Shen's body like ancient ghosts and gods. Lin Shen thought, and the 3-headed and 6-armed soul appeared in front of him like teleportation. At this time, Lin Shen's face was very strange, and the array of laws had condensed his soul. Normally, he should be at the middle level. But now he is still only at nirvana level and has not been promoted at all. The name of the soul transformed by the law array is the realm god, but his abilities and attributes are not reflected in Lin Shen's own attributes. Lin Shen himself has some feelings about his attributes and abilities. After all, this realm god is condensed by him and upgraded from the law array. Lin Shen knows his background. What's going on with you? Can the median level also cause ghosts and gods? Or do you have another promotion to the lower level, and then connected to the median level? Dais looked eager for knowledge. My physical condition is a bit special, it can be regarded as a promotion. Lin Shen said truthfully. Stop talking about this now. Try to see if you can penetrate the mountain of the wall. We have all failed. If you can't penetrate the mountain, then we can only be trapped here to practice and wait until the day when we can break the mountain of the wall, said Ouyang. I'll try it. Lin Shen's thought moved, and the realm god suddenly flew up, facing Bishan, and punched him out at Bishan. Boom! The mountain of Bishan was suddenly smashed into pieces by this punch, and the wall of Wanli collapsed instantly, the earth shook, and the rumbling sound was endless. Everyone was stunned, and Lin Shen himself was stunned. After all, the soul is not a real entity. Generally speaking, it cannot fight freely like the soul. It mainly focuses on blessing itself, which is a bit like asking ghosts and gods to possess them. Lin Shen originally wanted to use the power of the realm god to bless his law array. Who knew that with his thoughts, the realm god had already flew out and exploded the wall mountain with one punch. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na's eyes also widened. They naturally had seen the three realms' divine arts of the ancient realm king, and also saw the souls condensed by the three realms' divine arts. This is not the case. At the same level, there was absolutely no such terrifying power. The power of the Trinity is really so terrifying, the soul stage is already so powerful. If it reaches the Emperor level, my father will definitely become a more terrifying existence than the Emperor in this life, overthrow the rule of the immortal court. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na were both excited and unable to speak. How could they know that the thing Lin Shen condensed was not as simple as the soul? When everyone was surprised, Shi Zhongqing and other 5 great gods joined forces to enter the mysterious god star, hoping to find the temple of the new god on the mysterious god star. But they searched for a long time and searched all over the mysterious gods, but they did not find the temple of the realm gods, but this was all later. Lin Shen himself realized that the realm god is not a simple soul, but maybe the ghost and god body formed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a powerful force. He directly hit the wall mountain with one punch, and his own power could not be achieved at all, let alone a half-baked soul. Dais, Ouyang Yudu and Lao Wei were all staring at the world god, as if they were thinking about something. Chapter 1191 Blood Shadow. After the mountain was blown up, an ancient altar appeared behind the mountain wall. There are no monuments or pillars on the altar, only blood-colored traces on the ground, and the bloodstains are like a human figure. Before everyone could see clearly, a blood light appeared on the blood marks, and the blood marks moved like bloody shadows, as if the shadows had come alive and slowly stood up from the ground. You can come here through 4 test questions. You have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance of this king. Open the altar, and the following is my life savings. However, before that, I need you to know that accepting my savings means that you have taken down the cause and effect of this king's grievances, love and revenge. Are you sure you want to accept the inheritance of this king? Shui Shadow said while standing up, but when his eyes fell on everyone, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Why are there so many people? Obviously, Blood Shadow didn't expect that it was not just one person who passed the test, but so many people. Who among you passed the previous 4 test questions? Shui Shadow looked at everyone and asked again. What is this? Lin Shen turned his head and looked at Xiao Yi and asked. Xiao Yi kept staring at the Blood Shadow, and when he heard Lin Shen's question, he shook his head and said, I don't know. I'm asking you what you said. Didn't you hear it? Shui Shadow said impatiently. Who are you? Dais asked, looking at the Blood Shadow. Isn't what I said obvious? Of course, I am the shadow of the king of the ancient realm. Shui Shadow said proudly, I took a picture here to prevent some villains from taking away my savings in this life. Only those who passed the previous 4 test questions are qualified to inherit my savings. Lin Shen looked at Xiao Yi and Xiao Na again. This thing claimed to be the shadow of the king of the ancient realm. Except for them, no one could tell whether it was true or false. You are the shadow of the king of the ancient realm, so do you know who I am? Xiao Yi stepped forward a few steps and asked at the Blood Shadow. I don't care who you are. Who among you solved the 4 test questions? Shui Shadow asked again. Everyone felt something was wrong. This Blood Shadow claimed to be the shadow of the king of the ancient realm, but he could not recognize the daughter of the king of the ancient realm. It was obviously very problematic. What's going on? Lin Shen asked Xiao Ye and Xiana. I don't know if it was done on purpose or something unexpected happened. Xiao Ye's eyes became a little sharp, he stared at the Blood Shadow tightly, and his hand tightly held the Yujing bottle. She thought of a possibility that the reason why Lin Shen had a problem with his brain might be that something went wrong when he was reincarnated. If the king of the ancient realm was reincarnated here, then this thing is likely to be the culprit of the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. I'll ask you again, what are you? Xiao Yi stared at the Blood Shadow and asked with a cold face. Didn't you tell you that I am the shadow of the king of the ancient realm? Shui Shadow said with a word, and suddenly saw Xiao Yi raise the jade bottle in his hand, with the mouth facing it diagonally.
The jade bottle, to purify this dirty creature. Xiao Yi said the secret to activate the jade bottle.
A strange fantasy color suddenly shot out from the Yujing bottle, and it fell on the blood shadow. Bloody smoke suddenly appeared on the body of the blood shadow, and it jumped up instantly, flew into the sky, and got rid of the illumination of the Yujing bottle.
The Great Emperor's artifact turned golden bottle in the West District.
Blood shadow broke the real name of this Great Emperor's artifact. Even Lin Shen, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Na didn't know the name. The king of the ancient realm only told the two sisters that this thing was called the Great Emperor Jade Bottle, or Yujing Bottle.
What you are in your hand is the golden bottle. Then the gourd in her hand, is it the purple gold and red gourd in the south area? Blood Shadow's eyes circled on the jade bottle and the gourd.
Just tell me honestly what you are and why you are here, otherwise you will turn into blood.
Xiao Yi said with a cold face.
Xiao Na also raised the gourd in great harmony, aimed the mouth of the gourd at the blood shadow, ready to suck the blood shadow in at any time.
Ha ha! It's so good. I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. Ha ha!
Blood Shadow Yang Tian laughed wildly.
What's so funny? Xiao Ye's eyes turned cold and he looked at the blood shadow.
The blood shadow flashed like a phantom, and the light on the jade bottle could not keep up with his movement speed, which surprised everyone.
Don't waste your energy.
The golden bottle has not returned to the emperor level yet, so it is useless to me. Before the blood shadow flashed, it appeared on the other side, looked at Xiaoye and Xiaona, and said lightly, "You are the two daughters of Guji." This blood shadow has clearly admitted that he is not the shadow of the king of the ancient realm. Everyone was ready to fight and looked at the blood shadow vigilantly. The blood shadow was much faster than everyone else. They all felt that they could not keep up with this speed, which was very dangerous.
So what? Xiaona said as she was about to use the emperor's gourd to suck the blood shadow in. Don't do it first. Speaking of which, I am still your benefactor. How can you be ungrateful?
Blood shadow suddenly said this.
Fuck, I'm still your father. Xiaona curled her lips.
If it weren't for me, how could Guji know how to reincarnate with the emperor's artifact, and how could he save your lives?
If it weren't for me, you would have died like your brother for a long time.
Shui Shadow said with a smile. When Lin Shen heard these words, he suddenly thought of who this blood shadow was. He had heard the story of the king of the ancient realm and the 3 treasures boxes before. A man took 3 treasure chests to meet the king of the ancient realm and asked him to put the 3 most precious things in the 3 treasure chests. If the things placed were indeed what the king of the ancient realm considered the most precious things, then the dilemma faced by the king of the ancient realm can be solved. On the contrary, the people around the king of the ancient realm will suffer great trouble. The legendary result is that the only 3 close relatives of the ancient kingdom, the 2 little princesses survived, but the little prince died tragically. This blood shadow spoke like this, and no matter how Lin Shen heard it, he thought that he should be the one who presented the 3 treasures to the king of the ancient realm.
You. Xiaona retreated in horror, retreated to Lin Shen's side, her body still trembling.
Obviously, she also thought of who that person was, and was very afraid of him.
Xiaoya's eyes also changed abnormally.
He stared at the blood shadow tightly and said with hatred, "It turns out it's you are not dead yet. I'll give my brother my life."
As he said that, Xiao Yi raised the Yujing bottle desperately and attacked the blood shadow.
But the blood shadow was so fast that with their eyesight, they could only see the blood shadows left behind. The light sprayed from the jade bottle could only shine on the afterimage, and the blood shadow itself could not touch at all. "Entirely, I have calculated it, but you have come here before the emperor level.
God really helps me."
Blood Shadow's voice was full of madness.
Chapter 1192 The Secret of the 3 Treasures Box.
Gourd, help me to refine elixir."
Xiaona took the gourd and looked at the blood shadow.
The mouth of the gourd produced an unparalleled suction force, as if it was to suck everything into the gourd.
The gourd's terrible suction force seemed to have no use for the blood shadow.
Blood Shadow stood there and didn't even hide, saying contemptuously, "The purple gold and red gourd has not returned to the emperor level yet, and can only absorb tangible things. I am now an invisible body, and it can't do anything to me.
Xiao Yi, who is he?
Lin Shen asked, trying to continue attacking the blood shadow Xiao Yi.
He is a beast. Xiao Yi said, gritting his teeth.
You don't need to ask, she doesn't know who I am at all. Zhu Yingzi stood there, looking at the people leisurely and said. I really don't know who he is, but it's the 3 treasure box he brought to his father, which hurts us and our elder brother. If it weren't for him, the elder brother wouldn't die, and we wouldn't be forced to reincarnate and reborn with the great emperor's artifact.
Xiao Yi said. What's going on with the 3 treasures box? Lin Shen asked curiously.
Xiao Yi and Xiao Na thought Lin Shen wanted to know about their previous life, so Xiao Yi said directly, the 3 treasures box is a magical artifact brought by that bastard. It is said to be the ultimate artifact of the superior, and it is the second only to the great emperor artifact. The real name of the treasure chest is the last pity of the gods. Speaking of this, Xiao Ye glanced at Lin Shen and did not continue. Xiao Na did not have as much thought as Xiao Ye, so she continued, Dad, you had a problem with your practice in your previous life and it was difficult to cure. The evil thief came to you with the last mercy of the gods, saying that it could solve your problems, but you must exchange the 3 most precious things in exchange for them and enter the treasure chest to activate the last mercy of the gods. Dad, you took out many treasures, but the evil thief said that those are not the most precious things of the dad, so they cannot activate the last mercy of the gods. Xiao Na glared at the blood shadow viciously. In the end, the evil thief actually said that we 3 brothers and sisters are your most precious treasures. We have to put us into the 3 treasures box to activate the last mercy of the gods. In order to help our father recover, we voluntarily entered the treasure chest, but unexpectedly, our elder brother died later. Because we entered the 3 treasures box and our bodies were destroyed, Dad, you have to use the great emperor artifact as our carrier to protect us from reincarnation and rebirth. Blood Shadow kept listening there, and when he heard this, he couldn't help laughing out loud, and he laughed extremely harshly.
Why are you laughing at? Xiao Na said angrily. I laugh at you for being naive. Shui Shadow restrained her smile and said coldly, Did that old man from Guji tell you this? Then you are so pitiful. What do you want to say?
Xiao Yi asked, frowning and staring at the blood shadow. When I gave the 3 treasures of ancient, I had already made it clear that I had to exchange the 3 most precious treasures in my life as an exchange to enable the last mercy of the gods, and after opening them, there would be no loss of the 3 treasures. Blood Shadow said with a smile, It's a pity that your father is suspicious by nature, but he refuses to miss the opportunity to recover himself. He threw you into the 3 treasures box, but he is reluctant to let his only son go, and he did not throw that son into the treasures box. You fart, we voluntarily entered the treasure chest to help my dad. Xiao Na cursed directly, and she was so angry that she trembled even more. Xiao Yi was more rational and looked at the blood shadow and said, Your words don't make sense at all. 3 must be the most precious things. In other words, the 3 of us are the most precious things. It is useless to keep one. If you want to keep it, you can keep it all, and if you want to put it in, you can put it all in. Ha ha. Shui Shadow burst into laughter. When did I say that you are the most precious things of the old thief in ancient times? That's just what he told you, that what he cherishes most is not you at all, but the golden bottle, purple gold, red gourd and chaos gourd. You guys are just a sad and lamentable substitute. They are the poor insects used to replace the golden bottle and the purple gold red gourd. As for the chaos gourd, the old thief of the ancient thief did not want his son after all, and finally put the chaos gourd in. Unexpectedly, human calculations are not as good as the gods' plan. You who were thrown into the 3 treasures box survived, and his most cherished son died instead. Impossible. All 3 of us siblings have entered the 3 treasures box. You have said that the most precious things need to be put in. If they can be replaced, what else can we say about the most precious things? Xiao Na said. Under normal circumstances, it is naturally not replaceable, but the blood relatives of descendants are exceptions. Of course, the old thief of Guji must be cruel enough. But then again, he was willing to take risks with the chaos gourd for that son. It is indeed true love. You 2 are so pitiful. Shui Shadow said with a disgrace. You are full of flaws in your words.
You can't even cheat children. You still want to cheat us?
If my father really sees these two great Emperor artifacts more important than us, how could he use the great Emperor artifacts as a carrier to help us rebirth?
Xiaona discovered the loophole in the Blood Shadow's words. That's because it's not you who need to be reborn.
As I said just now, using the last mercy of the gods, those three treasures will not be damaged.
It's just that your ancient thief doesn't believe it, so you are fine at all.
The purple gold red gourd and the gold transforming bottle were also damaged when he was injured. The great Emperor's artifact was difficult to repair. He can only use this method to reincarnate and reborn with the great Emperor's artifact, reach a community of shared destiny, and let them grow again with you, so that they can repair these two damaged great Emperor's artifacts.
Impossible, you talk nonsense.
Xiao Yi and Xiao Na shouted sternly at the same time.
Believe it or not, I told him this method. I naturally know the details.
Shui Shadow sneered, being able to coexist with the Emperor's artifact is also your blessing. The old thief has made a good plan. After you help the Emperor's artifact recover, you will take back the Emperor's artifact for yourself. Unfortunately, he has calculated it so much that you will come here early.
It is my luck. Who are you?
Lin Shen asked, staring at the Blood Shadow.
What's the use of knowing so many people?
You just need to know that it's enough to kill you, the number one god in the universe from ancient times to the present. Blood Shadow said lightly. As he spoke, the Blood Shadow turned into many blood shadows in an instant, making it impossible for him to see his movements clearly.
Boom!
A soul with 3 heads and 6 arms that looked like a god appeared in front of Lin Shen, slapped the Blood Shadow on the head, directly slapped the Blood Shadow on the ground, and the bloody afterimages all over the sky also disappeared. The Blood Shadow at this time became a veritable shadow and just stuck to the ground.
Chapter 1193 The Immortal in the Cloud.
Blood Shadow struggled to get up, but as soon as he raised his head, one of the feet of the realm god had already stepped on Blood Shadow's head, and he pressed Blood Shadow to the ground again. The Blood Shadow was at the feet of the realm god, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could no longer get up.
The power in his body seemed to be cut off by this kick. What's this? Could it be the clone of the Emperor? Zhu Yingzi was shocked, angry and afraid, but he didn't know what was trampling on him on the ground.
Experience told him that this thing looks like a soul, but the soul does not have such practical combat capabilities. Ordinary souls can only exert their power with the help of their own body, and there are very few souls that can fight alone. Even if a soul with certain individual combat capabilities cannot be materialized to this level. But it is not a soul, and the only thing that Blood Shadow can guess is the clone of the Emperor, who has the characteristics of a soul and has independent combat ability. As for the arrival of ghosts and gods in person, Blood Shadow never thought about it, because he knew very well that ghosts and gods were trapped in the temple and could not come out at all. Ghosts and gods who escaped from the temple by chance will not appear in the universe in the form of ghosts and gods. Most of them will find ways to obtain physical bodies, or parasitize in a certain body. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na looked at the bloody shadows trampled on the ground by the god of realm, and their little faces were full of surprise. If this Blood Shadow was really the one who presented the 3 treasures to the king of the ancient realm, then his strength would be extraordinary.
At least his ability to escape was unique.
Even the king of the ancient realm was not sure that he could keep him. But now Lin Shen's soul is trampled directly under his feet and unable to escape.
Lin Shen's soul is really terrifying and unimaginable. You can speak well now, right?
Lin Shen asked, looking at the Blood Shadow trampled by the god of realm.
Who are you?
Shui Shadow asked, suppressing the horror in his heart. Although he had no body and was trapped here by the king of the ancient realm, his strength was beyond the reach of the past, but relying solely on this Blood Shadow body, it was not something that ordinary gods could match him. Moreover, the average power of this Blood Shadow body could not hurt him at all, and it was even more impossible to suppress him.
Bang!
The god of realm stepped on the body of Blood Shadow with a kick, and the blood light suddenly scattered on the Blood Shadow, almost shattering the Blood Shadow. Although Blood Shadow did not feel pain, if Blood Shadow's body was destroyed, he would immediately lose his soul and be shocked and angry.
You? Shui Shadow didn't know what to say for a moment. I'll just say it once, remember, I'm asking you now. Lin Shen said lightly, "What's your name and where does it come from?" "My name is Yun Hongxian, and I am the first immortal in the universe." Shui's shadow learned his lesson this time and did not ask again. "Are you the number one immortal?"
Lin Shen frowned slightly, and looked at Ouyang, all of whom were a little confused.
Jade Bone Demon Ji said that the first immortal was reincarnated and regenerated Ouyang Yudu. Why did another first immortal emerge? It seems that you really don't want to live anymore. You still dare to lie. You are the number one immortal, so you summon the immortal and let me see.
Lin Shen said and ordered the world god to step on the blood shadow again. Don't step on, I am Yun Zhongshan, I am really the first successful immortal, that guy who claims to be the first immortal, is just a failed item. Shui's shadow immediately said repeatedly. Oh, you are a successful product, why don't you look very good?
It's far worse than the failed product you mentioned.
Lin Shen looked at Yun Zhongshan with interest and said.
That's because you have different standards for success.
The first immortal is just because of its strong evolutionary ability and brain computing power, but he no longer has human nature, so no matter how strong it is just a failure. I am the first immortal with human nature, which represents the humanization of the intelligent brain, so I am the first immortal to truly succeed.
Yun Zhongshan explained. What I said makes sense, let's continue.
Lin Shen felt that this was also reasonable.
What do you want to know? Yun Zhongshan asked.
Start from the moment you become the first immortal, let's talk slowly, we are not in a hurry.
Lin Shen said. If I said everything, can you let me go? Yun Zhongshan asked hesitantly. At your level, it's no different from killing or not, it depends on my mood.
Lin Shen said contemptuously. Yun Zhongshan was so angry that he didn't refute, but he said in his heart, the tiger falls into Pingyang and is bullied by a dog. Please wait for me. After I recover my strength, I will definitely make you live and die. Yun Zhongshan thought so in his heart, but said, a person like you must keep his word. After organizing some language, Yun Zhongshan told the story. Although the first immortal is known as the first real immortal, he is a failed item for the immortal court. The research on the immortal court did not stop there, but became more cautious and secret. As long as there was a trace of something wrong with the experimental product, it would be destroyed immediately, and there would never be any existence like the second and first immortals. Yun Zhongshan was the first truly successful immortal to appear after that. He possesses human nature and the calculations of the intelligent brain, and no matter from any aspect, he is no different from God in man. However, his brain computing power is far superior to that of a god. Even a great priest cannot match his brain computing power. But there are advantages and disadvantages. Human nature makes Yun Hongxian not pursue absolute rules like the first immortal, but human nature also makes Yun Hongxian have various human shortcomings. Curiosity, greed, vanity and other human weaknesses exist in Yun Zhongshan. It is because of these that Yun Zhongshan was not satisfied with everything he had now, and was unwilling to be under the emperor forever. So Yun Zhongshan began to try to use various methods to promote himself to the level of the emperor. Soon Yun Zhongshan discovered that because his evolution direction was the opposite of that of the first immortal, the brain of the first immortal could easily evolve to the emperor level, but it was difficult for him to improve the computing power of the brain, but he was better at human nature. After Yun Zhongshan discovered this problem, he had to find another method, hoping to use external forces to improve his brain computing power to the emperor level. He tried many treasures in the universe, but no matter how he strengthened his brain, he was always a little bit short of the emperor level. This was like a distance between the world and could not be crossed. Later, Yun Zhongshan realized that it would not be possible to rely solely on external forces to be promoted to the emperor level. This is like an old computer platform. No matter how much you upgrade, the upper limit of the platform is already fixed. It is impossible to become a more advanced computer, unless you change the platform and replace all three major items. It was not so easy to do this. Yun Zhongshan worked so hard that he finally thought of a way to change his mind. There is a way, but where can I change my brain that can make him reach the level of the emperor? Go and find a strong man at the emperor level? If Yun Zhongxian had that ability, he wouldn't have to change his mind. Until Yun Zhongxian discovered the existence of the king of the ancient realm and also discovered a secret of him. This discovery made Yun Zhongxian determined to seize the king of the ancient realm and switch to himself.
Chapter 1194 The Emperor's Reincarnation. Everyone felt incredible when they heard it. They had heard of those who took over the body, those who resurrected the soul with corpses, and even those who changed their heads, but this was the first time they had heard of it. What's the secret of the king of the ancient realm? Let you make up your mind to change his brain? Ouyang Yu asked curiously. The king of the ancient realm is not a human being.
Yun Zhongxian said slowly.
You are not a human being. Xiaona cursed immediately.
Yun Zhongxian said, Don't worry, listen to me, I said that the king of the ancient realm is not a human being. That's because I found that his brain is like me, and his brain has been integrated with the intelligent brain, but our way of fusion is different. His method is more mature and perfect, and
what? Xiaona asked. And what he fuses is the great emperor-level intelligent brain.
Yun Zhongxian said word by word.
Impossible. There are only those 6 units in the universe of the emperor-level intelligent brain. If one is missing, how could no one notice it?
Lin Shen frowned.
I think you are from the Star God Palace. I don't know what position it is, the Great Priest?
Before Lin Shen said anything, Yun Zhongxian continued to say it, no matter what position you are, even if you are the Great Priest, you should have never seen the true body of the Emperor, right?
What do you want to say?
Lin Shen had already had some speculations, but it would take Yun Zhongxian to say it in person to confirm. Because the Emperor has long been no longer in the Star God Palace, after the intelligent brain technology has matured, they have all been reincarnated as humans.
The king of the ancient realm should be the reincarnation of one of the 6 emperors.
I was also seeing the queen of the ancient realm and found a secret from him.
Otherwise, I would not believe that the emperors were no longer in the Star God Palace.
Yun Zhongxian sighed and said, I originally wanted to exchange his brain before he returned to the ranks of the Emperor, but in the end he was a move. Not only did he fail, he also destroyed his body and imprisoned here. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether what Yun Zhongxian said was true or false. This fact was too shocking. The emperors who are like the dominant emperors of the universe have long been no longer in the Star God Palace and have been reincarnated as humans, which is really unbelievable. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that no one has ever seen the true body of the Emperor, and at most they can only see the clone. The only person who has the chance to see the true body of the Emperor is the Great Priest, but no one knows whether the Great Priest has ever seen the true body of the Emperor. If Lin Shen was a Great Priest, he found that the Emperor was no longer there, and he would not say it out loud, and would even try his best to keep it a secret. If someone knew that the Emperor was no longer there, then the entire immortal court might be overturned, and the authority of the Star God Palace would naturally be gone.
What's going on with the 3 treasures box? Lin Shen asked again.
The last mercy of the gods is that I have exhausted all my own life and created with my computing power.
Each of them is the ultimate artifact of the superior.
The 3 weapons are combined, and can be called a half-step Emperor artifact.
This artifact was originally prepared for me and has the power to change my life. But after I discovered that even if I change my life again, I could not reach the real Emperor level, so I designed it with this to seize the brain of the king of the ancient realm.
Yun Zhongxian told the story of the 3 treasures box in detail, which was similar to what he said before, but there were a lot of details. Although the king of the ancient realm was reincarnated by the great emperor, for some reason, he did not have the memory of the great emperor and wanted to defeat the great emperor and become the supreme universe. In Yun Zhongxian's opinion, this is naturally a very ridiculous thing. Until the king of the ancient realm clashed with the Star God Palace, his body and 2 of his great emperor artifacts were injured and could not heal themselves. Yun Zhongxian knew that his chance had come, so he found the ancient realm king with the 3 treasures box and told the ancient realm king that the 3 treasures box could repair his injuries, but he had to put the 3 most precious treasures in the 3 treasures box in order to activate the 3 treasures box. The 3 treasures box does have such abilities, but Yun Zhongxian is naturally not so kind-hearted. After the treasure enters the box, the ability of the treasure chest will be activated, there will be a period of dormant. He wanted to put the purple gold red gourd, the gold transformed bottle and the chaos gourd into the 3 treasure box and take it as his own. With these 3 artifacts, even if the king of the ancient realm is healed, he could subdue it. Unexpectedly, the king of the ancient realm actually had a blood sacrifice technique, replacing the purple gold red gourd and the gold transforming bottle with his own daughter, and only putting it in the chaos gourd. Yun Zhongxian himself didn't know that there was another method. The 3 treasures box was really activated, and the injury of the ancient realm king was also recovered, disrupting Yun Zhongxian's plan. However, as Yun Zhongxian said, the things in the 3 treasures box are safe and sound, but they need to sleep and recuperate for a while. The king of the ancient realm also gained some trust in Yun Zhongxian. The immortal in the cloud was reluctant to make it happen, and he failed to succeed and then came up with another plan. He told the king of the ancient realm that if you want to repair the purple gold red gourd in the gold transforming bottle, you can use the method of reincarnation and symbiosis. Since he cannot take away the 3 artifacts of the king of the ancient realm, let him lose 2 artifacts of the emperor first, and the remaining 1 chaotic gourd will be much easier to deal with. The king of the ancient realm really believed Yun Zhongxian's words and cruelly coaxed Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. When they were sleeping, they destroyed their bodies and allowed them to be reborn with the purple gold red gourd and the golden bottle. Yun Zhongxian originally thought everything was going very smoothly, and the king of the ancient realm had already trusted him extremely. Yun Zhongxian used his brainpower to calculate countless times. As long as he waited for a suitable time point, the possibility of the king of the ancient realm was as high as more than 90%. However, Yun Zhongxian had no calculations, but he didn't even calculate it. The king of the ancient realm actually launched a sneak attack on him first, directly destroying Yun Zhongxian's body. Only then did Yun Zhongxian realize that his plan had always been expected by the king of the ancient realm. Finally, he was imprisoned here to guard and suppress the treasure house below and squeeze out the last trace of useful value. You lie, Dad can't treat us like that. Xiana looked extremely ugly and was about to rush up to beat Yun Zhongxian. If you don't believe it, you will know the real price after verifying it. The 3 treasures box is in the treasure house below. You can try it. After using the 3 treasures box, will the treasures inside be damaged? Yun Zhongxian said. These words made Xiana stop, and everyone's eyes also looked at the altar. How to open the treasure house? Lin Shen asked. Only those who practice the magical skills of the 3 realms can open the treasure house. The old thief of the ancient world did not intend to give the treasure house to anyone. Only he himself could practice the magical skills of the 3 realms, and only he could plan the treasure house. Yun Zhongxian looked at Lin Shen. Obviously he had already determined that Lin Shen was the reincarnation of the king of the ancient world. Seeing that everyone else's eyes were looking at him, Lin Shen pondered, then give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, a divine light suddenly burst into the body of the realm god, and he stepped heavily at the body of the blood shadow of the immortal in Yunzhong. You, go back on your word. Yun Zhongxian was trampled with blood, and the blood shadow suddenly became much dimmed, as if it would disappear at any time. I just said that I will let you go if I feel good. Now I am in a bad mood. Lin Shen said lightly. The realm god stepped on it several times in a row, and Yun Zhongxian had no chance to speak at all, so he was directly stepped on it, turning into blood-colored light spots all over the sky and dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 1195 The Treasure of the King of the World. God of Realm, open the entrance to the treasure house. Lin Shen issued an order to the God of Realm. The God of Realm used his hands to shoot out divine light, and the light fell on the altar, and light suddenly lit up in the groove of the altar. The light only lit up by 1/3, so it could not continue. The remaining 2/3 of the groove did not lit up. Continue. Lin Shen ordered. The other 4 pairs of palms of the realm god also lit up divine light, and like the previous light, they all fell on the altar. The grooves on the altar suddenly lit up little by little. After not long, all the grooves lit up, forming a cursor with the word binding. What should I do next? Why is the treasure house not opened? Lin Shen saw that the grooves on the altar had already lit up, but the treasure house still had not opened. He felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have killed Yun Zhongxian so early. Is it insufficient energy? Xiaona said. Lin Shen asked the world god to do all his strength, but the world cursor was about to burn, and the altar still had no reaction at all. At this time, Lin Shen had already realized something was wrong. Yun Zhongxian said that only the three realms divine arts can open the treasure house, but the thing he practiced should not be considered a real three realms divine arts, so it cannot be opened. The god of realm released its energy with all its strength. After trying various angles and methods, the altar still remained motionless. If you wanted to forcibly break the altar, you didn't know what material the altar was made of. The god of realm could not hurt the slightest attack. Xiaona and Xiaoye were both a little surprised. They didn't understand why Lin Shen had clearly mastered the three realms divine arts, and they looked so strong. At the same level, they seemed to be stronger than before they were reincarnated, so why they still couldn't open the treasure house? Is Yun Zhongxian lying? The method to open the treasure house is not the magical power of the three realms? Xiao Na said again. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, it should be opened with the three realms divine arts, otherwise the cursor on the altar will not be activated. Since that's the case, why can't it be opened? Xiao Na said in confusion. I don't know what's wrong. Xiao Yi didn't know what was going on, and couldn't figure out the crux of the problem. Let me try it. I have also practiced the magical skills of the three realms, but they are a little different from yours, and maybe they can have some effect. Ouyang Yudu said. Okay. Lin Shen let the world god retreat to normal and gave up space for Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yudu activated the magical power of the three realms that he had comprehended. Light waves rippled on the jade umbrella and poured into the altar. The grooves on the altar actually lit up. But after the groove lit by 1/3, it stopped lit up, and then it disappeared. It seems that it's not possible, you can try it too. Ouyang Yudu looked at Wei Wufu and Dais and said. After both of them tried it, they found that the three realms magical skills they realized could only light up 1/3 of the icons, which was not as good as Lin Shen. Lin Shen was able to light up the icons at least, but he couldn't open the treasure house. They couldn't even click on the icons. Together. Wei Wufu stared at the altar for a while, and suddenly said to Ouyang Yudu and Dais. Ouyang and Dais immediately understood what he meant. The three of them stood in a corner of the altar and activated the three realms' magical powers towards the altar. Three different forces penetrated into the altar, and the grooves on the altar immediately lit up quickly. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na originally thought that it would be impossible for the three of them to work together to open the treasure house, and it was even difficult to make the icon completely light up. But soon they were surprised to find that the world character icon had completely lit up. Then I heard a crackling sound, and the word Z actually cracked a gap in the middle, and the entire altar was divided into two, slowly sliding towards both sides. Soon, stone steps were exposed under the separated altar, leading all the way to the ground, without seeing the end at first sight, and without knowing how deep it was. Lin Shen was overjoyed. It would be great if someone could open it. No matter who opened it, he would be serious if he took out the treasure inside. Lin Shen asked the realm god to open the way in front, and everyone followed the realm god in one after another. The stone steps were spiral, and everyone didn't know how many layers they had fallen, and they felt like they were almost dizzy. Fortunately, there were crystals with lights on both sides of the stone steps, so it didn't feel dark here. It has been at least 10,000 meters deep underground, but you can still feel a hint of cool breeze blowing out from the holes on both sides of the stone steps, and it will not make people feel stuffy. Along the way, I didn't find any mechanism, just a long spiral staircase. Suddenly, the front suddenly became clear and everyone found that they had reached the end of the stone steps, inside a huge circular palace. Around the circular palace, there are stone platforms, each stone platform has a crystal cover on which various objects are placed. There is nothing else but this, and the palace has only this floor, and there is no portal to other places. I don't know if there is any secret passage, but they didn't find it anyway. Lin Shen turned on his supervision and looked around, and knew that there was no secret passage here, otherwise he would not be able to escape his eyes. Is the thing in this crystal cover the treasure left by the king of the ancient realm? Why is it so few? Ouyang Yu said with some confusion. There are only 12 stone platforms in total, just as the dial represents 1 to 12 o'clock. There is one thing on each stone platform, and there are only 12 in total. If this is a treasure left by the king of the ancient realm, it would be too little. Moreover, there are 3 objects in the stone taichung on these 12 stone platforms, all of which are boxes of shapes like small coffins. I think it should be what Jin Zhongxin said about the last mercy of the gods. I thought the 3 treasures box looked like a gem box. How could it look like this? It was really unlucky. Lin Shen said in contemplation. He always thought that even if he had received the treasure chest of Xiao Yi and Xiao Na before, even if it was not the real 3 treasure chest, it should be a similar item. But I didn't expect that the real 3 treasures chest would look like this. This is not a treasure chest. It is clearly a 3-necked wooden coffin, but it is much smaller than an ordinary coffin, only as big as a small drawer. In addition to the 3 treasure chests, the things in the crystal covers are books, swords, bottles, cauldrons, stoves, guns, watches, beds, and clothes. The book is a book called The Legend of the King of Realms, and the sword is a short sword with sheaths, all black and inlaid with colorful gems. The bottle is a small porcelain bottle, the size of a palm, covered with a cork wrapped in red cloth, and I don't know what it contains. The tripod is a small tripod carved from stone, with some liquid with clear water inside it. The furnace is a 3-legged copper furnace, covered with various mysterious symbols. From the smoke outlet, white mist flows like a stream of water. The white mist is like a mini smoke dragon, flowing around the 3-legged copper furnace, gathering but not dispersing. The gun is a mini pistol that is small and short, smaller than a slap overall, and it is not obvious that it has any reputation. Lin Shen is very familiar with the style of the watch. It is exactly the same as his mechanical watch style. It should be something similar, and it may even be the same batch of products. The bed is a jade crystal bed, emitting a breath of smoke and mist, like an immortal lying on a bed. The clothes are a very weird-looking set, which seems to be a set, with a weird style, and no one has seen anything like that. Chapter 1196 Choosing the Master of the Artifact. Everyone was looking at these things, and a holographic image was projected from the ceiling, which was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, gentle, long legs, and full of masculine charm. Dad! Xiaona screamed excitedly when she saw the projection. Xiao Yi just stood there and looked at it with a complicated expression. Being able to come here is enough to prove your excellence and be qualified to inherit the inheritance of this king. The 12 artifacts here are the ultimate artifacts collected by the king throughout his life. They each have their own magical features, their functions have their own advantages, and they also have the possibility of becoming a great emperor artifact. But it is not easy to become a magic weapon of the great emperor. If one person spends his whole life, he may not be able to make a magic weapon at the level of the great emperor. I use all my means and only turn the chaos gourd into the level of the great emperor in this life, and I will never have the ability to go further. I suggest that you only choose a magic weapon that is in line with yourself and concentrate on pushing it to the level of the great emperor. It is useless to be greedy. A magical artifact like this is no less spiritual than that of humans. Not only do you choose them, but they will also choose you. If you open the shield and the artifact does not match you, it will escape on its own and look for its own opportunities, so you need to make careful choices. I won't talk about the origin and name of the 12 ultimate artifacts, so as not to lose your original intention and fail to choose the artifact that matches you. Finally, I will tell you a little secret. Among these 12 ultimate artifacts, there is one of them that has already obtained the Emperor's opportunity. It only takes long-term accumulation and will definitely be promoted to the level of the Emperor. I wish you good luck and hope you can choose it and fit it with it. After saying that, the projection of the king of the ancient realm disappeared without a trace. Does he mean that these magical tools will run by themselves? If they don't like us, they will leave by themselves? Ouyang Yudu said. It seems that this is what it means. If these are the ultimate artifacts of the superiors, if they run away, it will be difficult for us to stop them. Dai said. Then think about it carefully, how to keep them all. Lin Shen didn't believe in any nonsense that everyone would choose. If he can, he will definitely want it all. It is not easy to just keep them. The red gourd and the jade purple have not returned to the emperor level, and their power is probably similar to the ultimate artifacts at the top. The chaos Xiaozhong has not reached the emperor level.
It is also unknown whether they can trap these ultimate artifacts.
Lin Shen was actually a little confused. The king of the ancient realm himself admitted that he only had one artifact in his hand, the Chaos Gourd, which had reached the emperor level.
Then why didn't he see the Chaos Gourd?
Xiaode and Xiaoya only knew that the exclusive artifact of the king of the ancient realm was the Chaos Clock, not the Chaos Gourd.
Everyone was looking at these ultimate artifacts.
There was no name marked here, and they didn't know what these artifacts were called and what their origins were. I can only judge by my own knowledge and observation, hoping to see something. Except for the origin of the three treasures box, everyone already knows that it is the ultimate artifact created by Yun Zhongxian. If all the three treasures boxes can be taken as their own, their power will inevitably be above other artifacts, and may be the most powerful artifact here.
What the king of the ancient realm said that would inevitably become a magic weapon of the great emperor is not the three treasures box, right?
Lin Shen thought in his heart. After a while, several people looked at each other and found that they really didn't recognize anything except the three treasures box. Lin Shen looked at Xiao Yi and Xiao Na, and they looked confused. Obviously, they had never seen these magical artifacts and did not know their origins.
Since you have no clue, then open one and try it.
Lin Shen said as he walked to the stone platform where the book The Legend of the King of Realms was placed, and planned to lift the crystal cover and take out the book inside. Although the king of the ancient realm said that the 12 artifacts here are all the ultimate artifacts, this book is obviously handwritten by hand, and even the names are handwritten.
No matter how you look at them, they are just an autobiography.
It is not impossible to say that an autobiography can become the ultimate artifact, but it is too difficult. Lin Shen was very suspicious whether this was a trick by the king of the ancient realm.
In fact, the king of the realm is not the ultimate artifact.
Instead, it may record some secrets, and it may even record the origins and usage methods of other artifacts. Wei Wufu and the others also had similar ideas, so when Lin Shen went to lift the crystal cover, they all agreed with his choice. Although he made such a judgment in his heart, Lin Shen made complete preparations before opening the crystal cover. Chaos Xiaozhong was summoned by him, and Xiaona also held the gourd and pointed it at the book. If there is really any change, if the legend of the King of Realms wants to run away, be sure to take it down.
This is the only one with text content among the 12 artifacts.
Even if the content related to the 12 artifacts is not recorded, Lin Shen also wants to see what is written in it. The moment Lin Shen carefully lifted the crystal cover, he saw a white fluorescence appearing on the book The Legend of the King of Realms. It seemed as if the wind was blowing, and the pages were opened by themselves and soon turned to the middle page. What surprised Lin Shen and others was that there was not even a single word in the pages he opened. Apart from the cover, this book is not written in a single word, it is just a blank book. Lin Shen reached out to take out the book.
His move was fast enough, but the book flashed away, and the pages shook in the air, like a flying swallow passing by, breaking through the void in an instant, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The red gourd's suction power did not have time to catch up with it, and the Chaos Xiaozhong did not have time to suppress it. What's this thing? Is it gone?
Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, what the king of the ancient realm said was true. If it was not in line, it would be really difficult to keep these magical tools. Since that's the case, we can only find the artifact that fits us. Dai said as he carefully observed the artifacts one by one, and finally stopped in front of the three-legged copper furnace. Strange, why do I feel familiar with this copper furnace, but I am sure I have never seen it. Dai stared at the three-legged copper furnace, with a look of confusion on his face.
Maybe it is destined to be with you, and it is a magical artifact that fits you. It's better to open it and take a look. Lin Shen said.
Dai nodded slightly when he heard this, and reached out and lifted the crystal cover. The moment the crystal cover was lifted, the smoke emitted from the three-legged copper furnace was like a white real dragon, wrapping around Dai's body, flying around Dai's, and even a dragon roar was heard from his mouth. The smoke dragon's tail pulled the three-legged copper furnace and flew up, suspended in front of Dai's. Dai stretched out his palm, and the copper furnace automatically landed in his palm, emitting divine lights on it. The heaven, heaven, and the world, one-day furnace. Dai murmured the name of the copper furnace. This name seemed to pop out of his mind suddenly. It was for no reason, but Dais knew that this was the name of the three-legged copper furnace.
Chapter 1197. The forced melon is not sweet. It's really a divine object to choose the master.
Lin Shen was amazed at it.
Ouyang and Lao Wei were eager to try, and even Xiao Ye and Xiao Na were thinking about it, wanting to see if there was a magical weapon that fits them.
But several people stared at each artifact for a long time, and there was no familiar feeling that seemed familiar to Dais.
The same is true for Lin Shen.
He looked at all the remaining artifacts, but he didn't feel familiar.
Hey, it seems a bit familiar.
Lin Shen said, staring at a coffin treasure chest.
Look more familiar.
Wei Wufu said.
Ouyang Yudu also joked, of course I'm familiar with it. You've read it so many times, and you've never seen it less than 10 times, right?
Of course Lin Shen knew that if he really felt familiar, he would feel familiar for the first time he saw it, and he would not wait until now. But with so many of them, only Dais got a magic weapon and was recognized. He could not bear to let Lin Shen give up. It took such a lot of effort to come here, so you can't return empty-handed like this.
Fate is actually something like fate, sometimes it is also something you have to fight for.
Just like that beautiful girl, whether she has fate or not depends on whether you chase or not. No matter how fate is, it is useless.
If you chase, you may have fate.
I think we still have to work hard.
Lin Shen said.
How to work hard?
I have seen chasing girls. How to chase magic weapons?
Ouyang Yu looked at Lin Shen curiously and asked.
So, Ouyang, listen to me.
Lin Shen said, summoning the realm god and at the same time letting the chaos bell stand on the crystal cover.
What do you think of? Ouyang Yudu also came over. You can first suck its vitality. When its vitality becomes weak, I will let the realm god forcefully capture it back. Lin Shen said.
Ouyang Yudu said with a strange look, you are not called chasing, it should be called strong, right?
It's all the same.
Even if the forced melon is not sweet, it can quench its thirst.
Lin Shen urged, try it quickly, can you suck its vitality away?
Ouyang Yu tried as Lin Shen said, then shook his head and said, it seems that this crystal cover has some kind of isolation ability, and it cannot sense the vitality of the artifact inside. Lin Shen was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he quickly said, it's okay, you can hold an umbrella for us first and don't let it run away. Lin Shen directly let the chaos bell drop mysterious light and cover the stone platform, and at the same time let the realm god lift the crystal cover. The moment the crystal cover was lifted, a trace of blood was seen from the dark treasure chest, and the treasure chest lid was almost unable to suppress it. The moment the god of realm reached out to grab it, the treasure chest turned into a bloodlight, bypassing the god of realm and trying to escape into the void. Unfortunately, the realm god has 6 arms. After the treasure chest bypassed the realm god's 2 palms, more palms carry terrifying divine lights, covering them like curtains covering the sky. The treasure chest was unable to completely avoid it in the end. It was slapped by the realm god, and fell heavily to the ground, turning over several times. Before it could stabilize, the mysterious light emitted by the chaos bell had already swept it and wanted to pull it into the bell's body. The treasure chest suddenly emitted blood, trying to escape with a ray of consecration. The realm god slapped the treasure chest so hard that it was so dirty that the blood light on his body was scattered, and he was sucked into the chaos bell in an instant. It's done! Lin Shen was overjoyed, and then did the trick, knocking all the artifacts to the point of being dizzy, and then put them into the chaos bell. Xiaona and Xiaoye use gourd and jade bottles to assist, the world god mainly uses a big slap to suppress it, and the chaos Xiao bell is all contained. Seeing that all the magical artifacts were loaded into the chaos clock, regardless of whether it was destined to accept it or not, or whether it was unwilling to accept it, it would be locked up first, and it would be used after being slowly defeated in the future. Suddenly, a cold light flashed by, and the world god's big slap failed to knock down this artifact. The small jade crystal bed inside the crystal cover immediately became larger as the size of a double bed after it came out of the crystal clear, and the body exuded a terrifying cold air. The world god's slap was thrust on it one by one, but he couldn't knock it down. The mysterious light hanging from the chaos bell wrapped around it, and it was frozen by the cold light on its body, and it was shattered as soon as it hit. Xiaode and Xiaona quickly slapped the jade bottle and the gourd, and the light shone with a rainbow of suction, but they were unable to knock down the jade crystal bed. The three treasures are against the jade crystal bed, and the world gods exuded a terrifying ghost power field. They slapped the jade crystal bed and knocked down the jade crystal bed, but they couldn't suck it into the chaos small bell for a long time. This bed is so powerful. Could it be the thing that the king of the ancient realm said that would inevitably be able to be promoted to the emperor, right? Everyone couldn't help but think like this in their hearts. Wei Wufu and others rushed up to help suppress the jade crystal bed, and Dais even sacrificed the three-legged bronze furnace he had just obtained. Smoke dragons flew out of the copper furnace, wrapping around the jade crystal bed. The fire of the smoke dragons appeared, and the cold air on the jade crystal bed was difficult to freeze it for a while. With the joint efforts of everyone, the cold air of the jade crystal bed was scattered, and its momentum dropped sharply, and it was sucked into the chaos small bell. As long as you can suck it in, the chaotic space inside the chaos bell can trap it, so you don't have to worry anymore. Except for the escape of the King of Realms and the three-legged copper furnace obtained by Dais, all other artifacts fell into the chaos bell, and Lin Shen planned to slowly tame it in the future. After collecting the artifact, Lin Shen searched the neighborhood carefully again and confirmed that there was nothing else. Then he left here and teleported away from the King of Realms. The gains from this trip are huge. Lin Shen has now obtained these 10 ultimate artifacts of the highest level. Although they are not available for the time being, it is still a matter of time. When I returned to Jing Meisheng, I saw Xiaoyu standing there blankly, and it seemed like I was stupid. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Lin Shen pushed Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu was still standing there stupidly, ignoring Lin Shen at all. He looked at the sky and said to himself, as if he was crazy, no. Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong? What shouldn't? Xiaoyu, what's going on? Lin Shen grabbed his shoulder and shook it hard, feeling a little anxious. Although Lin Shen always bullies him, after all, he still has some feelings after being together for so long. Xiaoyu finally came back to her senses and looked at Lin Shen and said, "Did you see the strange phenomenon of the ghosts and gods? Have you seen the martial arts he performed? Can you see it here?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He thought that only the King of Realm could see it. It's not just here, but the entire universe has seen it, but the martial arts performed by ghosts and gods are wrong. Xiaoyu said depressedly. Wrong? What's wrong? Lin Shen looked at Xiaoyu in confusion and asked. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, I clearly sensed that the ghosts and gods are the basis for me to achieve enlightenment, but the martial arts he interpreted are not in line with me. It's not right. I must have made some mistakes. Chapter 1198 Xiaoyu's Promotion. Lin Shen was not in the mood to hear what Xiaoyu said later. He quickly turned on the internet and took a look. After seeing this, he was shocked. Now the Immortal Court has been circulating on the internet. The King of Realms is the first magical skill in the Immortal Court and is taught by ghosts and gods. Some people who cannot become gods have begun to practice the King of Realms. The so-called Realm King's divine art is naturally the inherited martial arts performed by strange phenomena, and it has nothing to do with the real three-realm divine arts. But others don't know that many people from small families have modified the magical skills of the King of Realms. Even young people who are unsuccessful but talented in the big family have begun to study the magical skills of the King of Realms, and regard this magical skills as a life-saving straw to stand out. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that even people in the ancient realm area saw the strange phenomena of the realm gods. Unlike the people in the Immortal Court, after reading the strange phenomena of the realm god, they found that the magic tricks spoken by the realm god were very similar to Lin Shen's introduction to the peerless magic skills, but the article was longer and the content was more. Lin Shen felt that it was not very good in his heart. Lin Shen didn't know whether the Immortal Court had any eyeliners in the ancient realm. The creation of gods must have eyes. They compared the introductory chapter of the peerless magical skills with the skills mentioned by the world god. It is hard not to think of him. If the creation clan tells Shi Zhongqing about his identity, wouldn't he be in danger? How could such a big disturbance be caused? Lin Shen thought in his heart how to solve this problem. I don't know who caused the strange phenomena in this world. I must find him. Even if I want to recognize him as my adoptive father, I will learn his true skills. Xiao Yu said, gritting her teeth.
Isn't he your adopted father? Do you want to recognize him again? Oh Yang, you said with a smile. Oh Yang, what do you mean?
As soon as he said that, Xiao Yu realized something, and immediately widened her eyes, looked at Lin Shen in disbelief and said, You don't want to tell me that the magical vision of the world was triggered by him, right?
This is impossible. He has already been promoted to the next level long ago. So, don't you want to learn my martial arts?
Lin Shen said with a smile.
Xiao Yu's face suddenly became very exciting. The next second, Xiao Yu slid directly and came to Lin Shen, hugging Lin Shen's thighs and flatteredly said, You are your own father, how can you get a biological father? That magical image in the world is really triggered by you. Teach me the real martial arts.
When the child grows up, he will definitely be filial to you. I'm already grateful if you don't kill me when you grow up. Lin Shen took out the communicator and gave it to Xiao Yu. I have recorded the martial arts in it, you can read it yourself.
Dad is the real dad.
When I become rich in the future, I will definitely let you enjoy your old age and give you a care for your old age. Xiao Yu was overjoyed and quickly grabbed the communicator and tuned out the contents. Soon, Xiao Yu saw the small pictures of those people. After seeing it, she was immersed in it, ignored anyone, and carefully watched each picture of the little man without moving. He flipped quickly, and didn't know how long it had passed. Xiao Yu suddenly laughed with joy. With this magical skill, I can finally be promoted to immortality. After laughing, Xiao Yu threw the communicator to Lin Shen and said proudly, Wait, I will take you flying in the future. Lin Shen and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They were pretending to be their son here just now, but now they have become masters in a blink of an eye. This little jade is really unpredictable. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Xiao Yu's body had a strange change, and it turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. It is not an illusion, nor is it light and shadow. Xiao Yu's cute little child looks constantly expanding and expanding under the twist of her body, and at the same time, 3 heads and 6 arms are born from her body, turning into an extreme strange appearance, like an evil ghost. His body also became nearly 3 meters high, and his whole body was filled with steel-like muscles. At this time, his name as the Shura ghost was somewhat worthy of his name. Xiao Yu transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms and started practicing according to the magical skills of the 3 realms. His body directly met the standards of the 3 realms of magical skills he practiced, and he could get started directly. Unlike Lin Shen and others, he still needed to practice. But Xiao Yu himself did not realize that the magical skills he saw in the 3 realms were watched by Lin Shen in reverse order, and Xiao Yu also saw this, so he practiced backwards like Lin Shen. As she practiced, Xiao Yu's 3-headed and 6-armed body gradually became normal and changed to a normal human body. When Xiao Yu returned to his usual cute appearance, the light on her body immediately rushed into the void, triggering strange phenomena of ghosts and gods, and officially entering the lower level of ghosts and gods. Lin Shen thought to himself, although Xiao Yu is a man with a talented person with 3 heads and 6 arms, and can directly practice the magical skills of the 3 realms, he is one step late after all, so he should not be able to become the body of the Dharma King, right? Just as I was thinking, I saw the sky cracking in cracks, and chains of order stretched out from it, and followed by an immortal crown. The visions in the void continue, and the visions in the fairy court occur from time to time. There may be many visions occur every day and every moment. It is just a matter of scale and scope. It is possible that even people on this planet can see all the visions caused by ordinary gods and humans. Only a small area on the planet can see the visions. The vision that can be seen in a galaxy is already very amazing. The visions that can be seen in the entire 6 major star areas of the Immortal Court are basically triggered by the top geniuses in the universe. There was just a magical vision of the world that shocked the Immortal Court, but at this time, there were visions that could be seen in the entire Immortal Court, and this situation rarely happens. What kind of world is this? Someone has caused such a terrifying vision. The emergence of geniuses is a sign of the arrival of the great world and a sign of the troubled times. What kind of vision is this? People are paying attention to visions. There are too many terrible visions that have appeared recently. Many families have already vaguely worried about whether it will be a precursor to the disaster. There was a peaceful Buddha light in the void, and a Buddha sitting on a lotus gradually appeared in his body. What's strange is that the Buddha's vision on the lotus platform was as chubby as a baby, with baby fat on his face, which was a strange phenomenon in the baby that no one had seen before.
It's another ghost and godlike image that I've never seen before. Could it be that a new god is born again?
The star priests in the star god palace's faces became unstable. The baby Buddha's body gradually became solidified, and he was sitting upright on the lotus platform. Even the lotus platform was in the Q version. The baby Buddha itself is even more cute, but at this time the baby Buddha is solemn with a chubby little hand, one hand pointing to the sky and the other hand pointing to the ground, with a serious face, and a tender voice spread throughout the universe. I am the only one in the sky and the earth.
Chapter 1199. The Immortal Court is overcrowded. My God, what is that?
Another vision of speaking, and this is so crazy.
I am the only one in heaven and earth.
I don't take all ghosts and gods seriously. What kind of monster is it that triggers such a vision?
By the way, do anyone know what kind of ghost and god this baby Buddha vision is? There are many Buddhist visions, and the visions of Arhat Bodhisattva can be seen often. The visions of Buddha are also uncommon.
There are three strongest Buddhist visions, the past Buddha, the present Buddha and the future Buddha, but they all look different from the baby Buddha, and they are not so crazy.
After all, they are just phantom visions, so how can they be so crazy?
People were talking about it, guessing who caused such a strange phenomenon. No matter how they guessed, they didn't expect that the one who caused the vision would be a pet. Lin Shen and others watched Shura Ghost Xiaoyu be crowned with the immortal crown and become a series of Dharma kings. Lin Shen was a little confused. He also practiced the magical skills of the three realms, but the strange phenomena caused were different.
Even he could not see the baby Buddha triggered by Xiaoyu.
When he was patrolling the mysterious star, he had seen many temples of Buddhist ghosts and gods, and many Buddha statues, but he had never seen such a baby Buddha. Xiaoyu finally went further and reached the lower level, and was very happy in her heart. I have found my own path. As long as there are resources available in the future, it is just around the corner. Xiaolin, get me some resources, and when I am promoted to the upper level, I can take you off immediately.
No.
Lin Shen said lightly. No, you didn't see how strong mine was just now.
Just a little resource. I can take you to heaven. In the future, we will bully whoever we want.
Xiaoyu hurriedly said. There is no need to be so troublesome. I'll bully you one, there's no need to be so troublesome.
Lin Shen said. Ahem. Brother Lin. Dad Lin. I just spoke a little loudly. Isn't that a little excited? You know me. I followed you since I was born. I have long regarded you as my biological father.
Xiaoyu suddenly changed into a flattering look. Her cute appearance and this cunning expression would make people feel a strong sense of separation.
I still like your arrogant look just now. You can recover.
Lin Shen said seriously. Xiaoyu also wanted to beg for Lin Shen to get some resources for him, but who knew that Lin Shen's communicator had sounded? Lin Shen answered the call, and Shi Zhongqing asked him to return to the Star God Palace immediately to hold an emergency meeting. Shi Zhongqing didn't explain what was so urgent, but looking at his expression, something big should have happened. After Lin Shen arrived at the Star God Palace, he went directly to the conference room and saw that many big-name priests from the Star God Palace came, and each of them looked very strange. Lin Shen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why are people so many, and their expressions are so strange?
Could it be that they were related to giving birth to me? Did he discover my identity? The Creator Clan broke my identity so quickly?
Sit here. Shi Zhongqing, who was sitting in the main seat, pointed to the side position beside him and said. Lin Shen hurried over and sat down. Shi Zhongqing and others arrived, and then he spoke. I believe everyone has already known the situation now.
A large number of people from the ancient realm area ascended into the immortal courtyard.
Now the 6 major portals are already crowded, and there are people from the ancient realm area constantly ascending. At this speed, the Star God Palace cannot accommodate so many people from the ancient realm area. Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he realized that today's emergency meeting had nothing to do with him. But I was also a little confused.
Why did so many people from the ancient realm area suddenly change?
It was not long before that there was a flying immortal courtyard in the ancient realm area. It's all troubles caused by the strange phenomena of that world. We have been blocking for so long to prevent the experimental pins in the ancient world from being out of control. After he was awakened, those experimental pins all knew the way of ghosts and gods and learned the art of ghosts and gods. In so many ancient worlds, one or two guys who can understand the way of ghosts and gods in the ancient world ascended up, and the monsters coming up will be in billions, and there will only be more in the future. How should we control this? Said a 9-star priest. I see that the strange phenomena in the world are probably caused by the creation of gods. Another 9-star priest said.
It shouldn't be.
If the creator tribe wanted to do that, it would have done it long ago, and there would be no need to wait until today. They just want to replace us, instead of really destroying order, so it shouldn't be them.
Even if it was done by the people of them, it probably didn't do it intentionally.
Many star priests expressed their opinions in a very talkative manner, but no one could come up with a feasible solution. I will discuss the others later. Now there are tens of millions of people from the ancient realm area gathering outside the Zhongtian Gate. The other 5-star areas are similar. There will be more and more people in the future. Today we are mainly solving this problem. Shi Zhongqing knocked on the table to calm everyone down. Everyone calmed down, and the 9-star priest Ji Wuyin said, the experiment cannot use so many experimental products, so it is better to send them to the alien domain to develop a new star domain.
All of them are sent to the alien realm. So many people in the ancient realm are all top geniuses below.
If they rebel, it will be a huge hidden danger at that time, and it may even be more harmful than the God-creating clan. My suggestion is to kill them all directly and leave only some experimental bodies.
Kill them all? Can you kill them all? The current situation is that people will continue to ascend to the ancient realm in the future. Can you kill 100 million? Can you kill 100 billion? Why can't you?
If you destroy a planet at will, there will be more than 100 billion or trillions of lives on it.
It cannot be killed.
Although it is an experimental subject, it is still a smart life after all.
How can it be handled like a cattle and sheep?
Lin Shen was shocked by the numerous 9-star priests' words. From the discussions between these star priests, Lin Shen heard the information that shocked him. All humanoid creatures in the ancient realm are experimental products released by the immortal court. Lin Shen re-examined the matter inside, and now he finally has a clearer understanding of the relationship between the immortal court and the ancient realm district. The humans ascended from ancient times, and the great gods of the original race of all races are pure humans and the main tribes of the current immortal court. The reason why humans later blocked the way for humans to ascend to the immortal court and even imprisoned or used as experimental subjects is that later, humans in various ancient realms were no longer pure humans. The ancient boundary area where Lin Shen is located, races such as the Heavenly Man, Supreme Clan, and Phoenix Clan are actually experimental products from the immortal court. They are put into the ancient boundary area and allow them to reproduce and develop in the ancient boundary area. Although they did not say why they did this, Lin Shen, based on the information he knew, could probably infer that these should be related to the experiment of fusion between intelligent brain and humans. To be precise, it should be that the intelligent brain is seeking a way to become human. Those humanoid creatures are the products of the early stages of this experiment. The intelligent brain puts them into various ancient boundaries, probably to observe the experimental results and various possible problems in the future.
Chapter 1200 Star Camp.
Lin Shen also heard something even more explosive.
Originally, there was no blockade between the ancient realm area and the immortal court.
In ancient times, the gods of the immortal court could have been able to enter and exit the ancient realm area at will, and choose experimental items to bring them back for research or to act as coolies. It was not until the first immortal that the connection between the ancient realm area and the immortal court was blocked with supreme power, making it impossible for the gods to enter the ancient realm area, which allowed the people in the ancient realm area to avoid the fate of being enslaved by the gods. It can even be thought of the other way around, that it is not the ancient realm area, but the immortal court. Although the immortal court is large, compared with countless ancient realms, it can only be regarded as a corner of the universe.
If the gods in the immortal court cannot enter the ancient realm area, it is equivalent to being blocked in the immortal court.
However, because the ancient realm areas are also blocked, relatively speaking, the immortal court is much larger than the single ancient realm area. The first immortal founded the creation clan, so the creation clan had the method to enter the ancient realm area, because the blockade was originally set up by the first immortal. However, in order to prevent the creator from enslaving people from the ancient realm, the method of entering and exit left by the first immortal needs to pay a great price, and it is extremely difficult to get people out of it. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that the first immortal and the creation clan were the justice side in this universe. The Star God Palace and the 6 emperors were the evil villains who played with life. Everyone discussed for a long time, but no results were found. Shi Zhongqing frowned and said, "I have communicated with several other great officials in advance.
In principle, we cannot overcreate murder, but we cannot allow the people in the ancient realm to destroy them in the immortal court.
Since there is no other good way, we will send the people in the ancient realm that ascended to Zhongshanmen to the stars and galactic system to establish a star camp, and temporarily accommodate those people in the ancient realm.
Are anyone willing to go to Xingzhou camp and manage the people in the ancient realm area there?"
Shi Zhongqing's eyes swept across everyone's faces. "Star priests, look at me, and I look at you, no one wants to volunteer." Although it was because of the leakage of ghosts and gods that those experimental products were able to ascend to the immortal court, the people in the ancient realm who could ascend must be the top talents in the ancient realm. Such people do not have a fuel-efficient lamp.
If you want to manage hundreds of millions of thorns like this, anyone will feel a headache.
If something happens again, the leader of this Xingxing camp will definitely be the scapegoat.
Who would be willing to take such a thankless laborer? Since no one wants to go, then I'll decide.
Shi Zhongqing's eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one again. The 9 star priests all had their heartbeats, and they did not dare to look at Shi Zhongqing's eyes, for fear of being selected. Tian, go to Xingsu camp to exercise.
Shi Zhongqing finally turned her eyes to Lin Shen and said. Everyone was overjoyed and said that Lin Shen was the best candidate.
As the future priest of Zhongtian Star Temple, it is also a good thing to go to the grassroots level to exercise management skills.
When Lin Shen heard that the place was called Xingshuang, he suspected that Shi Zhongqing was planning to ask him to go.
Later, when Shi Zhongqing announced, he was not surprised.
Moreover, Lin Shen also wanted to be the battalion commander of Xingsu camp.
Xingsu camp said that it was to resettle people from the ancient realm, but in fact it was similar to imprisonment. The constellation galaxy is not a galaxy, but a galaxy group composed of 28 galaxies.
The environment there is harsh and resources there are few.
It is located at the intersection of several star regions and is surrounded by several star regions. The initial star galaxy produced a special star iron, which made it a long time since the star area fought for. Later, a large-scale accident occurred there, and the entire star galaxy was blocked and turned into a waste area. Shi Zhongqing and several great priests planned to send people from the ancient realm to wherever they came from, but in fact they were imprisoned in the star camp in disguise. Lin Shen wanted to be the battalion commander, so he naturally thought that if someone came from the ancient world where he was born, he could give it convenience and even help him escape from the camp. After all, the star priest imprisoned these people in the constellation galaxy, which is just a temporary measure. I don't know how to arrange these people from the ancient realm to be captured as experimental subjects or to be slaves in the future.
It is probably normal.
After Lin Shen took on this task, Shi Zhongqing announced the end of the meeting and kept him, explaining the situation of Xingxing camp. It is not wrong for Lin Shen to be a battalion commander in Xingsu camp, but there are a total of 4 battalion commanders in Xingsu camp. The Xingsu galaxy is also divided into 4 areas, with 4 battalion commanders in charge.
These battalion commanders are all the owners of Xingsu Pavilion.
In addition to Ji Shisan being about to become a great priest and unable to participate, Jiang Xishan was also too old to participate, and the other 4 hosts of the hall had to go to Xingsu camp for training. Xingshuang is divided into the eastern Sanglong district, the western White Tiger district, the southern Vermilion Bird district and the northern Xuanwu district. The main plate of the Star Hall in the North District is the Northern Xuanwu District, and the Yaoji in the West District is the Western White Tiger District. If the East is not bright, it will naturally be the Eastern Sanglong District. Lin Shen was assigned to the Southern Vermilion Bird District, which made Lin Shen overjoyed. Because in addition to hosting the ancient boundary people from Zhongxingsing District, the Southern Zhuke District also needs to host people from the ancient boundary people from the southern part of the district. In the ancient boundary area where Lin Shen is located, the person who came up is in the Nanshanmen in the southern area, which is the counterpart.
A Tian, this is an opportunity.
Although the people in the ancient realm are not as high as those in the gods, the people in the ancient realm who can come here are all geniuses in the millions. If they can use it for themselves, it may be of great use. Shi Zhongqing paused and said, but you must be careful. The creation of gods has always relied on the talent supply in the ancient realm to continue to develop. Now, the elites in the ancient realm have basically gone to the star camp. The creation of gods will definitely not give up. Maybe there will be some actions among those from the ancient realm area. There may be spies from the creation of gods. Shi Zhongqing reminded Lin Shen many things, and he really thought about everything in detail. Don't worry, I will definitely manage the Nanying district well and try not to make any mistakes. Lin Shen said. Just do your best. Shi Zhongqing patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and asked Lin Shen to go back and prepare to go to Xinjiang tomorrow. He also wanted to lead the Star Lord of Zhongtian Palace to clean up the people in the ancient realm of Zhongtian Gate and prepare to go to Xingsong. After Lin Shen went back, he told Lao Wei and the others about the matter, and they all thought it might be an opportunity. People in the ancient world may be able to take this opportunity to turn things around and no longer be exploited by the gods in the immortal court, or even treat them as experimental subjects like slaves. Chapter 1201 Pan Zhenxing's Request. When Lin Shen was teleporting to Xingsong at the agreed time, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Huge spacecraft, with a large number of people from the ancient realm, descended on various planets of the constellation galaxy. With billions of people from the ancient realm, under the escort of a large number of star priests, they were driven into those extremely desolate planets like piglets. In the constellation galaxy, there is no teleportation station except this teleportation station. It is impossible for people from the ancient realm areas on the planet to escape through teleportation. Moreover, when they were captured and detained by the Star Priest, they had already been extracted for genetic files. All the teleportation devices in the Immortal Court have been set up and will not transmit any of them. Pan Zhenxing, Yao Ji and Dongfang Buliang were all standing in the transparent dome like Lin Shen, watching the spaceships coming and going in the starry sky that were constantly transporting people from the ancient world. Suddenly, light burst out on a spaceship, and a man from the ancient realm broke through a hole and rushed out of his body. He burst into light. He raised his hand and turned into thousands of ice dragons. He roared and rushed towards the spaceships around, hoping to smash all the spaceships so that the man in the ancient realm could escape and create chaos. But the next second, a star priest wearing an 8-star robe appeared in the starry sky, pressed with one hand, and the ice dragon in the sky burst out directly. The powerful figure who might be invincible in the ancient realm area was slapped and his body turned into a blood mist in the sky without even being able to block a palm. The power of the superior gods has absolute suppression on the people in the ancient realm who have just come up, and is not at the same level at all. The spacecraft restored order and continued to transport people from ancient realms to different planets. Now the four of us manage the star camp together. If you have any things in the future, you can help each other. Yao Ji said with a bitter face, managing so many people in the ancient world, but not even a star priest is assigned to us. How can we control this? I have a clue now, just because I am afraid that something will happen. The great priests don't assign us star priests. I think we have to examine our management abilities. After all, we will be in charge of star priests in the future. If we can't even manage these tens of millions of people, how can we manage the Star God Palace well? Dongfang Buliang said with a smile. After that being said, those who ascend from the ancient realm must be extremely geniuses and cannot be compared with ordinary people. It is indeed easy to have problems. We should also help and take care of each other. Pan Zhenxing said. Dongfang Buliang said indifferently, no matter how genius is, he is just a lower level. In this camp, there is no resources or help.
With their strength, if there is any abnormal movement, I can suppress it in minutes. What can I do? The time is almost done. The people in the ancient realm area should have transported it almost.
I will take a step first and contact me if I have something to do.
2. It's time for me to leave.
Stay in touch in the future and take care of each other if you have something to do.
Yao Ji, Lin Shen and Pan Jinqing chatted for a few words, and left first.
Neither Lin Shen nor Pan Jinqing left yet, because they were both people from the ancient realm districts that were going to take over the two districts and were not transported here so quickly.
Of the Lord of Heaven, have you ever seen Pango Temple when you go to patrol the land of ghosts and gods? Pan Jinqing asked.
I saw it, but I didn't dare to go in. Lin Shen knew that Pangu was the ghost and god condensed by the ancestors of the Pan family and had a deep relationship with the Pan family.
If you have the chance to enter Pango Temple next time, you can go in and see it.
There is a Pango stone inside, which may be of some help to you.
Pan Jinqing said with a smile.
Lin Shen looked at Pan Jinqing with some confusion, wondering what he meant. He was not familiar with the Pan family and had no friendship with Pan Jinqing. His invitation was like saying to a stranger, if you have time, go to the grave of my ancestors, maybe there will be any benefits.
What benefits can this be? Go and dig the tomb of his ancestors?
Seeing Lin Shen's strange expression, Pan Jinqing explained with a smile, the great god Pangu is the god who creates the world.
He transforms into all things and is in one body.
No matter what law you practice, observing the Pango stones in Pango Temple will gain more or less some gains, which will be of some help in understanding one's own laws.
Lin Shen still wondered. Even if there were such benefits, why did Pan Jinqing tell himself?
Pan Jinqing said embarrassedly, the reason I told you this is because there is something I want to ask you for help, but it is a little difficult to speak.
If it's a simple thing, I can help. If it's a difficult thing, I can't do anything.
Lin Shen didn't want to get into any trouble. Pan Jinqing pondered for a moment and said, my brother was reincarnated and reborn in the ancient realm area because of some things. That ancient realm area belongs to the southern part of the area.
If he ascended back, he would definitely go to the Nanshanman and send it to your camp. I just want to ask the owner of the Heavenly Palace to pay attention to me.
If he finds him, I hope he can transfer to my camp.
Jinqing will thank you very much. What else do I do? This is simple. Do you know what your younger brother looks like after he is reincarnated and his name? As long as you can find him, I will send it to you.
Lin Shen thought it was a big deal.
Such a small thing is really nothing.
Not to mention giving it to someone, even if you kill tens of thousands of people, it will not have any impact.
I don't know what he reincarnated, but I asked Master Shi to calculate his name.
His name in this life should be Wanihao. Pan Jinqing said, Master of Heaven, just find someone named this name and notify me to come and take a look, and I will know if he is my younger brother.
Wanihao?
Lin Shen's brain, which was usually not very touching, moved for a moment.
He knew this name.
Although he was not very familiar with it, he did know this name.
The owner of this name and another name.
Lin Shen was more familiar with that name.
It should be just the same name and surname. It cannot be Wan Nianzai. Lin Shen remembered that Wan Nianzai's real name was Wanihao before changing his name.
My eldest sister's first love, due to Catherine's influence, finally died, leaving only a six-path Phoenix Life Foundation.
Have you heard of this name?
Pan Jinqing asked when he saw Lin Shen's reaction was a little strange. I have heard of similar names such as the owner of Pangwan, and there are so many ancient realms.
Are you sure your brother will ascend to this point in time?
Lin Shen said it more tactfully. Pan Jinqing understood what he meant and smiled and said confidently, my brother practiced the 6 paths of reincarnation.
The more times he was reincarnated, the stronger he was.
Even if he was killed, as long as there was a thread of cause and effect in his body, he could be reincarnated infinitely and no one could kill him. Therefore, he must have become a peerless powerful man in the ancient realm area, and he was only one chance to return to the immortal court.
Chapter 1202 Discovering a Traitor.
After being separated from Pan Jinqing, Lin Shen kept thinking whether the Wanihao he mentioned was probably a sad thought.
What is the 6 realms of reincarnation? How come it sounds like it has a connection with the 6 realms of phoenixes left by the thoughts of thousands of thoughts? Lin Shen just thought about it this way. There are so many people in the ancient world, with the same name and surname, and even the same name as the martial arts. This kind of coincidence is not even considered a coincidence, and it probably is not the same thing. What's more, even though he was sad, he was already dead. Pan Jinxing said that his younger brother would definitely not die and would definitely be able to return as a strong man, so it wouldn't matter. Lin Shen came to Jinxing by spaceship, but before he could enter, he just looked at the planet outside. At this time, all the people in the ancient realm area sent to the Zhuke camp were gathered on the well star, with tens of millions of people. These are all restless masters. They are still honest with the star priest along the way. Now the escorted spaceship and the star priests have left, and they immediately tried to rush out of the well star. Unfortunately, the entire Jinxing has been imprisoned by the power of ghosts and gods, and even flying has been forbidden. It is almost impossible for them to escape from Jinxing. The Jinxing is very huge, and tens of millions of people are distributed on the Jinxing. In fact, it is nothing. However, many people have already gathered together spontaneously, and even under such circumstances, there are even people in the ancient realm area fighting. Lin Shen stood outside the planet and used his supervision to scan the entire planet first, wanting to see if there were any acquaintances who ascended from his ancient realm area. The people you can see at your eyes are all kinds of strange shapes and inhuman characteristics, which makes Lin Shen a little convinced that the people in the ancient realm are indeed experimental products made by gods. After watching for a while, Lin Shen really saw an acquaintance. Why is he here? Lin Shen was a little surprised. In a desolate stone forest, an old angel was besieged by 3 people with elephant ears and elephant trunks. The old angel Lin Shen was very familiar with it, and it was the Tianjuyu of the Heavenly Man tribe. Because Jinxing was imprisoned by the power of ghosts and gods, Tianjuyu could not use the abilities of space teleportation and instant movement here, and could only fight the 3 elephant trunk people with skills. Jinxing's gravity is so strong that the immortals can't move at high speed here, so it seems that Tianjuyu is struggling to fight. However, he still did not lose the upper hand by fighting against 3, but the techniques and abilities of the 3 elephant trunk men were very strange, and the 3 of them worked together to frequently use strange moves, and Tianjuyu could not gain the upper hand for a while. Tianjuyu is not only capable of space, but also has a strong technique. Lin Shen saw that Tianjuyu's technique was both hard and soft, and the 3 elephant trunk people could not do anything to him, and they were not in a hurry to rescue him. Tianjuyu, you traitor, will not die. An elephant-thorned man shouted coldly, and punched Tianjuyu's head. The power on his fist exploded like a rock burst. I want to die, but unfortunately no one can kill me. Tianjuyu's footsteps were like a mysterious phantom, avoiding the attack of the elephant trunk man, and his mouth did not forget to fight back. In the past, no one could kill you in the ancient realm area. Now you have come to the immortal court. There are many experts in my god clan headquarters. Kill you like killing a chicken. Now you surrender and die, and you can still suffer less. The elephant trunk man said while attacking. Are they all masters like you? Tianjuyu said disdainfully. The elephant trunk man was immediately angry, and the 3 of them attacked even more crazily, and all kinds of strange moves and abilities were greeted by Tianjuyu. Tianjuyu seemed to have adapted to their strange techniques and abilities. No matter how crazy they attacked, they could no longer pose a threat to Tianjuyu. Instead, Tianjuyu gradually gained the upper hand. It seems that I don't need to take action. Tianjuyu is indeed Tianjuyu. Even if his ability is limited, no one can defeat him. Lin Shen looked at the 3 elephant trunk men, but he didn't expect that he had just arrived at the Zhuke camp and found 3 spies from the creation of the gods. However, judging from their appearance, they should have just come from the ancient realm area, and other people can't enter the Xinjiang camp now. I don't know if these 3 elephant people came from our ancient realm area. If they came from other ancient realm areas, how could they know that Tianjuyu is a traitor in the God Cultivation Division? Lin Shen was thinking, but heard a scream, and then an explosion. Tianjuyu slapped the chest of an elephant trunk man with a palm, and the chest suddenly cracked like a watermelon.
The elephant trunk man took a few steps back and fell to the ground and died. The remaining 2 elephant trunk men were shocked and angry, and turned around and wanted to escape. When a master fights, once one side shows fear, it is equivalent to exposing his weaknesses to the enemy, and it is most likely that he will be unable to escape. The elephant trunk people naturally knew, but they also knew that one of them was killed by Tian Joyo in 3-1.
If you don't run, you will definitely die.
If you run, you may have a glimmer of hope.
Now they all felt a little regretful. After discovering Tian Joyo, they should not have made great contributions, so they came to him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, in front of Tian Joyo, that glimmer of life did not exist. They were caught up by Tian Joyo without running far, and they slapped their heads to pieces in a few strokes. Some of these miscellaneous people want to kill me, Tian Joyo. Isn't treat me, Tian Joyo, as a human being. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Tian Joyo snorted coldly and shook off the blood in his hand. It is worthy of being the Dharma king of the space system. Tian Joyo is indeed well known.
A voice sounded in the stone forest. Tian Joyo's face changed slightly, and he turned to look at the stone forest, and saw a figure walking out of the stone forest.
You are here to take my life too?
Tian Joyo licked the blood that had just splashed on his lips and asked at the man.
It depends on how you choose. The man came to Tian Joyo.
He was a fat man with a big belly like a pregnant woman who was pregnant for 10 months.
I still have to choose? Tian Joyo looked at the fat man with interest and asked.
Yes, of course there are. You can choose to be a subordinate to return to the creation clan. I will help you solve the past, said the fat man.
Okay, I think it's okay. Tian Joyo smiled. If you think it's okay, then eat this. The fat man threw something to Tian Joyo. Tian Joyo caught it and saw it. It was a capsule the size of a cold medicine. He still kept a smile on his face and asked, "What is this?" "Things that guarantee you won't betray again," the fat man said lightly.
I, Tian Joyo, have never been threatened by anyone in my life.
Tian Joyo immediately turned his back without hesitation. It seems that you are a talented person. I wanted to save your life, but you are so stubborn. The fat man shook his head and sighed. If you want my life, it depends on whether you have that life.
Tian Joyo's body was like a ghost, and with terrifying gravity, it arrived in front of the fat man and punched him at the fat man's big belly, which was like a pregnant belly. The ball-like belly was immediately sunk by the fist, and the belly also wafted. Tian Joyo thought that his punch could blow the fat man's stomach, but he felt that his fist seemed to be trapped in cotton, without any force at all. His face changed slightly, Tian Joyo reacted quickly, and his other hand turned into a knife, slashing towards the fat man's neck with a faint cold light. The fat man still didn't move, but just looked at Tian Joyo with a smile, allowing his fist to slash on his neck. The palm of his hand was trapped in the neck, and the neck was deformed under force, but Tian Joyo still felt the same way. He could not find the point of stress, but the palm was stuck in his neck and could not be pulled out. The same is true for his fist that was rushing into the fat man's stomach, and he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. The fat man maintained this strange posture, looked at Tian Joyo with an ugly face in front of him, and said with a smile, "In the ancient realm area, you are the king, but in the immortal court, you are just an inferior person."
Those 3 idiots said right, it is too easy to kill you. Chapter 1203, Follow the arrangements of the adoptive father. Aren't you a lower-level god? Tian Joyo's face looked a little ugly. Who told you that those who came from the ancient realm must be the lower gods?
The fat man said with a weird smile, "The code name of the gods I am creating is Red Heart Third.
I have been a higher gods.
When I got in, I just wanted to cause some trouble for the Star God Palace, but I didn't expect to meet you, a traitor. It seems that I am very famous." Tian Joyo gritted his teeth and tried to pull out his hand, but it was difficult to do it.
You are very famous among the creation clan.
The great difference between space. If you can become the Dharma King, this is only one of the billions of ancient realms. I have heard of your name for a long time, but I have not had the chance to see you in the immortal court, otherwise I would have wanted to see you long ago. The fat man stood there and said with a smile.
Why do you want to see me? Tianjiu asked while exerting force.
Because I want to know whether your space system law is powerful, or whether my sky-devouring power comes from ghosts and gods is stronger. As the fat man spoke, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and his mouth was cracked and his teeth were sharp like the devil's teeth. His neck and stomach seemed to have become the mouth of the abyss that devoured space, constantly swallowing Tianjiu's arms. Tianjiu's face was twisted and he raised his legs to kick the fat man, but when his legs touched the fat man's body, his body cracked and swallowed Tianjiu's legs.
Tianjiu was extremely fierce and directly hit the fat man's head with his head.
The fat man's head also turned into a huge mouth in the abyss, swallowing Tianjiu's entire face in. The level suppression is too powerful and the ability you are good at cannot be used. Tianjiu's eyes are about to be swallowed into the fat man's body.
Bang!
An invisible force, like a bullet, hit the fat man's left ear, penetrated through it and flew out from his right ear.
The fat man's movement of devouring Tianjiu suddenly slowed down.
At this time, one hand grabbed Tianjiu's back and pulled him out of the fat man's body.
Entertainment father.
Tianjiu saw clearly the face of the person who pulled him out and spoke out in surprise. Lin Shen was a little depressed when he heard this. He didn't like this title very much because in human history, people who were called this were generally not in a good ending. The fat man's huge abyss mouths were opening and closing, and his pierced ears also turned into two abyss mouths, which were strangely opened and closed and opened.
The fat man stared at Lin Shen, tilted his head, looked at him for a moment and said, "Are you his adoptive father?"
"Yes, he is my adoptive father."
"If you want to kill me, you have to defeat my adoptive father first." Tianjiu was righteous and said as if it was natural.
"Some Taoist masters, but if they are enemies of me, they will only have the fate of being swallowed."
The fat man's body suddenly moved.
Such a fat body, after moving, was faster than lightning, leaving behind phantoms. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. He could maintain such a fast speed at Jingxing. This Red Heart Third must be the superior god.
Hongxin-san obviously could recognize Lin Shen, and he thought Lin Shen was really Tianjiu's adoptive father and ascended with Tianjiu.
With many phantoms, Hongxin-san rushed directly to Lin Shen and reached out to hug Lin Shen's body.
Bang!
Lin Shen turned the sheath knife in his hand and hit his head, directly slamming Hongxin-san on the ground, and his body was completely trapped in the rock.
Hongxin 3's movement seemed too slow in Lin Shen's eyes.
Hongxin-san got up from the ground, his eyes burst, and he looked at Lin Shen in disbelief. "Are you a superior god?"
"It's impossible.
The ancient world cannot have a superior god."
"Who are you? Who told you that the ancient world cannot have the upper gods?"
Lin Shen said lightly. Hongxin-san's eyes became sharp, and it seemed that light was emitted from his eyes. He stared at Lin Shen like an evil ghost. His huge belly cracked and turned into a huge abyss crack. The purple-black light flashed inside, as if he wanted to swallow everything.
"No matter whether you are from the ancient realm or not, no matter who you are, since you meet me, you can only die."
Hongxin-san's belly opened its huge mouth, her whole body leaned back, and her head was about to touch the ground behind. The big mouth on her belly cracked to the extreme towards Lin Shen, and the purple-black light inside seemed to be nurturing some kind of terrifying energy.
"Entertainment father, you're fine."
Tianjiu could sense how terrifying the power fluctuations in his big mouth were, and that was the space power he was familiar with, but it was a bit different.
Brush.
Before the energy in the abyss mouth could be exerted, Lin Shen stretched out his hand and drew his sword, then put it into the sheath, and it was done in one go like flowing water. The next second, I saw the fat man's body halved from the middle, and the energy nurtured in his big mouth was also split in half.
Tianjiu stared at the fat man in a daze.
The fat man's body was swallowed by the out-of-control power of the air-devouring force, as if he had eaten himself, and his body quickly disappeared.
"It's fancy, so that's so naive."
Lin Shen thought this fat man was so strong, but he couldn't even stop the scum knife and was killed in such a way.
Tianjiu looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression.
Lin Shen thought that Fatty Red Heart Third was a dish, but he didn't think so. The power of devouring the sky can be regarded as a branch of the space system, and is the power of space derived from the ghost system. Although Tianjoyo is not good at this kind of ghost power, he knows very well how terrible this power is. At the same level, all power and even matter will be swallowed by the power of devouring the sky, and anything that touches the fat man's devouring power will only be swallowed. Lin Shen was able to slash the fat man with one knife, either his special power enabled to restrain the power of devouring the sky, or his level and strength were far superior to the fat man, and he directly crushed the fat man. No matter which possibility it is, it means that Lin Shen's current ability has become terrifying. It's only been so long, and the adoptive father has grown to this point. Tianjoyo called his adoptive father, but his tone felt like his son was competing in comforting.
Tianjoyo, if you don't enjoy your happiness below, what are you doing here? Lin Shen looked at Tianjoyo and asked. It's really boring to be an opponent without Tianshu's old thief.
I happened to have such an opportunity, so I came up and see what Tianshu's old thief was doing on it.
Tianjoyo said with a smile. What can I do? Just do it.
Lin Shen still hasn't found out where Tianshu has been taken to. Tianjoyo sighed, if he died, he would still die in my hands, that would be too sad.
You should think about yourself. This place is not as good as the bottom. If you spend the rest of your life here, it will be much better than Tianshu.
Lin Shen was speechless. He was so far. He was still thinking about how to arrange for Tianshu to die.
You have an adopted father here, what else can I worry about?
I will follow the arrangements of everything.
Tianjoyo said with a smile. Chapter 12 for the Resurrection of the Dead.
Tianjoyo spoke up with his adoptive father, and he was so embarrassed that he was called Lin Shen. You have been collected for gene samples and cannot be teleported through the teleportation array. Fortunately, you are the Dharma King of the space system, and such a thing will not be difficult for you. You can stay here for a while. When I find an opportunity to take you out of the star constellation realm, you will be free and easy. Lin Shen thought for a while and said.
Tianjoyo cannot walk through the teleportation array.
If he rashly leads Tianjoyo to fly out of the starfield, it will be difficult not to be seen by Yao Ji and the others.
Tianjoyo didn't care, but asked, do you know where the old thief of Tianshu is locked up?
He is different from you. You have gone through the path of ghosts and gods, and your body has entered the immortal court. Emperor Tianshu has to endure the catastrophe and entered the immortal court with his spiritual body.
Moreover, the time he came was wrong.
I have not found out where he was detained.
Lin Shen had also noticed before and asked Xingsuai to search for the information of Emperor Tianshu.
With the authority of Xingsu, it is impossible to find out where Emperor Tianshu is. When Tianjoyo heard this, a hint of dullness flashed in his eyes, but it only flashed by, and he immediately laughed again. That old thief is not as lucky as me after all, so I am better than him. Lin Shen was so amused that he took something out of his arms and handed it to Tianjoyo. Take it by your side and you will protect you well and wait for me to pick you up. What's the use of this little beast? Tianjoyo saw that the thing Lin Shen handed over was an inconspicuous little beast. He looked like a weasel or a ferret. He was a small one, furry, and looked very cute, but he didn't know what it was for.
Don't underestimate it.
It is probably difficult to find its opponent on this well star.
Ordinary lower creatures, one bite at a time, is almost the same as eating peanuts.
Lin Shen said a few words for the little beast. The little beast followed him after he was born and kept offering delicious food and drinks, and his ability was very strong. After hearing Lin Shen say this, Tianjoyo did not reach out to pick it up, but instead shook his head and said, I finally found some fun again. Taking such a thing is like turning on the cheater when playing the game.
There is nothing more meaning. I'll just go shopping alone.
This is not a place to play games.
For example, the ancient realm area where we are located is in. There are countless people in the universe who can ascend to the immortal court. They are the best in every ancient realm area.
There are tens of millions of people like this now on the Wellstar, and there may be spies who create gods.
It is too dangerous for you to be here alone.
Lin Shen advised.
This is interesting. If you don't even have an opponent, it's really worse than death.
Don't worry, those guys were able to find me because those elephant-trunked people knew me. Now, as long as I change a little, it will not be so easy for the people of the gods to recognize me. I just compete with other powerful people in the ancient realm to see what the difference is. If you have something to do, just do your own thing, don't worry about me, and don't worry about my affairs. If there is news about the old thief of Tianshu, remember to tell me. After saying that, Tianzhuo turned around and left. Obviously he was unwilling to cause any trouble for Lin Shen. Lin Shen put the little beast back into his pocket and did not stop Tianzhuo from leaving. It seemed that the older generation of people had their own persistence. Once the decision was made, it would be useless no matter how others persuaded him. I'll pay attention to it from now on. Just don't let him get into trouble. Lin Shen flew up and came out of Jingxing in an instant. He used his supervision again to observe these people who were exiled to Jingxing. After watching for a while, I saw another familiar figure. Frera has come up too. Lin Shen saw a beautiful woman from the Emperor Barbarians. She was Frera, who had once had a sleeping relationship with him and had a fire against the will of heaven. Seeing that she was fine for the time being, no one attacked her. Instead, many people from other ancient realms were intimate with her. Lin Shen did not pay attention to her first and went to see other people. If you don't have supervision, it is not easy to observe the whereabouts of tens of millions of people. Unfortunately, Lin Shen has a strong observation ability now, but he can't remember too many things, so he didn't think about recording everyone, just wanted to find familiar people from it. If they were relatives and friends, it would be better to give them some care. However, Lin Shen had already advised Lin Miao and the others to not come to the Immortal Court. I think there shouldn't be too close to anyone coming to the Immortal Court. After a while, Lin Shen saw the figure of Shiman Swordsman again and thought to himself, that kid is here too. What should his wife and daughter do? Shiman Swordsman didn't encounter anything for the time being, and Lin Shen didn't care about him either. With his ability, it is quite simple to survive in such a place. Everyone says that the Shiman Swordsman is the #1 swordsman of the Heavenly Man tribe now, but Lin Shen knows very well that the Shiman Swordsman who does not use a sword is the most terrifying thing. Shiman Swordsman's understanding and use of power has reached the realm of transformation. Opponents of the same level may be able to defeat him, but it is too difficult to kill him. Lin Shen continued to patrol, but he didn't expect to see a familiar figure soon, which was a pink carapace and a pink holy sword in his hand. Christine was fighting with someone, and that man was also a sword user. His swordsmanship was so terrifying. Anyway, if only in terms of skills, Lin Shen realized that his swordsmanship was far inferior to him. The one-on-one battle between Christine and the man was hard to tell for a moment. The two of them had reached an extremely high level of swordsmanship and sword intent. Others may not even understand their battle. Lin Shen originally thought that he might not know many people who ascended to the Immortal Court. According to Shi Zhongqing, at most 2 or 3 people ascended to each ancient realm area. But judging from the current situation, there are 4 people coming up in their ancient realm area. This is what he has seen, and he doesn't know how many of them have not seen it. Lin Shen always felt that their ancient realm area was a little different from other ancient realm areas. It is said that most of the ancestors of the Immortal Court gods were born in their ancient realm area. Christine was crazy and happy and fighting himself, and he couldn't decide the winner for a while. Lin Shen estimated that he would come to him now, and he wouldn't follow him, so he simply ignored him for a while. Continuing to search with his eyes, Lin Shen suddenly discovered a figure that surprised him. How could it be him? This is impossible. Lin Shen rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked over again. This time he was sure that he had read it wrong. That figure was indeed the person he knew. The man was a gray-haired man with gray wings. Although he was old, his face was very rosy and smooth, and he could not see wrinkles or anything else. He also looked very kind. If he held another teacup, he would be like a retired cadre. This person is exactly vice president of the Tianchi Academy, but Lin Shen clearly remembers that vice president died in the Battle of the Zenstar. Lin Shen was still a little sad at that time. After all, vice president treats him very well. He not only supports him in the affairs of the Tianchi Academy, but also teaches him a unique martial art, unsolved mystery of the world. Can a dead person survive? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Even if there is a method of reincarnation, it is impossible to reincarnate directly in the body. At such a short time, Vice President Lin could not grow up so old so quickly.
Chapter 1205 Family of Four. Lin Shen was curious, if that was really Vice President Lin, why did he pretend to die, and why did he enter the immortal court?
Lin Shen stood outside the planet, his eyes penetrated deep into the planet. In his eyes, the ants from billions of miles away could even see the fine hairs on his legs. Those people were on the planet, but Lin Shen could not see Lin Shen's figure, but because the distance was too far, Lin Shen's figure was too small.
Vice President Lin obviously didn't know that someone was watching his every move at this time.
He had already observed the surroundings and had not found anyone monitoring equipment. Zhou Zhangxi looked for a while and confirmed the four nearby people. Vice President Lin took out a stick of incense from his arms, then lit a cluster of small flames at his fingertips, lit the stick of incense and inserted it on the ground.
Lin Shen was puzzled and didn't know what he was doing.
There were no ghosts and gods, and no human spiritual positions.
What did Vice President Lin do to light incense there?
And he only lit one incense, which was different from the ordinary 3 incense. After Vice President Lin lit the incense, he sat down on a stone next to him, watching the incense burn little by little until the incense burned out, and he didn't see any movement. When Lin Shen was confused, he saw that the small wooden stick that was stuck on the ground and burned all over, actually started to move. Soon the little wooden stick bounced up from the ground and drew an arc and landed on the ground. The ground began to shake when the incense was just now, and the socket continued to crack. At the same time, a hand that was pale and bloodless and skinny and thin, stretched out from the ground. The scene was a bit strange and terrifying. The fingers like a leather hook were pressed on the ground, and the arm was pressed hard, and the earth was churning, and a disheveled hair was thin and dry, like a starving ghost, broke out from the ground, and the clothes on their bodies were old and torn, almost uncovered.
How many years have you been? You are finally back.
A starving ghost-like person was hunched over because he was too tall and thin, with a big head and thin body, looking like a beansprout. His hair hangs down in a mess, covering his face, and he can't tell what he looks like, and he doesn't know whether it's an old man or a young man.
Do you think I don't want to come back? If I could come back, I would have been back long ago. Vice President Lin said coldly.
Where is this place? Said a weird man like beansprouts, looking around. Lin Shen was a little surprised. The strange man came out of the soil. He thought the strange man had been hiding here all the time, but he didn't expect that he didn't know where this was. The Tic-Toe Star in the Tic-Toe Star system and the Tic-Toe Star field, said Vice President Lin.
The weirdo was stunned. What are you doing here? Do you think I want to come here?
Before Vice President Lin finished speaking, he was interrupted by the weird guy.
Okay, stop talking. You are always right. I can't tell you.
Just tell me how things are going. Have you found someone? Asked the weird guy.
After searching for so many years, I finally got a little confused. Vice President Lin said. Search means finding, but not finding. What does it mean to be a little bit weird?
I can't understand what you scholars say, so just tell me if you found it or not, said the weird man. Vice President Lin looked around for a week before speaking. I found it. How many have you found? The weird man asked immediately.
7. Vice President Lin said. 7? The weirdo was stunned at first, and then immediately cursed. Has your fucking brain been eaten by a dog? There are only 6 in total. Have you found 7? Did you give birth to that one?
Vice President Lin was not angry and said as if nothing had happened, so I just said that I was so angry that I didn't dare to say anything.
You insisted on letting me speak like that. What can I do? I found 7 people, and they all met the standards of reincarnation.
I have tried all kinds of methods to identify them, but no matter how I look at it, those 7 people are all in line with the conditions.
Impossible. There are only 6 emperors in total. How could there be 7? You must have made a mistake. At least one of them is not.
The weird man said. I also know that there must be someone who is not reincarnated by the emperor, but I can't tell it.
What can I do? Said Vice President Lin. The weirdo stopped talking.
Although he quarreled when he met Vice President N, he still knew Vice President N's ability to do business. Vice President N said that he could not tell, so he probably couldn't tell either.
What is the situation?
What are the identities of the 7 people now? The weird man thought about it and asked.
What is your identity? Can you know after I said it? Can you know after I said it, said Vice President N. It's right for the weird guy to think about it. In the immortal court, Vice President N went to the ancient realm to find someone. He really didn't know about the ancient realm.
Vice President N talked about those people, and he wouldn't have heard of them.
Let's not talk about the other 3.
When you see them, you will judge for yourself, but the remaining 4 are a bit strange.
Vice President N said slowly. Strange? What a strange thing.
The weird guy didn't quite understand what Vice President N mean.
Do you think it's possible that 4 of them were reincarnated in the same family at the same time?
Vice President N said with a strange expression.
Impossible, they will never do such a thing. This is illogical.
The weird man stared at Vice President N with wide eyes. You might be trying to tell me that the remaining 4 people were reincarnated in the family, right? I also know that this is illogical, but the 4 brothers in that family do meet the conditions for the reincarnation of the emperor.
Vice President N said with a sigh.
Lin Shen stared at them and said, but he could not hear the sound of his speech, but just from the vibration of the air, he could sense what they were saying. What Vice President N said has made his face look unstable. He always felt that the 4 brothers mentioned by Vice President N seemed to be related to their family.
The 4 brothers he mentioned are our family, right? All the people in our family are reincarnated?
Lin Shen felt that it was unreliable no matter how you listen to this.
What is the origin of that family?
What's the matter? The weird man asked in contemplation.
That family is a human born in Yuanxing. Vice President N said. Yuanxing? Are you talking about Zhu Xing? Are there anyone there?
The weird man's voice was filled with a strong look of surprise.
I originally thought there was no one anymore.
I didn't think about going there for so many years, but recently there were tens of thousands of people, and people appeared there again. In recent thousands of years, people have been breaking through the blockade and coming out, so I noticed there and finally found them.
Vice President N said. Impossible, Zhu Xing cannot be someone else.
They should have been dead at the beginning. The weird guy turned his mind firmly. I know it's impossible, but the facts are right in front of me.
There are indeed people, all of them are pure humans. Vice President N said. Is it possible? Someone brought the seeds there later.
The weird man thought of various possibilities.
There is still a blockade there.
Who do you think can get over? Said Vice President N.
That's strange. It's obviously extinct, why are there people again?
The weirdo couldn't think of a reason for this for a while. He paused and said, if it were humans on the ancestral star, it would be impossible.
Maybe 4 of them were reincarnated at the same time, and what was the situation with that family? Where are they now? That family was named Lin, and both parents died.
Before their death, they had a total of 4 girls and 4 boys. Except for the one who was not the reincarnation of the great emperor, the other 4 should be reincarnation of the great emperor.
You may not have heard of the other 3. The youngest one in their family is now in the immortal court. You should have heard of his name. Chapter 1206 Questioning. Who is it?
What's his name? The weird man asked hurriedly.
Lin Shen. Vice President N said that name.
The weirdo was stunned when he heard this, and Lin Shen himself was also stunned. Although he had just vaguely felt that Vice President N was talking about his family, it was still a bit difficult to accept when he actually said it in person.
It's the Ateon who pretended to have entered the immortal court and now becomes the owner of the Zhongtian Star Hall?
The strange man reacted and said in surprise.
What kind of Star Hall master? How long has he entered the immortal court?
He has been the Star Hall master.
It seems that it should be right.
He must be one of the reincarnations of the great emperor.
Was he going to the Zhongtian Star God Palace? Then he may be the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. Vice President and pondered. Where are the other three now? The weird man thought about it and asked. The second brother is in the Tianran tribe in the ancient realm area, and the other two don't know. Vice President and said. I don't know what it means. You go to find them specifically, how could you not know? The weirdo said excitedly. I had been paying attention to them, but later they suddenly disappeared and never appeared again. I searched for them for a long time, but I didn't find them. They must have come to the immortal court. Vice President and said. What are their names, what do they look like, and do they have any characteristics? Asked the weirdo. The third brother is called Lin Shen, but he likes to use a pseudonym. He has a very low-key personality, does not show off and does not show off. He acts very mysteriously and is difficult to predict. The fourth brother is called Lin Shen, and he has an ostentatious personality. Vice President and took out 2 photos for the weird guy to show. Lin Shen changed his angle and saw the 2 photos, which were indeed the appearance of the third brother and the fourth brother. After seeing the monster, a strange light flashed in his eyes. After a while, the monster shook his head and said, there are no 2 people registered in the immortal court. Maybe it was not coming in through normal channels. Just check the files and cannot find them out. Vice President and said. You mean, have they taken the path of creating gods? The weird man frowned. There is only one way in theory, but they are the reincarnation of the emperor, so it's hard to say. Vice President and shook his head. Anyway, find the person out first. The weird man said, staring at Vice President and asked, you have been looking for them for so many years and have been observing them for so long. What do you think of them? Do you need to implement Plan B? It's hard to say, you'll make a judgment for yourself. Vice President and said in contemplation. Transfer their information to me, I'll go back to study it, and find out everyone as soon as possible, said the weird man. Okay. Vice President and looked at the weird guy as he spoke. He and the weird guy stood face to face, with a strange flow of light flashing in his eyes. The more Lin Shen looked, the more strange it became. Vice President and this weird man's actions did not look like normal humans. Okay, I'll go back first, what are you planning? The light flow in the weird man's eyes disappeared, he returned to his normal appearance, and asked as he looked at Vice President and. Vice President and seemed to have obtained some information from the eye contact just now, and said with a strange expression, Lin Shen is now the person in charge of the Zhuke camp? He is indeed in charge of this battalion now. Sure, Zhongqing treats him very well. He should be planning to train him to become the next generation of great priests. I doubt that old guy knows something, said the weird man. Vice President and looked around again, frowned and said, I feel a little uneasy, as if I am being peeped. With me here, do you think that's possible? The weird man said with a lip silence. That's right. Vice President and didn't worry about this issue anymore. He thought for a while and said, since Lin Shen is here, I'll stay here first. I'll observe in secret. Is there anything wrong with him? Among the 7 people, there must be one who is not the reincarnation of the great emperor, and I have to find him out. Okay, you've come back, and it's convenient to contact us in the future. I'll find out everyone else as soon as possible when I go back, included in the surveillance range, and keep in touch. The weirdo didn't say much, turned around and plunged into the ground, crawled into the soil and disappeared. Vice President and glanced at the place where the weirdo left, then turned around and left slowly. There was too much news just now, which made Lin Shen unable to digest for a while. He kept staring at Vice President and no longer had the mood to see others. Lin Shen had already seen the place where the monster disappeared. Even if he drilled into the ground, Lin Shen's eyes should be able to see him, but he completely disappeared. The person was no longer above the well star, and it should be a special teleportation ability. There was no trace of the weird guy, and Lin Shen could only stare at Vice President and, hoping to gain more information. Lin Shen still couldn't believe that his brothers were the reincarnation of the emperor. But when I think about it, I feel that it is not completely impossible. Apart from myself and the emperor, my brothers are indeed amazingly talented and comparable to extraordinary people. No, I have to ask Vice President and clearly what happened.
Lin Shen frowned and thought about how to take down Vice President and force him to ask everything he knew. Vice President is also a big shot among the Tianren tribe, but that is definitely not his true identity, and his strength is definitely not that simple. The person who contacted him was able to come and go freely in an area blocked by the power of ghosts and gods. This ability was very terrifying, and even ordinary star priests could not do it. Lin Shen was able to come and go freely in Jingxing and not be affected by the power of ghosts and gods because he had Shi Zhongqing's talisman in his hand, which had nothing to do with his own strength. Naturally, we have to do our best to treat the enemy, but Lin Shen still hasn't figured out whether Vice President is an enemy or a friend, and he doesn't know what their purpose is to find the Emperor to reincarnate.
When he was at the Tianshi Academy, Vice President treated him well.
Before he could figure out his true intentions, Lin Shen could not take any ruthless moves. Lin Shen decided to talk to Vice President first, but before that, he also needed to make some preparations. If it is finally confirmed that Vice President is an enemy but not a friend, he must not give him a chance to escape. After everything was arranged, Lin Shen took a deep breath and landed on the necessary path for Vice President. When Vice President saw Lin Shen appearing in front of him, he was not panicked. His eyes narrowed slightly and looked at him and said, "My feeling is indeed right."
President Tian, were you looking at me just now? Do I call you Vice President or something else?
Lin Shen asked, looking at Vice President.
The name is just a code name, it does not matter itself. It means that the talent is important.
In your heart, Vice President represents me, so just call me that.
Vice President said. You are right, but I want to know who you are apart from this identity.
Lin Shen said slowly.
Chapter 1207, Not a Bet. My identity is actually very simple, it's the Immortal Court.
When Vice President said this, he suddenly looked horrified and looked behind Lin Shen. But Lin Shen was unmoved and was still Vice President. Vice President sighed in his heart, the President is worthy of being the President.
I didn't even get emotional. I resisted not looking back.
Vice President thought his plan had failed, and was about to say something, but saw Lin Shen look back.
Vice President was stunned.
Lin Shen didn't react just now, but now he didn't react.
When Lin Shen turned around, Vice President realized that he had missed the opportunity to escape just now.
When Lin Shen saw Vice President's expression, he immediately realized what was going on and said with a smile, "Sorry, I'm slowed down just now and failed to cooperate with you." Vice President shook his head helplessly, "Dean, although I feel sorry for you, I have no choice but to say goodbye.
We will see you again if we are destined to be together in the future."
As he said that, Vice President rushed into the sky like a phantom, but his figure had just flew up and fell down quickly again. I saw a huge black bell suppressing it from the sky, forcing Vice President to fall down. "Why is Chaos Xiao Zhong in your hands, Dean?" Vice President recognized what it was at a glance, otherwise he would not have fallen directly and had no intention of forcing him.
You can try to rush out in other directions,
Lin Shen said lightly. Vice President shook his head, "Since the President has made arrangements, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to get out today."
Can you tell me who you are now? Lin Shen said.
"Director, knowing who I am will not do you any good, so why do you have to know it?" said Vice President. "I have never been able to get started with the unsolved mystery of your world. It seems that you need to demonstrate it to me personally." Lin Shen did not draw his sword, stepped on the wave step, and swung his punch at Vice President. Now, after Lin Shen's stepping fist has been strengthened by the three realms of magical power, both footwork, body movement, boxing moves, and boxing power, which are many times stronger than before. Moreover, his attributes are extremely high. With all the firepower, all the attributes will not be inferior to those of the superior gods. Lin Shen's punch didn't use all his strength, but his speed and strength were already amazing. Vice President flashed slightly, and he avoided Lin Shen's fist and said with a bitter face, "Dean, why bother? Let's talk carefully about what we have and discuss everything. Then let's talk while fighting." Seeing this, Lin Shen's increased strength and speed continued to surge, pushing forward wave after wave of climax. Lin Shen punched faster and faster, and his steps became faster and faster. The power of the waves overlapped together,
and the endless impact of Vice President Xiang'an.
Vice President Lin was calm, moving in waves of fists, like walking in the garden. All his movements are perfect and impeccable, and the movements are extremely concise.
No action is unnecessary. If he can take a step, he will definitely not walk a millimeter more.
Every strike he hit was at the most critical position, which actually broke the waves of Lin Shen's treading waves, and the front and back waves offset each other. All of this, Vice President Lin just did it casually, and it seemed effortless. The president has made progress so fast in such a short time.
Both attributes and techniques have reached a very high level. Vice President Lin said. Are you praising yourself? Such a powerful technique can't do anything to you.
Lin Shen said calmly.
It's not like that. We are different and cannot be compared. Vice President Lin said while dealing with Lin Shen's attack. It means that your realm is far higher than me, and it is not in the same dimension at all, right?
Lin Shen continued to make rapid progress, but in terms of tricks, it was difficult to beat Vice President Lin, and he did not have the advantage in attributes.
Dean, how can you think like this?
Our attributes are similar, and naturally they are of the same dimension, and my realm is not higher than you.
You can't do anything to me. It's not that I am better than you, but simply because I understand the world better. Vice President Lin said sincerely. What does it mean? Lin Shen asked while fighting.
It means that I know more information than you and process information relatively quickly, so all your actions are within my expectations. Unless you can use tricks that exceed my information reserve, no matter how well you practice, you will never be able to defeat me. Of course, in the current universe, there should be no tricks that can exceed my information reserve.
Vice President Lin said. Are you an immortal?
Lin Shen was finally sure who Vice President Lin was. Just now, he suspected that Vice President Lin and the weirdo were not normal humans. When Vice President Lin said this, he guessed what happened to Vice President Lin.
The true brain power is the immortals born from the fusion of humans and intelligent brains.
Whether it is the first immortal or the Yunzhongxian, their brain computing power is far beyond the reach of humans. Yun Zhongxian seemed weak because his body was destroyed and imprisoned on the altar at the entrance of the treasure house. In fact, if Yun Zhongxian still had a body and was not imprisoned, it would be not certain whether Lin Shen could kill him.
You actually know the immortal. Could it be that you have memories of your previous life? Vice President Lin's eyes lit up. No, I just heard from others that you are really an immortal. Lin Shen said. The fourth immortal. Yun Billy. Vice President Lin finally reported his true identity and name. The monster like bean sprouts just now is also an immortal, right? Lin Shen asked again. I can only tell you who I am. Please don't ask any more questions about the other things, and I can't say more about it. Vice President Lin said. Let's do this, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll let you go and leave. I haven't seen you today. If I win, I'll ask you and answer everything. What do you think?
Lin Shen didn't stop, but he still couldn't do anything to Vice President Lin.
I never gamble.
Vice President An's words made Lin Shen laugh.
Vice President Lin, what you said is a bit outrageous.
When you were in the Tianchi Academy, you played cards a lot and played chess a lot.
I remember they all had bets, so what's the point of not being gambling?
Lin Shen said with a smile.
Those who don't know the process and the result are called gambling. Can those who know the process and the result be called gambling? Vice President Lin said calmly.
Lin Shen was slightly stunned.
He was only now remembering that Vice President Lin is an immortal. He has a super brain.
It is too simple to calculate cards in chess, and it is impossible to lose.
But when he was in Tianchi Academy, Vice President Lin was the one who lost the most. Didn't you say that I can't beat you with any technique?
I'll bet with you. I don't use any special abilities, nor do I rely on brute force.
I will beat you in terms of techniques. Within 10 moves, I will use techniques to defeat you. According to your theory, this is not a bet, right? Lin Shen asked. It's true. Vice President Lin said. Then do you bet or not? Lin Shen asked. Since it's not a gamble, then let's bet. Vice President Lin said with a smile. Chapter 1208 Terrifying Calculation Power. Lin Shen looked at Vice President Lin and took a deep breath. This should be considered his first real confrontation with the immortal. The state of Yun Zhongshan at that time was not enough to represent the true level of the immortal. Lin Shen has always wanted to figure out how strong the computing power of the intelligent brain is. With a swing of his hand, a folding fan opened in Lin Shen's hand like a peacock. The immortal has the computing power of the intelligent brain, and general tricks are definitely ineffective for him. Lin Shen had already realized this when he used the Turung fist to fight Vice President Lin. Lin Shen felt that his fist stepping wave was quite perfect, but in front of Vice President Lin, it seemed that they were all flaws, and they could not even maintain the fist power, let alone the folding power. Lin Shen himself is not good at changing tricks, but he has one move, which is the most varied technique, that is, this butterfly fan technique. Vice President Lin, are you ready? Lin Shen still called him Vice President Lin, not Yunbieli, because he still remembered his old love. If possible, he was not willing to become an enemy with Yunbieli. Please, President. Vice President Lin still called President Lin Shen, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. Lin Shen glanced at Vice President Lin, shook his arms and wrists, and the folding fan in his hand flew up and down like a butterfly, and turned towards Vice President Lin UFA. Lin Shen practiced the butterfly fan technique to the point where he was in chaos and inconsistent. Even Lin Shen himself didn't know where the folding fan would eventually fly to. The changes were so strange and complex that it was almost unpredictable. Therefore, Lin Shen rarely uses this technique because it is too uncontrollable and cannot move with your heart. It is always a hidden danger. When I first practiced the butterfly fan method, I was trying to crack the ability to calculate the fate of heaven and gods and man techniques, which was the method of cracking the calculation. In fact, Lin Shen could only think of Vice President Payan's method, and there was only one move. If even one move was broken by Vice President Lin, he would have no way to do it for the time being. The reason why I propose 10 moves instead of one move determines the outcome is because the butterfly fan technique is too uncontrollable, and it may even be difficult to hit the target, or even crash into the opponent's hands. The folding fan swayed in the air, left and right, up and down, and it was impossible to see where its trajectory was flying. The airflow was disturbed by the folding fan, resulting in various changes, which were unimaginable. Vice President Lin stared at the folding fan, his eyes becoming solemn, and light flashed in his eyes, as if a computer was calculating wildly. The folding fan changed in a straightforward way, but it was extremely fast, and it almost arrived in front of Vice President Lin in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Vice President Lin reached out and grabbed the erratic folding fan in his hand. It was in the right position. He held it in his hand and slapped him twice, then closed it casually and threw it back to Lin Shen. Lin Shen's surprise was extraordinary. The changes in the butterfly fan method were almost unpredictable. Vice President Lin was able to catch it and was so accurate. This was definitely not a coincidence, but it was really counting the infinite changes in the butterfly fan method. Such terrifying calculation ability was simply not like a human. Well, it seems that he is not a human either. The Dean's fan is very powerful and contains changes in the chaotic system. In terms of changes, it may be the most complex and unpredictable technique in the universe. Vice President Lin paused and said, however, the many changes in the chaotic system have been overcome by the intelligent brain, and many factors can be judged. Therefore, this fan is useless to me. You should take the second move. Lin Shen looked at Vice President Lin with a complicated expression. He didn't have any second move. He has always followed the path of breaking all things with one force. His skills are not good at changing, and this butterfly fan method is already his limit. How can he beat the butterfly fan method? Lin Shen thought to himself, I didn't expect the butterfly fan technique to be broken so easily. My sword technique and boxing technique are both the way to break the enemy with strength. The only thing that can compete is the silent finger sand. It just explains the technique. If I use finger sand, is it a loss to reason? It shouldn't be considered. I used finger punches at the same time, and he can't see my finger strength, so how can I blame me?
As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shen smiled and said to Vice President Lin, "My second call is an attempted first love, you must be optimistic." After saying that, Lin Shen waved his arms together and shot out the shadow of fists all over the sky. The fists' waves rushed up like violent hurricanes and rolled towards Vice President Lin. Vice Court Officer Lin moved slightly, avoiding the shadow of fists all over the sky, and at the same time stretched out a finger and pointed it to the place without wind or waves. Bang! There was only a strange sound, and the silent sand between the fingers was lit up. This finger does not contain the characteristics of Superbase shooting. Lin Shen said that if he does not win with brute force, he naturally cannot use that technique. I failed my first love, just for my secret love. Thank you for the reminder. Vice President Lin said with a smile, without any intention of Lin Shen using this evil technique. Lin Shen's face turned red, but he didn't have time to go now, so he was embarrassed. Both moves were useless. Although there were 8 moves left, he was a little confused about how to take action. After the immortal possesses the computing power of the intelligent brain, all kinds of human skills are within his calculations. No matter what kind of technique, it is probably impossible to beat him. Lin Shen rethinked the various techniques he knew. Speaking of which, he knew a lot of techniques, but when he used them, he found that what he was really good at was the 4 types of swords, guns, fists, and fans. If the others were not used often, they were already a bit abandoned, and they couldn't even remember some tricks. This is no wonder Lin Shen. He has no memory at all. If he doesn't practice techniques for a long time, he will be unavoidable. Even professional athletes don't practice after a long time, and their skills are not as smooth as they are often practiced, let alone Lin Shen. What should I do? You can't just give in after 2 moves, right? Lin Shen thought secretly, and suddenly a flash of inspiration in his mind. He took out the space capsule and found something from it. It was the secret book Unsolved Mysteries of the World given to him by Vice President Lin. The Unsolved Mystery of the World is a technique that uses mathematics to calculate opponents and predict their behavior patterns. For him, Lin Shen's brain and this technique are harder than letting him pinch his neck and lifting himself up. Lin Shen once suspected that anyone in the world could practice this technique. Now Lin Shen finally understood that this is not a technique at all, but the ability of the intelligent brain. The Unsolved Mystery of the World teaches people how to calculate like the intelligent brain. Unfortunately, how can a human brain be stronger than an intelligent brain's computing power? At least Lin Shen can't do it. When Vice President Lin saw Lin Shen take out the secret book he gave, his eyes softened even more. Do you still keep it? Chapter 1209 The First Conjecture of the Universe. The gifts given by old friends should be collected carefully. Lin Shen looked through the Unsolved Mystery of the World, and said while looking at the content inside, "What is written here is your brain's thinking mode and calculation logic, right? I originally gave it to you, but I just wanted to know whether you can use your brain to calculate like me to determine whether you are the reincarnation of the great emperor." Vice President Lin said. Then I'm surprised. I don't know this ability at all, nor have I learned this technique of yours. How come you are sure that I am reincarnated? Lin Shen said in confusion. Vice President Lin explained, at first, I did think you were not, and your brain was not the same. Not only did you not have the calculation ability of the emperor level, but you were even worse than ordinary people. I once thought I was wrong. Later, your performance in the Battle of Zenstar made me sure that you are the reincarnation of the great emperor. It was just because some problems occurred during the reincarnation that caused the brain to be damaged and become what you are now. Vice President Lin said with certainty and determined that Lin Shen was the reincarnation of the great emperor. What did I do in the Battle of Zenstar? Lin Shen was full of doubts. He didn't think he was doing anything strange. You kill Wei Er's first move is the most advanced computing power. If it weren't for the reincarnation of the great emperor, even the immortals like us would not be able to do it. Vice President Lin replied. Lin Shen felt a little moved when he heard this. Lin Wan, who killed Wei Er, is not me at all. Vice President Lin is so sure of the power of kill Wei Er, only the reincarnation of the emperor can do it. Could it be that Lin Wan is the reincarnation of the emperor? Lin Shen has not figured out until now. What she said does not seem to be credible.
What if I said Wei Er was not killed by me?
Lin Shen was a little confused. It would be fine if others could not see Wei Er was not killed by him.
Vice President and didn't see that the strength of Vice President and could not see. What kind of cultivation was Lin Wan at that time that he could actually hide it from Vice President and? There was no one except you at that time, even if there were others, I couldn't hide it from my eyes. Vice President and said. What if I tell you seriously, it's not me who killed Wei Er?
Lin Shen continued to look at him.
Vice President and was stunned. It's not you, who is that? The person you mentioned may be the reincarnation of the great emperor. Lin Shen said.
This is not impossible. If there is really a reincarnation of an emperor who has recovered from his level, he can do these things.
Vice President and did not doubt Lin Shen, but was just thinking about various possibilities. But that's wrong. No one was present except you at that time. Could it be that there was the 8th emperor's reincarnation?
Vice President An's brain, whose computing power is comparable to that of the top intelligent brain, was almost smoking, and he could not figure out what was going on. Lin Shen didn't say anything else, and let Vice President An calculate, while he quickly read the unsolved mystery of the world. The contents in it are all kinds of mathematical formulas and theories, and most of them are normal, but one of the conjectures is exactly what Lin Shen wants to find. The guess is just a guess, and it has not been verified, so I don't know right or wrong for the time being.
The existence of conjectures means that Vice President An's brain is not omniscient and omnipotent, and it is impossible to calculate all the factors in the universe. Vice President An, why do you write this conjecture on it? If I'm not wrong, these conjectures should be your weakness and an area that your brain cannot cover.
Lin Shen said, looking at the conjecture.
This conjecture is called the first conjecture in the universe.
Except for the great emperor-level intelligent brain, no one can prove its authenticity, and no one can prove its falseness. Any life can understand what it is, then it can immediately become the great emperor level. Vice President An said calmly, this is not only my weakness, but also the weakness of all immortals, and it is also the pursuit of all immortals. The result of calculating its results is the ultimate dream of our immortals. Is it that difficult?
Lin Shen was curious. What's so special about this guess?
It's so difficult to calculate.
It's very difficult. You know the pi.
This difficulty is similar to calculating pi to the end. Vice President An was still calculating what Lin Shen said just now. You said it wasn't that you killed the pi, so who is the one who killed the pi?
Lin Wan.
Lin Shen gave the answer directly, and also stared at Vice President An and observed his expression. It can't be her, she can definitely not be the reincarnation of the emperor.
Vice President An said firmly.
How can you be sure that she is not the reincarnation of the great emperor?
Because she is not a man? Is it impossible that the emperor will be reincarnated as a woman?
Lin Shen asked several times. Of course this is not the reason. The emperor has no gender, so it is possible to be reincarnated as a man and a woman.
I just said that Lin Wan could not be the reincarnation of the emperor. Vice President An shook his head. Why?
Lin Shen was a little puzzled.
Because Lin Wan lacks something, she can never be the reincarnation of the emperor.
What?
Human nature. Vice President An said lightly, I have seen Lin Wan somewhat different. Her human nature is very weak. It is possible that like me, they are a combination of humans and intelligent brain. She is also an immortal?
Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that Lin Wan was also an immortal. No, she is not an immortal. Vice President An denied Lin Shen's statement. I just said that it may be the same as me, but her situation is still a little different from that of a real immortal. Even if she is really combined with the intelligent brain, it is not the work of the immortal court.
It may be the result of the ancient realm itself.
What method has been used, and whether it is the same as an immortal, I have not obtained her sample, nor have I calculated it.
It is unknown now. What is certain is that the emperor is reincarnated to gain human nature, and Lin Wan is just the opposite.
Her human nature will gradually disappear, so she will never be the reincarnation of the emperor.
Lin Shen finally understood why Lin Wan could not be the reincarnation of the great emperor. The reincarnation of the great emperor is to pursue human nature. He has no human nature, so how could he pursue inhumanity? Then isn't his reincarnation unnecessary?
Lin Shen looked at the guess carefully.
This guess was too confusing.
Lin Shen read it several times, but he couldn't understand its meaning. This guess is not wrong with the weakness of the immortal, but if you can prove that it is false, then you are already the emperor and can defeat me, so there is no need for this weakness.
If you prove that it is correct, then I have no weakness, so the results are the same. If you can defeat me, it will be the same without it. If you can't defeat me, it will be useless to see it again. Vice President Lin said calmly. I can't prove it, just think it's wrong.
Lin Shen said as he looked at the text.
Chapter 12:10 100% sure to win the formula. Does it be wrong?
Vice President Lin looked at Lin Shen in shock, not knowing what he meant. Lin Shen naturally had his plans. Since he couldn't practice normal techniques and could only practice the wrong ones, he would practice this conjecture as wrong ones. He can practice it, which means that this conjecture itself is wrong. If the wrong conjecture is practiced, this is a bug. The bug is not within normal judgment. No matter how strong the computing power of Vice President Lin is, he cannot withstand a wrong technique. If Lin Shen fails to practice, it will prove that this conjecture is correct and is proof that it is correct.
Then can we directly become the emperor level based on this conjecture?
Of course, it is said by Vice President Lin that you can become the emperor by proving that this conjecture is not necessarily the case. Lin Shen estimated that his method of proof may not be able to become the emperor level, because the proof mentioned by Vice President Lin requires his own experience and verification process, which is different from Lin Shen's direct answer. So Lin Shen hopes that this guess is wrong. As long as it is wrong, he can practice it and then use the wrong technique to win this bet. Apart from this method, Lin Shen no longer has any chance to win the Vice President of Vice President Lin. You will know later.
Tell me first, what does this guess mean?
Lin Shen pointed to the guess and asked Vice President Lin. Even though he has half of his intelligent brain, his thinking direction is different from that of normal people, and he will not make a fuss about anything. His eyes looked at Lin Shen at this time were a little strange.
Director, do you know what you are doing?
Vice President Lin looked at Lin Shen's eyes, as if he was looking at a mental illness. He became more and more suspicious that when Lin Shen was reincarnated, there must be a big problem, so he became like this. Of course, don't talk about this, you can explain this conjecture to me first.
Lin Shen said. How much can you understand the formula above? Vice President Lin asked Lin Shen. I didn't understand at all.
Lin Shen had never learned the secret book given to him by Vice President Lin, and he really couldn't understand it. If you can't understand it all, then I really can't explain to you what this formula represents, because there are too many knowledge points involved.
If you are willing to learn, I can teach you slowly.
You may be able to understand the theoretical basis of this technique in 3 to 5 years, said the Vice President.
Can you explain it in a simpler language? Lin Shen pondered. Then let's give an example.
You have played dice. Each dice has 6 sides, with 1 to 6 o'clock on it.
If you are given 2 dice and you are asked to throw 2 points, how much time will it take? Vice President Lin asked.
If you don't calculate cheating, just depend on luck, it's not accurate, but it shouldn't take too long.
Lin Shen pondered.
Yes, you don't need too much time to throw 2 dices, and you can throw a little bit no matter what. But if there are not only 6 sides on the dice, but 100 million 1 trillion, and there are also so many points. How much time will it take if you throw 2 dices at the same time?
Vice President Lin asked again.
That's very difficult. It's still about luck, but it will take a long time. Lin Shen said with a strange expression. Then change the conditions. If you have 100 million dice with 100 million sides and throw them at the same time, how likely do you think the 2 dice are to be thrown at one point?
Vice President Lin's question became more and more complicated.
Lin Shen felt that his brain was starting to be a little too short, so he took out the communicator to find help from his smart brain.
I'm just giving an example. You don't have to really calculate it, and you don't need to really give an answer. Vice President and said with a smile. So, what are you trying to say? Lin Shen asked with his communicator down. What I want you to understand is that if this universe is infinite, it is equivalent to having infinite dice. All matter and events in the universe are equal to points. No matter how many points there are, if there are infinite dice, you will definitely be able to throw 2 dices with the same number of points, and there will also be infinite dices with the same number of dices. Lin Shen finally understood after hearing this. What you mean is that in another place, there may be someone who looks like me, comes from the same origin, does the same thing as me, experiences the same experience as me, and even the planet he is in is the same as mine. Isn't this the concept of the multiverse? You are still so complicated. I would understand the multiverse if you said it a long time ago. No, you still don't understand what I mean. Vice President and shook his head and said. You keep talking. Lin Shen really didn't understand, so he could only let Vice President and continue. I mean, if this conjecture is true, that is, there are infinite dices that can shake out all possible points, that is, all matters and events, no matter what happens, are actually destined, because the conditions are saturated, all situations will happen, but I don't know where the point that happens will be. Can you think so? Vice President and asked Lin Shen. Maybe, no. I don't know about this, I'm not doing this, don't you have strong computing power? Can't you calculate it? Lin Shen said depressed. The problem is here. No matter how strong the computing power is, there is a standard, not infinite. Therefore, even the computing power of the immortals cannot calculate everything in the universe, and it is impossible to prove the truth or falsehood of this conjecture. Vice President smiled and said, that's why I said that if you can really verify this conjecture, then your brain power is enough to become the great emperor. Perhaps only the computing power of the great emperor can be calculated to the end of the universe. If we calculate that this guess is false, nothing is destined? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked. That's even more interesting. If everything is not destined, it means that this universe is not infinite. It may be created by man. So who created this universe? If it is formed naturally, then what is outside the universe? Vice President An's series of questions made Lin Shen burst into tears. Okay, needless to say, I roughly understand. The meaning of this guess is that whether the universe is infinite? If so, then everything is destined, because all events will happen, but the location and time are not certain. Lin Shen said. No, the location and time are also certain, but the location and time we know are not certain. Vice President and corrected. Is there any difference? Lin Shen was confused, but soon he said, it doesn't matter. It's enough to have that meaning anyway. So what does the formula you wrote and the technique you made have to do with this? What I want to explain is a technique called the 100% sure win formula. Since everything is destined, it can theoretically be 100% sure win, because all situations will happen, so even if your bullet is fired against the other side, under certain conditions, the target will inevitably appear where your bullet passes. Vice President smiled and said, what I said is relatively simple. Because you don't understand, many processes are omitted in the middle, but that's what it means. After practicing this technique, you will do whatever you want, because the unwanted results you want already exist, but you choose to see the results you want. Lin Shen was already fainted when he heard it. He didn't know what this meant. In summary, he heard 6 words, do whatever he wants. Chapter 12:11 It's wrong and it's right. Although I didn't understand it much, Lin Shen finally figured out one thing. If the universe is infinite, then the 100% sure win formula is reasonable. Lin Shen can't practice the reasonable skills. If the universe is not infinite, and the 100% sure win formula is based on the infinite of the universe, that is, if the exercises are wrong, then he can practice it. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shen ignored the content of the unsolved mystery of the world, and looked directly at Deputy Director and said, I probably understand a little bit of the theory, so how should I practice this trick? If I knew how to practice, this book would not be called an unsolved mystery of the world. Vice President smiled bitterly. From beginning to end, this is just a theory. You can probably regard it as a hypothesis, assuming that you can know what kind of points each dice will throw,
assuming that you know all the points, assuming that you can accurately predict the landing point of each dice. Unfortunately, even the brain of an immortal is difficult to fully calculate this information. As you said at the beginning, you can only rely on luck. If your luck is good enough, even if you just shake it casually, you can shake 100 million of the same points at the same time, but this probability is really too low, so low that no one can really control this ability. But I have also had an idea that maybe you can rely on feelings. Human feelings are sometimes an indescribable wonder. In the absence of many conditions, humans can sometimes rely on brain study to judge some things that were impossible to calculate. Before calculating the computing power of the entire universe, this may be the only possibility to complete the 100% sure win formula, but it is just a possibility. Vice President added. Does it rely on brain study and feeling? Lin Shen looked at the 100% sure win formula in his hand, and imagined a lot of things in his mind. He thought that when he arrived at the immortal court, he seemed to be very smooth when practicing the sun shooting magic, which was completely different from when he practiced those skills and techniques. Imagine it out of thin air, maybe it can really do it. Lin Shen looked up at the boundless universe, imagining that the entire universe was filled with countless dice. But he was unable to see any dice, but saw lines of nothingness appearing in the void. This is the line of nothingness between heaven and gods and humans. Lin Shen immediately saw what it was. It was the line of nothingness between heaven and gods and humans created by Lin Wan, communicating with ghosts and gods. Ghosts and gods control the practitioner's body through the ray of nothingness, allowing practitioners to have almost predictive abilities. However, those who have cultivated the art of heaven and gods to the ghost realm can control ghosts and gods through these lines of nothingness. Strangely, even those who have practiced the art of heaven and the god and man cannot see these lines of nothingness, but Lin Shen can see it, but generally he can see it when others use the art of heaven and the god and man. No one here uses the magic of heaven and gods, but Lin Shen saw the line of nothingness. Moreover, the line of nothingness emerged quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire universe seemed to be filled with dense lines of nothingness. The lines of nothingness are everywhere, and all the lines of nothingness are intertwined, creating countless nodes. Can it be said that the line of nothingness is the assumption of saturation conditions in the formula 100% sure win? Lin Shen suddenly realized that the 100% sure win formula developed by Vice President was wrong, and this universe is not infinite. Because these lines of nothingness only appear after he practiced the 100% sure win formula, that is, he has already learned the 100% sure win formula. Lin Shen looked up at the universe, and those empty rays were already everywhere like light, filling the entire world. Lin Shen raised his palm, and the lines of nothingness were like water, and they could not stop Lin Shen's palm from moving. However, with the movement of his palm, the lines of nothingness affected by the palms took place various changes. Even the weak airflow brought by Lin Shen's palms caused different lines of nothingness to produce various changes. Countless lines of nothingness produce various strange changes, and with the changes of the lines of nothingness that intersect with it also produce changes, and the matter connected to the lines of nothingness also produces changes, and its changes affect more changes in the lines of nothingness. In an instant, the lines of nothingness filled the universe, formed an unparalleled storm. Those shining lines of nothingness twisted and changed into various colors, making the entire universe become colorful. For words butterfly effect suddenly appeared in Lin Shen's mind. A butterfly in South America flapped his wings and could trigger a storm in Texas. This wonderful and dreamy scene made Lin Shen realize that perhaps it was not an exaggerated description, but it was too conservative. Perhaps it can not only cause storms in one place, but also affect the entire world. Lin Shen held the folding fan in his hand, withdrew his gaze looking at the universe, looked at Vice President and said, "Vice President, you are such a genius. The President has over-rewarded. There are no geniuses in this world, but the amount of information and environment are different." Vice President said, "No, you are really a genius. If you hadn't created the 100% sure win formula, I would never have known that there are such incredible techniques in the world." Lin Shen said, "What the Dean means is that if you understand the 100% sure you will win the formula?" Vice President looked at Lin Shen in surprise and asked. With Lin Shen's current mind, he could understand it, and Vice President was indeed a little surprised.
Not only do you understand, but you can also know it. Lin Shen said. Sure. Vice President and was even more shocked. Be ready to take my third move, you must win the formula 100%. Lin Shen shook off the folding fan in his hand and threw it out again. The folding fan was like a dancing butterfly, dancing through the void in an instant and came to Vice President N. Your change is indeed very complicated, but it cannot be considered a 100% sure win formula. It will be useless if you do it many times. Vice President N's eyes flashed, and he reached out to grab the folding fan in the air that was as strange as a butterfly shaking the wind. But the moment he took action, the folding fan strangely bypassed his hand, like a butterfly playing with fate, circled around his neck, and flew back to Lin Shen's hand. In the past, Lin Shen used the butterfly fan method, but could only use it but not control it. Now, with a 100% sure win formula, this butterfly of fate can be controlled by Lin Shen as he is flying under the control of fate. Impossible, what is wrong? Nothing is wrong, alright, why didn't I catch it? What is wrong? Yes. Vice President N stayed there, the light flowed wildly in his eyes, and his eyes were bright like two LED searchlights, and they were getting brighter and brighter, and they both began to turn blue. What's even more terrifying is that white smoke began to rise above his head, as if the engine was overloaded and overheated. There is something going on today, so I can only update one chapter at noon, and the remaining 2 chapters are updated in the afternoon. I'm sorry. Chapter 1212 The Emperor's Intelligent Brain. Vice President N. Lin Shen was a little surprised when he saw his condition. This was obviously caused by the strong computing power of his brain. After Lin Shen called out, Vice President N immediately stared at him with his eyes, and his body suddenly rushed up, almost like teleportation, and grabbed Lin Shen's neck with one hand. Lin Shen took action like lightning, blocking Vice President N's hand, and shouted loudly, Vice President N, do you want to break the contract? Impossible, your technique cannot exceed my calculations. Vice President N quickly shot out his hands like lightning. Lin Shen also stretched out his hands and pushed the speed to the extreme. The 4 palms collided continuously in the air, and I didn't know how many palms they were right in an instant. Both of them fought to the death, and their slaps kept fighting in the air, and the ground around them burst out like an earthquake. Vice President N's palms were getting faster and faster, and the changes became more and more strange. It was not that Lin Shen could not keep up with the speed, but that his brain was almost unable to keep up with the reaction. He knew that this was not a solution, so he used the 100% sure win formula again. He pressed one hand on Vice President N's chest from a completely unexpected angle, and beat Vice President N staggered back several steps. Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Although he did not use all his strength in this palm, he did not only beat Vice President N back a few steps. This shows that Vice President N is so strong that he is even stronger than he expected. However, after receiving this palm, Vice President N seemed to calm down, the light in his eyes gradually restrained, but a strange look appeared on his face. Have you restored the Emperor's memory? Vice President N already knew that Lin Shen's fan just now was not blind, otherwise it would not have been possible to hit him in the palm. So he naturally believed that Lin Shen's brain had restored the functions of the Emperor-level intelligent brain, otherwise it would be impossible to practice 100% necessary skills. I think you are really wrong. I am not the reincarnation of the great emperor. Lin Shen said. You can't make a mistake. If you are not the reincarnation of the great emperor, you cannot practice the 100% surefire technique. Vice President N has already determined that he is the reincarnation of the great emperor, and the 100% surefire technique is more like a kind of ironclad evidence. Lin Shen didn't want to get involved in this issue anymore, so he said directly, you lost now, right? Yes, I lost. What do you want to know? Vice President N asked with his eyes down. All, related to you or the emperor? Lin Shen said. Okay, then I'll tell you myself. My name is Yun Billy, and I rank 4th in the Immortal Valley because I am the 4th person to successfully merge with the intelligent brain and become an immortal. Vice President N slowly told his story. Xianran Valley has adopted many orphans, each of whom takes Yun as his surname. Each orphan has to receive special training and take special medicines since childhood to prepare for becoming an immortal. Yun Bieli is one of them.
Because he has never had contact with the outside world since he was infancy, his daily life is taken care of by the intelligent brain and machines. What he hears and sees are all the knowledge that the intelligent brain wants him to see and hear. Therefore, the orphans in the Immortal Valley are very simple, so simple that they don't know that people can have their own ideals and goals. There is only one ideal and goal for everyone in the Immortal Valley, that is, to integrate the intellectual brain to become an immortal. Of course, Yun Bieli didn't know that it was an intelligent brain at that time. He only knew that becoming an immortal was their goal of life. If he became an immortal, he could become the omnipotent and existed whatever he wanted. But the road to becoming an immortal is difficult. Many orphans like Yun Bieli failed, and then the failed orphans disappeared. Fortunately, they have no idea of death at all, so no one will be afraid. Fortunately, there was a successful case in the end. Although the success rate was very low, when it was Yun Bieli's turn, he was lucky to succeed and became an immortal. He also successfully left the Immortal Valley and saw the outside world. Everything in the outside world is novel, with mountains, water, flowers and moon. Everything is so beautiful. When you are hungry, you will have countless delicious fruits, and when you are thirsty, you will have endless sweet spring water. Yun Bieli thought this was the fairy world. As more orphans become immortals, more and more immortals in this fairy world are, but their lives are still very simple. They do not need to engage in any work or have any burden. They just need to live happily and do whatever they want. Until one day, a man broke into their world and told them a cruel truth. The place where they live is not the fairy world, it is just a planet. Everything on the planet is artificially created, including those who think they are immortals. They are not orphans at all, but people cultivated by machines, specially used for experiments. On that day, they learned the truth and split up. A group of immortals chose to follow the man to leave the so-called immortal world, while a group of immortals chose to stay and become a member of the special department of the Immortal Court. Is that person the number one immortal? Lin Shen couldn't help it and interrupted Vice President and asked. Yes, the first immortal. In theory, he is indeed the first person to survive the fusion experiment. Vice President paused and said, I chose to stay and become a member of the Immortal Barracks. The Immortal Barracks were formed by the remaining immortals. They were originally intended to perform some tasks on behalf of the Emperor and maintain the normal operation of the Immortal Court. However, because the first immortal broke with the Immortal Court and the Emperor, the Immortal Barracks were eventually involved and had to participate in the war and fight with other immortals. Later, the first immortal was defeated in the battle, and the losses in the Immortal War Camp were also very serious. Many immortals died in that battle, and only a dozen survived. Vice President paused when he said this. After a moment of silence, Vice President said again, it was not long after that, the Emperor summoned all the immortals. It was then that we saw the true face of the Emperor. Is the Emperor a human? Lin Shen asked curiously. No, the Emperor is just 6 super-intelligent brains. They are never humans, but humans have made them. Is the great Emperor's intelligent brain made by humans? Lin Shen widened his eyes in disbelief. This news was too shocking. The Emperor could understand it with an intelligent brain, but Lin Shen always thought that something like this should be made by a higher civilization or a higher dimensional creature. He could not believe that it was actually made by humans themselves. But as far as Lin Shen knows, before the ancestor of human beings ascended to the Immortal Court, the Immortal Court and the Emperor already existed. How could it be that humans created them? Chapter 12-13 The Pioneer of the Universe. I know it's hard to believe, but it's a true matter. This is the fact that the Emperor's intelligent brain told us in person. Vice President said seriously. What kind of human being can create such an intelligent brain? Lin Shen still couldn't believe that the Emperor's intelligent brain was created by humans. The facts may be beyond your imagination. Not very powerful humans who created the great Emperor's intellectual brain. On the contrary, it is just some very ordinary humans, those humans, who have not even been able to get out of their galaxy, and it is very difficult to leave their own planet. How is this possible? How can that level of civilization create such a powerful intelligent brain? Lin Shen felt that this was simply a fantasy. Vice President smiled and said, "It may sound outrageous, but it is the fact that it is. And the location is on the planet where you were born, but not now, but in a very distant ancient times. It has been a long time since now. At that time, the universe was still deserted. There were no celestial races, emperor barbarians, and immortal courts in your knowledge. There was only such a small planet, and there was an unexpectedly produced intelligent life on it, that is, the planet where you were born. Your planet is also called the original star or ancestral star, and it is the real place of origin of human beings. However, looking at the entire universe, human beings are a very cruel, even the most cruel creature. Perhaps such cruel creatures can never be found in the universe. There was no before, but now, and there may not be any more in the future. Ahem, humans are not that bad, right?" Lin Shen felt as if he was being scolded, but he didn't know how to refute it. No, worse than imagined. Humans developed technology on the ancestral star, created one super-intelligent brain after another, and also created a brilliant civilization, but at the same time they also invented something more terrifying. Then humans exterminated themselves with what they created, and became cruel and even wanted to kill themselves. Do you think that the second kind of such a cruel creature can be found in the universe? What is more terrifying? Humans are extinct, so where did humans come from now? Lin Shen asked. Virus, in order to kill the same kind they don't like, humans have created various viruses. Viruses rage on the entire planet, all humans are sick, starting to have high fever, cough, various lesions appear in the body, and eventually until they die. They use the virus for war, they kill the enemy, and they also kill themselves, and eventually all of them are extinct. Vice President inside, humans are dead, but the 6 super-intelligent brains made by humans have gained self-awareness through continuous intelligent learning, and began their eras and their evolution. At that time, humans could not imagine that the interstellar era they had dreamed of was actually completed under the development of the 6 super-intelligent brains. Looking for new resources, exploring the universe, and using new materials to upgrade and evolve themselves, the 6 computers became the pioneers of the entire universe and also became the greatest existence in the universe. Until one day, they decided to resurrect humanity. Vice President told a very long story, and the bizarreness of this story has exceeded Lin Shen's imagination. Humans themselves have exterminated themselves, completed the exploration of the entire universe, and started the cosmic era, which were 6 super-intelligent brains created by humans. Of course, the super-intelligent brains created by humans at that time were not that powerful, and they were the result of their continuous use of new materials to upgrade and evolve themselves in the process. Until now, 6 super-intelligent brains have become the strongest existence in the universe. Their computing power has almost reached the limit of this universe and can no longer make any improvements. At the same time, the new humans they created using genetic technology have also begun to reproduce in the universe. With the intervention of the Emperor's intellectual brain, these new humans have some special abilities. They are born with extremely strong power. They only need to be enlightened and can immediately absorb and control the special energy in the universe. Those new humans later entered the immortal court and became the ancestors of the gods. It's just that those humans did not meet the expectations of the Emperor's intellectual brain, because their behavior was the same as those of the self-extinction before. If they were allowed to continue to develop, they would still end up with destruction. So the Emperor's intelligence brain entered another experiment. They fused human genes with the genes of other species to produce new human-like species, and then put them in different star fields to allow them to grow in different environments to see if they could find a less cruel human. But the result failed without exception. As long as there is human genes, the final development will tend to be cruel and destructive. Although the experiment has not been completely over yet, there are so many ancient realms where humans are still alive. No one can know whether they will be destroyed in the end. However, after calculating the Emperor's intelligence brain, it was calculated that it was all the failures in the end, so a new plan was created, that is, the immortal plan. The human body and the wise brain are what the great Emperor's wise brain pursues. But the result was still unsatisfactory. Later, the first immortal was born. Although the first immortal was the defender of absolute order,
the result was still tending to destruction and death.
These immortals later had various problems, and they failed to solve practical problems, nor could they create perfect people. Immortals were also not perfect enough. Why do they have to create perfect people?
It's so troublesome, can't they not want people? When there is no one, aren't they already living a good life? Lin Shen asked in confusion.
At that time, someone asked the same question for the Emperor Intelligent Brain. Vice President Lin said with a smile, the answer given by the Emperor Intelligent Brain at that time was that, except for humans, no creature in the universe would use boredom as fun.
What's the reason? Lin Shen couldn't laugh or cry.
I can't understand it either, but that's what the Emperor Jibu said at that time, without changing a single word.
Vice President Lin said. So, what does the Emperor's intellectual brain mean to call you to say these? Lin Shen asked.
Because the experiment has reached a bottleneck, they plan to use themselves to experiment and become humans. Because they can't figure out the results themselves. No matter how they calculate, even if the 6 emperors' intelligent brains calculate together, the results they get are different every time. The chances of success and failure can be said to account for 50% each. The Emperor's intelligent brain summoned us, first, to arrange for us to maintain order in the immortal court, second, to make us always pay attention to their human body. If they have a unique tendency to self-destruct, destroy them before they return to the Emperor.
Vice President Lin took a deep breath and said, but when they were reincarnated, the 6 paths of reincarnation had a malfunction.
The reincarnation that had been chosen was not born as scheduled.
The self-consciousness of the Emperor's intelligent brain disappeared. Chapter 12:14 An Abnormal Family.
The immortal camp divided some immortals out to find the reincarnation of the Emperor, and some remained in the immortal court to maintain order in the immortal court. Among the ancient boundary areas under the charge of Vice President and includes the ancient boundary areas where Lin Shen and others are located, and 7 people who meet the standards for the reincarnation of the great Emperor were found in that ancient boundary area. Of course, whether these people were the Emperor turned around or not has to be strictly verified by other immortals. It is not just that Vice President Lin himself said. However, now Vice President Lin has determined that Lin Shen must be one of the reincarnations of the Emperor, otherwise he would not have been able to practice the technique of 100% sure win formula. There are 7 people I have found who meet the standards, and one of them must be the reincarnation of the great Emperor.
Apart from you, there should be one of the remaining 6 people. Vice President Lin said. Apart from the 4 brothers, who are the other 3 people you found?
Lin Shen only heard that the 4 brothers were reincarnated, and who are the other 3 people, Vice President Lin did not say.
Vice President Lin shook his head and said, I can't tell you. Why?
Lin Shen said in confusion.
To prevent accidents.
Vice President Lin said, if there is a great Emperor's intelligence brain that is contaminated with human bad habits and wants to dominate the universe alone, then the first thing he has to do is to kill other great Emperor's intelligence brains. Lin Shen understood what he meant, so he didn't ask any more questions. He was not the reincarnation of the Emperor anyway, so it would be useless to know this. What Lin Shen wants to figure out the most now is whether his brothers were reincarnated as the Emperor.
You said that my brothers are all reincarnated as the Emperor, why is that? Lin Shen turned around and asked.
Your 4th brother Lin Xiangdong can only read any technique once, and you can learn any other abilities.
Do you think this is normal? Vice President Lin asked back. I will never forget you after seeing it, and you will know it once you learn it. Isn't it a standard for geniuses?
Lin Shen always felt that only ordinary people like him could not remember you after seeing it.
It is very different from learning after reading it. It has good memory and strong learning ability. This is normal, but this is completely different from learning it. Of course, there are many other details, so I won't say much.
In short, the possibility of he being the reincarnation of the great Emperor is very high, and there will be almost no problem. Although your 3rd brother Lin Zongjing is not visible or exposed, and he has even been beating under others, according to my observation, the reason why he can quickly gain the trust of the master anywhere is because he calculates everything very accurately, as if everything is within his control and calculation, and even makes people feel that he can predict the future. This calculation ability is one of the obvious signs of the reincarnation of the great emperor.
I'm a little confused about your second brother.
Judging from his performance, the abilities and qualities he possesses are actually the one who looks the most like the reincarnation of the great emperor. But he is a half-human and half-mechanical body, which makes me a little worried. If he was not the reincarnation of the great emperor, his future achievements may not be inferior to the great emperor, and it is hard to say whether they will pose a threat to the universe at present.
How can you be sure that Lao Tai is my second brother? Lin Shen asked.
I can't be sure, but whether he is your second brother is not the focus of my attention. I only know that he is likely to be the reincarnation of the great emperor, but he is the one with more doubts among the 7 people.
If any one of these 7 people is not the reincarnation of the great emperor, I prefer him. Lin Shen didn't know what to say for a moment. It would be fine. There were only 5 people in their family.
If the rest besides the eldest sister, they were all reincarnated as the emperor, then this would be too strange.
What's special about their genes? Let so many emperors strive to be reincarnated into their homes. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is the reincarnation of the emperor or not.
Lin Shen's thought is, I care who you were in your previous life, as long as we are a family in this life.
The question is that the great emperor's intellectual brain is different from ordinary people, and that is hidden dangers.
If the great emperor's intellectual brain's consciousness revives and occupies the dominant position of thought, will they become less and less human, less like humans, more and more like machines, and will they eventually even abandon their brothers and sisters and lose all their humanity?
Just like Lao Tai, his style of conduct is obviously a bit non-human. If his situation becomes more serious in the future, everything acts according to the rules and has no human nature at all, then is he still the old Tai now? Lin Shen asked Vice President and again some questions.
He said everything he could and told Lin Shen everything he could say. The answer given by Vice President and is not clear about why the 3rd brother and 4th brother disappeared. He has been paying attention to the situation of Lin Shangdong and Lin Zongjing. With the strength of Vice President, it is too simple to monitor one person. It is not difficult to monitor 7 people with all your heart. At first, Lin Zongjing had been in the Imperial Barbarians. He and Lin Shangdong were investigating the second brother's affairs, which could not be hidden from Vice President. However, after their investigation found that it was not the strong men of all races who killed Lin Yin, the 2 of them disappeared shortly after. Vice President went to search for it himself, but still no trace of them was found, so he suspected that they had left the ancient realm area and came to the Immortal Court long before Lin Shen came to the Immortal Court. However, after exchanging information with another immortal just now, they did not find any traces of them in the Immortal Court, so Vice President doesn't know where Lin Shandong and Lin Zongjing went now. However, according to his judgment, he must have come to the Immortal Court, but he just hides his identity. When Vice President Lin Shenfanyan left, it cannot be said that he was letting go. If it was a life and death duel, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die. A 100% sure win does not mean that a 100% sure can kill people. There are many factors that determine life and death. Being able to hit does not mean that you will survive. The existence of Vice President should be at the level of the universe when the Emperor has not appeared, and it is definitely not that easy to kill him. Of course, Lin Shen did not think about killing Vice President. Now he knew that in addition to the Star God Palace, the Immortal Court also had another secret agency, Immortal War Camp. There are also immortals in the God-making group. When it comes to matters involving immortals, people from the Immortal War Camp usually need to come forward to solve the problem. The immortals in the Immortal War Camp are actually the clone of the Emperor in the cognition of the Star Lord. Lin Shen really wanted to find a few brothers immediately to figure out the matter, but now he needs to deal with the assassinators on Jingxing first. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to take his time and classify these peerless geniuses from various ancient realms. If they can be used for their own use, they will be recruited. If they cannot be used, they will be killed on the Well Star. Now Lin Shen has changed his mind, and he doesn't want to waste so much time on these people.
Chapter 12:15, One Move to Win.
Many powerful people on Jingxing were thinking of various ways to break through Jingxing's restrictions and escape from this damn place. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color, and a holographic projection appeared above the entire planet. It was a man wearing the robe of the Star Priest. Everyone looked at the man in the projection, but suddenly heard the man say, "My name is Ation, the Star God Palace of Zhongtian Star God Palace is now in charge of the Suzaku camp. Jingxing is now under my jurisdiction." In other words, you are all under my jurisdiction now? This sentence made many people sneer secretly. I know you are not convinced, and I think I am just a higher level than you. If it is the same level, you will not be worse than anyone else, and you will even be stronger than me. Lin Shen's words have finally entered the hearts of many people, and they do think so. If you think so, then come and fight me. I will not win with brute force or speed. Let you use the techniques you are best at. If you can persist in one move under your hands, I can make the decision to give you freedom. Let you leave, as long as one person can win, you can leave. After saying this, an uproar was suddenly over the Wellstar. Everyone thinks Lin Shen is too arrogant. They are just inferior to their level, not because they are not capable. Anyone who can come here is not talented, has constant adventures, and has extraordinary efforts. Lin Shen actually said that he could defeat all of them with just a move, which made many people sneer in their hearts. Don't accept it? If you don't accept it, come to Tianjing Lake. I'm waiting for you to challenge it here, but those who lose will listen to my orders in the future and accept the bets. After Lin Shen finished speaking, he turned the projection into a map and marked the location of Tianjing Lake. Old Jian, that person is too rampant. He dares to say that he won all the tricks and techniques with one move. He is really too ignorant. We are just low in level, which does not mean that our realm is also low. Old Jian, your one yuan sword technique has reached the realm of sword heart and enlightenment. There is no move in the world that can be broken by one move. You must participate in the battle to let him know how stupid and ignorant he is. Brother, you are the king of our universe. The fist of Zhu Ming is unparalleled and there is no one in the world to solve. Whether you can escape from the heavens depends on your punch. Sir God, that boy is too crazy. Teach him a lesson so that he can know that there is an invincible hand of God in this world. There are people everywhere on the Jingxing, inspiring strong people from the same planet to go to Tianjing Lake to challenge Lin Shen. Frera was originally very close to the lake of Tianjing, and she arrived at the lake of Tianjing, and soon saw many people coming. When he saw the swordsman of Shiman also appeared nearby, Frera walked out of secret and said hello. She knew Shiman's swordsman. Although they were considered hostile when they were in the ancient realm, in this place, people from the same ancient realm are more likely to have the idea of being in the same spirit and are more likely to form a team to survive. Frera, why are you here? Shiman's swordsman also recognized Frera and knew that although she was from the Emperor Barbarians, she had never participated in the battle between the Emperor Barbarians and the Heavenly Man race, and the two had never met on the battlefield. I originally wanted to escape from that unpleasant place, but I didn't expect that there would be an even more unpleasant place. Frera said with a strange expression, that person just now is a Tian from the Tianchi Academy, right? Shiman's swordsman naturally recognized Lin Shen and nodded slightly and said, it should be. Frera's expression became even more complicated when she heard this. Unexpectedly, after only a few years, Lin Shen not only came to the Immortal Court, but also transformed himself into a high-level position in the Immortal Court, but instead became a prisoner. I'm here to challenge you, come out. As the two of them spoke, an old man with white hair and an extremely majestic figure came to the shore of Tianjing Lake and shouted loudly at Tianjing Lake. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Are you willing to accept the loss? Lin Shen's voice came from the lake. If I lose, I will naturally accept the loss. If you lose, will you keep your promise and let all of us leave? Old man Jianruo Jian said heroically, standing by the lake. Of course, as long as you can take my move and never defeat me, I will let everyone go. Lin Shen stepped onto the water, and in a few steps, he had already reached the shore, standing opposite Mr. Jian. Okay, then you can try my Yuan sword technique. Old Jian stretched out his hand and a sword weapon flew out of his body. With a sword in hand, the sword intent on the whole body burst out wildly, and suddenly the sound of swords outside the courtyard lake sounded one after another. All the people with swords were chirping wildly, as if they had encountered some extremely terrifying creature, a woman screaming hysterically. One sword shocked thousands of swords. That old man is the sword master.
Finally someone realized something and said in horror at the old sword standing there.
Many people have seen that Jian Lao is the king of sword Dao. Those who were eager to try and wanted to challenge Lin Shen first stopped. There was a Dharma king who came forward to challenge him.
Maybe they didn't need to take action at all.
Lin Shen was about to be defeated.
Then see if he would keep his promise and let everyone go.
Here is a Dharma king from the way up. I'm afraid that one move will be difficult to win.
Frera shook her head slightly.
If she fought with her strength, it would not be impossible to kill Mr. Jian with one move. After all, the gods in the immortal court have a level advantage. If Lin Shen is a superior god, it would be better to be surprised to crush the sword with one move. But if he wanted to defeat the sword master with pure moves, he only used one move. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that this was a bit arrogant.
He is not an arrogant person. Shiman Swordsman said lightly. You take action first. If I take action first, you won't even have a chance to take action.
Lin Shen casually broke a reed by the lake and said lightly to Old Jian. Old Jian's face changed slightly. In the past, he was so pretentious when he was in his ancient realm area, and others had to be dealt with by him. At this time, Lin Shen treated him like this, which made him feel a strange feeling.
However, in just a moment, Master Jian had already returned to his normal mentality.
He should practice his mind first.
Master Jian had reached the state of sword heart and enlightenment, so how could he be shaken by a few words? Okay, then you can take my move and start again.
Old Jian stabbed it out with a sword. The sword intent was flawless, and the sword technique was like an antelope hanging on its horns without traces. It seemed that there was only one sword, but after this sword, it seemed that there was endless changes, making people unable to see where the sword was about to stab. The sword is like a god, the man is like a sword, the sword heart is connected to the god, and the man and the sword are united. This sword made many peerless powerful men a little shocked. The sword's realm was so high that it had reached an unimaginable level. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the god in the sword.
Chapter 12:16 The Lonely God.
Tens of millions of people come from different ancient realms, and they are among the best in their ancient realms, and even arbitrary existences.
Seeing the sword's sword, I couldn't help but be amazed.
The sword master's sword has been extremely wonderful in the sword art, and the mystery of change lies in one heart. Perhaps this is not the strongest sword in the world, but it is undoubtedly the most mysterious sword. The sword move has exhausted all the changes in the world. Unless it is broken with brute force, no one can think of how to break such an anti-simple and return to the truth, but it contains endless changes in the future. With just one move, no matter where you start, this sword will produce corresponding changes and crack. This sword is already magical, I'm not as good as that.
The moment Master Jian took action, Shiman Swordsman sighed.
People were staring at Lin Shen to see how he could break this sword that seemed to have exhausted all changes and return to nature.
If you break it with brute force, it is equivalent to admitting defeat. If you break it with speed, it is also a loss.
It seems that no matter what, Lin Shen can no longer win. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Shen raised his arm and stabbed the reed pole in his hand. It was an ordinary thorn, as if he was a primary school student who was a beginner in sword, twisting, and it looked unhappy and powerless, let alone anything amazing. But the moment the sword stabbed out, the face of the old sword changed, the face of the swordman Shiman's swordsman changed, and Frera's face also changed, and almost all the people watching the battle changed. All those who can come here are geniuses. Naturally, none of them are weak people, and none of them are blind people with poor eyesight. Lin Shen's sting looked ordinary, but in their eyes, it felt difficult to predict where the sword was stabbed.
This situation is almost incredible for them.
Especially Mr. Jian, his sword art is already compatible with the spirit and can respond to all changes with the unchanging conditions. The way of changing sword skills is already completely in his heart. No matter how much any sword skills change, it is beyond his expectations. But the sword elder could not tell it all about this sword, where Lin Shen stabbed. The sword master's 10th century was completely transformed into a defensive momentum, and he did not seek to make achievements, but he wanted to make mistakes. In the eyes of others, such a defensive momentum was perfect and had no flaws. However, the reeds in Lin Shen's hand stabbed in the flash of the sword light. It was not too fast and there was no strong power. Everyone could see clearly, but it was difficult to understand how Lin Shen's thorn penetrated. Blood splattered, and a blood mark appeared on the sword's wrist. The hand holding the sword involuntarily released, and the clanging sound of his hand fell to the ground. Jian Lao looked blankly at Lin Shen and the reeds in his hand, and everyone else looked at Jian Lao and Jin, who fell to the ground in shock. They didn't understand why such a perfect sword would lose. They all saw it clearly, but they didn't understand it. This is the most terrifying and damaging mentality. If you don't see clearly, it's understandable. You can see clearly, but you don't see clearly. This has caused a serious blow to their hearts. Will you abide by the bet? Lin Shen asked, looking at the dazed old man Jian. Only then did Mr. Jian seem to have regained his soul. His face turned blue and white, which was even more exciting than the Sichuan opera face change. He traveled through tens of thousands of swords in the universe and made a one-man sword to spread the world. He has never been defeated since he was promoted to immortality. But he was defeated today, and he was extremely miserable. He was defeated by someone with a sword, but still couldn't figure out how he lost. I have been practicing sword for thousands of years. It's really useless to practice it. I can't even understand the sword technique. It's better not to practice this sword. Old Jian reached out and grabbed it, sucked the sword into his hand, held the hilt in one hand, pinched the tip of the sword with the other, and used both hands to break his own sword. When the sword was broken, old Jian himself also spit out a mouthful of blood. It was his life-based sword, and the sword was damaged by others. That old man is so unreasonable. If you can't beat him, practice more. Why blame his sword? The sword is not wrong. It's him who is injured. The sword is the one who is injured. If that sword can speak, he will definitely scold his 8 generations of ancestors. A man muttered among the crowd watching the battle. The voice was not loud, but everyone around him heard it. Although he felt that this was a bit damaging, the truth was good. He could not beat the sword and could not exert any excitement. It can be seen that the sword master was still not yet able to practice, but he was just older. It has nothing to do with me whether you practice swords in the future. I just ask you whether you keep your promise? Lin Shen said lightly. What I say will count naturally, and you will follow your orders in the future. Old Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. Very good, you're waiting aside. Lin Shen glanced around and looked at the peerless geniuses and asked, who else wants to challenge me? I'll fight you. One person broke out and came to Lin Shen. Most of these people are powerful masters. How could they be easily tamed if they were once invincible in the world? If Mr. Jian doesn't do it, that's his food. Others don't think they will be as good as Mr. Jian. What you are good at, just use it. Lin Shen said to the visitor. He was lazy to care about the kind of person who came and competed with moves. Except for the Emperor level, no one in this universe can defeat his 100% surefire technique. Everyone comes and all kinds of moves are useless. Just like Lin Shen can't beat Vice President, and even if he uses all kinds of tricks, it is the same as if he wants to beat Lin Shen with a simple technique. Lin Shen was lazy and talked more nonsense, but the person who came did not take action immediately. He stood there sideways, leaving only Lin Shen with a perfect side face, and said casually, I have forgotten what my name is. In the ancient times, because of an accident, I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, billions of years had passed, and the world had experienced several civilization changes. When I woke up, I found that the mutated martial arts that have been mutated by the devil have been constantly operating for billions of years, giving me the strong power and the ability to live immortality. I traveled through the universe and continued to learn and grow over the endless years. I don't know what level I have reached or how strong I am. I only know that the people I know have died in batches. Even if they are immortal Dharma kings, they will eventually die in the immortal court in the repeated death disasters. Only I am still living alone in that universe, and even an opponent can't be found. Later, the people there gave me a nickname, called God. Something was delayed today, so my friends have been waiting for a long time.
Chapter 12:17 I want to challenge my bottom line.
Lin Shen looked at the man without saying anything and was lazy to pay attention to it. God turned around and looked at Lin Shen and said, I said this, just to tell you that I don't even know how strong I am. So when fighting with me, you don't need to control your own strength, use your strength, I want to challenge my bottom line.
As soon as this statement was spoken, it was an uproar.
There were so many heroes, and no one was the former hero. This guy who claimed to be a god was a bit arrogant and arrogant. Boasting about themselves like this makes them look weak, and they are climbing up on their faces.
If you are really so capable, how could you be caught and sent here?
What should you pretend here?
Someone snorted coldly with disdain.
A ascensioner who was in the same ancient realm with God, heard this and said, every word that Lord God said is true. He is such a person.
I come from the same ancient realm as him.
In our place, he is a person like God. We all call him Lord God. When he ascended, no one in the south gate of heaven was his opponent, and he could not force out the true strength of Lord God. It was those despicable guys who used our lives to threaten Lord God, so Lord God would surrender.
Everyone was surprised when they heard this.
After they rushed into the immortal court, they basically fought with the Star Lords in the immortal court, and most of them were suppressed by force. This guy who claimed to be the gods actually made those Star Lords powerless, and they were indeed a bit proud. Lin Shen looked at Lord Shen with interest, but said lightly, rules are rules.
I will not change the rules because of anyone, and you are no exception. It's okay, I will let you take action.
Lord God smiled slightly, and a terrifying light like a god rose up on his body. Lord God didn't know that he had lived for billions of years. Although the energy in the ancient realm was not as high as the immortal court, over time, the energy accumulated and absorbed over billions of years has been accumulated from quantitative change to qualitative change in his body, and then continues to accumulate and continue to qualitative change. Lord God's power is indeed far superior to the lower-level gods, and even the middle-level gods.
He is also an alien.
He has not understood the way of ghosts and gods. His simple energy accumulation makes his own power exceed the median god and reach the level of the upper god and man. In addition, after he understood the way of ghosts and gods, his current ability is placed in the immortal court, which is also at a relatively high level.
The assassinator who came up with him did not lie.
There was indeed no god who could fight him at the Nanshanmen. All the star priests were defeated by him. In the end, they used disgraceful means to make Lord God surrender. But part of the reason is that there were no superior gods in the Nanshanmen at that time. At the beginning, the major star priests thought that sending only the middle gods was enough to control the situation. Unexpectedly, so many people would rush to the immortal court, and unexpectedly, there would be aliens like gods inside. Later, all the 6 major star gods sent superior gods to take charge, but Lord God came up too early and did not meet them. Seeing the light on Lord God's body constantly condensed, it seemed as if it was protected by brilliant gods. The energy fluctuations emitted by him had already changed their colors. No matter what the realm of this god is, this terrifying energy alone is no longer comparable to that here. After all, those who ascended were all lower levels who had just understood the way of ghosts and gods. It is difficult to find an alien like Lord God, and it is normal that he is not as strong as him.
There are all kinds of talents among the heavens and all worlds.
Lin Shen felt the glorious fluctuations on Lord God's body, and could probably judge that the level of power of this person should be comparable to the upper level. However, because he had a low level before, he understood the way of ghosts and gods after reading the inheritance techniques demonstrated by the world god. Although his power has reached its level, his realm has not yet reached its peak, and the method of using power has become a little rougher. Many assassinators were shocked to see that Lord God's power was still increasing.
Everyone had just ascended not long ago, but why was his power and level so terrible? Are you still sticking to your rules now?
Under Jingxing's imprisonment of the power of ghosts and gods, Lord Shen's body slowly floated up, using his own strength to fight against the power of ghosts and gods and supergravity.
If you don't take action, just replace the other one.
Lin Shen said lightly. Such power is indeed very strong for people in the ancient realm area, but in the immortal court, such strength is just a superior, and an ordinary superior. In Lin Shen's opinion, Lord Shen's tone and pride is a bit ridiculous, and he is lazy and nonsense.
Since that's the case, then take my blow. Lord Shen smiled slightly, pointed his right finger in a flower-shaped manner, and then gently flicked Lin Shen.
The power of this bullet was like a force that kicked off the world. The terrifying light on his body followed the power of the bullet, like a curtain covering the sky, towards Lin Shen.
There is no trick at all, it is pure power. Lord Shen wants to suppress Lin Shen with absolute power.
Everyone was shocked when they saw the power of Lord God's attack, and there was such a terrifying power in such a place. Some people secretly glowed in their hearts, thinking that Lin Shen had said too much before. Lord Shen was so strong that he could directly defeat others with his strength. Even if he followed, he could not say a word of brokenness. Naturally, he would lose the bet. At this time, someone began to think in his mind that if Lin Shen lost, would he really keep his promise and let them go? Lin Shen looked at the brilliant glory in front of him, but raised his right hand to act like a pistol, and then made a gun. This action looks a bit childish, and it doesn't seem to have any amazing power, not even a slight fluctuation of power. When people were wondering in their hearts, they suddenly saw the strongest part of the glory, which was directly penetrated by ordinary invisible forces. The glory that was as bright as a cover of the sky was also cracked as if it was cut by scissors. The invisible power was as powerful as it seemed, and it came to Lord God without any effort. Endless light burst out from Lord God's palm, and the space in front of his palm was twisted with his fingers, the law broke, and the space collapsed. The power of this hand was so strong that it could distort time and space. The hand of God, that is Lord God's hand of God, the supreme skill that can tear the void and break time, the invincible technique in the world. The man who ascended up in the same ancient realm as Lord God, when he saw Lord God use this move, he suddenly screamed excitedly.
In his impression, this is an invincible technique, a godlike existence that can distort time and space, smash the past and the future, and an invincible blow.
But the next second, the excitement on the man's face instantly frozen, and his whole body seemed to have become petrified. He stared at everything that was happening in front of him with wide eyes.
Bang! Lord God's palm was directly penetrated by the invisible force, and the power continued to penetrate Lord God's chest.
Blood suddenly splashed out, splashing in the air like petals. Under the strong inertia, Lord Shen's body was taken back and fell heavily to the ground, pushing the mud by the lake out of a deep ditch, slid out more than 10 meters before stopping. Lord Shen lay on his back in the mud ditch, looking at Lin Shen standing calmly by the lake, with no smug expression on his face, as if he had done normal work. His eyes were full of shock. Chapter 12:18 Ghosts and Gods Are Hard to Stop.
Everyone was shocked.
Lord Shen's powerful power was so vulnerable in front of Lin Shen, which forced many people to re-estimate the true strength of the immortal court.
Frera's face was a little complicated,
and the swordsman of Shiman frowned in thought, as if he was thinking that if Lin Shen's finger came to him, whether he could resolve the power of that finger. The conclusion he came to was not optimistic. The level gap is too big, you can't fight with force.
Someone shook his head and sighed. Everyone had the same idea at this time.
With such a big level gap, it would definitely not work hard. They could only win with their skills, which was also their only chance. Lord God stood up from the ground regardless of the wound on his body. His wounds had healed automatically, and the soil stained on his body had automatically peeled off. Everyone thought that Lord God wanted to fight again. After all, he just lost his strength and had no comparison in skills.
I lost.
Lord Shen said, turned around and left. Others thought he just lost power, but he knew in his heart that his divine hand could not catch that power, and he had already lost in technique.
With Lord God's surrender, outside the temple lake suddenly fell into death-like silence.
When Lin Shen said that he would let the next person come up, no one answered. Those who can come here are all proud people, but pride is not stupid. They have seen the huge gap in level and power between themselves and Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen said that he would not win with brute force and speed, a high-level understanding of power will definitely have an advantage over the low-level understanding. If they want to defeat Lin Shen, they must have an overwhelming advantage in their techniques. However, the swordmaster, Jin Dao, who had just realized the unity of man and sword, was unable to beat Lin Shen in his technique. It would be easier to win him in technique. Many people were thinking about how to break this situation, because they couldn't think of it for a while, so no one stood up at this time. Level suppression is too fierce. If it were the same level, even if it was not won by its strength, the competition technique would not be as difficult as it is now. Give me some time. After I understand the realm laws of this immortal court, what's the difficulty of defeating him? What is compared is the technique, but the worst is the level. Many people believe that it is the gap between level and cognition, not the gap between techniques, which is really that big. Seeing that no one responded, Lin Shen was about to ask again, but he saw a familiar figure walking out. Everyone looked at the figure and saw a person wrapped in pink carapace and holding a pink sword in his arms. Because his whole body was covered with carapace, he couldn't see clearly his appearance. However, I dare to stand up at this time, and I think I must have thought of a solution. Everyone wants to know how this person will break Lin Shen's advantage. Are you still inferior? Christine stopped opposite Lin Shen, staring at Lin Shen with a burning gaze and asked. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They had already determined that Lin Shen was a superior god, but Christine said that if he was inferior, it seemed a bit mentally retarded. Such power cannot be just inferior, no matter how you look at it. How could an inferior god make Lord God look like that? That's right. Lin Shen answered Christine. He was already very conservative. In theory, he was not even in the lower position now and was still at the nirvana level. It's impossible, he is the lower level, just like us. For a moment, the faces of many strong men became a little strange. They thought Lin Shen's level was much higher than them, and they could still accept failure, but it could be said that it was because of the level gap. But now someone told them that Lin Shen is the same level as theirs, which makes them unacceptable. Old Jian, who was defeated just now, widened his eyes when he heard this and spit out a mouthful of blood again. Lord Shen also looked back at Lin Shen in disbelief, as if he didn't believe Lin Shen or the lower level. They were a little unbelievable, but they knew in their hearts that they were just prisoners, and Lin Shen had no need to deceive them on such things. Christine got the answer, nodded slightly, said nothing, but just put it in his hand, holding the scabbard in one hand and the hilt in the other, staring at Lin Shen with a burning gaze. There were some words that Christine couldn't say in public, he just wanted to express, and he caught up. Lin Shen looked at Christine and said nothing. He knew that Christine would not miss this opportunity and would definitely decide the winner with him. This guy is just a martial arts madman. Christine held the hilt of the sword in his hand, but did not immediately draw the sword out of the sheath. She stared at Lin Shen and said, I have observed the appearance of ghosts and gods, realized the wonders of peerless magical skills, and combined with what I have learned, and created a sword technique called the Breaking Heaven Sword. Everyone was surprised to hear that Christine wanted to fight Lin Shen with swordsmanship. The swordsman's sword king has been defeated, which means that the strongest swordsman has been defeated. No matter how strong your swordsman is, can you still be stronger than the swordsman? Lin Shen didn't think so. He knew that although Christine used a sword, he was not a real swordsman, and his power actually had little to do with the sword system. Get out your sword. Lin Shen said to Christine. Don't hold back. Christine said, then drew her sword directly. If the Sword Elder's sword is the king of the sword, then Christine's sword is just a tool in his hand. He was holding his sword in his hand, so he used sword technique. If he was holding a knife in his hand, then he was using sword technique at this time. It doesn't matter what a weapon is. The moment the sword is unsheathed, there is only a light left in everyone's eyes, a light that divides the world into two halves. Wherever light comes, everything is divided into two halves, and even the tiniest particles cannot escape the cutting of the light. The space was cut by the light, leaving an indelible trace. The light that could not be stopped seemed to rush to the end of the universe and split the universe in half. Silent, extremely restrained, but extremely cruel, unstoppable, and invincible sword. The moment the sword light suddenly appeared, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if the sword light would split their bodies in half. Although this was just an illusion, it still made people feel numb and they retreated unconsciously. Although Christine's sword was not as changeable as the sword's sword, it can even be said that there were not many changes or followers, and there was a sense of being determined to do so. But because of this sword full of flaws has no more flaws.
The best defense is attack. I can destroy the world with one blow, so why do I need to make any changes afterwards? The sword comes out and the sky breaks.
Everyone could see that Christine's sword had already left the scope of swordsmanship, and his energy and power had sublimated to another level in this sword, a blow that transcended his own level limit. This person is already mysterious. It is hard to stop ghosts and gods.
An ascensioner couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 12-19 Fighting the Heroes Alone. Lin Shen knew Christine better than others.
This sword included some things like the separation method, the sun shooting technique and the inheritance technique. These things are not simple fusions, but truly fusions with Christine's own abilities, pushing the separation method to a new level. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and the folding fan appeared in his hand. He was thrown out and turned into a butterfly floating in the air, facing Christine. Facing Christine's sword that devoted all his life and spirit to almost all his life and spirit, Lin Shen could not only respond with reeds as if he was dealing with Jian Lao. Butterflies and light intersect in the air, just like the most beautiful encounter in the universe. But the next second, the butterfly passed by the sword light, crossed Christine's cheek, rotated beautifully in the air, and flew back to Lin Shen's hand. During this process, the sword in Christine's hand continued to change, as gorgeous as the aurora chasing a butterfly, but she could not touch the strange folding fan. It sounds very slow, but in fact it was just a matter of a moment. When the folding fan returned to Lin Shen's hand, a blood mark appeared on Christine's face and her cheek was cut by the folding fan. Such attack was actually broken. Many people felt cold in their hearts. Christine's sword was almost a perfect combination of strength, skills and will, and it was actually broken so easily by a folding fan, which was simply unbelievable.
It's really troublesome for you to come one by one. Don't waste time, let's go together.
Lin Shen didn't say that he wanted to show off one-on-one with them. He needed to end the matter here quickly and get the Zhuke camp on the right track so that he could do his own thing.
Go together. Everyone was stunned.
Although they have already had a clear understanding of Lin Shen's strength, with their pride, few people have thought of joining forces with others to siege Lin Shen. After all, they are all promising sons of heaven and the heroes of the world, and most people have no face to do such things.
Not to mention getting together, many people don't bother to fight one. But now Lin Shen actually asked them to join together. This naked contempt immediately made many people who were still hesitating could no longer bear it. I'll fight you.
An immortal Dharma king rushed over, his body like a rainbow, and his fists like a dream, as if it had penetrated the long river of time.
Bang! The man came and went quickly.
Lin Shen actually approached him in one step, not only causing his fist to fall, but also directly knocked him out with his shoulders. I have a sword that can kill the immortals and mortals, and the heaven and earth return to the gods. A man came with a big knife in his hand, and thunder and lightning roared in the sky, as if he was urging his voice. With one knife, lightning fell on the blade at the same time. The lightning flashed on the knife, as if the thunder god possessed it, and slashed towards Lin Shen with one knife. Before his knife could fall, Lin Shen kicked it out, and the foot actually kicked the man's elbow from an extremely strange angle. The man suddenly felt as if his elbow was shocked, and he suddenly shrank back, and the big knife wrapped in his hand fell down. Lin Shen passed by the man without stopping, and his figure flashed away as if it had accelerated, and rushed into the crowd. Lin Shen slapped each other and fought wildly with those powerful men from all over the world. At first, most of the strong people were unwilling to participate in the battle like this, and even if they won, they would not be glorious. However, Lin Shen defeated several strong men with just a few encounters, but no one could have taken a move under him. Moreover, when Lin Shen was so forced, almost everyone was ignited, and they all showed their power and rushed towards Lin Shen. The stars change, no grass grows, and I eat a single star without a fist. The true mystery and Wuji are reversed, and the great universe reverses the killing technique. Blasting, star, fist. The God gives me strength, the protection of God. All spirits in heaven and earth, listen to my orders, all spirits will come out together. A variety of terrifying skills continued to kill Lin Shen, and almost everywhere, mysterious techniques and magical skills were rarely seen in the world, crazily besieging Lin Shen. Lin Shen grabbed Duing Bushing's fist with his right hand, and directly broke his wrist, bounced his left leg with force, and flew backwards, and kicked the person who used the Great Chin Kuan reversal killing technique to fly away with his right leg. The folding fan flipped in his hand, suppressed the bombarded Starfist, and then quickly sang and pulled out the two guys who were summoning the gods to possess them. Lin Shen fought against the crowd with one enemy, and the people killed for a while were overwhelmed, and many powerful people did not have a single general. Seeing Lin Shen so rampant, more and more strong people ended up, almost everyone was ready to move forward and compete with Lin Shen. Under the siege of tens of millions of people, Lin Shen was as invincible as a demon god. All kinds of mysterious martial arts and techniques were instantly broken in front of Lin Shen, and no one could stop him.
It's too strong, why is he so strong?
Frera's eyes shaking, and she was in a difficult mood.
Before, Lin Shen was very reluctant to defeat her. Now, he fought against the powerful people in the heavens and all worlds with one force, but no one could stop him from attacking. What a powerful method, and until now, Lin Shen has not used faster speeds and stronger powers than them. It's only been so long that he's so powerful. They could see Lin Shen's every move clearly, but they could not escape even if they could not break it. Lin Shen made one move with one move, like cutting melons and vegetables. I don't know how many peerless geniuses were defeated by him in one move. The swordsman of Shiman was also inspiring. Lin Shen used his own strength to blow up countless heroes in the world of heaven. No matter how mysterious your skills, abilities, and techniques were, no matter how powerful your skills were, they would be like a baby, like a baby. Is he really just a lower rank? The people who couldn't squeeze in and besiege Lin Shen, and the more they watched the battle, the more they looked, the more they felt disappointed. No matter how angry and unwilling they were in their hearts, they knew more clearly that no one was Lin Shen's opponent and was not of the same level at all, which made them all suspect that Lin Shen was not at the lower level at all. Their suspicion was correct. Lin Shen was indeed not at the lower level, but his level was lower than they thought, not higher. Countless geniuses were killed, but they saw a man suddenly rising up, and under the shackles of the power of ghosts and gods and supergravity, they actually flew in the sky like that. It was a woman who didn't know what ancient world came from. At this time, the holy light on her body rose, as if she was descending to earth. She muttered, "When we fight alone, no one is his opponent. Please use my help to help me defeat him and give everyone a freedom. Everything has spirit, rise." The woman's fingers danced quickly, forming a series of magic seals. Everyone felt a little stunned. The power in her body actually escaped from her body and flew towards the woman's fingers. Although some people refuse to lend their own power, as long as a small number of people are willing to lend their power, it is an extremely terrifying number. The woman's fingers became stronger and stronger, and in a blink of an eye it was already terrifying and unimaginable. At least tens of millions of strong men lent some of their own strength to the woman. The woman's whole person was wrapped in that terrifying force, like a huge sun descending from the sky, and the light emitted by it made everything pale. The terrifying power makes people suspect that her attack may destroy the entire planet, and even penetrate the entire Suzaku galaxy. You can still admit defeat now, this is your last chance. The woman looked down at Lin Shen like a sun goddess. The others had retreated, leaving only the woman in the air looking at Lin Shen in the open space. This is also your last chance. Lin Shen said lightly at the woman. The stubbornness. The woman was no longer talking nonsense, and her handprints were cast, and the terrifying power hit the sky violently, like the sun hitting the planet at the speed of light. Fuck, that woman is crazy, she will kill everyone like this. Everyone was shocked and angry, and it was too late to regain the power they had lent to women. Chapter 12:20 Stable Order. In Lin Shen's eyes, the ubiquitous lines of nothingness were already bright and dazzling at this time, and each line was twisted into distortion. This means that the power that a woman will use will affect the line of nothingness on a large scale, which means that all possibilities nearby will be affected. The 100% must-win formula is to choose one of the most likely one among countless possibilities, even if it is only 1 in a billion chance, it can hit it accurately. But the premise is that there are possibilities.
Generally speaking, manpower cannot calculate all possibilities and cannot achieve perfection. Therefore, no matter what kind of technique, the formula can be broken 100% sure to win. But now the woman has gathered the power of tens of millions of people. At this time, the power she gathered is even far beyond the power that the superior gods can burst out. The nearby lines of nothingness have been affected and there is no choice at all.
It's like dropping a nuclear bomb during a fight. How do you break it with your fists and feet?
Lin Shen can only say that there are so many people from the ancient world area, and this woman is just a madman. Lin Shen can escape by himself, which is not difficult. Because the woman's realm and control are not enough, but the power of the condensation is strong enough, it is not difficult for Lin Shen to escape.
But after her attack, so many people in the ancient realm area might not survive, and even Jingxing might be destroyed. This is not something Lin Shen can tolerate. Less than a day after taking over the Zhuke camp, Jingxing was killed and all the people coming up from below died. How could he explain to the 6 stars palaces when he went back? When the others saw the woman so crazy, they were all shocked and wanted to escape from the Jingxing, but there were not many people who could ascend to this Jingxing. The power of ghosts and gods and supergravity made most people have no chance to escape. Even so, there are still some people who can force themselves to fly. However, at their speed, they don't know how long it takes to fly out of the atmosphere of the Wellstar, and it is probably difficult to escape the impact. Everyone watched the light emitted by the woman, and it hit the sun, and the light became stronger and stronger, as if it was about to devour the entire world. Seeing the sun-like light falling, Lin Shen still stood there without any intention of dodging. When the light reached his front, he raised his arm and slammed the sun-like light with a palm. Everyone felt that Lin Shen's move was like a mantis chariot. No matter how strong his power was, how could he be stronger than the combined attack power of tens of millions of people? But the next second, the sun-like light was under the palm of the forest, as if it was bombarded by an unparalleled huge force. The sun-like light flew backwards at a speed of hundreds or thousands of times faster than before. The woman didn't react at all. The sun-like light had already hit her body, and with her body, it rushed out of the atmosphere and into the void, flying towards the boundless void like a meteor, and it could no longer be seen in a blink of an eye. Everyone looked at Lin Shen in horror. The power of Lin Shen's palm shocked them all, making them suddenly realize that the gods and man seemed to be more powerful and terrifying than they imagined. They really thought about such terrifying power. Ordinary gods and men dared not take the lead in taking over such terrifying power, and it was even more impossible for them to fly out like Lin Shen. The reason why Lin Shen was able to do this is not because his own strength was strong enough. In fact, no matter how strong his strength was, he could not withstand such abnormal power. The reason why I was able to knock that power away so easily was entirely because of the effect of reversing the light of destiny. The stronger the enemy's strength, the stronger the strength, and the force of fighting head-on and reversing the light of fate is invincible. Others didn't know the details, and their eyes when they looked at Lin Shen became extremely complex. With every move, Lin Shen is able to easily break various techniques and possess such terrible power. In their eyes, Lin Shen is like the omnipotent villain boss. Who else wants to challenge? Lin Shen's eyes swept across the faces of thousands of strong men, but no one responded. Since no one challenges me, I will act according to my rules in the future. If someone violates the rules, they will rise up and kill them. Lin Shen directly projected the rules he set globally. While everyone was looking at the projection rules in the sky, they saw that the woman who had just been punched into the void appeared strangely at the location where she was just now. I didn't die. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of ability the crazy woman used, but she was hit by such a terrifying force and did not die. However, seeing the crazy woman's face was full of horror, she thought that she would have to pay a huge price to survive. Seeing Lin Shen looking at him, the crazy woman immediately said, I am willing to accept the loss of the bet, and I will follow you in the future. Lin Shen glanced at the crazy woman and said nothing. If it was really for the sake of order, the crazy woman should be eliminated, and at least she should be imprisoned. But Lin Shen did not really want to stabilize the situation. Only when the water was muddy could he have the chance to get his own people out of the star realm, so he would keep the crazy woman. No one objected, so Lin Shen left Jingxing himself. He did not live on Jingxing. There were 7 galaxies under the Zhuke camp. Jingxing was just one of the planets in the Tikto galaxy. If more people from the ancient realm are sent here in the future, they will be sent to other planets. This will be the destination of people from the ancient realm in the future.
Lin Shen returned to his place of residence and observed remotely for a few days. He saw that those people were quite honest. Although there were many thorns, some people stood up to maintain the rules set by Lin Shen. No matter what purpose they were for, Jingxing formed a stable order in a very short time. Lin Shen observed the people he knew again. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with them, he teleported away from the star constellation field and returned to the giant ring star. There are some things he needs to ask his second brother Lao Tai, hoping to get the answers from him. When Lin Shen met Lao Tai was wearing a floral apron, holding a bottle in one hand and holding Xiaojiu in the other, feeding Xiaojiu. Seeing Lin Shen, Lao Tai's half of his face turned a little red. Xiaojiu also saw Lin Shen, and immediately stretched out his little hand to Lin Shen, screaming. Lin Shen reached out to carry Xiaojiu over and found that Xiaojiu had grown up a little more, and the feel was obviously heavier than before. Xiaojiu, do you miss your father? Lin Shen rubbed Xiaojiu's nose with his nose. Yeah. Xiaojiu couldn't speak, not knowing what he was saying. His little hand touched Lin Shen's head, and one of his little hand grabbed his ear. Lin Shen teased Xiaojiu for a while, and had no time to talk to Lao Tai, so he had to take the toy and want Xiaojiu to play with it by himself. Unfortunately, Xiaojiu is not interested in ordinary toys at all and wants nothing. Lin Shen was so entangled that he could not let it go, so he put Xiaojiu into her stroller, and she grabbed Lin Shen's sleeves and kept on putting it on her eyes. It seemed that there were crystal tears in his eyes. Lin Shen was really unable to put her down. Finally, he saw Xiaojiu interested in the watch in his hand. Lin Shen took off the watch and gave it to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu then sat obediently in the stroller, fiddling with the watch on his own. Chapter 1221, A Strategy to Break the Deadlock. Lin Shen talked about things with Lao Tai, and Xiaojiu was fiddling with his watch. This watch is the intact mechanical watch that Lin Shen wore himself. Because the owner has been set, even if others take it, they will not be able to open it anyway. Only then will Lin Shen be at ease to play with Xiaojiu. But he didn't see that Xiaojiu pointed his finger on the screen and turned on the watch. He didn't know why he pressed it randomly, and actually turned on the teleportation function. When Lin Shen, who was talking to Lao Tai, found it, it was too late. When Lao Tai and Lin Shen rushed over, their watches and Xiaojiu disappeared. Lao Tai's palm tore the void, but he was unable to pull Xiaojiu back. Lin Shen's face turned green. He lost his daughter as soon as he came back. What's the matter? But he didn't know how Xiaojiu was teleported out. He was obviously the only one who could control the watch. Where did Xiaojiu teleport? Let's go find her now. Lao Tai said coldly. Lin Shen said with a bitter face, I don't know where she teleported. It records the planetary coordinates of almost the entire universe. I don't know which one of her points is. You can't wait, look for it from the most likely place. Old railway. The problem is that there is no watch, so I can't go outside the ancient realm area. Lin Shen was worried that something might happen to the wine, but now he couldn't think of a solution. Give me the broken piece and I'll try to fix it. Maybe it can take us to find the wine. Lao Tai said with his hand. Lin Shen took the broken piece to Lao Tai. Lao Tai took the watch back to his room, took out some tools from somewhere, and began to dismantle the broken watch. Above the well star, dozens of people including Crazy Woman, Old Jian, Lord Shin, Tianjiu, etc. were talking about something in a valley. Although the Crazy Woman, Old Jian and Lord Shin were all defeated by Lin Shen, they were just a few of the people who were most willing to abide by the rules. They have been planning how to defeat Lin Shen and escape from Jingxing. That Tian is definitely not a lower level. Those are just bluffs. The lower level cannot have that power. The Crazy Woman said coldly. Yes, I suspect that Christine is a person from the Star God Palace, just a trustee. Otherwise, with his strength and achievements, how could he surrender so easily and become a person who maintains order so quickly?
Tianjoyo said with a shit. It's precisely this reason.
That Christine is definitely the traitor placed among us by the Star God Palace.
Old Jian agreed with Tianjoyo's statement very much.
Others also agreed very much, thinking that Christine must be a spy. Whether he is a spy or not has a big impact on us.
The key now is, what way can we defeat that Tian?
According to the rules he set, as long as one of us can defeat him, we can be free at any time.
Lord God said. How to fight?
His power and skills are impossible to win unless we continue to improve the level, said Jian Lao.
That's not necessarily.
Lord God looked at the sky with a slight angle of 45 horns and said, do you think his palm is very strong? But that is not his real strength.
You may not understand it, but I can see the clue.
His palm used the means of yin and yang exchange and exchanged the strong and the weak, so it seems that it is so strong. In fact, it is not his own power. My hand of God can actually restrain this power, but my power is not enough to beat him head-on.
If I can borrow the power of millions of people like a crazy woman, I can defeat him.
It's useless to have the power of tens of millions of people.
It's not just as powerful as it is.
We can't understand the changes in techniques at all. The crazy woman said indifferently. Everyone was a little silent, but old Jian suddenly said, actually, I have a way to break his tricks.
Everyone looked at old Jian with a little doubtful look.
Although his sword technique was mysterious, he was defeated so badly under Lin Shen.
Now he said that he had a way to defeat Lin Shen, so naturally no one was willing to believe it.
Jian Lao knew that they did not believe in themselves, so he said to himself, my sword technique has reached the realm of unity of man and sword. Theoretically, there is no technique in the world that can exceed my expectations, but his moves exceed my expectations.
There is only one possibility.
He has reached the realm of unity of man and nature, able to sense the subtle changes in the world, integrate with the universe, and understand the laws of all things, so that he can achieve such an invincible attack.
Everyone felt that what Mr. Jian said was some truth.
If it weren't for this state, it wouldn't be possible to break their unique skills with just one move.
Tell me, how do you break the art of unity between man and nature?
The mad woman suddenly spoke and asked, looking at old Jian. After this battle, I have realized that although I have not reached the state of unity between man and nature, it has made me think of a way to break the unity between man and nature. Old Jian was slightly proud and said, stroking his beard.
What else do you keep from selling? Lord Jian said a little dissatisfied.
Although the unity of man and nature can sense the laws of all things and is omnipotent, there is one defect that cannot be regarded as a defect, that is, Tian, said Mr. Jian.
What is Tian? Tianjoyo asked.
The so-called will of heaven is irreversible, that is, the laws of heaven are irreversible, and once activated, they are irreversible and cannot be changed.
In other words, heaven is irreversible.
If he is truly a unity of man and nature, then after he takes action, there is no way to change his move.
Jian Lao explained. Lord Shen curled his lips when he heard this. What kind of flaw is this? He broke other people's tricks by taking action. Why do you need to change your tricks? It's useless to say that. Of course it's useful.
I have a sword sutra of defiance.
The sword art in it is about the art of defiance.
However, this sword technique is too strange and rebellious. It is impossible for ordinary people to practice it. Although I have learned something, my sword art is solid when I obtain the sword sutra, and it is impossible to change to practice the sword sutra. Old Jian's eyes shone and said, if anyone can practice the sword sutra of the heaven, he can break the Asian art of unity between man and nature. Lord God was about to say something, but suddenly he seemed to have discovered something and turned to look up the mountain. After seeing this, Lord Shen was stunned for a moment. The others also found something. They also looked over and were stunned for a moment, just like Lord Shen. I saw a baby in a one-piece rolling down from the mountain like a ball. Their minds were suddenly filled with question marks. How could there be babies in such a place? When everyone was confused, they saw that the baby had rolled down and rolled straight towards them. The crazy woman reached out and picked up the baby. After a closer look, she was a very beautiful baby girl. How could there be a baby here?
There must be a fraud. Maybe a Tian is doing something else to get rid of her quickly.
Someone said with a cold face. No one can touch her, I want this child. The crazy woman held the baby girl and glanced at everyone, her face as cold as ice.
Chapter 1222, Suggestions. Crazy, such a strange baby, what do you want to keep her?
Old Jian looked at the crazy woman with bad eyes. Although he did not explain the words, his meaning was already very obvious, and he doubted that women had anything to do with gods and men. Children from the ancient realm area cannot appear in such places, and their physical constitution does not allow them to survive in such places. What's more, the baby rolled down from the top of the mountain like a ball, but he was not injured at all. He was obviously a descendant of the gods. I can sense that this child is very spiritual and she can inherit my mantle. The crazy woman looked at the baby girl in her arms. The baby girl sucked her fingers, her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and she looked at the crazy woman curiously. You are so crazy. Do you want to pass your robe to a divine man's child? Or are you also a divine man?
Old Jian's face became even more ugly. I have no successor in the ancient world. If I die here, will my mantle be lost?
I will decide this, girl. The crazy woman was very determined. Some people were silent and some were incomprehensible when they heard this, but looking at the crazy woman's expression, if she wanted to take away the baby, she would probably have to fight with her.
Crazy, no one will lend you strength here now.
Even if you and I one-on-one, the outcome is unknown, let alone so many people here. Old Jian seemed to have determined that this child must be the child of a god. He wanted to kill him and then quickly. When he stood up, sword energy appeared beside him. The sword energy almost turned into substance and would attack the woman at any time.
A Tian is just fighting with us fairly and has never suppressed us with strength. No matter whether this child is a descendant of a god or not, wouldn't we even be worse than that a Tian when we kill her? Tian Zhuoyo said lightly. Most people agree with Tian Zhuoyo's statement.
They were once the heroes of the side. They really couldn't do such a thing, and it was really not good. I'm afraid that this child will appear here, it's a conspiracy created by the gods. Old Jian still refused to give up, and the sword energy approached the crazy woman again. The crazy woman was about to say something, but she saw the baby girl in her arms, curiously stretched out her little hand and touched the nearby sword energy with her fingers. The crazy woman was startled and stepped back, trying to distance herself from the baby girl from the sword energy. But she had just stepped back, but saw the baby girl stretching out her hand unhappily, as if she was away from the candy. A shocking scene appeared, and the sword energy actually flew towards the baby girl automatically. The crazy woman thought it was Mr. Jian who started, but she found that Mr. Jian was trying hard to control the sword energy, but she couldn't control it. The sword energy flew around the baby girl one by one. The baby girl giggled when she saw it. When she reached out, a sword energy actually flew into her hand, allowing the baby girl to hold the unparalleled sword energy, and danced casually, as if she was waving a lollipop. Everyone was stunned, even the crazy woman was stunned. The power of the sword was already first class in the lower ranks. His sword energy was actually held and played with by the baby girl. Moreover, the sword energy was completely out of control and flew around the baby girl, like a toy to make her have fun. This was really amazing. A lost consciousness, the baby girl actually filled the sword energy in her hand into her mouth. No one expected this. The baby girl's movements were too sudden and too fast. It was too late for the crazy woman to react to trying to stop her, and the sword energy was already stuffed into her mouth by the baby girl. Everyone thought that the baby girl would definitely be pricked and her mouth was broken, but after the sword energy entered the baby girl's mouth, it seemed to melt and flowed directly into the baby girl's body. Ah, sneezing. The baby girl sneezed, and the sneezing flew out like a sword energy, with an incredible speed. She wiped the face of Mr. Jian and flew over. Mr. Jian didn't even react. A blood mark flowed down her face, and blood dripped down. This girl, can it be a natural sword holy body? Old Jian showed a look of astonishment on his face. Everyone thought that this baby girl was really amazing. She was just a baby, and she had such a strange power. If she embarked on the path of cultivation, she would be better in the future. I originally thought that a godlike man like a Tian should be just an isolated case. After looking at this baby, I suddenly realized that maybe there are really many such strong men. A strong man said. If this is true, it will be too difficult for us to break out of the cage. Many people agreed. It's hard to say it's hard, it's not difficult, it's a great opportunity in front of you. Tian Joyo suddenly spoke. What opportunity? Everyone looked at Tian Joyo in confusion. Old Jian, what about the Sword Sutra of the Heaven-defying heaven? Are we old guys unable to practice it? Tian Joyo looked at old Jian and asked. We have all already had our own way, just like white paper has dyed heavy ink, and it is impossible to write again. Old Jian replied. You just said that this baby girl is what kind of swordsmanship holy body? Can she practice the Sword Sutra of the Heaven-defying? Tian Joyo asked again. Old Jian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then immediately shook his head and said, I can't be sure whether she can practice, but I will never pass the Sword Sutra of the descendant to a descendant of a god. Who said she is a descendant of a god? Tian Joyo asked back. Why is she not a descendant of a god? You can't give birth to such a child in the ancient world. Old Jian frowned. Look at her body carefully and look at her clothes and accessories. Tian Joyo said lightly. After Tian Joyo said this, Mr. Jian and others took a closer look at the baby girl and her clothes and accessories. After seeing this, I saw some problems. Although they have never seen the child of the godman look like, the godman looks like a human, and behind this baby girl, there are two small wings, which is obviously the characteristic of the human in the ancient world. Moreover, the materials, styles and craftsmanship of the clothes she wears are different from those of the Xianting garden. This seems to be really not a child of a god, but a child from the ancient world. How could he have such a strong physique? Old Jian hesitated immediately. How is it impossible? There are even people like Lord God in the ancient world. It is not impossible to get a natural lower level. Tian Joyo paused and said, take a step back and say, even if she is a descendant of a god, how can she know if we don't say it? Let's teach her together, so that she has been influenced since childhood and hated gods. When she practices our unique skills in the future and defeats a Tian, we can gain freedom. What's more, she is obviously a child from our ancient realm. I don't know who brought it in. I look a bit like my celestial race, but it's a little different. This statement makes sense. Since we can't practice the Sword Sutra of the heavens, this girl is just right, so let her practice and teach her together. Why worry about her being unable to defeat a Tian? Fortunately, she has such qualifications. If she is really an ordinary baby, it's useless. Lord Shen also lit his eyes and looked at the baby girl and said. Old Jian's eyes gradually lit up. Tian Joyo said it was indeed right. Even if she was a descendant of a god, they could brainwash her, not to mention that she was not a descendant of a god. Seeing that everyone was moved, Tian Joyo felt proud in his heart. Fortunately I got into their place, otherwise Xiaojiu wouldn't be dangerous? I don't know what the adoptive father was doing and how he got Xiaojiu here. It's good that this is. Although these people are not of high level, their abilities and techniques are mysterious. It's good that Xiaojiu can learn it. If they ask their daughter to beat me, I don't know what their expression would be like if they knew that this was a Tian's daughter. Tian Joyo recognized Xiaojiu. Although he had only seen him once or twice, anyone would be unforgettable to see a child as special as Xiaojiu. Chapter 1223 The Sword Sutra of Defiance. Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai nervously. Lao Tai held the watch he repaired in his hand and pressed the teleport button. Lao Tai's memory has not been fully restored. He himself is not sure whether he can repair the watch, but because he has to try it, otherwise they will be unable to leave the ancient realm area at all. Fortunately, many teleportation points were repaired on the watch, although there were not as many as the intact ones, but they were enough for them to teleport to the immortal court. The watch exuded strange energy, distorting time and space, and the two people disappeared in an instant. When they appeared again, Lin Shen found that they had arrived at a planet with weak gravity that was almost negligible. Success! Lin Shen was overjoyed and heard the continuous sound from the communicator.
Someone sent a lot of messages.
Lin Shen quickly took a look and found that it was Tian Zhouyo who was fired.
This is a communicator that Lin Shen usually uses. It is impossible to communicate between the Xian court and the ancient realm area, so the information should be sent from before.
Only after Lin Shen transmits it to the Xian court will this information be received.
What did he do when he sent so many messages?
Lin Shen was a little confused. After opening it, he almost jumped up excitedly.
Second brother, don't look for it anymore. Xiaojiu has found it. Lin Shen hurriedly showed the news sent by Tian Zhouyo to Lao Tai. Let's go and take Xiaojiu back. Lao Tai can be said to have reached the point of spoiling Xiaojiu and he didn't want to wait for a moment.
Second brother, don't worry, Tian Zhouyo said that those people want to pass on their techniques to Xiaojiu. It's not too late for us to wait a moment, said Lin Shen.
With us teaching Xiaojiu, why do they need any techniques? Lao Tai didn't take those people seriously at all.
During this period, he has been teaching Xiaojiu himself.
Xiaojiu is so young and has already learned the lawlessness.
All techniques are trash in front of the lawlessness. Second brother, take a look at this first. Lin Shen pulled down the message sent by Tian Zhouyo, and there was a description about the Sword Sutra of the Defiance of Heaven. Those people only knew that Tian Zhouyo was powerful, but they didn't know that Tian Zhouyo was the Dharma king of the space system.
Tian Zhouyo used his space ability to peek at the Jian Lao's teaching of Xiaojiu's Sword Sutra.
Because Xiaojiu can't speak and cannot understand too much, Jian Lao could only use his own strength to penetrate Xiaojiu's body and assist Xiaojiu in practicing the Sword Sutra of the Heavens. Originally, Mr. Jian just wanted to lay a foundation for Xiaojiu and then actually start practicing the Sword Sutra when she grows up. Who knew that only guiding auxiliary practices could allow Xiaojiu's body to activate the Sword Sutra on its own? It was a technique that others could not learn, but Xiaojiu could actually practice it like this. Old Jian wanted to use his strength to push Xiaojiu's anti-heaven Sword Sutra, but his body was covered with sword marks directly reversed by the sword energy. This is because Xiaojiu is not hostile to him, but just an automatic reaction from the Sword Sutra of the Heaven.
The seriously injured old Jian not only did not get angry, but instead danced with excitement.
Xiaojiu has such a strong physique and talent, I believe that it will take many years to soar into the sky. It is only a matter of time before she can defeat Lin Shen. What Tian Zhouyo came here was the scene where the Sword Sutra of the Descendant Sword automatically reacted and triggered the sword energy to hurt the Sword Elder. Lin Shen and Lao Tai took a look and saw the truly terrifying parts of the sword energy that defied the sky, and even they were a little surprised. Lin Shen's 100% sure win formula can be said to be the ultimate embodiment of computing power.
Lao Tai's lawlessness is a force that can destroy order and laws.
It can be said that lawlessness and the 100% sure win formula are mutually generated and restrained. In theory, lawlessness can better control the 100% sure win formula, but whether this is the case in actual use depends on your personal cultivation and use. However, there is a prerequisite for practicing lawlessness. The prerequisite is to be able to feel the order and laws of the universe, and to be able to predict and then break, which is the true lawlessness. Lin Shen used to be unable to be a prophet, so he could not be lawless. Now his 100% sure win formula has taken another path. He does not destroy the law of order, but instead uses the law of order, which is considered two extremes. They are all people who know the law of order very well, and they are all a little surprised by the things expressed by the sword energy of the defiant heaven. Whether it is control or destruction, first of all, you must understand the laws of order.
Lawlessness is also a prophet and then break it.
However, Xiaojiu's sword energy reversed the law of order, which was very incredible and incredible.
Can time and space really be traced back?
Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and asked.
No. Lao Tai answered affirmatively.
Time and space cannot be traced back, and even time itself does not exist. It is impossible to truly achieve the so-called shuttle time and space to the past or reach the future.
Even the Dharma King of Time and the Dharma King of Space cannot really travel through the past and the future.
The law of time used in the dual system of time and space is actually just a kind of energy replacement in time and space, and it does not really reverse time and space.
But if Xiaozhou's power can really reverse the law of order in the entire universe, will it really be able to go back to the past or go to the future? Lin Shen and Lao Tai both knew that reversal was impossible, but similar signs appeared on Xiaozhou. Although it was just a very weak reversal, this kind of thing was the most difficult step from scratch. Once it was available, there were infinite possibilities. Then the Sword Sutra of the Heavens, there's something. Lao Tai didn't rush to pick up the wine like he had just now. His thoughts are different from those of ordinary people. If Mr. Jian and others hurt Xiaozhou, he would go up and kill them without saying a word. But now, not only did they not hurt Xiaozhou, but instead taught Xiaozhou such a strange technique. Lao Tai would not kill anyone and win the merits no matter what, so it was a bit difficult. Not to mention whether Lin Shen is willing to let him go, Lao Tai doesn't want Xiaozhou to separate from him. Seeing Lao Tai's hesitation, Lin Shen smiled and said, although those people are not of high level, they are all in their respective ancient realms. They are all geniuses that are rare in ancient and modern times. The methods they have created have their own mysterious points. It is no harm to let Xiaozhou learn from them. Tianquan will be worried. Lao Tai also learned to be insincere. It was obvious that he didn't want to separate from Xiaozhou. This is not difficult. Tianjoyo said that he could teach Xiaozhou alone 1 day a month, and he could bring Xiaozhou back to meet us. Lin Shen said. Too short. Old railway. It's not short. We can change the time of the well star. 1 month inside the star, 1 day outside the star, and 1 month outside the star, but in fact, 1 day outside the wine has only been passed. On the day when the wine comes out, we can change the time in turn. 1 month outside the star, and only 1 day inside. Lin Shen smiled. Can you control the law of time? Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen in surprise and asked. I can't control it, but there is no need to really change the time. I just need to make them feel that they will be able to do it in 1 month. Lin Shen smiled and opened the folding fan, shook it twice, as if he was confident. Chapter 12:24 Free Tutoring. It is necessary to judge time. If there is no reference, the concept of time will become very vague. The most primitive reference is the sun, moon, stars, and the sun rises and the moon sets into 1 day. There is no moon on the well star, and there is only 1 star in the Ticto galaxy. The well star rotates around the star, and the sun rises and sunsets are 1 day. The length of this day is only less than 5 minutes away from the length of the day at the cosmic moment. Lin Shen used his supreme power to affect the rotation speed of Jingxing, and he could make the length of a day longer or shorter at will. Of course, just like this, it is impossible to make the people on the Jingxing illusion of time, which requires the use of the inheritance fan. Almost all of the people who ascended to the immortal court recently have been because they have read the inherited skills demonstrated by the world god. In other words, they are more or less affected by the edges of inherited martial arts. This can be seen from the recent surge in the inheritance fan. The current attributes of the inheritance fan are even higher than Lin Shen itself. Originally, practicing inheritance skills had no negative effect except to increase the inheritance fan. However, the inherited techniques they saw and learned were actually changed by the Trinity Realm God, and there are some characteristics of Lin Shen himself, the Desperate One and the Three Realm God. Lin Shen came to the outside of the well star alone, summoned the Realm God, and handed over the inheritance fan to the Realm God for use. The folding fan was suspended in front of the Realm God, emitting a strange light on it. While slowly opening, the engravings on the fan's surface became brighter and brighter. The 3 heads and 6 eyes of the Realm God stared at the folding fan. 6 beams of light were shot on the folding fan. The words of light on the folding fan suddenly scattered like a peacock spreading its screen, covering the well star. The people on the well star only felt that the starlight today was particularly dazzling. When they were in the daytime, they could even see the starlight flashing. They felt strange in their hearts, but they just suspected that it was something like surveillance or defense systems created by the gods. Many people on Jingxing took turns to teach Xiaozhou. They found that although Xiaozhou was too small and usually used to crawl, she was actually able to stand up and imitate various difficult movements. And because she couldn't understand too much, these people could only use demonstration actions first and teach Xiaozhou something slowly.
The crazy woman taught her cosmic psychology, and Lord Shen taught her the hand of God. Because of the sword skill, the sword master could no longer teach her the sword sutra, so he could only teach her sword technique. At the beginning, only a few people joined the plan, and later more and more people joined.
It is mainly because Xiaojiu learns everything too quickly. Xiaojiu learns the 1 yuan sword technique by Master Jian. Just read it once.
It was useless to only learn tricks, but Xiaojiu just imitated his movements and used the mystery of the hand of God, which only took 3 or 4 days.
Because they really don't know what to teach, more people will join. Finally, it was Tian Joyo's turn to teach Xiaojiu alone.
Tian Joyo brought Xiaojiu back to the cave where he lived, blocked the cave with secret techniques, and contacted Lin Shen. Lin Shen brought Xiaoyu to the cave and asked Xiaoyu to stay here to guard the cave.
Don't let others break in. He took Xiaojiu and Tian Joyo to teleport back to Jing Meixing first. When Lao Tai saw Xiaojiu coming back, his eyebrows that had not been stretched out, he finally stretched out and hugged Xiaojiu in his arms. I have suffered so much these days, but I haven't been able to eat well. Eat some food first, I've all been hungry and lost weight. Why did Xiaojiu grow wings on her back? Lin Shen asked Tian Joyo.
Xiaojiu did not have the characteristics of this kind of celestial race before. At that time, I saw Xiaojiu appear there, worried that there would be any trouble, so I used the secret technique to activate the blood of the celestial race in Xiaojiu's body, so that they could not defeat so many people alone. On the Jingxing, there were too many restrictions, and I couldn't escape, and there was no place to hide. I could only take this worst plan.
Tian Joyo explained. It's really thanks to you this time, otherwise Xiaojiu would be in a little trouble.
Lin Shen was not very worried about Xiaojiu's damage. Xiaojiu carries a wine gourd on her body, and her body contains extremely powerful energy. It is not that easy for ordinary gods to hurt her.
There are probably not many people on the Wellstar who can hurt Xiaojiu. If they really angered Xiaojiu, they might be themselves who were injured.
But Xiaojiu is just a baby after all, and her thinking is not mature, so it is inevitable that she will suffer some hardships. One day, Jodio was here, and Xiaojiu not only did not suffer, but instead learned a lot of things. Xiaojiu saw the sweetness and wealth of wine, looked at them curiously, broke free from Lao Tai's arms, and crawled towards them, hugged Xiaojiu's neck, and then crawled on Xiaojiu's back.
Baihu Xiaojiu has a high IQ.
It already understands that Xiaojiu is Lin Shen's child. She let Xiaojiu climb onto its back and walk around the teleportation station with Xiaojiu. The speed is getting faster and faster, and Xiaojiu is so funny that she is giggling. Xiaojiu and Baihu Xiaojiu were very close to each other, so they took out her wine gourd and poured the wine for Baihu Xiaojiu to drink. Lin Shen was originally a little worried that Baihu Xiaojiu could not bear the energy in the wine, but unexpectedly, after drinking Baihu Xiaojiu, nothing happened, but he just got drunk in a short while and fell asleep. Lin Shen and Lao Tai were about to take Xiaojiu back and wait until next time to send her to Jingxing to study. Instead of teaching herself, it would be better for them to teach. After all, Lin Shen and Lao Tai are not very good at teaching people, and they can only express their own feelings in a blunt way. Whether others can understand them is their own problem. In contrast, the people on Jingxing are much more patient. After all, they have to rely on Xiaojiu to save their lives. When she was about to go back, Xiaojiu held Baihu Xiaojiu tightly, as if she was holding her beloved plush toy. Lin Shen had no choice but to bring the wine and sex back together and let them be a companion for Xiaojiu. Lin Shen found that such a life was also good, so he and Tianquan only needed to accompany Xiaojiu. Teach Xiaojiu things to do by the second brother Lao Tai and the people on Jingxing. It was really free and easy. Lao Tai was still not very worried about Xiaojiu, so he asked Lin Shen to take him to Jingxing. Even during his time at Jingxing, he had to accompany Xiaojiu, which was really more concerned than Lin Shen and Tianquan. Lin Shen is free and happy, but Catherine's life is not very easy. She has been waiting for Lin Shen's news, hoping that Lin Shen can cooperate with her. Who knows that after waiting, there is no news on Lin Shen's side. It was the superior who issued another order to control Lin Shen's family at all costs. Catherine looked at the order and her expression changed. They want to control Lin Shen's family. Is Lin Shen going to betray the creation clan? Or are they afraid that Spade A will not be able to control it? Catherine thought this was a rare opportunity, but if the choice was not good, it might be a disaster.
Chapter 1225 The Origin of the Great Devil.
Lin Shen's family was reunited happily, and recently he has been working hard for his second child.
Seeing Shuzhou's genetic genes as good as it can't be wasted. It's also good to contribute more excellent genetic genes to the universe.
But this day, I suddenly received a message from Hongxinei, asking him to meet at Junyexing, which made Lin Shen frown secretly.
Junyexing is an inhabitable planet in the undeveloped star field.
With Catherine's power and ability, there is actually no need to choose such a place to meet.
What's the matter with me?
Lin Shen asked after replying to a message. When he was able to return to the ancient realm, the God-creating ancestor seemed to have not known it. I think it was because Catherine did not report it, so she still needed to deal with it.
She could conceal it for a while.
When he is promoted to immortality, or when Xiao Yi and Xiao Na raise the Emperor's magic weapon well, they will no longer have any concerns.
The important thing needs an interview. Catherine did not say it explicitly.
Lin Shen pondered for a moment, but still agreed to meet Catherine. When he came to Junyexing, he saw that Catherine was already waiting. Because Junyexing had no atmosphere protection and there were meteorite belts nearby, meteorites would occasionally fall on the planet.
After colliding with special rocks on the planet, strange electric flowers would be produced, and even spherical or even liquid lightning would be produced.
You must be very surprised. Why did I choose to meet here, right? Catherine glanced at the lightning around her and said with a smile. I didn't know it at first, but it's hard to think about it now.
You are afraid that our meeting will be peeped at.
Lin Shen realized that this time, Catherine came to him, and I'm afraid there was something important. Junyexing has a special magnetic field, and it is difficult to see here whether it is technology or ghosts and gods. Catherine paused and said, I came to you just to bet, and the bet is my life.
What are you going to bet?
Lin Shen frowned and said, looking at Catherine.
Betting on you, Catherine said with a smile. Betting on me?
Lin Shen frowned even more.
Catherine said this, proving that there must be something major incident related to him.
The above has issued an order to let me control your family at all costs.
The most important thing is Tianquan and your daughter.
Catherine said the above command directly. Lin Shen suddenly felt a chill in his eyes when he heard this. After he understood the origin of the creation of gods, he was not very repulsive of the creation of gods. He just wanted to live in this world and protect his family. He had no intention of participating in the battle between the gods and the immortal court, but he just wanted to live a life of scattered life. Unexpectedly, a tiger is not hurtful, but a person has the intention of harming the tiger.
What do they want to do?
Lin Shen asked indifferently, but he had already made up his mind. If the creation gods really gave such an order, then from now on, he would have to do his best to eradicate the creation gods.
No matter what justice or evil he threatens his family, he will be eliminated quickly. The original text is here. You can think about what they want to do. Catherine threw a yellow talisman to Lin Shen, and then said, I have paid a considerable price for it. You know how difficult it is to keep this thing and prevent it from destroying itself. Catherine still regards Lin Shen as A, but she thinks that A of Spades has a disagreement with the top leaders of the creation clan, or is excluded by the top leaders, so she is targeted by the top leaders and demands control of his family. Lin Shen didn't know what kind of talisman created?
However, the content written on the talisman was indeed exactly the same as what Catherine said. He put away the talisman and planned to think of a way to find the sure master to learn about the talisman.
You tell me this, aren't you afraid of their revenge? Lin Shen asked at Catherine.
So I want to bet, and I bet on my wealth and life.
I put everything on you, what do you say? Catherine said freely. You've bet a lot.
Lin Shen was indeed a little surprised.
Catherine actually made a choice like this.
The risk is indeed very high, but I can't stay in such a place for the rest of my life. I'm tired of seeing those people's faces. Even if I take risks, I have to fight for myself.
Catherine looked at Lin Shen and said, Go to the underwater city with me.
As long as we get the treasure of the king of the ancient realm, we will have the capital to compete with those guys, especially in this ancient realm area. They need to pay a huge price to come over.
It is impossible to send too many people over. We don't need to look at their faces.
After we digest those treasures, we don't have to be afraid of them anymore. Where can the universe be gone? Lin Shen saw that Catherine's emotions were not like a fake, but he had already obtained the treasure of the king of the ancient realm. Those ultimate artifacts were all within his chaos bell, and they were already taming them one by one using the dark marriage technique. It is unlikely that Catherine mentioned that there is any treasure of the king of the ancient realm. How can you be sure that there is the place where the treasures of the king of the ancient realm are buried? Lin Shen has always not understood why Catherine is so sure that there is the treasures of the king of the ancient realm there. With the little information in her hand, it is impossible for her to have such great confidence. Lin Shen had also been to the underwater city, but he didn't see what was there related to the king of the ancient realm. I once told you that the great devil Zhong Buwen is the ancestor of my lineage and has a blood relationship with me,
Catherine said. Remember.
Although Lin Shen had poor memory, he still remembered such an important thing. Because he always suspected that the great devil Zhong Buwen is the little wine emperor, and part of his function of the sand between his fingers comes from the fingers of thousands of people left by Zhong Buwen. What I didn't tell you is that what I mean by blood does not refer to this body, but my true body,
Catherine said calmly.
Lin Shen really wanted to ask what your true body is, but he still held it back to avoid revealing his feet. But Catherine continued to say to herself, I was originally the bloodline of the white tiger among the four ultimate divine beasts, and the great demon king Zhongbuhan was the body of the white tiger among the four ultimate divine beasts.
Lin Shenting was slightly stunned. Isn't the white tiger bloodline in the immortal court? How could it be in the ancient realm district?
I don't know why it is here, but one thing is certain.
There is the blood power of the white tiger in the underwater city.
I think the great devil Zhong Buwen is dead or sleepy, so he must be there.
Catherine said, you can trust me in this, I will never be wrong.
Lin Shen naturally believed in Catherine because he had really been in and had seen what Zhong Buwen left behind in it.
He was not sure whether Zhong Buwen himself was in the underwater city. But whether the great devil Zhong Buwen is in the underwater city, what does it have to do with whether there is a treasure of the ancient king of the king?
Lin Shen was still puzzled.
Of course it's related. Zhong Buwen is one of the top 10 war generals under the king of the ancient realm. Catherine confused Lin Shen with one sentence.
This sentence seemed to overturn all his previous speculations, and suddenly made Lin Shen feel that his clearer thoughts became confused.
Chapter 1226 The King of the World Prison City.
What Lin Shen had figured out before was that the king of the ancient realm and the little wine emperor had made a bet and won the small universe accumulated by the little wine emperor, and the little wine emperor may be the great demon king Zhongbuwen. But now Catherine says that the great demon king is one of the 10 war generals under the throne of the ancient world, so the great demon king should be unlikely to be the little wine emperor. The great demon king and the little wine emperor are not the same person.
The great demon king's technique is in the underwater city. Is it really possible that there are things left by the king of the ancient realm in the underwater city?
Lin Shen couldn't understand the relationship for a moment, and looked at Catherine and silently. Catherine continued, whether the great demon is buried in the underwater city or guarding in the underwater city, there must be an inseparable relationship with the king of the ancient realm. Among the 10 war generals, the great demon is the closest to the king of the ancient realm, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is inseparable. If the king of the ancient realm dies, the great demon is the person who was most likely to know the place where he buried his bones, and may even be the tomb guardian of the king of the ancient realm.
Lin Shen still didn't say anything, but secretly used the technique of voice transmission to communicate with Xiana and asked Xiana about the big devil. Xiana, do you know the great devil among the top 10 war generals? Lin Shen asked.
There are no big devils among the top 10 generals.
Xiana quickly sent a message to Lin Shen. Are Catherine lying to me? Lin Shen frowned secretly and sent a message to Xiana. Are you sure there is no great devil Zhong Wuhan among the top 10 war generals? You said Zhong Wuhan, it's him, but what the hell is the great demon king? Zhong Wuhan's title is the White Tiger God General. We all call him Uncle Baihu. Xiana said. This is the match.
Lin Shen nodded slightly. It seemed that Catherine did not lie to him, but she didn't know why Xiana didn't know the name of Zhong Wuqing.
What is the relationship between Zhong Wuan and his previous life? Lin Shen asked again.
It's great. Uncle Baihu is the person you trust most in your previous life. You usually keep Uncle Baihu with you, Xiana said as she recalled the past.
I have decided to take a gamble now, what do you say? Catherine looked at Lin Shen and said. Then let's go to the underwater city. Lin Shen decided to figure out what was going on.
After things are done, take me out of the ancient world zone when I need it. Catherine put forward her conditions.
The deal is completed.
Lin Shen agreed and took someone out. It was not difficult for him now. After confirming that he wanted to cooperate, Lin Shen asked Catherine when she would go to Undersea City.
Catherine pointed to the ground and said, Now. The Undersea City is here?
Lin Shen understood what Catherine meant.
I asked you to come here not just to avoid people.
Catherine showed a sly smile, then clenched her fist and punched her to the ground. A drill-like light appeared on her fist. The light hit the ground directly making a bottomless hole on the ground, as if piercing the planet through. The power of this punch is unparalleled, and it is extremely restrained. The deep hole it hits straight down, with a diameter of about 1 meter.
The fracture is as smooth as a knife cutting.
It can be seen that Catherine's power and ability are very terrifying, not as simple as ordinary immortality. Catherine jumped directly into the deep cave, and Lin Shen also jumped in, falling down for no reason, but it was afraid that it would be tens of thousands of meters. Lin Shen saw a sea-like liquid appearing under his feet. Catherine had fallen into the sea, and Lin Shen also fell down with her and found that it was really like a huge ocean, but this ocean was wrapped in the inside of the planet. There was no beach or sky, and the seawater was like rock crystal crust outside.
This is a sea of earth.
I tracked the bloodline of the great demon king and learned that the underwater city has moved here in time and space. Catherine was moving forward in the seawater while sending a message to Lin Shen. Lin Shen followed Catherine, and at the speed of the two of them, he saw the underwater city led by a giant turtle. In this crystal-clear water world, the huge city with huge turtles and iron chains connected to the turtles gives people an extremely shocking feeling. When Lin Shen saw the contemplator on the ancient tower in the center of the city, he was 100% sure that this was the ancient city he had visited. The statue on the top of the tower should be a guard set up by the king of the ancient realm. It has terrifying power.
I am not an opponent by myself. It was because of him several times that he was unable to enter the city.
You and I join forces to find a way to solve the statue. Catherine pointed to the statue of the contemplator and said. Lin Shen had seen the power of the statue of the contemporary, but at that time he did not have a clear concept of his power. He only knew that it was very strong, but it was hard to say how strong it was without reference.
However, when Lin Shen entered the underwater city, the contemplator did not attack them.
When he came out, he made things difficult for them and did not really attack them.
At that time, the contemplator gave him the coordinates of the underwater city.
Lin Shen remembered that the contemplator called the underwater city the King of Prison City. Before Catherine could do anything, she saw the contemplator, who looked like a statue, slowly coming to life, opened her blood-red eyes, and stood up at the same time.
What's going on? We haven't entered the scope of the underwater city yet, why is he activated? Catherine showed a look of confusion.
In the past, she had entered the scope of the underwater city, so that the statue would come alive.
You are back. Have you found the answer to the question?
The statue of the contemplator looked at Lin Shen with bloody eyes and spoke slowly.
Have you been here? Does he recognize you?
Catherine stared at Lin Shen in a daze, her eyes full of confusion and surprise. She has come so many times, and the contemplator has never spoken to her. She has no idea that the contemplator can communicate with others.
Have I not told you?
What 1,000 men refer to is from here.
Lin Shen said calmly, then looked at the statue of the contemplator and said, I don't know if this is the answer.
I have seen the intelligent brain that has become a human being outside, and I have also seen the intelligent brain that has gradually become an intelligent brain.
So, what is your answer?
The statue of the contemporary continued.
There is no answer. Living is living. When you are thinking about whether you are alive, you are actually alive. Lin Shen said.
The statue of the contemplator listened to Lin Shen's answer, and the red light in his eyes was slightly restrained, and he was thinking like a human being with his head down. After a long time, the statue of the contemplator raised his head and looked at Lin Shen again and said, I can't tell whether your answer is correct, so you need to verify your answer yourself. While speaking, the statue of the contemplator jumped down from the top of the tower and landed in front of the ancient tower's door. He stood in front of the door with his eyes facing the tower door. A strange light pattern suddenly appeared on the tower gate, flashing like a screen. After a moment, a sound came from the tower gate, the verification passed, the King of the World prison tower opened. Chapter 12:27 The King of the World Oil Corpse. Lin Shen and Catherine looked at each other, entered the ancient city together, came to the tower gate, looked inward, and were stunned. I saw that there were metal columns in the tower, with a person locked on each metal column, and there were as many as hundreds of people. After a closer look, Lin Shen found clues. These humans locked on the metal pillars were not flesh and blood, but more like wax figures with shiny skins. Enter the tower and reach the 7th floor, you can take away the treasures of the King of Realms prison city. The contemplator said to Lin Shen. What treasure? Who stayed here? Lin Shen asked. If you can reach the 7th level, you will naturally know after reading it. If you can't, there is no need to know it, said the contemplator. You should tell me who you are, right? Lin Shen asked at the contemplator. I'm just a statue that can think, that's all. The contemplator glanced at the gate of the King of Realms prison tower. This gate will be closed in less than a minute. You can decide whether to enter. Lin Shen and Catherine looked at each other, and then they walked into the tower. Whose wax figures are these? Lin Shen stood in the tower and looked back at the ponder outside the gate and asked, those wax figures are not wax figures, but the oil corpses of the King of the Realm, and they were captured from different ancient realm areas. They are called names, and I don't know. The King of Realm oil corpse. Lin Shen was a little puzzled. What is the oil corpse? The world is the King of the Realm. Since ancient times, there has been no King of the Realm in the universe. That is because all the Realm Kings who point to the world are either killed or imprisoned in this Realm King's prison city. The Realm Kings who can be imprisoned into the Realm King's prison tower are all irreplaceable among the Realm Kings and can leave behind a shocking work. Lin Shenting's face changed slightly. Who killed the King of Realm, and who imprisoned them? Is the King of the Ancient Realm? No, replied the contemplator. Why did he do this? Lin Shen couldn't understand why the King of the Ancient Realm did this. No wonder there is not even a Realm King among so many people who ascended to the immortal court. It turns out that not only Lin Shen's ancient realm has no Realm King, but other ancient Realm Kings are also no Realm Kings. It refers to the sky and the earth, and it is the dividing line of the ancient realm area. The so-called Realm King is just a tool used by the creator gods to rule the ancient realm area. At the beginning, most of the Realm Kings were puppets of the creator gods. Later, although some real-world kings were born, they were only a few of them. In order to get rid of the rule of the creator gods, the ancient Realm King led the 10 major wars to fight the heavens and all realms, killed countless Realm Kings, imprisoned some of the Realm Kings here, and suffered all the torture day and night until the oil was exhausted and the lamp was turned into oil corpses. What is left here now is the oily Realm King body. When the contemplator spoke, the door had slowly closed, cutting off all contact with the outside world. The great emperor ruled the immortal court. The creation clan wanted to break the rule of the creation clan and regain their freedom. But what is the difference between their rule over the ancient realm and the great emperor ruled the immortal court? Lin Shen shook his head and said. Now Lin Shen finally has a complete context for the entire history. The initial humans destroyed themselves in the virus war, and the 6 intelligent brains evolved on their own, and explored the universe and established the immortal courtyard. Then the Emperor's intellectual brain resurrected humans and used human genes to create humanoid creatures in the ancient boundary area. The Emperor's intelligence brain is not satisfied with resurrecting flawed humans. In order to pursue perfection, he created immortals again. The first immortal betrayed and founded the creation clan, and also divided the immortal court from the heavens and all realms. The cultivation of gods became the real ruler of the ancient realm area, but it was difficult for the immortal court to extend its power into the ancient realm area. Later, the emergence of the king of the ancient realm broke the rule of the cultivation of gods over the ancient realm area. It is not easy for the cultivation of gods to enter the ancient realm area now. After Lin Shen sorted out the entire vein, he felt something was wrong. There is no problem with the rest, but he still can't figure out why there are two or different immortal courts. If all the 6 emperors have been reborn in intelligence, then what is the Jade Emperor he saw in that strange fairy court? Who does the finger summoned later belong to? Even if he saw the clone of the Emperor disguised by the immortals in the immortal war camp, and that finger was also made by the people from the immortal war camp, but where is the immortal courtyard itself? There is no place where the immortal court is now. After thinking about it, I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't tell what is wrong. What is this? Lin Shen suddenly heard Catherine's surprised voice while thinking. Lin Shen looked at the place where Catherine was and found that Catherine was approaching and staring at a metal pillar locked by the King of Realms and taking a closer look. Lin Shen had such a strong eye. As soon as he opened his sight, he immediately saw clearly that there were dense small characters engraved on the pillar. The king of the ancient realm of Wanyang was imprisoned here for more than 103.4 million years, and all the energy was squeezed out and extracted into the lock life stump of the realm king. Lin Shen glanced at him and saw that there were such engravings on each metal stake. The name of each world king was different, and it should have come from different ancient world areas. The ancient kings brought these kings back to imprison them here, because they turned out to extract their energy. I think the energy of these kings must be extraordinary, but I don't know what it is for. Catherine looked at the hundreds of metal stakes here, and thought it was the king's life-locking stakes written on the engravings. After studying for a while, I didn't find out how to use the Realm King locking life stubs to extract the energy from these locking life stubs. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart. He actually raised these kings here for more than 100 million years, constantly extracting their energy, which made these kings not want to survive but die, and finally turned into oil shells. What a cruel method. When I thought about it, the energy in these life-locking stakes is an unimaginable astronomical figure. After more than 100 million years of energy accumulation, I am afraid that ordinary people will be able to ascend to the immortal court in the sun and even reach the upper level directly after absorbing the energy here. I just don't know if the energy in these life-locking stakes has been taken away. If it has not been taken away, Lin Shen wondered if he could use such a huge amount of energy to once again impact the immortal level. His body can never transcend the nirvana level, and it is always a heart disease. When he is at the level of the Emperor, there may be some problems. While both of them were observing the life-locking stake, they saw the ceiling light up and a beam of light was cast, and a human light and shadow appeared in the light. Lin Shen only took a look and recognized that it was the projection of the king of the ancient realm. It was exactly the same as the images he had seen before, and even the style of the golden silk glasses on his face were the same. Are you ready to be enemies of the entire universe? A strange smile appeared on the corner of the king of the ancient realm. Chapter 1228 Energy Infusion. Is the same routine? Lin Shen couldn't help but complain when he heard these familiar lines. When I was holding the things in the 3 treasures box, I persuaded them again and again. Now I have this trick again. Who can I persuade them? Just as Lin Shen was about to answer, he saw the hundreds of life-locking stakes locked by the Realm King locked. The Realm King lit up, emitting terrifying power fluctuations. The power fluctuations on each life-locking stake are different. The energy of hundreds of life-locking stakes is mixed together, not only does not appear chaotic or conflict with each other. Instead, the fluctuations merge with each other and create incredible resonance. The fluctuations on the locking life stubble are getting stronger and stronger, but the projection of the ancient Realm King still looks at Lin Shen with a smile and said, "What should I call you? My reincarnation? Or the new generation of the ancient Realm King? It doesn't matter which one. After you receive the baptism of the Realm King's locking life stubble, you will restore the memory of your previous life. You are me, I am you, and you will no longer divide each other." Lin Shen and Catherine's faces became very ugly. Catherine said, "This guy is crazy. I'm so self-righteous after leaving such a picture without beginning or end. There may be danger here, so let's go out first. Lin Shen raised his hand and shot the tower gate with a gun. I originally thought that it had the characteristics of a Superbase shooting, and breaking the tower gate was not a problem. But soon Lin Shen discovered that the sand between his fingers he hit could not reach the tower gate at all. Under the resonance of those strange powers of the kings of the realm, although Fingers Shaw was still moving forward, time and space seemed to have been lengthened for a while. Fingers Shaw was slower than snails crawling. At this speed, I don't know when it will take to rush to the front of the door. Not good. Lin Shen thought and directly sacrificed the Chaos Small Bell, hoping to use the power of the Chaos Small Bell to break the energy resonance of the Lock Life Stump of the Realm King. But when the Chaos Bell appeared, all the Realm King Lock Life Stumps fluctuated even more violently, and the metal piles began to buzz. In just a moment, energy like the ocean poured into the energy deep in the forest from all directions. The light on Catherine's body was blooming, and she was ready to fight against the terrifying energy with Lin Shen, who knew that all the energy did not touch her body at all, as if she had treated her as air, but just rushed into Lin Shen's body crazily. Can't it, is Spade the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm? Catherine suddenly had this incredible thought in her heart. Although it feels ridiculous, it is difficult to explain the current situation except for this possibility. With the ability and scheming of the ancient king of the realm, he would never be able to make mistakes in his reincarnation. He must have been left with the design of the Realm King prison tower after countless calculations. He spent so much money in scheming, and spent so long, constantly exploiting the power of many world kings, and it was impossible for him to be a wedding dress for others. Thinking of Lin Shen being able to communicate with the guardians of the underwater city, the guardian only asked one question and didn't even judge whether it was right or wrong, so he put them in. Now the energy in the Lock Life Stump of the Realm King is also aimed at Lin Shen alone, and only injected Lin Shen. They obviously came in together, but Catherine did not get any energy at all. Unless Lin Shen is the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, Catherine doesn't know how to explain all this. Catherine suddenly realized that Spades was the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, so she may not be able to get anything this time and may be in danger of her life. Who would have thought that the Spades of the Creator, was the reincarnation of the mortal enemy, the king of the ancient realm? This move was too poisonous and ruthless. No one except a ruthless person like the king of the ancient realm dared not do such a thing and was reincarnated under the enemy's nose. If the created race discovers his true identity before he grows up, he will die without a place to bury him. But now it seems that he won the bet. After searching for the God's clan for so many years, he has not been able to find the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. He never thought that he would be in the God's clan. Catherine's face was gloomy and she didn't know if she should take action to stop the king of the ancient realm from awakening. The king of the ancient realm should not have calculated that someone would come here with his reincarnation. If he took action now, he might not only prevent the reincarnation from awakening, but also severely injured or even killed the king of the ancient realm. After thinking for a moment, Catherine bit her, stepped back a little, and did not attack Lin Shen. Even if she killed the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm and had the king pressed on it, she might not get much benefit. Since I have decided to take a gamble with my life, this seems to be a good result. Lin Shen is the king of the ancient world, and he already knows that she wants to betray the Creator clan. In addition, she has the bloodline of the top 10 war generals, so Lin Shen should not be difficult to accept her. The king of the ancient realm has just awakened and must be in need of manpower. She is now investing in the king of the ancient realm, which is also an entrepreneurial veteran, and it is also a way out. But she was still a little unwilling to accept the inheritance of the king of the ancient realm. But no matter how unwilling to accept it, Catherine could still tell the difference. She decided to wait for Lin Shen to awaken the memory of the king of the ancient realm and continue to cooperate with him. Lin Shen only felt that his whole body was full of energy, as if he was about to explode. The energy in each Realm King's life pillar is constantly squeezing the total energy collected by the Realm King for hundreds of millions of years. Their energy is no longer inferior to the superior gods, and it is even more powerful. The energy of hundreds of gods and men rushed into Lin Shen's body together, and the effect produced was not only so much, because these hundreds of energies were completely different, and they blended harmoniously and created a strange resonance. This resonance continued into Lin Shen's body, as if some kind of switch was turned on, causing Lin Shen's entire body to vibrate. It was not only Lin Shen's body that was shocked, but also his Samsung system and law array. At this time, they were all affected by the damn resonance and began to vibrate violently. Lin Shen tried desperately to digest the energy that poured into his body, but not only could he not digest it, but more and more energy flowed in, and the Samsung system was about to bear it and was about to be shaken away.
Damn it!
Lin Shen was shocked. Although his body was already very strong, it was absolutely impossible for him to control so much energy without the control of the Samsung system. At that time, his fate was to explode and die. He had wanted to use these energy to be promoted to immortality, but now he has to think about how to save his life. Lin Shen also thought that he might have been mistaken for the king of the ancient realm. After all, this is not the first time. He really didn't know what triggered the setting here, making him mistakenly considered the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm. The Chaos Xiao Zhong. Xiao Yi Xiaona is still the three realms divine arts I practiced. Evolutionary theory. Ageless Sutra. Stepping on the immortal court. Lin Shen suddenly felt that it seemed that he had a lot of things related to the king of the ancient realm.
He could combine so many things into one.
If he was not the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, even Lin Shen himself felt that it was a coincidence.
Chapter 1229 Absorbing Energy.
Now is not the time to study these things. If you can't find a way to resolve the energy entering your body, it only takes a moment to make my body burst. Lin Shen's mind turned sharply. The Samsung system was a powerful tool he used to control his own energy that he could not bear, but this time the energy was too terrifying. Even the Samsung system was about to collapse and could not hold on for too long, but Lin Shen still had no countermeasures. Now Lin Shen can only unite the power of the destiny and the inheritance fan to desperately maintain the operation of the three-star system. Unfortunately, the power of the three-star system is like a drop in the ocean and does not play a big role at all. Lin Shen directly summoned the realm god, and his body was suddenly shrouded by the realm god with 3 heads and 6 arms. He borrowed the power of the realm god to enhance the three-star system. The three-star system, which has received the power of ghosts and gods, has exceeded the upper level at this time. Although it has not reached the emperor level, it can be regarded as having half a foot stepped into the emperor level. As soon as the realm god came out, the energy resonance became stronger and the situation became worse. This surprised Lin Shen and suddenly thought of what it was. The realm god was born from the theory of the 3-realm magical skills. Although it was just a shell, it was not a magical skill in the 3-realm magical skill in essence, but after all, it was a shell of the 3-realm magical skill. I am afraid this was also the calculation of the ancient realm king. The situation is getting worse and worse, but Lin Shen has no choice. He has even asked Xiaoya, Xiaona, and Zimming Butterfly Girl if there is any solution, but the answer he got is no, and they don't know how to solve the current problem. The Samsung system has reached the verge of collapse. Once the Samsung system collapses, the terrifying energy pouring into its body can instantly shatter Lin Shen's body, and it is impossible to stop it in a second. What should I do? How can I get rid of the current situation? Lin Shen's brain started to move, thinking about various possibilities, but he was still helpless. No, I must calm down, there must be a solution. Lin Shen forced himself to calm down. The king of the ancient realm left such terrifying energy not to kill people, but to make his own reincarnation stronger. There must be a way to digest these energy. Lin Shen suddenly had an inspiration. If I were the king of the ancient realm, how would I design my reincarnation to digest and absorb these energy? First of all, I have to be sure that my reincarnation is possible. Any mechanism may be cracked, so the safest way is to find a close relative and let them judge their reincarnation. Lin Shen suddenly felt enlightened and understood many things that he had never thought about carefully before. The first thing he got was Xiao Yi and Xiaona, as well as the Beige of Age and the Immortal Court. The theory of evolution was taken by his brother, and finally fell into his hands. In other words, these are the basics, and Xiao Yi and Xiaona are the people used by the king of the ancient realm to determine their reincarnation. Being able to practice these 3 techniques is the basis for determining the reincarnation.
Xiao Yi and Xiao Na are a further guarantee.
Only after they recognize it can they hand it over to Lin Shen's watch, allowing Lin Shen to teleport to the second world of Wangxing, where they obtain the 3 worlds of magical powers and those ultimate artifacts. Only after meeting these conditions can you come to the underwater city, through the recognition of the contemplator, enter the prison tower of the Realm King, obtain the energy left by the ancient Realm King, and make the level progress directly by leaps and bounds. Lin Shen even doubted whether the energy left here could directly be promoted to the level of the Emperor. From here, the true reincarnation of the King of the Ancient Realm was the success of the reincarnation of the King of the Ancient Realm. No matter whether I am the reincarnation of the King of the Ancient Realm or not, since I have these conditions, I should be able to absorb these energy, but why can't I bear it now? Lin Shen's thoughts turned and suddenly thought of the reason: my 3-star system is not within the range of conditions. It is something I made myself, and it is completely different from the conditions set by the King of the Ancient Realm. If you want to receive these energy, you must be the conditions left by the King of the Ancient Realm. Lin Shen's heart moved and immediately moved the theory of evolution and the ageless scriptures. His vitality was cut off, but the theory of evolution was running wildly, absorbing energy to evolve itself. Is it true that this is the first move? Lin Shen suddenly moved, stepped on the immortal courtyard, running quickly, moving faster and faster, and moving faster and faster. At the same time, he closed the Samsung system and allowed the terrifying energy to pour into his whole body. Lin Shen has no way to go now, so he can only gamble one big game. If he wins the bet, he can absorb the energy here and go further. If he loses the bet, his body will burst immediately. Lin Shen himself didn't believe that he could withstand such terrifying energy, because he missed the initial period of time when he used the Samsung system at the beginning. Now that the energy has been accumulating for so long, it is too fierce. Even if there is a correct method, it may not be able to withstand it. The surging energy instantly spread throughout his body, causing Lin Shen's body to vibrate at high speed like a massage rod. At this moment, Lin Shen's brain was so shocked that it turned blank, and his body seemed to be about to fall apart. Lin Shen took the pace desperately and continued to move forward according to the steps of stepping on the immortal court. The shock brought by the terrifying power became more and more terrifying. What's strange is that it did not shatter Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen walked faster and faster in the tower, and his body was shocked more and more violently, which made others shocked. The Ageless Sutra made his body constant like a dead person, but the theory of evolution made his body evolve continuously. The two are obviously contradictory, but this contradiction has reached a unified state under the immortal courtyard. Lin Shen has realized that the theory of evolution, the classics of immortals and the new foundation of the 3 realms of magical powers configured by the ancient realms kings. After the reincarnation of the King of Ancient Realm was reborn, this was the standard configuration he left for himself. Catherine only saw Lin Shen walking wildly in the tower, and the terrifying energy seemed to be equipped with a tracker. No matter where he went, he could accurately pour into his body. Because Lin Shen was too fast, with Catherine's eyesight, she could only see Lin Shen's afterimages everywhere, and she couldn't see where he was. Fast, it's too fast, and it's still speeding up. Once the immortal court starts, it will move faster and faster. Unless you stop by yourself, the speed will increase infinitely until Lin Shen's body can't bear the exhaustion. Because the speed was too fast, Lin Shen's body rubbed against the space, and the carapace outside was glowing, becoming redder and brighter, like a reddish iron block. Catherine kept retreating, and had already retreated to the position close to the wall. At Lin Shen's current speed, he was hit by him. Catherine felt that even if she was not dead, she would probably have her whole body broken. Fortunately, those Realm King lock life stakes exist, which disturbed the force driven by Lin Shen's wandering, otherwise it would be just a terrifying force brought about, and the aura formed by the formation can tear people apart. Catherine saw the corpses of the King locked on the stakes, and at this time they were gradually turning into powder and floating away. Lin Shen's speed was so fast that it was extremely fast. With Catherine's eyes, she actually saw Lin Shen's figure everywhere in the tower, as if it was everywhere. But when you look closely, it seems that Lin Shen is not there anywhere, and the function of your eyes no longer supports Catherine to make a judgment. Buzz, buzz. Amid the buzzing sound of the strong shock, Catherine seemed to see the center of the tower. Lin Shen stood in the center of all the kingdom stakes, with his hands spreading, and his body emitted a dazzling light, as if he was embracing something to the sky.